Chapter 1 System? Multiple teeth? Students, today is the first day of school, and in a week's time, the school will conduct military training activities. During this week, I will talk to you about the legal regulations between ordinary people and immortal cultivators. Inside the large classroom, the freshmen of the Magic City Polytechnic Institute were all listening attentively and intently to the female teacher dressed in a black and white professional outfit on the podium. A slim teenager sitting in the corner of the classroom was carefully recording every word the teacher said. The 2B pencil with the length of a small thumb. Swish and write on a 50-cent notebook, as if it can block the sound of the cell phone that keeps vibrating in his coat pocket. The vibration sound of the domestic old phone is surprisingly loud, attracting the surrounding students are frequently thrown over the blank stare. Don't make fun of the long diagonally broken bangs to cover his eyes, so that people cannot see the appearance. But from his small voice mumbling apologies, can hear the humble to the extreme emotions. I'm sorry. The humble apology didn't exchange for other people's forgiveness, but instead made the alibi reap a bunch of blank stares plus contempt. It's bad luck to sit with this kind of person. Soft-boned goonball. If I hadn't gotten up late today, I wouldn't have sat with him. As soon as I saw his extra teeth, I felt sick. Vomit. Groove. Can you answer the phone? That piece of is making me sick. A circle of curses and complaints rose up around Farewell, and if he wasn't in a classroom, he had no doubt that these people would have extended their fists and just roughed him up. Don't be ridiculous, nodded his head humbly again and apologized. This time he didn't dare to open his mouth to speak for fear that others would see the multiple births between his two incisors. Bojang hastily took out his cell phone and realized that it was the old village chief who had called. He had always upheld the principle of being a good student and not answering the phone in class, but seeing this call, Bojang realized in his heart that something might have happened at home. Don't make a fuss, as he bent down and burrowed under the desk, shrinking his head to answer the cell phone, half covering his lips with his other hand, and inquiring in a low voice. Old village chief, how do you? Shao riot you quickly come back. Your sister-in-law is gone, and your brother is about to be killed by Lu Baofu's people. Squeak. Don't mess around. Violently stood up straight and leaped too fast. The single classroom desk was directly overturned. It almost smashed the surrounding students. Groove. Don't make trouble. You're looking for death, aren't you? The neighboring classmates were startled by Don't Make a Difference. Then annoyed, they stood up and wanted to teach Don't Make a Difference a lesson. Don't make a scene. His brain was roaring. His sister-in-law was gone, and his brother was going to be killed by the village bully. Whoosh! Farewell broke out into the first impulse of his life, like a scrawny little goat crashing about, setting off a chaos in the classroom. Flying rolls, knocked askew desks, angry classmates, bellowing teachers. In this scene of chickens flying and dogs jumping, Don't Make a Fuss rushed out of the school and took a taxi to the village. Lingxi Village. This was a small village located in the northwestern part of Magic City. The villagers living here were once ordinary people, but now, a fairy cultivator came out. This person is Lu Baofu. This person from childhood is the second-rate son of Lingxi Village, because no father and no mother. Eat 100 rice, grew up, raised a mixed nature. Originally a second-rate son, mixed naturally not good. It so happened that one day he went up the mountain to dig out bird eggs and bumped into an immortal who was seriously injured. This person, in order to repay Lu Baofu for saving his life, taught Lu Baofu the cultivation method. From that day on, Lingxi Village had one more village bully, or a village bully that everyone can't beat. Lu Baofu had a crush on the village flower Chuxia a long time ago, but the other party had already gotten married to Farewell's brother Farewell. Today he took advantage of Boo Boo's brother is not at home, directly forced Chuxia, but did not expect to play off the person dead hand. Don't go home to find his wife died horribly. Grief. He raised a knife to kill Lu Baofu's home, to find Lu Baofu to take revenge. But the ordinary people identity of Don't. Where is Lu Baofu's opponent? Even Lu Baofu did not do it himself. The group of fighters underneath will not be able to fight back. At this moment, the original sunny day was covered by layers of heavy dark clouds. A black pressurized piece. A mountain rain wants to come to a full house situation. In an instant, heavy rain poured down. The sky seemed to reveal an opening, and the rainwater continuously smashed into Lingxi Village. Don't Make a Mess rushed back to see the first sight. Found the brother who raised himself hard, dying lying on the muddy dirt road. The heavy rain washed away the bloodstains on his brother's body. Farewell could even see the rainwater in the potholes with a faint scarlet color. Brother, as if his heart had been forcibly torn open, Don't Make a Fuss and leapt forward. His shivering fingers pressed to the front of his brother's nose. Fortunately, there was still breathing. Yoo-hoo, who did I think it was? So it's Don't Make a Fuss. In the courtyard directly opposite the dirt road, it was Lu Baofu's home. This person sat boldly on a solid wooden chair. On his head was an umbrella big enough to cover 5 or 6 people, holding a wine glass, creating a look of bravado of drinking in the rain. glancing contemptuously at Don't Make a Difference, the face of a superior man. Lu Baofu, you are simply not human. Farewell said what he thought were the most ruthless words in his life. However, he didn't want his words to amuse Lu Baofu's group of people, who all laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, this little chicken cub can even get angry? He's made a lot of progress. He's a university student. His status is not ordinary, so naturally he has grown a cockney temper. Goddamn cockney. He doesn't think about whether he has the life of that cockney. The wanton, careless mocking sound, in the pouring rain, as if it was a sharp knife, deep and hard into the heart of Don't Make a Fuss. Don't Make a Fuss. Thin lips pursed into a straight line, thin fingers clenched into a fist, bone white. All of his body was trembling. Deception is too much. Lu Baofu, I'll fight you. Don't Make a Fuss for the first time brightly letting out a roar, like a furious little goat, with endless anger in his heart. He rushed straight towards Lu Baofu. Bang! Lu Baofu didn't even move his butt a bit, lifting his big foot to send Bujang flying 10 meters away. Bang! Farewell smashed heavily into the mud pit. The cold rainwater mixed with mud pierced his bones. Put! A large mouthful of blood sprayed out in a fan shape. The duo Shang teeth that had accompanied Bu Jiu for 18 years, along with that mouthful of blood, sprayed out together. Farewell felt that his entire body's strength was being lost. Ding! The host's multiple birth teeth have fallen out. The 7 emotion star system is bound successfully. Reward for newcomers. 1 marrow cleansing pill has been given to the host to take. System? Multiborn teeth? Can you stop it? If I had known that the extra tooth could activate the system, why would I need someone else to do it? I would have done it myself, and I could have burned incense to this tooth. Don't make a mess before reacting. Mouth suddenly more a pill. Subconsciously want to take out to sea, but do not want to this thing in the mouth that is melted. Turned into a stream of liquid quickly slipped into the throat. The next second, Don't Make a Fuss, who had obviously been kicked by Lu Baofu to shatter his sternum, heard a clicking sound coming from his body, as if all those bones that had been broken were starting to reattach. The meridians of his entire body were rapidly changing, and his body became much stronger with the naked eye, to absorb the evil thoughts from Lu Baofu, to absorb the evil thoughts from Wang Ergu, to absorb the fear from Sun Taizhu, in order to absorb the forget about it. The host will look at the background himself. Don't Make a Fuss was stunned. This is damn well still a system with a temper, but what is it going to do to absorb these emotions? Doubts just arose. The system, as if sensing the mind of the alibi, once again opened its mouth. The host lights up 2 of the 7 stars at level 1. Reward the host with 2 vigorous Dan to be delivered into the host's mouth. Well, Nima, this system still had the ability to forcefully stuff elixirs. Chapter 2, Becoming Immortal. Don't Make a Mess was once again forced to swallow the elixir. Stunned. Level 1 7 stars? Lighting up 2 stars simultaneously sent him 2 vigor pills, so that meant that for every heart that was lit up, the system would send him a reward? Just now, the system hinted that it had absorbed Lu Baofu's evil thoughts, and fear from them. That meant that the system would absorb all kinds of emotions from these people, towards themselves, so as to achieve some kind of ulterior motive? Please correct your attitude. It's not to achieve some kind of ulterior motive, but to enhance your ability to attain immortality, to attain the Tao and become immortal. Don't be shocked. The system could take him to achieve immortality. Wasn't that, from now on, he could also become a member of the immortal cultivation world? Wouldn't he also be able to enter the Dao Yuan class and go to class? Groove. This kid looks weak, but I didn't expect his life to be quite hard. I still don't believe it. You can still live under my feet. Lu Baofu's voice of grumpy and angry curses instantly pulled Farewell back to reality. He is not the time to think about these things. He wants to solve this beast and give his brother and sister-in-law revenge. Cowardly. Humble for 18 years of Bishio. For the first time will cover the eyes of the broken hair stroked to the back of the head. Bare forehead. Black eyes. All in the oath. The crowd in front of the eyes of this teenager. He changed. In an instant. Don't Make a Fuss in the face of Lu Baofu, who rushed towards him like a tiger. Did not show the slightest bit of timidity and fear. Spelled out the maximum strength of the whole body. And in the moment when he felt that the blood of the whole body seemed to be boiling, he punched against Lu Baofu's casserole iron fist. Boom! The impact of the air current opened a hole in the rain, with Farewell and Lu Baofu as the center. The surrounding rainwater all seemed to stop flowing, a scene that made Lu Baofu's men not dare to believe happened. This time, the one who was blown away was not Farewell, who they mocked as a weak chicken, but the tiger-backed Lu Baofu. There was a loud bang. Lu Baofu's robust body smashed a deep pit in the muddy ground. The arm that had just exchanged a punch with Farewell was softly stuck in the muddy water, and the entire bones of his arm were shattered. Crap! I must be dreaming. How could the boss be beaten by this goon? Boss is at the chi refining stage, and the weakling is just an ordinary person. How the hell did he do it? Did he secretly cultivate? What the hell are you talking about? The boss was beaten. Hurry to send the hospital. Lu Baofu's minions noticed that Lu Baofu was unconscious, and hurriedly carried him to the car, walking around the whole time, fearing that the other party would blow them away with one punch. They were all ordinary people, but they didn't have the 2 strokes of an immortal cultivator, to absorb Lu Baofu's evil thoughts, to absorb Wang Ergu's fear, in order to absorb. What a pain in the ass. Host, see for yourself. Stop. He had already personally felt the system's pissiness once. Brother, don't mess around, can't think much about the system, and hurriedly carried his unconscious brother, asking the system as he ran, is there any way to make my brother wake up quickly? There is. The system spoke succinctly. Don't make a fuss. Eyes lit up, blurted out. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Leaving perishable pill. The host needs to pay $10 million in exchange for the pill. The system has checked. The balance of the host's bank account is $1582.23. Not enough to buy the leaving perish Dan. Please host, seize the money and don't be delusional. Don't make a fuss with a black face. Exasperated, he almost turned his back. $10 million. Why the hell don't you go and rob it? Is there a cheaper one that allows my brother to alleviate his symptoms? Don't make a fuss. He is not clear about his brother's physical condition today, but also don't want to let him in aggravation. The system to detect the host's brother's physical condition. Vegetative. If you want to recover, can only take away from the perishable Dan. Plant person. The body of the running farewell suddenly froze and stopped in place. That bastard Lu Fugue had actually beaten his brother into a vegetable, to absorb the love from Don't Fail. The host lights up the 3rd star, rewarding the host with a vigorous Dan. Farewell's body first stiffened, then his eyes turned scarlet. Brother was like this, still thinking of himself. Brother. Well, Farewell choked, and his original mournful mood was washed away quite a bit by the system's force-feeding of medicine. But the hatred does not diminish. He really hated to hold Lu Baofu in his hands and beat him severely and violently, so that he also became a vegetable. Raising his eyes to see the car pulling Lu Baofu driving away. Don't make a fuss with anger. Carrying his brother on his back whooshed and ran over. There was the enhancement of the marrow cleansing pill and the power pill. Bishou's running speed had long surpassed the limits of human beings. He quickly caught up with the van, reached out and grabbed the door, and the moving van immediately made the sound of tires rubbing against the ground, splashing out a pile of black mud along with it. Crap! What the hell? Driving Wang Airdog thought the car drove into a mud pit, glanced at the reversing mirror, and found that don't make a fuss, this goon was actually pulling the car in a raw manner, to absorb the grief from Wang Airdog, to absorb the fear from Sun Taiju, to absorb the anger of unconscious Lu Baofu. This bastard is in a coma and still complaining about him? He's really hopeless. Stop the car. Don't make a fuss by tugging on the wheel-turning car and not letting go. Wang Airdog heart straight cursed, but afraid of Bu Jiu take them out of anger, quickly stopped the car, squeezed a smile bitterly rubbing hands and asked, Chicken, haunted master, you this is what kind of trouble don't make a fuss without saying a word. Open the car door. Yanked unconscious Lu Baofu's ankles, threw his hand into the mud pit, quickly get on the car and close the door. The action was done in a single breath, in a flowing stream. Drive. Don't make a fuss just now when ripping Lu Baofu out of the car smoothly pinched the other's ankle to break the bone. This is just interest. When his brother arrives safely at the hospital, he will find Lu Baofu to settle the score. Wang Airdog and Sun Taiju were stunned, stealing a glance from the reversing mirror lying in the mud pit, like a dead dog like the boss. Gulp gulp, want to cry without tears. Boss, it is not that the little ones are not dedicated, it is really, to absorb the grief from Wang Airdog, to absorb the fear from Sun Taiju. Hurry up and drive. Go to the hospital. Don't make a fuss with a stern cry. The minivan froze and drove at extreme off-road speeds. The host lights up the 4th star. The 5th star. Reward the host with a diarrhea of 1,000 miles, and a snow face pill. The snow face pill will be given to the host to take, having learned from the previous experience. Don't make a fuss and swallowed the snow face pill that turned into a stream of water without any other changes in his body. Feeling that something was wrong, Bojang asked the system, what is the function of the snow face pill you gave me? Whitening acne and skin care. The system was still concise, but in that mechanical voice, it was not difficult to hear the condescending tone. Don't make a fuss, face black. Although he was called a goon by the people around him, in his heart, he was always a man. What was the system doing giving him that thing to eat? Was it to develop him in the direction of a white boy? Why didn't you force feed it to me? Don't make a fuss. Knowing the system's nature, he asked casually with curiosity. System, that's a laxative. Farewell. Sorry for being hasty and thanking the system for not killing me. The car drove to the Magic City People's Hospital. Don't make a mess carrying his brother out of the car. Glanced at the trembling, coy Wang Airdog and Sun Taiju, and coldly drank. Get out. We'll roll this way. We'll get out. The two were like amnesties and hurriedly drove their asses off, to absorb the joy from Wang Airdog, To absorb the joy from Sun Taiju, the host lights up the 6th star, rewarding the host with a spring night. Don't Make a Fuss directly carried his brother to the emergency department, paid the deposit, did the formalities, and waited for the final result, which was really the same as what the system said. Brother became a vegetable. Chapter 3 Exhaustion. Don't not work, family. Remember to pay for the surgery in the morning. A small nurse wearing a light pink nurse's suit routinely admonished Don't Make a Fuss and turned to leave. Quite a handsome man, but unfortunately a little poor. Don't make a fuss after this flurry. A little exhausted. The surgery fee for my brother is more than $30,000. The old village chief called and said that his sister-in-law's body has been placed in the coffin. Don't Make a Fuss can only think of ways to raise 30,000 yuan in the shortest possible time to pay for his brother's hospitalization expenses. In the village, he also had to go back to prepare for his sister-in-law's funeral. Don't make a fuss for a while. Call Su Yozhuan's phone. Brother is in Ward 316 of the People's Hospital. Only one sentence. The phone on the other end quickly hung up the phone. Do not have to think. Don't make a fuss, know that the other party has already in the fire on the way to come. Su Yuzhou is his childhood friend's fiancé. That's right, the fiancé. Since childhood, his brother had told him that there was a marriage contract between the two of them. He, Su Yushao, and his brother, the three of them grew up together. Don't Make a Fuss and Su Yushao were both raised by his brother. Even his name was given by his brother. I heard that when he was young, he was too lively, so my brother named him Don't Make a Fuss, but the name's repressive power was too strong, and since then, he hasn't made a fuss. On the contrary, the sex more and more dull, introverted. Thinking about these miscellaneous things, Don't Make a Fuss with a towel to wipe his brother's hands and feet, walked to the water room to get a cup of water to drink. He did not have much money in his pocket, the only remaining more than 1,500, all to his brother to pay the deposit. The rest of the change. Don't Make a Fuss bought a wash basin, towels and other supplies. Not much left. Double digits. Water cups. Or Don't Make a Fuss when buying things. The boss see him shy. Gave him 4 paper cups. At this point in time, not many people in the water room. Don't Make a Fuss as he picked up a glass of water and walked over to the window of the water room, wanting to let himself run through what he'd experienced today in this rare quiet place. In a while, young good boy come over. I'd better go to the bathhouse to take today's class. Today's expenses Don't Make a Fuss with a cowardly nature. Not much to say. In order to save weekday living expenses, in a bath center near the school to work, because it is a high-grade place, the monthly salary is quite a lot. Right now is the time to use money. Don't make a mess tonight, say what you have to go to work and open the paycheck. System, what's the use of the one diarrhea scatter and spring night scatter you gave me? With these words, Farewell wasn't actually asking the system about the efficacy of these 2 medicines, but rather complaining that these 2 medicines couldn't help him. Just as he was thinking about this, 2 more bottles of medicine appeared in Farewell's hands. He knew that this was the laxative and the so-and-so medicine that he had just complained about. With curiosity, he opened them. Don't Mess Around was about to take a whiff. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder, startling Bujang. Smoothly, he sprinkled both medicinal powders into the glass of water. Crap! Altercation was horrified and flew back the pill bottles to the system's storage bar, turning his head to see that it was someone he knew. Don't be ridiculous, it's really you, kid. The other party's large, broad palm was pressed down on Bujang's shoulder in death, and the greenish-black dragon tattoo on his bald head, paired with the fierce and vicious as an evil spirit's facial features, looked hideous and incomparable. Dragon, brother dragon, why are you here? Don't Mess with the black pupils suddenly shrunk. This person in front of him was the last person one would want to provoke, but on the contrary, he did so. Pang Long was the local snake in that part of the Magic City Polytechnic University, and was himself a mid-stage foundation establishment expert, so not many people would take the initiative to touch each other's mold. Pang Long some time ago to go to the bath center of the work of the other mess to dash, looked on a waitress little girl there. That little girl is also a student of the Polytechnic Institute, and don't mess with the same work-study part-time job. Pang Long was about to spoil the little girl, so don't make a mess. This mess, coincidentally, that day there is a more than Pang Long cheating character in. Both the girl and the girl narrowly escaped from Pang Long's clutches, but this beam is a knot. The deep-rooted fear in Bu Jio's bones surged up, and his heart trembled as he watched Pang Long look as if he wanted to eat him. Kid, I really didn't expect to let me bump into you in the hospital. Not bad, count yourself lucky. After I finish cleaning you up on the front foot, you'll be pushed into the operating table for emergency treatment on the back foot. This is the welfare that I gave you. Pang Long's big hand seemed to be crushing the bones of Farewell. He had a cold for the past 2 days and had been staying in the hospital. At this moment, after only a few words, his mouth was dry and his throat was smoking. Glancing at the glass of water on the windowsill, Pang Long picked it up like no one else and drank it. Don't make a fuss in horror. he knew that inside this cup, not only was it filled with the diarrhea of 1,000 miles of powder, but also a spring night powder. These two kinds of medicine mixed together. Don't make a fuss, eyes can't control to aim at Pang Long's front and back doors. Just, great, you seek your own happiness. Kid, today, if I don't beat you to the point of not recognizing your parents, I'll take your surname. Pang Long's throat was moisturized, unning his voice to threaten to stop. His fist punched towards Farewell's face without even saying hello, but he didn't want Farewell to catch his punch directly. Groove, you kid is just an ordinary person. How could you catch my fist? Pang Long couldn't believe it. He thought it might be because he had a cold and his body was weak. Farewell's hand shivered and subconsciously used force, only to hear a click. Pang Long's hand bone was crushed by Farewell. You kid, let go. Laozi's hand is broken. Pang Long cried out in pain. Farewell hurriedly let go of his hand and kept bending down and bowing to apologize. I'm sorry, brother Long. I didn't mean it. Pang Long's eyes looked at Ferris Bueller with horror. He felt that this kid was definitely pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger in his day-to-day life. Otherwise, how could he easily crush the bones of him? A mid-stage foundation establishment expert? When he thought of the meaningful eyes of that Situ family kid when Buwan was saving that elementary school girl, Pang Long felt that he might have offended a character that he shouldn't have offended. To absorb the grief from Pang Long, don't make fun of his heart, and looked up at Pang Long, suddenly realizing that the other party's expression was becoming more and more out of place. Pang Long's bronze-colored skin was actually floating in a weird reddish hue at this moment. A pair of tiger eyes seemed to be filled with water, spring water swirling, to absorb the lust from Pang Long. Crap, don't make a fuss, and look at Pang Long with disbelief. He just felt that the other party's drawing style suddenly became wrong. The feelings were that the raw Iron Man had turned into a queer Iron Man. Nima, I'm not good at this. You stay away from me. Don't be ridiculous. Rubbed back a few steps away, looking at Pang Long clamping his legs and swaying towards him in an extremely squirmy posture. The whole person was not good. Sweetheart, baby, honey, come over here. I can't wait. Vomit. Don't make fun of the spicy eyes. As he watched, Pang Long's eyes were about to turn into heart shapes as he lunged at him. There was a loud bang accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing. Don't mess around. Incredulously saw that Pang Long's pants were actually blown open by the fart. A yellow liquid sprayed out, shooting straight at the white tiled walls several meters behind Pang Long. This scene was caught off guard. Don't make a scene. We're all dumbfounded. A big brother who came over to fetch water at the door just happened to bump into the scene, and with a very regional accent and an upturned tail, Oda howl. Egu. Here there is a cultivation of scurrying dilute gong. Pants are collapsed. Fly la. Instantly. Corridor of those good letters. All brain rushed into the water room, especially those 30 like a wolf, 40 like a tiger old lady, all staring wide-eyed at Pang Long somewhere. Tigers eyeing intently. Chapter 4, Rough Handling. Lighting the 7th star. Rewarding the host with a marrow cleansing elixir. The 7th star of the first level is lit collectively. Congratulations to the host for having the ability to manipulate joy. The marrow cleansing elixir is to be delivered into the host's mouth. The system's urbane nature of forcing someone to eat the elixir remained unchanged. In this scene of panic, chastity hanging by a thread, and chickens flying, Don't Make a Mess felt that he was truly cultivating immortality. The surging of air currents within his body made Bujang feel that he was unusual, but because he had never cultivated immortality before, Bujang asked the system, what cultivation level am I at now? Peak Chi refining. The system was concise. Farewell was shocked. In just one day's work, he had reached peak Chi refining cultivation? This system was also too pissy. Although he wasn't a cultivator, he knew that cultivation levels were categorized into Chi refining, foundation building, Jin Dan, Yuanying, transformation of God, harmonization, Mahayana, fortune taking, and ascension. These 9 realms of cultivation are also divided into 3 levels, early, middle and peak. It was that genius from their Devil's Capital Situ family who had used a month to practice to the peak of Chi refining. He only used 1 day. Did that mean that he was even more of a genius than that genius from the Situ family? To absorb the grievances from Lu Baofu, to absorb the lust from Pang Long. These 2 prompts from the system caused Don't Make a Scene to steeply flinch. Lu Baofu had woken up. This bastard Pang Long was still thinking about him. Right now the water room had already been surrounded by crowds of onlookers. Surrounded by water. Pang Long in a diarrhea of 1,000 miles of loose and the dual role of the spring night loose. It is simply ice and fire. Good thing those of his little brother to find over, with brutal and vicious rough means, suppressed the crowd watching. Don't make trouble to take advantage of the opportunity to slip away. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? Pang Long's beloved horseman, Big Dagger, looked at Pang Long with one hand covering his crotch and one hand covering his asshole in horror. At this moment, Pang Long's mind had cleared up a bit because of Spray Siang. Although the coolness of his chrysanthemums, and the hotness of his second brother made him suffer, He was also clear that right now he absolutely could not disgrace himself in front of the crowd. Hurry up and help me to the restroom. Pang Long gritted his teeth and twisted his features. It was really the feeling of clenching both front and back that made him use his lifelong cultivation. Big Dagger took off the suit on his body and wrapped it around Pang Long's waist, helping the other party to successfully enter the restroom. Just sat down, only to hear poo 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 like a symphony of sound, from the electronic sound directly down to the subwoofer. Big Dagger and the others who were standing outside waiting all wondered if Big Brother had blown up the toilet. Knife! Pang Long's extremely restrained voice rang out, his back teeth grooves barely grinding out sparks. Big Brother! Big Knife's heart trembled. Get me a woman over here. Ha! Hurry! Pang Long let out a roar, and Big Dagger rushed to find one. It wasn't long. A heavily made-up woman was racked over by Big Dagger's minions, and the woman glanced at Pang Long, all stunned and confused, looking at Pang Long with his long gun standing upright above and short cannons below, and the pungent smell of rancid leek flowers in the restroom. The woman's heart is broken. She crossed the flower field decades, has never seen the asshole scurry thin also want to dry. This person was not a pervert, right? Hurry up and come over here, Pang Long bellowed, and the chrysanthemums seemed to respond with a welcome arrival of firecrackers in unison. The woman's face turned green. In the end, she was hard pushed in by Big Knife and the others, wailing and vomiting at the same time. It was a sad and pathetic call, to absorb the grievances from Pang Long, to absorb the grievances from Big Knife, to absorb the grievances from Zhao Tsuehua. Don't make a fuss in the hospital room. Listening to the system's beeps, he almost laughed out loud, thinking about Pang Long's feat of disintegrating his pants with a single fart. Don't make a fuss suddenly felt that this groundhog was not as scary as he had imagined. Don't make a scene. Where's brother? Suddenly, a voice as pleasant as the sound of a zither rang out. Don't make a mess of his body. Looked up and saw Su Yushao striding with her long legs, coming in a brisk pace. Little good. Don't make a fuss timidly voiced out. I don't know why. As long as you face Su Yushao, you will unconsciously soften down, like a child who sees his parents. Su Yozhuang good-looking eyebrows tightly knitted, brow heart suddenly jumped straight. Should be accustomed to it, is not it? For so many years, what happened at home? Don't make a fuss can't hold up. Either rely on brother don't not work, or rely on her. Don't mess around really don't know how to explain to Su Yozhuang, brother had surgery today. The cost is 30,000. Tomorrow to make up for it. I now have to go to the place of work. Today expenses. Finished. Don't make a fuss. Not waiting for Su Yozhuang to ask what happened in the end, the person ran away in a puff of smoke. Let Su Yozhuang how to shout. People are not turned back. Su Yushao can do nothing but from the brother of the attending doctor, to understand that don't not work the physical condition, and to the old village head went to the phone. When learning about everything that happened at home, Su Yo Diao tears instantly flow down. Sister-in-law died, brother became a vegetable, don't make a mess is an unreliable. After Su Yushao cried, she decisively wiped away her tears. First, she called the boss of the bar where she works to ask for time off, and then she dialed the old village chief and asked him to help organize her sister-in-law's funeral, and tomorrow she will go back to send her sister-in-law to be cremated. The family accident, don't make trouble can't rely on, then she can only rely on herself. The other end, the golden bathing hall, don't make a fuss when you arrive at work, and the foreman manager said the situation at home, apply for resignation. The other party expressed understanding, and immediately transferred $4,000 to the don't make a mess. Manager, you this give more, my salary is 3,005. Bojang looked at the prompt on his cell phone and asked the manager. The manager patted Bu Wan's shoulder. Bu Wan, this matter is considered that we are sorry for you. You messed with brother Long some time ago, our boss knows about it. You just don't say resign today. Don't make a fuss suddenly realized. He so wanted to tell the manager that Pang Long was taught a lesson by himself, but this kind of words, even if he said it, the manager would not believe it. Then the extra 500, even if it's from me, your family had such a big incident, you always need money. The more the manager said, the more embarrassed he felt. Don't make a fuss, this young man has few words, but his work is sharp. Many customers had named him to rub baths, he was considered a good kid. Don't make a mess nodded his head to show his understanding. Manager, thank you for taking care of me. Today is my last day anyways, I have to get today's work done. Finished speaking. Don't make a fuss and didn't look at the manager's regretful gaze, turned around and went to change his work clothes, just entering the bathhouse. Don't make a fuss and hear the bathhouse. There are a few people in the staggering youngest 5 or 6. The big knife specially gave me a phone call. Please let's wait in the bathhouse for the one called farewell. It is said that this kid secretly harmed Pang Long. Almost did not Pang Long a foundation cultivation are abolished. The deposit has arrived. Let's keep our professional ethics. A crooked brat. Why do we still need the 3 of us to do something? That's right. If I say we don't even need to do it, Directly throw this kid into the critical zone, guaranteed to die a thorough death. Don't make a fuss dodged behind a pillar. Listening to the conversation of those three people, trembling with fear, he thought that Pine Long didn't have time to find trouble for himself, but it turned out that the other party had invited others to come to the bathhouse to block him. This group of people were too ruthless to throw him into the proximity. With his current chi refining stage cultivation, if he really entered the critical realm, he probably wouldn't even know how to die. To absorb the anger from Huang Su, to absorb the anger from Lu Huan, to absorb the anger from Fong Yi. System, what are the cultivation levels of these three people? Can I beat them? Don't make a fuss thinking that he might not be able to hide from today's events, so it would be better to see if he could beat them. Anyways, he was now at peak chi refining cultivation, so he should be able to deal with those three, right? Chapter 5, Don't Make a Mess of Your Heart. Can't beat it. The system bluntly poked through Don't Make a Mess's delusions. Don't make a scene with a disconcerting heart. The system directly gave an intuitive blow. 2 early stage foundation establishment. 1 peak chi refining. Steady advice. Host meticulous up. Don't wave. Don't make a mess. This bad advice. Today's experience had taught don't make a mess the truth that in this world, it's the weak that eat the strong. The more you wimp out, the more others look down on you. If you fight back, at the very least, the moment you bravely throw that punch, your enemy is in pain. Don't make a fuss looking at the waiter who was carrying the dinner tray and weaving in and out of the bathhouse. An idea struck him. For the first time, the dark eyes showed a calculating look. 3 gentlemen, this is the red wine you ordered. The waiter brought over the red wine ordered by Huang Su, Lu Huan and the others, and the people left on their own. This bathhouse was nearly 500 square meters. There were individual pools of all sizes, all made of pebbles. There were also transplanted flowers and trees inside. The environment could be said to be close to nature and extremely beautiful. Huang Su and the 3 of them were guarding a small pool closest to the door. The purpose was to catch the alibi in the first place. The 3 of them chatted while enjoying a glass of red wine. If there was no mission, it would be very cozy. Suddenly, Huang Su, who was chatting happily, felt the intestines in his stomach twisting and turning like a twist, followed by gurgling and rattling, and the pool was flooded with strings of blisters. Lu Huan was the first to see it, and immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha, I say Huang Su, did you fart? This blister is big enough, said. Lu Huan felt uncomfortable in his stomach, his buttocks clenched, stood up violently, and was about to step out of the pool. Plop sound, a stream of liquid with a golden color, swooshing sprayed Huang Su all over his face. Crap, where the hell are you spraying it? Huang Su was sprayed dumbfounded. This roar finally gave the taut sphincter the opportunity to swoosh. The same yellowish liquid scurried into the pool. Fong Yi wailed and hurriedly got up and jumped out. It didn't matter if he moved. His chrysanthemums looked like they were finally ready to bloom, and the column of water in the shape of a scattering flower instantly dyed the pool yellow. The 3 of them, even if they were stupid, knew that they were in trouble. Covering their asses, they fled the pool. It was really the yellow color of the pool that gave them nausea. To absorb the anger from Huang Su, to absorb the anger from Lu Huan, to absorb the grief from Fong Yi, the 3 of them were really making a bit of a big commotion. The surrounding great lords who were enjoying their baths were all stunned when they saw these 3 people's actions of bearing their sprays. Crap, what the hell is this? What's this? Nima, get away from them. These 3 people must be practicing scramble rare gong. I heard from my cousin that there were people spraying shang at the people's hospital today. Are they so heartless? Do monks still practice such disgusting techniques? Are you sure it's not a cult? Huang Su's face was suffocated red. Heard someone blindly lay what tampering with dilute power. A breath did not come up. Chrysanthemum completely lost defense. God's tampering power. They are clearly being backstabbed. Who? In the end, who is it? Huang Su roared angrily. He has completely given up. Left and right cannot control. Might as well take advantage of this time to catch out the person who backstabbed them. And so it was. The crowd saw Huang Su holding his head high and arrogantly swaying in a bathhouse full of people. His ass spewing out yellowish liquid from time to time. A spray spraying out several meters away. Extremely shocking. The bathhouse immediately wailed everywhere. It's one thing to watch someone else spray, and another to spray on yourself. No one is allowed to go out. Fong Yi, close the door to me. I want to see who is so bold. Dare to drug our 3 brothers. Huang Su roared down with a voice. Fong Yi made a long leap, accompanied by swooshing liquid falling like rain. The surrounding crowd fled in terror. Fong Yi, black face, back to guard the glass doorway, was about to push the door into the guests. Pushed the door twice, did not push. Close to look, only to see a stream of yellow shoe sprayed out. Scared him a jolt. Crap, what's going on in the bathhouse? It can't be that the boiler burner burns too hot, directly blowing up the nearby septic tank, right? It was no wonder that this person thought so. It was really that this scene was too unbelievable. Who would have thought that someone in a state of scurrying thinness wouldn't think of going to the restroom, but instead let Huang Xiang fly all over the place? The only entrance and exit closed. The wailing inside the bathhouse never stopped again. Many people couldn't stand the smell and directly vomited. The already closed space. That flavor. Simply, don't make a mess hiding in the corner. Looking at the good bathhouse by these three people scourge like this. Feel too sorry for their manager. Even more sorry for the manager to give that extra $500. In this moment of time, all the people in the bathhouse hated the culprit who assassinated Huang Su's trio. It was really that this experience was too inhumane. To absorb the anger from Huang Su. To absorb the grief from Lu San. To absorb the don't make a fuss as he looked at the constantly refreshing emotion values in the background. His scalp tingling. He felt like he appeared to have stirred up a hornet's nest. This was offending everyone present. No, can't be a sitting duck anymore. If I stay any longer, they'll find me sooner or later. Don't make a fuss was afraid of people who were tougher than him. He felt that this kind of thing was nothing to be ashamed of, but that didn't mean that he would be a sitting duck in the face of danger. Glancing at Fang Yi who was guarding the doorway and gritting his teeth. Don't make a fuss and asked the system. System, is Fang Yi's cultivation level a foundation establishment primary? No, he is the only peak chi refining among the three. Farewell's eyes lit up. Since the other party had the same cultivation level as him, what were they waiting for? With a whoosh, as the bathhouse was filled with the sour and pungent smell, a gust of wind struck through. Farewell leapt in front of Fang Yi in an instant, and when the other party didn't react, he blasted the other party away with a punch, and while the glass shattered and the crowd was confused, Farewell disappeared in the blink of an eye. Huang Su's eyes were sharp, and he instantly realized that the one who escaped was their target person. Quickly chase, the one who pitted us is that kid. The words just fell. The crowd only felt a wind mixed with an acidic stench roll by, and a white-hot Huang Su whooshed after him. Lu Huan and Fang Yi reacted and followed closely behind. Inside the hall, the guests were preparing to properly relax from the day's exhaustion and enjoy a bath, but they did not want a fishy wind to blow, accompanied by a swoosh of shooting liquid. Gorgeous took a golden bath. In a split second, the hall immediately resounded with screams and roars. The entire golden bath filled the hall with chickens and dogs. Kid, you think you can run away? Looking for death. Huang Su was the strongest of the three. There were hidden signs of breaking through the middle stage of foundation establishment. Although he drank the red wine that don't make a fuss laced with a diarrhea of 1,000 miles, and his body weakened quite a bit, he completely disregarded the liquid that spewed out of his chrysanthemums, and his speed continued to rise up. Slap. The slap. Huang Su slapped his palm on Farewell's back. Farewell didn't notice, and his luck, which was already unstable, directly staggered and flopped to the ground. Put. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Bujang. He quickly got up, staring at Huang Su's trio with a hint of fear in his vigilance. There was no escape. Even though his current cultivation was at the peak of chi refining, the strength of the three people opposite was not weak at all. Most importantly, the other party had practical combat experience while he was starting from zero. What to do? How to survive from these three people? Chapter 6, The White Palm. Kid, there's a road in heaven that you don't take. There's no door in hell that you barge in. Actually dare to drug the three of us brothers. Today if I don't knock the bones out of your body one by one, I won't be surnamed Huang. Huang Su looked at Farewell with blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he had already tried his best to clamp his buttocks, the yellow liquid was still continuously gushing out from the inside of his buttocks. The door of the golden bath full hall was suddenly opened, followed by a cold wind blowing over. Huang Su couldn't help but shiver for a moment. Only then did he realize that the three of them were naked and bare buttocks, standing in the golden bath full hall and other halls. What's wrong with these three men? Simply disgusting. Naked but not to mention, how can they keep spraying out? Lower your voice. I've heard of someone practicing a technique named scampering thinninggong. These three must be the kind of perverts who practice scampering thinninggong. No wonder it's so disgusting. This is also simply too flavorful. At the time of the confrontation between Farewell and Huang Su's trio, the guests in the hall were also hiding in the distance and pointing at Huang Su's trio. Huang Su, don't bull asterisk with him, hurry up and settle it. This kid find a hospital. Lu Huan, who was standing beside him, heard other people talking about his voice, gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words from his mouth to Huang Su, who was beside him, standing next to Lu Huan. Fang Yi, at this time is also the eyes of the dead staring at the other. Just now don't make a sudden attack, sneak attack him that palm. Almost while Fang Yi hit the spot, breath did not come up, plus just when he crashed out of the glass door. The glass door on the crumbs of glass and a piece of zapped in his buttocks. At this time Fang Yi's buttocks on the side of the red blood, mixed with yellow liquid, together with the outside of the children spewed out. Fang Yi can't wait to go up now. A palm in front of this don't make trouble to shoot to death, but just now don't make trouble to give him that. Let Fang Yi think that the strength between the two of them should be almost the same. Fang Yi was now given something by Bujiu. His body was a bit weak, worrying that he was not Bujiu's opponent and planted himself in Bujiu's hands, which is why he quietly waited for Huang Su and Lu Huan who were next to him to make a move. Kid, don't look. You can't run away. Today if by you kid just like this from the gold bath full of hall left, I Huang Su later in the magic city in the side to see you. Kid once called you once grandpa. Seeing that the Bu Wan standing opposite to himself, at this moment is looking around. His eyes have been paying attention to the position of the golden bath hall's door. His footsteps also gently moved back a few steps. Huang Su directly shouted angrily at the Bu Wan, to absorb the anger from Huang Su, to absorb the anger from Lu Huan, to absorb the anger from Fang Yi, to absorb the shyness and lust of the surrounding onlooker women, to absorb the... After Huang Su finished shouting these words, a series of beeps began to ring inside Don't Be Annoyed's head. Don't Be Annoyed instantly froze when he heard the beeps from the surrounding onlooker females. God TMD lust. Actually there are female to the front of these three buttocks as if a fountain harboring lust. Really let a person shudder. Don't make a fuss. Was this prompt sound lead can't help but distracted for a moment. Don't make this a small distraction. Huang Su immediately noticed a direct step backward. The legs on the violent force. The whole person like a rocket with yellow flames like lifting up the palm of the hand to the chest of Don't Make a Fuss attacked over. Feeling the movement in front of his body, Don't Be Ridiculous instantly came back to his senses. Seeing Huang Su's palm is already less than 2 meters away from himself, he quickly rolled over and rushed out to the side. However, Huang Su is also an early stage of foundation establishment. His reaction is amazing. After seeing Bujiu tumbling out, his foot violently stepped on the ground to change the direction. Then he slapped down towards Bujiu's figure that had not yet risen. Pooh, being slapped on the back by Huang Su. A mouthful of blood was directly spat out from the side of his mouth. Today was really a big loss. Continuously being slapped with 2 mouthfuls of blood. How many things do you have to eat to make up for it? But don't be alarmed when it was too late to react to these things. Fang Yi and Lu Huan, 2 people also rushed over to the side of Don't Be Alarmed. The 3 people formed a horn appearance, surrounded Don't Be Alarmed in the center. The scene at this moment was very weird. The 3 people were spraying yellow liquid behind their asses, surrounding Bujang in the middle. Kid, the face that I lost today must be recovered on you. Huang Su's face had been twisted together at this moment. He had heard the voices of the people around him discussing just now. If he didn't clean up farewell today, not only was there no way to give an explanation to Pang Long as his employer, it was that the 3 of them wouldn't be able to get back the face they had lost today. After gritting his teeth and saying, Huang Su directly lifted his palm and ran his true chi, striking his palm towards the chest. At this time, Bujiu had already suffered a lot of injuries. Just now by Huang Su 2 palms hit, Bujiu now move a little. The back of the intense pain will spread all over the body. Looking at the palm that was about to hit his body, Farewell was ready to give up resistance. After closing his eyes and waiting for half a day without feeling Huang Su's palm hitting his body, Bujiu opened his eyes a slit and found that Huang Su's palm was less than an inch away from his forehead, quietly hovering there. Following Huang Su's wrist, a white palm appeared in front of Bujang's eyes, blocking Huang Su's palm that had struck him, and it only used 2 fingers, as if it disliked Huang Su's hand very much. What are you 3 doing here? Making the golden bath full of halls is making people sick to their stomachs. After Farewell opened his eyes, the owner of the palm swept a glance in front of Farewell and then said to Huang Su's 3, Kid, who the hell are you? Actually dare to spoil my good deed. Looking at the fair-looking man with a clear face in front of him, who actually blocked himself from dealing with Farewell, Huang Su directly lifted his other palm and slapped it in front of the man, shouting at the same time from the side of his mouth. But when Huang Su's palm slapped over, the man didn't even have the intention to hide. He just raised his foot lightly, and then kicked Huang Su's chest with a lightning-like kick. Huang Su, who received this kick, the whole person drew a parabola in the air, and his buttocks also mixed with yellow liquid drew a rainbow in the air. Disgusting things like you. Hurry up and go to the toilet. Wash yourself properly. After kicking Huang Su, the man sniffed his nose on his 2 fingers as if he smelled something disgusting, and pulled out a white hand roll from his pocket, rubbing it carefully on his fingers. What are you? Chapter 7, Situze's Help. Seeing Huang Su kicked out by this man, and that moment Lu Huan felt the extremely strong fluctuation of true chi on this man's body. After taking a step backward, Lu Huan's face didn't know whether it was because of the intense diarrhea, the pain induced or the fear of this man in front of him. Anyway, his face didn't look very good, and he opened his mouth to this man with a very vigilant voice and asked, Situ family, Situze. The man did not even look squarely at Lu Huan, just seriously rubbing his fingers on the side of his mouth faintly said to Lu Huan. Situze's voice was not very loud, but in everyone's ears it was like a thunderbolt. What does the name Situze represent? Everyone present was very clear. Devil's capital cultivation family. Situ family's youngest son. Devil's Capital's most famous cultivation genius, had already reached the peak of foundation establishment at a young age, and at any time would cross over the step of foundation establishment. My gosh, is this young master Situze? This is too handsome, so strong. As expected, the name of the Magic City's cultivation genius is not just for nothing. That early-stage foundation establishment Huang Su couldn't even make it through a single move in his hands. Why doesn't young Master Situze look at me more often? If I can get into young Master Situze's eyes, won't I be able to enjoy my happiness lying at home in the future? At this moment, after the guests standing in the distance onlookers heard Situze's name, the male shocked and female infatuated all looked over to this side, to absorb the lust from the female onlookers, to absorb the fear from the onlooking males, to absorb the fear from Lu Huan, to absorb the fear from Fong Yi. A series of beeps resounded inside the head of Farewell, who was suddenly saved by Situze's hand. Looking at this handsome-looking man in front of him, the side of his heart secretly had some inferiority complex. This man in Buzhang, whether it was his family or cultivation talent in the past, that was a world of difference. Thank you, saved me. After freezing for a moment, don't make a fuss. To Situze continuously sniped two bows, the side of the mouth said very sincerely. After hearing Buzhang's words of thanks, Situze just looked up and down. And Buzhang turned his head back to Lu Huan and Fong Yi's side. Young Master Situ, we have no past grievances or enmity with you. Why are you stopping us from cleaning up this brat? Young Master Situ and this brat should be non-relatives, right? After Lu Huan and Fong Yi both glanced at each other, Lu Huan squinted his eyes and endured the sharp pain in his stomach as he asked Situze. He is not related to me, but don't you guys know that I am a person who has a habit of not being able to see filth? The three of you did this kind of thing on the side of the Hall of the Golden Bath, messing up the Golden Bath. And now everywhere you go you all smell of the three of yous. Situze pinched on his nose and said in a cold voice to Lu Huan, Young Master Situ, we will only arrest this kid. We will leave immediately after arresting this kid. We won't dirty young Master Situ's eyes here. Your eyes also ask young Master Situ to raise his hand and leave this kid alone. Everyone in Magic City knew that Situze had a special fetish. That his cleanliness. Lu Huan and Fong Yi both naturally knew this. Lu Huan originally wanted to retreat, but don't make a fuss has been close at hand, and has already suffered a light injury on his body, just like this to go, but plainly and a bunch of bills rubbing shoulders. Lu Huan still want to fight a little bit more. Scram! Situze after Lu Huan finished speaking, his mouth just uttered a word, followed by a peak foundation establishment aura emanating from his body. Young Master Situ will give you face today. Let's go. Seeing that Situze seemed to be ready to strike at himself, Lu Huan directly said this to Situze before running over with his buttocks clenched in the direction of Huang Su, who had just been kicked out by Situze. After helping Huang Su up, a few people didn't even bother to put on their clothes and rushed out from inside the Golden Bath. Young Master Situ, thank you for saving me today. After seeing these few people leave, don't make a fuss, he hurriedly walked to Situze's front, bowed again to Situze and said thank you. I am just not used to seeing these few people doing disgusting things here. It has nothing to do with you. Don't flatter yourself. After hearing Farewell's voice of thanks, Situze coldly said to Farewell, then turned around and left from in front of Farewell, looked at the direction of the door to go over. This a white figure don't make fun of. Laughed at himself, also is, other people but the Magic City cultivation family's young master and is a famous genius. By what will look at him don't make fun of is in danger on the hand to help. Identity of the huge gap. Situze can be completely because of their own cleanliness to deal with Huang Su these three people. But don't make a fuss because they have no grudges with them. A little bit of other people's money will be surrounded by these three people to intercept. A glance, covered with yellow liquid, full of pungent odor of the Golden Jade Hall. Don't make a fuss, tightened the money in his pocket, then walked out from the door of the Golden Bath Hall. Brother, yesterday's surgical fee has not been paid. Don't make a fuss now, take the money, rush to the hospital. Now Suyu Jojo in the hospital side of the surgical fee of a total of 30,000 yuan. He now plus just got his hands on the salary. A total of only 4,000 yuan. The difference is still a little bit more. Don't make a fuss. Ready to give this $4,000 to Su Yushao first custody. And then they will find a way to go out and do a few more part-time jobs. This way I don't know when also can make up enough to give my brother's medical expenses. But now can only be so dragged. Even if the hospital urged to pay money, do not make a fuss for a moment, cannot get so much money. To absorb the anger and resentment from Pine Long. To absorb the anger and resentment from Lu Fugue. To absorb the love from Don't Not Work. Farewell, who had just rushed downstairs to the hospital, heard the three beeps inside his head. Pang Long is actually still in the hospital. Lu Fugue has also been sent to the hospital. These two people at this time to their own grievances across so far can be felt, but it cannot be, now has become a vegetable. To their own love is still so much, which makes Don't Not Work a burst of sourness in the side of the heart. Walk to Don't Can't Ward is located in the hallway. Don't make a fuss, carefully vigilant to look around a glance. Even didn't dare to don't can't ward door to walk over. Because he was worried that Pang Long's little brothers are still outside the blocking. Their own in the hospital hallway side child don't make a fuss. Took out his cell phone. Dialed Su Yaoxiao's phone number. Don't make a fuss. Where did you go? Ward side guarding don't can't Su Yuzhou see cell phone screen side display don't make trouble name. Pick up the phone after to the phone don't make trouble open mouth asked. Chapter 8, Space Rings. I am now in the hospital hallway. Just in front of my brother's ward that stairway. You come over to my hand side a little money. You first take. After hearing Su Yozhong's voice, don't make a fuss and still a little afraid. Coyly to the phone Su Yozhong said the location of their own. Wait, I'll be right over. After hearing this, Su Yuzi directly hung up the phone, and then walked out of the hospital room. What the hell are you doing? Seeing the sneaky farewell who was hiding in the staircase, Su Yojiao questioned at him, to absorb the anger from Su Yojiao. After hearing Su Yajiao's voice, a beeping tone once again came from inside Ferris Bueller's head. Although he didn't know why Su Yojiao was angry, he still took out $4,000 from his pocket and shoved it directly into Su Yajiao's hand before turning around and walking towards the bottom of the stairs. This is $4,000 you first take. I will find a way to get money to pay for brother's surgery. Don't make fun of the figure soon disappeared from the stairs, leaving only a voice echoing in Su Yozhuang's ears. After looking at the 4,000 yuan in her hand, Su Yozhuang glanced in the direction of the stairs, directly received the money into her pocket, and once again turned toward the entrance of the hospital room and walked over. Originally, she did not expect to be able to take up this responsibility, since it sends $4,000 over. Then she will first take this money. As for the rest of the money, Su Yushao, ready to advance a little from their own company, and then call the old village chief to see if the old village chief can help from the village side to come up with a little. Bang! Due to running in a hurry, the alibi of descending the stairs, did not see the silhouette in front of him, and directly crashed into a person's body. Ding! At the same time there was a sound of an object falling into the ears of Bujinkan. Sorry. After bumping into someone Bujinkan, he subconsciously started to bow and apologize to the person in a hurry. But when Bujang raised his head, the figure he had just bumped into had already disappeared, leaving behind only the ring that was still slowly rolling on the ground. You dropped your ring. After picking up the ring, Farewell chased after it like the direction of the silhouette just now. However, after he went up a flight of stairs, he realized that there was no figure of the person he had just bumped into, and he didn't see clearly what kind of person he had just bumped into. Looking at the ring lying quietly in the palm of his hand, don't make a fuss and put the ring into his pocket. Since this ring was unintentionally dropped by someone else, Farewell was prepared to return the ring to someone else if he encountered it again in the hospital. Ahem! Just when Farewell was ready to stop, suddenly his throat was hot, and then along with 2 heavy coughs, a mouthful of fresh blood was directly spat out from the side of Farewell's mouth. Congratulations to the host for recognizing the spatial ring with a drop of blood. Don't make a mess of wiping the blood at the corner of his mouth after the reaction. Suddenly a question is also transmitted into the side of don't make a mess of his head. What blood drop recognizes the host? What space ring? I said what happened to Big Brother? After hearing this beeping sound don't make a fuss, asked to the 7 feelings system inside his head. This one on your hand is the spatial ring. After don't be alarm asked this sentence, the 7 emotions system coldly responded to don't be alarm, and there was no more sound. Spatial ring don't be ridiculous naturally no. Spatial ring that is a kind of auxiliary spiritual weapon that only people with status and ability can obtain. This kind of spiritual weapon can be a ring, can also be a storage bag, a small thing, inside contains a piece of space, can be loaded with all kinds of things. Storage bag is more common. Generally rich people will have a 1 or 2, and the last time don't old heard someone got a storage bag, spent more than $1 million, and the space ring that is more rare, due to more convenient to carry, coupled with the volume is not large. The production process is more difficult, so the number is also more rare. Every space ring as long as the circulation to the market, can be shot out of the sky. Look at the hand side of the space ring don't make a fuss first moved. He if this no space ring out to sell, then, can certainly give, can't buy on a save his spirit fruit, but don't make a fuss. After hesitating again and again or will the ring on his finger, not don't make a fuss, can't afford to exchange this ring for don't mascot life, but don't make a fuss don't dare to take this thing to go out to sell. What is his identity? If he is not a good man, if he will take out this space ring, cannot change the money, not to mention, may even throw his own life outside. Now don't make a mess of things need to do is honestly earn money. To pay back don't can't in the hospital owes the operation cost. After collecting the space ring, the computer walked out from the hospital, looking at the gradually darkening sky. Don't make a fuss and prepare to return to the village first. Now this situation he can only take a few more jobs to earn money. Don't make a fuss have already planned. Early tomorrow morning he will go to the delivery, after the time to go back to school after the class, and then go to the construction site at night to help load and unload bricks and shovel cement. After making up his mind, he took a step in the direction of his home and went back. After returning to the village, he found that the lights in his house had already gone out, and it looked as if the old village chief and his party had already left from the house. Taking advantage of the color of the night, don't make a fuss and walk quickly to the door of the house. After opening the door of the room, don't make a fuss to see this home on the ground of a piece of wreckage has been the village inside people to clean up, but the home side had happened. Let don't make a fuss suffered a heavy blow. Originally a harmonious family, a moment has become fragmented. Sister-in-law has been separated from them, and brother is still lying in the hospital as a vegetable. Don't make a fuss to know that they want to take revenge. Now is still a little unrealistic. Although Lu Fuguei has been beaten into a serious injury, but want to kill Lu Fuguei, but also have to cross an obstacle. This person is Lu Fuguei's chief master. Lu Fuguei's chief master is still in the village. I heard that in Lu Fuguei's homeside living. If he deals with Lu Fuguei's master will definitely help Lu Fuguei. Listening to the people in the village said, Lu Fuguei's master is an old fairy. The cultivation is unpredictable. Specifically what kind of cultivation now don't make a fuss is not clear. If rashly out, this Lu Fuguei's master will easily clean up their own. Then if they die, want to revenge is no longer possible. Standing in the room, don't make a fuss tightly clenched his fist, joints white. Chapter 9, Weirdness. The next day early in the morning don't let stand in front of the school. Looking at the Magic City University of Technology in front of don't make a fuss, had thought that after he was admitted to the university, only need to study seriously, will always change their destiny. Previously, the village side of the people said, learning is the only way to change fate. When don't make a fuss when stepping into the door of the Magic City Polytechnic University, on the secret vow that they must study hard, here to change their fate. Let brother and sister-in-law and Su Yushao can live a good life in the future, but did not think that on the first day of his enrollment, the family side will happen this shocking bad news. Raising his head, don't make a fuss, swallowed a mouthful of water, clenched his fists, withdrew his gaze, took a step, walked in towards the academy. Don't make a fuss, walked into the campus when saw the school-side bulletin board surrounded a lot of students. Out of curiosity, don't make a fuss also walked to the outside of the pile of people surrounded the past. But when he saw the news announced on the bulletin board, his heart was half cold. Magic City University of Science and Technology College of Electronic Information Technology students don't make a mess of the first day of freshman enrollment will openly escape absent military training. The plot is bad. The behavior is not proper. Remember to deal with the major faults. If there is a similar behavior, give expulsion treatment. Don't make a fuss didn't think the school just opened the bulletin board on the side of their own to become the red man in the school. After seeing clearly the content of the report column above, don't old feel as if he suddenly became the target of all. Just now also plain and simple classmates gaze a moment. Don't make a mess of it. Feel and looking at their own time all become very strange. Sorry. Don't make a mess while the mouth side of the whisper broken red. While speeding up the steps, from the bulletin board next to the fast step away, toward the direction of the branch of the hospital. Before coming to the school don't make a fuss. Already on the way through his notepad to understand. This morning he still has a class. Don't make a fuss to didn't bother to go back to the dormitory, but directly towards the direction of the classroom rushed over. Magic City University of Technology is slightly different from other institutions. The school in the beginning of the school year, the new students need to generally accept the course while conducting military training. How does this soft-boned goonball still dare to come to school? Yesterday he actually dared to do something like this. I didn't even see that this guy still has this kind of guts. Hurry up and sit farther away. I don't want to sit with this disgusting guy. Move over a bit. Luckily I came early today and sat closer to the front. Otherwise I'd have to sit with this guy again like yesterday. Don't be ridiculous. Just walking into the classroom there was a murmur of voices around, but every voice that penetrated into his ears was not so friendly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm very sorry. Although he had already embarked on the path of cultivation, and was now a cultivator at the peak of chi refining, don't make a fuss. His humble character still hadn't changed, and after hearing these voices, he subconsciously began to lower his head to apologize to the people around him. However, the surrounding voices spitting and accusing Farewell did not decrease because of Farewell's apology, but instead intensified. Even as Bujang walked towards his seat, someone stretched out his foot on the path that Bujang was about to walk through to try to trip Bujang, but Bujang was no longer a peak chi refining immortal cultivator naturally dodged it with ease. To absorb the evil thoughts of classmate A, in order to absorb the grievances of classmate B, as well as collecting the grievances of classmate C, in order to absorb the anger of classmate D. You host is really annoying. Everywhere you go there are so many negative emotions, really too suitable for early cultivation system. The rest I will not read. Your classmates are simply too much. The system read half of it directly lazily continued to read on. To the alibi, said so, as if he himself was also angry directly disappeared from inside the alibi's head. Quiet. Be quiet. Just when don't make a fuss when the buttocks just in stool contact together. The podium came from the side of a clear and pleasant voice. Don't old raise his head to look at the podium on the side of the standing figure. And is not yesterday's that dressed in black and white professional clothing female teacher. Today on the podium stood a ponytail. Looks not much older than their own female teachers. After this female teacher spoke, the classroom was a mess. The voices all dropped, but there were still people who wanted to stop making a fuss from time to time and threw unkind gazes at them. Introduce yourself. I am your guide. My name is Li Jing. After hearing everyone quiet down, the female teacher smiled at everyone and wrote her name on the blackboard. From today onwards, everyone's next 4 years of study will need to carry on with me. I just graduated from graduate school and came to our school as a guide. I don't have much experience, so I hope that everyone can take care of each other. After making a self-introduction, this female teacher scanned around the faces of all the students under the stage. Good. I don't know which student shouted loudly and started to applaud. After that all the students under the stage started to applaud. Even don't make a fuss raised their own heads and looked twice more towards the teacher, gently clapping their hands twice. Okay, everyone don't applaud. Some detailed things of yesterday's enrollment have already been told by the director of our branch, and there's nothing going on today, so everyone follow self-study in this class. Which student's name is Stop? Come to my office. I have something to find him. Seeing that everyone seemed to be very welcoming to her, after the female instructor named Li Jing nodded her head in satisfaction, with a curious expression, she asked to the crowd below the stage. After Li Jing's words fell, all the gazes of the class actively looked over in one direction. This position was in the last corner of the classroom, accompanied by the classroom's trash cans as well as brooms, following everyone's gaze over, only to see in this position on the side of the sitting, his thin figure lowered head, diagonal broken bangs blocked the whole face, cannot see clearly the owner's appearance. Under the gaze of the crowd, this slim figure stood up from his seat. Sorry, don't make a fuss. Knowing that the teacher was looking for himself, it must be because of his unauthorized departure from the school yesterday's matter, stood up. Without saying anything, he began to bow and apologize to the teacher without stopping. Don't make a mess, student. You come with me for a moment. Seeing this student called don't make a fuss with a humble look, Li Jing waved at him and walked out from inside the classroom. Hurry up and get lost. What's a monster with multiple teeth in his mouth doing standing here? After Li Jing went out, while Farewell was still standing on the edge of his seat hesitating, a voice entered Farewell's ears. Chapter 10, Early Foundation Stage. To absorb the malice and anger from Sunan. Congratulations to the host for lighting up the first star of the second level, rewarding him with a body-refining pill. Before Bujang came back to his senses, an elixir with a slight hint of bitterness appeared in Bujang's mouth. Not caring about the fact that he had lit up the first star of the second level, Bujang withdrew his body from his seat, pulled open the back door of the classroom amidst the jeers of the crowd, drilled out, and chased after Li Jing's direction. During the time he was walking towards Li Jing, his cultivation level had already crossed over from the peak of Qi refining to the early stage of foundation establishment. This was something that even Farewell himself was not aware of. As a new tutor, Li Jing was full of curiosity and hope for the first batch of students she had brought to the school. Yesterday, I heard that this new student actually took a phone call during the meeting, directly ran away from the meeting place, and also made the classroom disturbed. Although I do not know what happened, but Li Jing still think for the students to be guided. The nature of the students are certainly not bad. After bringing Farewell to the inside of the office, at this time in Li Jing's office, the other teachers had already gone to class, and there were only two people, Li Jing and Farewell. Have a seat. Li Jing pulled back the chair in front of her desk, and after dropping her body, she pointed to a chair beside Farewell and said this to Farewell, then looked at Farewell with a smile on her face. I'm sorry, teacher. I'd rather not sit. I'll just stand here. Hearing Li Jing's voice, Farewell didn't pull out the chair and sit down, but stood in place with his head lowered and said this to Li Jing. Farewell, student. I know that there must be a reason why you ran away yesterday. I don't blame you. You first sit down and give the teacher a slow explanation of what happened yesterday. Let me hear. What exactly was the reason you left from the classroom yesterday? In Farewell's respectful and humble look, Li Jing knew that the student in front of her was definitely not the kind of person that everyone was talking about. The look of Farewell in front of her reminded Li Jing of when she used to just go to college. Teacher, I did something wrong. I recognize the punishment. How the school handles it. What happened, I don't want to talk about it. After hearing Li Jing say this, Farewell shook his head and rejected Li Jing's offer. Farewell, student. I am your guide. For the next 4 years, Your life and studies will be taken care of by me. Although on my lips I'm a teacher, I'm not a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me sister. Seeing Bujinkan like this, Li Jing moved forward, pulled Bujinkan's arm and pressed Bujinkan to the edge of the seat, then very gently turned to Bujinkan and said this, to absorb the love from the guide. Right after Li Jing finished saying this sentence, another beat suddenly came from inside Bujang's head. Farewell knew that although what the system said in its mouth was love, love was also divided into many kinds. The system was more detailed about the emotions that were not kind to oneself, and the goodwill towards oneself were all collectively known as love. In front of Li Jing's eyes, she was more likely to be caring. After hearing the tone, Don't Make Trouble finally raised his head, from the bang side revealed his eyes, looking at this handsome-looking little boy in front of her, whose eyes were also very bright. Li Jing appeared in a trance for a moment. However, she quickly retrieved her thoughts, then smiled and nodded at Bujinkan. Don't make a fuss, classmate can now tell me what exactly happened. Li Jing made what she thought was a very gentle expression and asked such a tentative question to Bujinkan. After hearing Li Jing say this, Farewell hesitated for a moment, but still informed Li Jing of what happened inside your home. After hearing Farewell's account, Li Jing's eyes became a little red, as if what happened to Farewell had made her empathize. I know about your matter. You leave first. This matter I will reflect to the school to cancel your demerit treatment. After taking a deep breath, Li Jing combed through her emotions and then said this to the bespectacled Farewell. Don't tell this matter to the public. Please, guide this matter, just let it go. As soon as he heard Li Jing say this to Bujang, a pleading look appeared on his face. Why? Your punishment this time is entirely due to a misunderstanding. You only need to clarify the misunderstanding to be relieved of your punishment. After seeing Farewell's pleading eyes, Li Jing was a bit puzzled and opened her mouth to Farewell and asked, Instructor, I don't want others to know about this matter. I just want to be able to continue my studies smoothly in school at the time. After hearing the guide's inquiry, Farewell said in a very small voice to the guide in explanation. The tone of his voice was filled with humility. Looking at the humble appearance and terrified eyes of the boy in front of her, Li Jing silently nodded. This matter, after all, she was not a party to it, and she was deeply sympathetic to this kind of thing happening to someone else, and could only helplessly agree to the request to make a fuss. In the future, if there's anything you need help with, just come to the teacher. As long as it's something I can help with, I'll definitely help you. You go back first. Looking at the Farewell in front of her, Li Jing whispered. Hearing Li Jing's words, Farewell was like an amnesty. Nodding at Li Jing, turning around and taking a step, he walked out towards the outside, waiting for the Don't Make a Mess back to the classroom. From the end of the class has not long time. Don't make a mess. Sitting in the classroom on their own 50 cents a book with a pencil, writing and drawing. Also don't know in doing what. The wind will not stop. Don't want to continue in the school with what conflict. But that called Sunan students are not willing to let go of don't. Seeing Farewell come back alone, the guide did not follow. After waiting for a while and confirming that no teacher had come back, he directly stood up from his seat, his body walking towards Farewell at his side. Kid, stand up. Standing next to the seat, Sunan directly slammed one hand on the table. To the other, said this sentence. When he heard Sunan say that, he stood up from his seat in a flash. Kid, you are very good? Just came to school on the first day and dared to skip class. Who gave you the guts to be so powerful? Seeing Bujang standing respectfully in front of himself, Sunan raised his hand and slapped Bujang's face twice. To Bujang arrogantly asked, I just had an incident. I didn't mean it. After hearing Sunan's questioning, Bujang stammered and answered Sunan's question. Kid, have you ever heard of a saying? Chapter 11, Harmless Looks. After hearing Bujang's gulping voice, Sunan glanced triumphantly at the faces of the surrounding students and realized that all of them were casting gloating glances this way. Then he asked another question at Bujang. Classmate, if there's anything you have to say, you can just say it directly. Hearing Sunan's voice, Bujang slightly raised a nod of his head, revealing his eyes, and said this to Sunan. Being ugly is not your fault. Coming out to scare people is your fault. Don't TMD come to class. Hurry back to your ravine that you don't know where it popped up from and hide it. Hearing that Bujang actually dared to let himself have something to say directly, Sunan directly pointed at Bujang's chest and said this to Bujang. This student, I also came to class. No matter what I look like, I didn't affect you guys. I didn't speak. Hearing Sunan let himself actually roll back to the village. Don't come to class, don't make a mess among the tone of voice. Some aggrieved to explain to Sunan. You did not affect us? Yes, you are not talking, but does not mean that you did not affect us. I see you on the annoyance. See you on the displeasure. See you can't learn in. Have you in this classroom? I'm not comfortable all over. And you say did not affect us. Especially you, more out of that tooth. I saw it, would like to spit to let everyone see your mouth side more out of that tooth. As soon as he heard that Farewell was actually aggrieved to speak to himself like that, Sunan directly pinched one hand on Farewell to his mouth and pinched Farewell's mouth open. So he wanted to show everyone that extra tooth of Farewell's, but when he pinched open the mouth, everyone realized that the teeth in the mouth actually disappeared. Without that multi-born tooth, coupled with the snow face pill that the system had forced him to swallow yesterday, the entire person looked white and clean, just like a harmless little kid. This Farewell student is still quite handsome. It's just that his body bones are weak and he looks a bit thin, but he still looks quite smooth. That's right, this Sunan is really detestable, relying on his strong body to bully his classmates. This classmate should have had something urgent yesterday, otherwise he wouldn't have left in such a hurry. Bullying people in the class just because he has a few stinking dollars. What's the big deal? After seeing clearly the appearance of Farewell and the missing multi-born tooth in his mouth, the girls in the class all rose in injustice for Farewell's name. After hearing the voices of the people around him, Sunan was a little hard to get down. He did not think that just a day's time, the teeth in the mouth of the other side actually disappeared. And don't mess with the looks, and what they saw yesterday is simply a different person, which makes Sunan for a moment do not know how to speak. Classmate, loosen your hand. You're pinching me a bit. Seeing Sunan pinching his mouth and froze here, Don't Make a Fuss put his hand on the top of Sunan's arm and said to Sunan pleadingly, "Don't touch me with your dirty hands, it's disgusting." When Farewell's hand was on Sunan's arm, Sunan directly held away a tone of disgust, let go of Farewell's face, and then drew back his own hand. The other hand was cupped into a fist, and swung his fist to smash it over to Farewell's chest. Farewell, although his character had low self-esteem, but now no matter what, he was also an early-stage Foundation establishment immortal cultivator. How could he let an ordinary person bully him? And don't make fun of the body. Now his 10 Sunan is not a match. Sunan's fist is about to hit on the chest of Don't Make Fun of. Was a palm flat and steady grip in which, "Classmate, I've said I won't affect you guys. Why are you still being unforgiving to me?" The one who held Sunan's fist was naturally the Bujinkan in front of Sunan. At this time, Bujinkan also had a few moments of fire. The Bodhisattva still has 3 fires. The dog is anxious and still jumps over the wall, let alone Bujinkan. The reason why his character was humble was entirely because he did not have much ability to resist in the past. You loosen the old man. Feeling the force coming from the top of his fist, Sunan wanted to draw his fist back, but after making 2 efforts, he found that Farewell's palm was like an iron vice, tightly pinching his fist. "Classmate, we are well water. I can loosen you up, but don't continue to find trouble with me here." Hearing Sunan say so, "Don't make a fuss," he said this to Sunan, "Let go. I won't look for trouble from you." After hearing "Don't make a fuss," Sunan's face was very ugly to "Don't make a fuss," said this sentence, then also jerked his hand. When Sunan finished this sentence "Don't make a fuss," loosened Sunan's hand. After Sunan jerked his hand, because of Farewell's loosening of his hand, he took a few steps backward, tripped on the top of the chair, and directly sat on the ground with a buttock pier. "Kid, you shook me?" Sitting on the ground, Sunan, feeling the mocking gazes coming from the surrounding students, directly opened his eyes wide and pointed at the standing Farewell to reproach. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. You said let me release you, so I released you. I didn't think you would whip your hand hard at the same time." After seeing Sunan sitting on the ground, Don't Make a Fuss hurriedly walked towards Sunan's body, stretching out his own hand, wanting to pull Sunan up from the ground. "Don't TMD move Lao Z. Today this matter you give Lao Z, remember. Lao Z with you no end. Village side out of the reckless. Do not think you have a few points of strength. You can be arrogant with the old man. I do not believe that to find a few immortal cultivators, but also cannot pack you." After reaching out and opening the hand in front of him that Bujang had reached out, Sunan propped himself up from the ground, and after letting out a harsh word to Bujang pulled open the classroom door and walked out from the classroom, to absorb the anger from Sunan. After Sunan left the classroom, the system's beep sounded inside Bujang's head as a matter of course. Bujang looked at Sunan's back as he left, looking a bit at a loss for words, not knowing whether he should stand or sit. "Farewell student, you're so powerful, although your body is so thin and weak. You look like you have a lot of strength." In the time when Don't Make a Fuss, a female classmate walked to the front of Don't Make a Fuss, put her hands behind her back, and said this to Don't Make a Fuss, growing up with a smile on her face. "I don't know what's going on." Being suddenly greeted by female classmates, "Don't make a mess." There is still some embarrassment. Blushing face scratched the back of his head. "Ouch, hey, this classmate's face skin is still quite thin. Look, he's shy, ha ha ha." Seeing Don't Make a Mess of this shy appearance, a lot of uproarious voices also came from inside the office. Chapter 12, Don't Compare Your Cheek to the Walls of the City. Seeing the shy look on Bujinkan's face teased all the girls inside, and Bujinkan let out a loud laugh in front of Bujinkan with reckless abandon, making Bujinkan very embarrassed for a moment, to absorb the grief and anger from the male students, to absorb the love from the female students. Just as Bujinkan was very embarrassed, The system's beep interrupted. Jenkins' embarrassment. A female classmate's affection. Does the female classmate like me? Hearing the system say that, Bujangles asked inside his head to the system. Bah, host, you're shameless. This affection is a collective term for all positive emotions. That is to say that if someone expresses their liking for the host, expresses their kindness to the host, expresses their good feelings for the host, all of these will be expressed by the system as love intention. Please be self-respectful to the host. Don't compare your own face skin with the city wall. Hearing Bujang say this, the system said this to Bujang without any mercy, not giving Bujang any face at all. I'm getting me a grandmother back, not a system that helps me. After hearing the system's prompt, don't make a fuss, the side of the heart silently read a sentence. This system prompt has always been a woman's voice, and listened to the ear very comfortable. But it was this comfortable voice that always had some words that made Farewell uncomfortable. If you have to call me that, I don't mind. The things that were on Bujang's mind seemed to be known by the 7 emotions system. Hearing Bu to say this, the 7 emotions system responded to Bujang with a very pleased voice. After hearing the system's response sound, Bujang's face instantly darkened, not saying another word to the system, but leaving from the side of his seat, preparing to rush out from the school to deliver takeout. Don't make a mess, student. What are you going to? We still have military training to do in the afternoon. See, don't make trouble, ready to leave from the classroom side of a female classmate. Stood up to don't make trouble. Said so. After hearing the voice, don't make trouble turned his head to see a head dyed pink hair. Look, sweet female classmate to don't make trouble smiled a little. Some shy said so. This female classmate don't make fun of no. At first came to the side of the class after. This female classmate immediately was worshipped as the class flower. Later on, there are good people will not make a fuss about this freshman class of female classmates to the statistics. Ranked or ranking. The pink-haired female student in his class undisputedly ranked on the list, and ranked second only to the school, a girl called Lin Shui. Don't make a fuss about how inferior he was in front. Naturally he didn't dare to talk to this kind of high goddess, but don't make a fuss. Didn't think that this girl would actually kindly remind himself. Thank you, classmate. I know. I'll go back to the dormitory. I'll be back in a while. After nodding and smiling at this girl, don't make a fuss, still left from inside the classroom and walked back towards the direction of the dormitory. The dormitory of the Magic City University of Technology is all 4 rooms, a dormitory in which there are 4 students living, and the Magic City University of Technology and the freshmen in this session to carry out a reform. Is a dormitory inside the 4 people are not a professional students? Was disrupted in a dormitory side of the distribution, so don't make fun of the things that happen in the class. The dormitory roommates all don't know. After arriving at the school, Fidget had not yet stayed in the dormitory for a night, and had not yet met the other 3 roommates, so he decided to go back to the dormitory to meet his 3 roommates first, and he also had some things he wanted to ask about the 7 emotion system. From the time the system appeared until now, Farewell hadn't had the time to ask her about some of his doubts. After coming out from the classroom, he walked for almost 10 minutes before walking to the dormitory building, and fumbled in his arms to pull out a white card. The card printed on the top of the picture, and don't make fun of the name. This card is the school side of the card. The school side of everything all rely on this card. Whether it is to enter the school door, or into the dormitory door, need to brush the access control, or in the school side of the meal used by the meal card. The class carried out by the sign-in. All are this card. Don't make a fuss with the card. Swiped the access control, toward the direction of their own dormitory walked over. The dormitory is on the 3rd floor, is a sunny position. In the middle of the 3rd floor. Registration number is 315. After searching on the door plate to find their own dormitory, but the dormitory door at this time is hanging a lock. Dormitory inside seems to be no one. However, the key to the dormitory is also to get in the body after a period of rummage, with great difficulty only in their pants pockets at the edge of the hole in the crevice to find out the key to their own dormitory. After opening the door of the dormitory, don't make a fuss looking at the other 3 beds have been cleaned up neatly, leaving only his own bed with bedding thrown on the top. Has not yet had time to organize. Climbed to the bed. Will be their bedding neatly laid on the bed after. Don't make a mess lying on the bed. Gently called out. Is the system in? I have some things I want to consult. After saying this sentence, don't make a fuss quietly waiting for the system. But after waiting for half a day there is no response. System, big brother, are you there? In or out? Seeing that the system did not respond to himself, don't make a mess and hastily called out twice to the system. Troublesome or not? I say, host, you can't let me take a break? Giving you those beeps all day long. Don't I need to use up my spirit? Hearing Farewell keep calling out to himself, the 7 emotion system's beeps finally sounded impatiently inside Farewell's head. You system, am I the host or are you the host? Why are you so arrogant? At this moment, don't be annoyed, just couldn't hold back even if he had a good temper. Although the 7 love system had changed his destiny, the 7 love system was tied to his own polydactyl tooth. so don't make a fuss. Sure, he is the system-deserved master. Don't make a fuss is very angry. Not only other people also bullied him, his own system are to bully himself. Host, I'm going to leave you if you keep this up. You actually dare to reprimand me. The 7 emotions system was like a naughty girlfriend. Hearing Bujinkan lose his temper with himself, he also came to be angry and said this to Bujinkan. Although I'm rather inferior, but it doesn't mean I'm stupid. If you can choose a host, there are so many excellent people waiting for you to choose. Why did you choose a poor boy like me who wants nothing? And I can't cultivate myself. I'm simply useless. Chapter 13, The 3 Great Physiques of the Immortal Cultivation World. Hearing that the 7 sentiments system was preparing to leave itself, a hint of a smile appeared on Don't Make a Difference's face, and he uttered this sentence to the 7 sentiments system. Before the 7 emotion system could respond to Farewell, Farewell slowly spoke again. If I'm not mistaken, the 7 emotion system of yours is connected to me by that multiple birth teeth. After I opened the 7 emotion system you couldn't leave at all. At most you couldn't respond to me, but when I absorbed those negative emotions, you still passively had to come and prompt me. After saying these words, Don't Make a Mess quietly waited for the 7 emotion system to respond. Alright, you win, that's how it is. After hearing Farewell say this, a helpless voice came from inside Farewell's head and said this to Farewell. Since this is the case, I also don't want to get along with you as your master. I feel that the two of us can be friends. Please also don't bully me, and speak with a better attitude towards me. Okay, as if I'm begging you. After confirming that the 7 sentiments system was indeed unable to leave him, Don't Make a Fuss with a pleading tone and said this to the 7 sentiments system. Don't make a fuss with such an insincere nature still. Forget it, seeing as you're sincere. I'll be merciful and talk to you properly. Looking for me for something? Just say it directly. Don't tell me that you're looking for me to come out just to be sure of such a thing, and then beg me to be polite to you after you've flaunted yourself with me for a while. Seeing Don't Make a Fuss with this kind of insincere appearance, the 7 emotion system was furious. If she could choose a host, she definitely wouldn't look for such a host with low self-esteem. I'm looking for you naturally. There are some things I want to ask you. After hearing the 7 emotion system say so, Don't Make a Fuss only then slowly said to the 7 emotion system the thing that he called the 7 emotion system out. At this time, if the 7 emotion system could transform into a human form, the expression on its face was definitely a look of wanting to be angry and not being able to be angry. In the end, after listening to the 7 emotion system's words, it used a tone of gritted teeth to say to Farewell, My dear host, if you have anything you can command. After saying this sentence, the 7 emotion system fell into silence. I would like to ask, what is the effect of that marrow cleansing pill you gave me 2 days ago? There's also the vigorous Dan and the body refining Dan that you gave me to consume today. Hearing that the 7 emotion system was finally willing to talk to him properly, Don't Make a Havoc hurriedly inquired to the 7 emotion system about what the 3 pills he had taken down actually did. Don't be ridiculous that Day just casually asked what the snowy-faced Dan did. The marrow cleansing Dan and the powerful Dan as well as the body refining Dan. The specific effects of which Don't Be Ridiculous wasn't very clear, although he knew that immortal cultivators had a lot of magical elixirs. But for these elixirs Don't Be Alarmed was clueless, and was even more incapable of purchasing them. The marrow cleansing elixir in the 7 emotion system is 2 kinds of elixirs from the marrow cleansing elixir on the outside market. Host, the marrow cleansing pills that you usually hear in the immortal cultivation world is a kind of elixir that can allow cultivators in the chi refining stage to accelerate the speed of their cultivation, and it can also slightly improve the cultivator's physique. Hearing that the question asked by Farewell was some serious question, the 7 emotion system also began to properly narrate it to Farewell, but when it said that these marrow cleansing pills outside, the system's tone appeared to have some dislike. Then what is the difference between the marrow cleansing pills produced inside the system? Hearing the system say this, Don't Make a Fuss and asked another question to the system. The marrow cleansing pill produced by the system is a kind of pill that can essentially improve the host's cultivation qualifications, and at the same time, it will remove the impurities inside the host's body, and 3 marrow cleansing pills will be able to transform the host's body into an unsullied body. After hearing Farewell's inquiry, the system very proudly turned to Farewell and stated the effects of the 3 marrow cleansing pills that the system produced. What is an immaculate body? Hearing the 3 marrow cleansing pills explained by the system, which could transform the host's body into an unsullied body, Bujang was a little curious about what the unsullied body actually did. I really doubt if you've ever learned about immortal cultivators, you don't even know about the immaculate body? Hearing this retarded question asked by Bujang, the 7 emotion system asked this to Bujang somewhat helplessly. I do have a great yearning for immortal cultivators, but I know very little about immortal cultivators. I also hope that you, system, cannot mind answering questions and solving puzzles for me? Thank you very, very much. After hearing the system ask this, Don't Make a Mess weakly said this to the system. Forget it, I'll be merciful and explain it to you. the three types of bodies. The constructless body and the ascended body and feathered body are known as the immortal cultivator. The three most powerful bodies. You don't have to say anything, I know what you're going to ask, just be quiet and listen to my explanation. The system after saying these words saw Bujinkan, again ready to ask to himself, hastily stopped Bujinkan, then slowly opened his mouth to Bujinkan and said, the characteristic of the ascension body is that it can greatly accelerate the cultivator's speed, allowing the cultivator to travel by leaps and bounds in a single day. However, the flaws of the ascension body are also very obvious. That is, the cultivator will usher in a heavenly tribulation every time he or she crosses a large realm, and if he or she passes through it, he or she will die. Hearing the system say so, don't make a mess. A burst of chills. If he is this ascension body, it is estimated that a heavenly tribulation can split himself in half. Fei Hua body. One method passes through all methods. The speed of learning Tao is very fast, even when learning a kind of Tao, on top of the understanding of this Tao. For this Tao to improve, to make up for the shortcomings, evolved into their own possessed a new Tao. Although this Tao method is powerful, it is limited by the fact that only the descendants of the feathered immortal king of that year can pass it on, and because of the reason that the bloodline is very thin, there are very few of them in existence now. Don't make a fuss. When he heard that this feathered body was actually so powerful, he sighed helplessly and secretly thought in the side of his heart, immortal cultivation also depends on family lineage. System, what about the unsullied body? Isn't the unsullied body alongside these two? I have now taken 3 marrow cleansing pills. Have I become an unsullied body? Don't. Just now, pinching my fingers and counting, I just happen to have taken 3 marrow cleansing pills after lighting up the first level 7 stars. Host, you are now an unsullied body. The unsullied body, known as the most powerful of the 3 types of bodies, naturally has his powerful places. After hearing Farewell's inquiry, the system faintly said this to Farewell. The immaculate body is actually the most powerful one among these 3 physiques? Chapter 14, the wonderful use of the immaculate body. Upon hearing that the unsullied body was actually the most powerful one amongst these 3 bodies, a very excited expression appeared on Don't Make a Fuss's face. The unsullied body is inviolable to all laws, has no self and no appearance, no original appearance, no other appearance, and no appearance of beings. The system faintly turned to Bujang after Bujang finished this sentence, and said such obscure words. System, can you say something I can understand? I can't understand these words even if you say them out to me. I hope System's sister can translate them for me. Don't make a fuss. At this time, after learning that he was an unsullied body, he was very happy in his heart, and along with that, his mouth also became sweet, and asked this to the 7 emotions system. Okay, I'll explain it to you briefly. Every cultivator in the process of cultivation will, because of the food they eat, the pills they take, and the impure heaven and earth aura, resulting in the body retaining some impurities, and although these impurities do not seem to affect anything, but because of the accumulation of reasons will become the later to a higher level of advancement, invisible obstacles. Some big families will let their own family's children to start cultivating, through the spirit stone to absorb the true chi to increase the cultivation. This way from the innate foundation let them one step faster. As for the impurities produced later in life, taking pills and eating food and such things, they will also try to avoid them through grain refusal or some other things. But these things you how to avoid this heaven and earth aura, they also cannot be avoided. Impurities will still appear in the body. I say this, you understand what I mean. The system explained the things that cultivators often encounter in as plain and easy to understand words as possible to Farewell, and then asked to Farewell, this I understand. Bujinkan nodded as he lay on the bed. The unconstructed body is what will allow the cultivator to not have this impurity in their body during the process of cultivation. In simple layman's terms, it means that the unconstructed body can go straight to the great Tao during the process of cultivation, allowing you to directly cultivate to the extreme of what a cultivator can cultivate. That is to say, you can cultivate to the ascension realm without any hindrance. After saying this, the system didn't make another sound. Upon hearing this news, Farewell's mouth opened as if it could swallow a fist. The unsullied body is actually this powerful. Doesn't that mean that in the future, if I meet an enemy that is not a match, I can run away and wait until later on when my level is higher than his? Then I will come back to clean him up. Don't make fun of the cowardly character. The first thing that comes to mind is not where he is overpowered, but thinking about the future when he meets an opponent that he can't solve. Because he has this advantage, he can cultivate to a higher level and then come back to solve the opponent. I say, host, can you be a little bit outstanding? The immaculate body, the first of the 3 great bodies, just fell on you, and you're just a little bit outstanding. Hearing the don't mess around so much, all the crows flew over the system's brain with a row of ellipses. Well, hearing the system say this, Don't Riot didn't know how to refute the system's sentence for a moment. Host, your cultivation method is different from others. You need to raise your cultivation through the 7 love system. so your unsullied body is not yet the same as a normal person's unconstructed body. And you shouldn't think that you can hunker down in one place to raise your cultivation. The reason why you have an unsullied body is because after you absorb other people's emotions through the chi emotion system, the system will convert those things into something that will raise your level. If you want to smoothly raise your level, this way only the unconstructed body can be directly raised by the system. These next words from the system directly made that idea that Bujinkan had turned into nothing. Alright, then is there anything else special about the unsullied body? After hearing the system's explanation, with a helpless sigh, Bujang asked another question to the system. Immaculate body. All laws are invulnerable, as long as it is an attack released by an immortal cultivator of the same level. As long as it is not a physical attack, the immaculate body is immune to it, and higher level attacks will be weakened accordingly. That's all the characteristics of the unsullied body. Speaking of this, the system explained the full characteristics of the unsullied body to Farewell. Then what are the effects of the vigorous Dan and body refining Dan? Will the vigorous Dan allow me to train into some kind of vigorous Vajra body? After learning about the effects of the marrow cleansing pill, Bujang was filled with curiosity about the vigorous pill and body refining pill that he had taken. These two pills don't have the effect you think they do. The vigorous Dan can double the host's own strength every time he takes it. The body refining Dan, on the other hand, will strengthen the host's physique, but after the body refining Dan has been taken, the effects will slowly appear within a month, and by that time, your body, host, will have been transformed into the most suitable body for cultivation. So I still advise you not to think too beautifully about everything. Having an unsullied body is already enough. Don't think about what good things can fall on your head. To get better things, give money. As long as you give money, the system can give you all kinds of good things. Hearing the good ideas brought up by Bujang, the system mercilessly used money to shatter Bujang's fantasies, pulling Bujang back to reality from the midst of his fantasies. As soon as he heard the need for money, Farewell's face instantly became very ugly. His brother is still lying in the hospital as a vegetable, and he still needs $10 million to buy that one cure for his brother's meteorite Dan. The heavy-hearted Buwan pulled open the quilted cover on his face. Half a day did not make a sound. Ouch! The last dude in the dormitory is back. Just when the mood of don't make trouble, suddenly the dormitory door was pushed open, followed by a sunny voice into the ears of don't make trouble. After hearing the voice, Farewell took away the quilt covering his head, and looked to the side, only to see a handsome-looking, tall boy holding a basketball, standing at the side of Farewell's bed, followed by two other boys. Hello classmate, my name is Li Chaoyang, I'm your roommate. After seeing Farewell remove the quilt covering his head, Li Chaoyang stretched out his hand, revealing his rows of white teeth, smiled at Farewell, and gave a greeting. Hello, my name is Farewell. Everyone else had already greeted themselves. Bujang quickly sat up from the bed, his body also revealed a smile, and greeted Li Chaoyang in front of him. Don't make a fuss, my name is Zhang Mang, the Mang of Mighty. After Li Chaoyang finished his greeting, a well-built boy walked out from behind Li Chaoyang, comparing his muscles to Bujang, and extended his hand for a self-introduction. Chapter 15, The Most Ballsy Man in the Dorm. After listening to the introduction, and Zhang Mang shook hands with Zhang Mang after don't make a fuss and then looked toward, standing in the last position, thinner than his own body, wearing glasses, a roommate. You. Hello, my name is Wang Chao. After seeing Farewell's gaze, Wang Chao stretched out his hand in farewell, gently shook it, looking a little shy. Just like this, the three people in the dormitory were also considered to have gotten to know all of Farewell a little bit. Brother, why didn't you go back to the dormitory last night to do what? Li Chaoyang is more sunny, to his own bed a sit, will be in the hand side of the basketball casually thrown on the ground after, curious to the other lively, asked a sentence. Last night there were some things at home, went home, so I didn't stay in the dormitory. Farewell naturally would not inform the things that happened at his home to the Li Chaoyang in front of him, as well as Zhang Mang Wang Chao's three people, just vaguely said to Li Chaoyang, wait a minute, I suddenly remembered a thing. Brother, are you the one who missed class yesterday and missed the meeting? Today was notified by the school to criticize the person? Here, don't make trouble. Yesterday didn't go back to the dormitory, back to their own homes. Zhang Meng suddenly remembered. Today in the school side were boisterous. Freshmen on the first day of absenteeism military training things, even hastened to don't make trouble open mouth to ask. That is me. Did not think of their new roommates also know that they were notified by the school to criticize the thing. Don't make a mess is very embarrassing to a few people. Nodded cast. Good guy. You, this courage is definitely our dormitory first. I Li Chaoyang usually bold, but also did not dare to risk the world's great unapologetic on the first day of school. Or brother, you have the courage. You are our dormitory the most courageous man. Don't make a fuss after admitting this matter. Li Chaoyang, directly lying on the bed, crossed his legs to don't make a fuss, gave a thumbs up. I also don't want this to be like this. There's no way. something serious did happen at home. The helpless farewell could only show his hands to Li Chaoyang and said this, "Brother, what things need help? Just give me a hello, I am also Magic City people. Our Li family in Magic City is still a few points of power. Need my help if directly with me to say it." Once listening to "Don't make a fuss" as if encountered what important things. Li Chaoyang very calm to "Don't make a fuss." Said this sentence. Li Chaoyang said this sentence. The dormitory inside the three people don't know Li Chaoyang mouth of Li family in the Magic City in the end is considered to be what kind of a position. But later on, after learning about Li Chaoyang's official identity, how surprised these three people's expressions were. Only the three people at that time could be clear. Local is good, which is like the two of us who both came from somewhere else. As soon as he heard Li Chaoyang say that he was also from Mordor, an envious voice came from Zhang Mang next to him. We are in a dormitory, are our own brothers. The next 4 years are going to live together. You have something, just tell me on the line. Absolutely help brothers do it properly. As soon as he heard Zhang Mang say so, Li Chaoyang directly patted the upper side of his chest twice and said so proudly, I don't have any skills. I'm in a worse situation. But if there's anything that I can be used for, the brothers can just greet me. See Li Chaoyang, this face of bold appearance. And then look at Li Chaoyang. Bed table place things. No one is a cheap goods. Even if don't make a fuss and then have never seen the world. But also know their own. This roommate Li Chaoyang is afraid of a rich second generation inside the Magic City. Compared to Li Chaoyang, don't make a fuss about the shyness of the bag a lot. Only to Zhang Mang and Wang Chao politely said a sentence. Say these words are polite. Are a dormitory. Do not need to be like this. Yesterday you did not come to the military training. You may not know that our military training is to participate in the dormitory as a unit, and is divided according to the dormitory building. All of our dormitory buildings in this northern district are divided into a company. In a while you will follow the three of us in the afternoon during military training. The three of us will take you to the place of military training. And military training clothes, yesterday night also sent to the dormitory side we three to you to receive. Just put in your locker side. Li Chaoyang atmospheric to the don't make a fuss. Said so after some words, pointed to the side to the cabinet under the bed to the don't make a fuss. Said the location of the military training clothes. Thank you, thank you, thank you for helping me receive the military training clothes. Hearing Li Chaoyang's words, don't be ridiculous, very polite to Li Chaoyang said three thank you in a row. The humility in the bones of the moment revealed undoubtedly. After hearing Ferris Bueller's words, Li Chaoyang, who was sitting on the bed, couldn't help but frown. In Li Chaoyang's opinion, like this kind of humble person, only he usually met those subordinates inside the company, as well as want to flatter their Li family people, will be so polite to himself. Don't be so polite. Let Li Chaoyang some uncomfortable. Li Chaoyang but want to make a few friends in the school side of the Real, not because of their own family history, other people in him to be friends. Brother, don't be so polite in the future. I don't like others to be too polite with me. In a dormitory we don't mention what our own family's situation is like. Since we can be assigned to a dormitory as fate, we will be brothers in the future. Saying these polite words would seem out of the ordinary. If you don't want to be a brother with me, then you just be polite. Li Chaoyang seriously to Farewell said such words. His face looked very serious, which in turn made Farewell, who was very polite just now, look a little embarrassed. Alright, why are you two so serious? I heard that among the instructors who are giving us military training this afternoon there are also immortal cultivators. I heard that the highest one is an instructor at the peak of chi refining. I don't know if we can be assigned here. Although the peak of chi refining doesn't sound very powerful, but it's more powerful than ordinary people like us. Not a little bit. See Li Chaoyang and don't make a mess of the two serious look. The side of the Zhang Mang quickly began to be a peacemaker. To the two people snorted to change the subject. Hearing the pinnacle of chi refining, don't make a fuss froze for a moment. Isn't he also a pinnacle of chi refining? Don't make a fuss and still don't know that he has already broken through to the early stage of foundation building in an invisible way. Don't make a mess. Naturally know what kind of status immortal cultivators have for ordinary people like them. All immortal cultivators before the age of 25, as long as they reach the peak of chi refining, can enter a special organization called Dao Yuan class that exists in every city, and all the students in this class will be immortal cultivators, and all the knowledge taught in this school, except for some basic knowledge that must be mastered. Most of the knowledge is about how to systematically cultivate. Chapter 16, New Graves in the Cemetery. However, every student in the Dao Yuan class will be subjected to requirements from the Dao Yuan class when they enter the class, and whether or not they can cultivate immortality. These people have already been informed of this matter from a very young age, and the Dao Yuan class naturally holds this information. Like Bu Jiu, this kind of halfway out, suddenly began to cultivate the Dao Yuan class naturally will not grasp Bu Jiu's information, which allows Bu Jiu, this special cultivator of immortality, can be in the Magic City University of Technology, this kind of ordinary university campus, to study. However, The identity of this immortal cultivator will certainly not be able to hide, but if the other people learned of this matter, the other into the Tao Yuan class is only a matter of time. Before this, don't make a fuss, ready to enjoy the life of a normal university, and the three people in the dormitory seem very friendly. Sleep, sleep, sleep. In a while we will go to military training together in the afternoon. After Zhang Mang closed the curtains, he lay down on the bed and shouted loudly, then covered his head tightly with the quilt. Don't make a fuss. After hearing Zhang Mang say so, glanced at Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang is also lying on the bed and began to play with the cell phone. Another roommate Wang Chao do not know there with their own computers drumming what? Seeing everyone busy up their own things, don't make a fuss. Also is pull open the quilt lying on the bed. He is now out of his own cultivation things outside. The side of the heart is thinking about his sister-in-law's things. Now he cannot run away from the school. This thing can only be handed over to the young girl to do. Although Su Yuxiao and their own in a school. But don't make trouble, and Su-related treatment is not the same. Su Yuxiao yesterday left. That is leave to leave. And don't make trouble is their own sneak away. At this time, Su Yuzu in the hospital side of the brothers settled while after has returned to the village side. Looking at the traces of someone living in the house last night, Su Yozhuang didn't even have to think about it. She knew that it should be the Bujang came back last night. After looking around the house, Su Yuxiao came out of the house and walked towards the old village chief's house. Uncle Village Chief, is Uncle Village Chief here? Su Yuxiao ran to the outside of the old village head's house, reached out and gently snapped the door of the old village head's house a few times, calling out a few times to the inside, coming, coming. After hearing the sound coming from outside the door, the old village head lived with his own walking stick and walked out from the room. After opening the door and seeing Su Yuxiao standing outside the door, the old village head showed a sad expression on his face and then opened his mouth and said, "Bitter child, hurry to come in." After opening his body, the old village chief said this to Su Yuxiao, "Uncle Village Chief, I won't go in. I came back this time for my sister-in-law's affairs. How is my sister-in-law now?" Looked at the face of grief in front of the old village head, Su Yozhuang heart cannot help but also difficult to get up. Nose a sour to the old village head asked, "So, children, don't worry. Yesterday Lu Fugue don't know what people seem to be injured. Sent to the hospital. Your sister-in-law's side of the village inside the people have already your sister-in-law into the ground. Do you want to go see? I'll take you there." Hearing that Su Yozhuang had come back for the sake of her sister-in-law, the old village chief pointed in a direction of the village and said to Su Yozhuang. The village chief's finger pointed in a direction that Su Yuxiao naturally knew where it was, but he was prepared to go there by himself in a while, and didn't need the village chief to go with him. After gently shaking his head at the village chief, Su Yuxiao opened his mouth and said, "Uncle Village Chief, you don't need to follow me over there, but I came back this time because I have a matter, and I want to ask Uncle Village Chief for your help." After saying this sentence, Su Yozhuang hesitated for a moment and didn't say the second half of the sentence. "Child, if there's anything you want to do, just tell me directly." Seeing that Su Yoshio's face still had a hint of a difficult expression, the old village chief hurriedly said this to Su Yoshio. "Uncle Village Chief, I came back this time because I want you to help me borrow some money from everyone in the village. My brother is in the hospital right now. The operation fee needs more than 30,000 yuan, and I don't have so much money on me at all. So I'm thinking that everyone will help us to get together the backside. Me, and don't make a fuss. After earning the money we'll return the money at the first time. Do you think it's possible?" After hearing the village chief's voice, Su Yuxiao directly opened the door to the village chief and said his main purpose of coming back this time, then raised his head to look at the village chief, his eyes full of anticipation. "This thing inside the village, everyone will help you, so a small thing. You wait a moment, I go to the village committee," speaker shouted on the sound, "so that everyone to you to get together 30,000 yuan can certainly be put together. These money do not need to pay you back as the village inside the village of everyone to your help." Hearing Su Yozhuang say that she wanted money to pay for her brother's surgery, the village chief quickly nodded to Su Yozhuang and then walked over in the direction of the village committee on his own crutches. "Uncle Village Chief, thank you. Great kindness, I Su Yozhuang will definitely remember." After hearing the village chief's words and looking at the village chief's departing figure, Su Yojio loudly said this to the village chief, and when the village chief turned back, he gave the village chief a deep bow. "Bitter child, you go see your sister-in-law first, leave the rest to me." Waving his hand at Su Yozhuang, the village chief wobbled towards the window and walked over quickly. Watching the village chief's back leaving, Su Yuxiao clenched her own small pink fist staring at the village chief's back, looked for a moment and then turned around and walked towards the direction of the village that the village chief had just pointed at. That place was the cemetery inside the village. When Su Yozhuang walked to the cemetery, a glance at the village just built a new grave for his sister-in-law. Standing at the head of the grave stroked the photo on the stone monument. Su Yozhuang tears could not help but slip out of the corners of her eyes, but soon she took a deep breath, raised her head to look at the sky, wiped the tears from her face, her eyes became firm, and she turned around and walked in the direction of the village committee. When Su Yozhuang arrived at the village committee, it was already overcrowded and filled with a large group of people. Youngchan is here. After seeing Su Yojio walk in through the door of the village committee, I don't know who shouted. Everyone turned their heads to look at Su Yojiao, who had just walked in through the door, her eyes filled with sympathy. Quickly come and sit down. The village people have given you enough money. Not much, a total of 40,000 yuan. You take the money to go to the hospital first to your brother to pay the surgery fee, so that your brother in the hospital to stay for a period of time. Chapter 17 speaks for itself. The village chief, after Su Yuxiao walked in, stuffed a cotton bag in Su Yaxiao's hand, and then gently patted Su Yaxiao's hand twice with his hand. Looking at the hand side of the cotton cloth bag, young good boy hard grip in the hand side of the cotton cloth bag, flabbergasted for a moment after turning around, to all the villagers present in the deep bow, did not say a word, but thanks to the meaning of the solution is self-evident. Finally, under the escort of all the villagers, Su Yuxiao sat on the bus to the magic city. Team 1 gather, Team 2 gather, Team 3 gather. Following the 3 people in the dormitory wearing military training uniforms ran to the playground inside. The playground inside immediately there are several reddish voices into the ears of all people. Hurry up and go, or you'll have to be disciplined again in a while. Yesterday night they had already had a simple meeting with all the instructors. The 3 people in the dormitory all knew the rules set by the military training. After hearing the voices they hurriedly urged to the side of the don't make a fuss, and then accelerated their footsteps and ran over towards the square formation they were in. After everyone gathered to the podium in front of the playground, a man who called himself the chief instructor, said some painless nonsense on the stage, and then let the various squads to take their own people away. And the square formation that don't make a difference and their dormitory belonged to the first team. After a dark-skinned man stood in front of them in an instructor's outfit, he brought the entire first team to a corner of the northernmost part of the playground. Hello everyone, I don't think I need to introduce myself anymore. I'm the first captain of your first team, and I've already met you all last night. You have already met all of your instructors yesterday, and starting today, your instructors will be training you both physically and mentally for a period of 14 days. Next divide the entire first team into 4 squads. The first captain stood at the front of the square and said this to everyone present. It's finally time to divide into squads. I just don't know which one will be our instructor. Upon hearing the news that they were going to be divided into teams, Zhang Meng, who was standing next to him, had a look of eagerness on his face, as if he wanted to be placed under that immortal cultivator's hand. What's so good about an immortal cultivator? It's not like immortal cultivators are superior. I still like ordinary instructors. Seeing this agitated look of Zhang Mang, the Li Chaoyang standing next to him faintly said to Zhang Mang, I also hope to be assigned to the immortal cultivator. The hand must be immortal cultivator. That is high up as the lowest level of immortal cultivator, but also than us ordinary people to be a lot stronger. Standing on the side, wearing glasses thin and weak Wang Chao, after hearing Li Chaoyang's voice, he also expressed his opinion, wanting to be assigned under the hand of that immortal cultivator. Look at you two. Stop it. You want to be sorted under the hand of some instructor. Do you also want to be sorted under the hand of that immortal cultivator? Seeing that there was no one to support him, Li Chaoyang turned his head to look at Farewell. This side opened his mouth to Farewell and asked, Me? I'll just be assigned under the hand of an ordinary instructor. There's nothing unusual about an immortal cultivator. After hearing Li Chaoyang's inquiry, Don't Make a Mess replied indifferently to Li Chaoyang. Don't Make a Mess was tempted to tell these people that the instructor who was at the peak of chi refinement was nothing to look at, himself, but after thinking about it, he finally didn't say anything. Once his identity as an immortal cultivator was exposed, what was waiting for him was to be transferred and forced into the Dao Yuan class. Roll call will begin next. Those whose names are called come forward and stand in front of the captain they belong to. For captains step forward. Just as the 4 people in the dormitory were discussing their efforts, the first captain at the front had already finished his introductory speech and then began to divide the teams. See, sure enough, on our team's side, the one in the front that looks around 30 years old is the peak chi practicing captain I told you about. After hearing the voice, Zhang Meng hurriedly raised his head to scan ahead, then with a very happy expression on his face, he pointed to the captain standing at the third one and said this to the farewell several people. Li Chaoyang just faintly glanced toward the front and did not make any comments. While Wang Chao's reaction in Zhang Meng is almost the same, as also a little bit of the fire in the heart has been secretly praying for can be assigned to the hands of this chi refiner under. Next I called the name of the start, toward the front of their respective captains to stand. Now is the first team. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Ma Zi, the first captain standing at the front, began to call out names in turn, causing each person inside the entire large team standing there to move toward the front of their own squad's captain. Next is Team 3, Li Chaoyang, Zhang Meng, Wang Chao. Stop it. the division of teams went on to the end. 7 or 8 minutes in, it finally reached Team 3. And just as a few people were looking bored, it was no surprise that all of them in one dormitory were placed under the hand of that peak chi refining immortal cultivator. Yes, after hearing his name being called, Zhang Mang clenched his fists and squatted in front of himself for a bit before rushing his ass over to the front of that third team's captain. Wang Chao also hurriedly followed behind, leaving only Li Chaoyang and Farewell. After the two looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, they slowly and leisurely walked towards the front of the third team's captain. Which one is Farewell? Come out to me. Just as Don't Make a Mess was about to walk in front of his captain, the first captain suddenly opened his mouth to the four people on this side and asked a question. After hearing this voice, Don't Make a Mess turned his head to look at the captain's side in confusion, then raised his hand and opened his mouth to shout at the captain. Senior Captain, I'm Don't Make a Difference. After saying his words, Bujinkin stood in place. Come over here for me and move faster. After hearing Farewell's reply, the captain directly pointed to the ground in front of him and said this to Farewell in a very serious manner. Although he was very puzzled as to what this senior captain was looking for himself for, Farewell still didn't disobey the senior captain's request and ran all the way to the senior captain, then lowered his head, not daring to look at the senior captain's eyes. He is Don't Make a Fuss? The student who openly missed class and training yesterday is really powerful. I heard that he's the first one to openly run away on the first day of school since the founding of the Magic City Polytechnic University. This kid has guts, but I don't think it's a good thing for the captain to call him out. After seeing Farewell being called out and hearing Farewell's name, the students who stood here one by one exchanged words in disgust, and the three people in Farewell's dormitory were also looking at Farewell in the distance with puzzled faces. Chapter 18 Punishment. Although the three of them knew that Farewell had made a mistake, the school had already given Farewell a punishment for this matter. So what could this great captain have done by calling Farewell over? Are you the one who didn't attend the opening ceremony of the school's military training yesterday and didn't come to report that, Bujang? Looking at the low-browed Farewell standing in front of him, a cold snort came out from the mouth of the senior captain and asked this to Farewell in a very serious tone. I am Don't Make a Fuss. I'm sorry, Captain. I didn't mean to not participate in the military training opening ceremony. I'm sorry, really very sorry. After hearing the first captain's inquiry, Bujinkin replied with a mosquito-like voice to the first captain, and then what followed was Bujinkin's signature line, a series of apologizing voices. Apologize? What's the point of having rules if apologizing works? Military training is all about the rules of military training. Military training is all about the strictest rules. You blatantly didn't attend the opening ceremony of military training yesterday. You must be punished. Hearing the affectionate Farewell, who kept apologizing to himself, the great captain had no meaning to be merciful and soft, and directly said this in a stern voice to Farewell, and then turned his head towards the other people beside him. All the people who came into contact with the captain's gaze all lowered their heads, not daring to meet the captain's eyes. It was obvious that Farewell was the chicken that the captain wanted to take out to kill the chicken for the monkeys to see. Yesterday you didn't participate in the military training. Don't say I'm not humane. I'll give you a punishment now. As long as you finish the next military training, no one will look for trouble from you again. But if you can't finish it, every next day of military training you have to pay twice the effort of others. Every training is double of others. Hear me? Looking at a picture of the Don't Dare to Resist in front of him, a hint of a smug smile appeared on the senior captain's face, and then said this to the Don't Dare in a slightly softer tone. Senior Captain, what punishment you have? You just say it. Don't Make a Mess were Dare to resist this military training captain in front of him. He still want to continue to stay in the school, can only timidly to the captain replied a sentence. Okay, now you go to run around the playground 20 laps. After running back to the team to continue to participate in military training, seeing that Farewell did not resist himself, the captain had some regrets in his heart, and then pointed in the direction of the playground to Farewell, and said this sentence. In his heart, the captain actually wants to let the Don't Make a Mess to resist himself. Only Don't Make a Mess the more intense the resistance. His own give Don't Make a Mess the heavier the punishment. In order to give the other students to do as a show, kill the chicken to the monkey to see should play the role of killing the chicken to the monkey to see. Let them know their own means in the end how harsh. This way these students will not rebel against themselves. My God, 20 laps? 1 lap, 400 meters 10 laps of 4 kilometers. 20 laps that's 8 kilometers. Now with a big sun on my head, I'm going to die of the sun standing here. This 20 laps run down. Look at that, don't mess around with a thin body. Can he still live? This big captain is also really cruel. The school has already done a demerit punishment for Bujang. He now wants to physically punish Bujang. After hearing the big captain's punishment for the alibi, one by one the students on the side of the team also discussed it. After all, the statement of 20 laps was a difficult task to accomplish for their current physical fitness and the temperature of the sun above their heads. Alright, Grand Captain, I'll go now. This alibi in front of him, did not have the slightest intention of resistance at all. After listening to the instructions of the military training captain to let himself run 20 laps, alibi did not even hesitation to turn a body to run in the direction of the playground. Wait a minute. Just as Don't Make a Fuss when he turned to run, suddenly a voice came into everyone's ears, only to see Don't Make a Fuss's roommate, Li Chaoyang, walked out from the team, and walked towards Don't Make a Fuss and in front of the captain. Captain, I don't think your punishment is appropriate. Aren't you blatantly physically punishing the students? Corporal punishment of students is a violation. Moreover, the school has already given a very serious punishment to Bujang yesterday. If you still dispense Bujang, he will just receive 2 punishments for nothing. This is not appropriate. After Li Chaoyang walked up to the senior captain, he directly said this to the senior captain very seriously. What kind of person are you? Does this matter have anything to do with you? You are his friend. Are you looking at this practice of mine as not favorable? After hearing Li Chaoyang's voice, the senior captain narrowed his eyes and asked this to Li Chaoyang. I am the housemate of the Don't Mess Around. I think that the big captain, you do this thing wrong. I can't see the captain. You don't look good. I don't dare to look at the big captain. You don't look good. Li Chaoyang in the end is also a big door out of the big family. Standing there is an invisible momentum. Although wearing a military training uniform, but Li Chaoyang's unassuming appearance, but also cannot help but let the other people look at 2 eyes high. What's wrong with you being his roommate? If you are not satisfied, you can accompany him to run 20 laps. Punishing him to run 20 laps is my rule here. The school's rule is the school's rule. I hear I'm the biggest during military training. I am your rules. What I say is how it is. There is no part for you to interrupt. You blatantly contradict the first captain to penalize you to run 5 laps. Go now. After the big captain heard Li Chaoyang say this, he directly pointed in the direction of the playground and said this to Li Chaoyang, then turned his head and saw the Don't Mess Around side. I am a person who has a fault. That is, the companion makes a mistake, everyone shares the burden. Since your housemate has to give you a head start, then, originally I wanted to let him run 10 laps. Seeing as he can't run in this manner, I will give you a share of 5 laps. You go run 25 laps. The first captain said this to Don't Make a Fuss in a deserved tone, and then with his hands behind his back looked at the rest of the students who were left standing in front of him. The rest of the people left who are still willing to mail him out to cover either run 10 kilometers or 5 kilometers, and then he'll split the 5 kilometers. After saying this, the first captain turned his back and looked at the 2 people standing in front of him. Farewell, and Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang didn't expect this big captain to be so unreasonable, and was just about to have a fit when he was stopped by a slim palm. This palm is not someone else. The owner of this palm is none other than Farewell. After Farewell stopped Li Chaoyang, he gently shook his head at Li Chaoyang, indicating that he didn't have anything going on. Alas, looking at the firm gaze in front of Farewell's eyes, Li Chaoyang sighed helplessly, then spoke to Farewell. Brother, you are really too good-tempered. Chapter 19, Staring. This kind of unreasonable request you can agree. If I were me, is definitely not possible to agree to this kind of unreasonable request. Forget it, as if to accompany you. 5 laps on 5 laps, is not a difficult thing. See, don't make a mess of this. Look, Li Chaoyang helplessly said to don't make a mess of this sentence. After making a gesture is ready to start running in the playground. Brother, wait a moment and let me have a word with the captain. As soon as Farewell saw that Li Chaoyang was ready to take off and start running laps on the playground, he quickly called out to Li Chaoyang, then turned his head to look at the great captain who was standing beside him. Big captain, just now you also said that if someone stands up for me is prepared to punish him with 10 laps. Since I can share 5 laps, can I share the other 5 laps as well? I'm going to go to the playground to run 30 laps. Let my roommate rest. Don't let him run. He is also to see that I am aggrieved. Come over to speak out for me, Justice. Don't make a fuss. Looking at the stern expression of the senior captain in front of him, tentatively asked this to the senior captain. You run 30 laps? If you can run all 30 laps today, I won't penalize him. If you can't finish the 30 laps, then 5 laps he still has to run. I can let him return to the team first. After hearing don't make a fuss, the captain's face showed a surprised expression. Originally, like this group of people, they are very righteous. Did not think in a campus side can meet this kind of righteousness, housemate. And there is one thing that the captain is very clear. That is, these people are all just started school one day can make such a deep friendship. This dormitory must be here. Don't make trouble, so say. Li Chaoyang, as a face of surprise, turned his head to look at. Don't make trouble this side. What are you doing? Don't make a fuss. This 5 laps I can run by myself. Even I can run 10 laps. Don't need you to bear for me. I originally wanted to help you say a few good words. Who knows that in turn is to cause you to run more 5 laps. This can't. After hearing Li Chaoyang say so, Li Chaoyang only then reacted to the fact that he had come out to speak and cause don't make a fuss to run 5 more laps. And if he didn't run don't make a fuss, he would even have to run 10 more laps. Li Chaoyang with a serious face refused. Don't make a mess for himself to run that 5 laps of meaning, and then ready to start running. Brother, I think you better forget it. I can really run down. You have to believe me. After measuring Li Chaoyang's body, he found that Li Chaoyang's physical quality is not too good. Running 5 laps under the sun. As long as he runs down, Li Chaoyang will definitely suffer from heatstroke. However, don't make a fuss. Don't make a fuss since childhood in the village side of running around. 5 kilometers 10 kilometers for don't make a fuss is really not a problem. In addition to the fact that Farewell is now an early stage foundation establishment immortal cultivator What kind of wear and tear can there be in running a single step? Alright brother, it's a deal. I'm going to run first. You'd better stay here peacefully and continue military training. Standing on the edge of the playground runway, did not say a word to Li Chaoyang. Fusheng, in his shoulder patted twice, then began to open step toward the playground, ran up the circle. Seeing the figure of Farewell has run up, Li Chaoyang gritted his teeth and glanced in the direction of the captain, and after finding the mocking look from the captain, Li Chaoyang took a step towards the direction that Farewell had just left and chased after him. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, 5 laps. While Farewell was running laps, there were good students around counting the laps for Farewell. After being penalized, BJ buried his head in the front and kept running, and did not see Li Chaoyang who was just behind him. Until the 5th lap was finished, Li Chaoyang was already tired and out of breath, and Farewell did not see Li Chaoyang until he had overtaken him for a whole lap. Brother, you don't need to follow me to run. You hurry back to the team. You have run 5 laps, the rest will be handed over to me. Look at me, I don't have any feeling at all. Not gasping for breath and not panicked. See, Li Chaoyang already really can't run the way don't make a fuss, said to Li Chaoyang after continue to open step, ran up. Looking at the back of the more and more vigorously run, Li Chaoyang helplessly sighed, turned around and walked back to the side of the team. When the captain saw Li Chaoyang return to the team after running 5 laps, panting, the corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile, and he didn't pay any attention to Li Chaoyang. Instead, his eyes kept gazing at Farewell who kept running laps on the playground. 10 laps. He has already run 10 whole laps. After an unknown student shouted out in surprise, everyone's face showed a look of surprise, as Bu Wan was still there continuing to run laps. The captain didn't have the intention of letting Bu Wan stop. At this time, all the other teams also saw Bu Wan who had been running laps on the playground. Who is this student? So powerful. He should be penalized for running laps here. But why does he keep running? I've seen him many times. Who knows? But looking at his skinny and weak appearance, I didn't think that he was actually so powerful. I know him. He's from our class. He Gongran didn't participate in the opening ceremony of the military training yesterday and missed class. I think he should be punished because of this reason. While Farewell was running laps, the other students were also talking about Farewell. What are you all doing? Don't talk to each other down there. Hurry up and get your posture right. Do you think you guys are comfortable? He is running laps there very hard. If you guys feel uncomfortable standing here, go and run laps with him too. The grand captain of this team heard that the students under his hands were mingling there and also spoke sternly to this group of students. After this grand captain's voice traveled down, all the students were immediately silenced, never making a single sound again. 25 laps. He ran 25 whole laps. As Farewell finished his 25th lap and walked back, Zhang Meng in the dormitory clenched his fists and spoke to Li Chaoyang and Wang Chao next to him with an excited expression. After hearing Zhang Meng's voice, Li Chaoyang also looked over in the direction of Farewell, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Big captain, I've finished running 25 laps. After completing the 25 laps, Bujang stood in front of the first captain and shouted very seriously at him. Bujang now didn't even have the slightest intention of being tired. During this recent period of time he had continuously taken several vigorous pills and a body refining pill. Just based on these pills alone, even if Bujang hadn't practiced cultivation, he would still be able to run down the course with complete ease. Chapter 20, Waiting to Die. Don't make a fuss this time. 25 laps of running, in turn, accelerated his degree of digestion of body refining. Dan, don't make a fuss. All obviously feel his pants leg seems to shrink upward a cut. His own size are a little longer. The captain looked at standing in front of his body a little feeling seems to have no don't mess around. Face a little unsightly, but just now he also said don't make a mess. If you can finish this 25 laps, no one will find don't make a mess of trouble in the future. Helpless captain can only nod to don't make a mess of it, and then pointed in the direction of the team, opened his mouth to don't make a mess of it and said, return to the line. After saying these words, the first captain stood in the very center of the crowd, then shouted to everyone, next each of you follow your own instructor. Military training officially begins. After saying this sentence, the first captain left from the front of the group walking away with a glance towards the figure of Farewell. Brother, you're also too fierce. When Farewell returned to the team and stood beside the three people of Li Chaoyang Zhang Mang dynasty, Zhang Mang gave a thumbs up to Farewell and said this. What's so great about me? It's just because I used to work out a lot. Don't look at me as skinny, but I'm a fast runner. Hearing Zhang Mang's compliments, don't make a fuss, on the contrary, was a bit shy and said this to Zhang Mang, then lowered her head and did not say anything else. When Zhang Mang was still about to open his mouth to say something, the instructor standing at the front spoke up. Next, everyone be quiet. Don't give me another word. I don't like people messing around in the place I manage. You guys do whatever I say. If anyone goes against my wishes, your end will be very miserable. If you don't believe me, you guys can give it a try. After speaking to the group of people he was leading, this peak chi refining instructor coldly swept his eyes around everyone's face, especially after focusing on don't make a mess, and then had all of these people disperse. Today is the first day of the official start of military training. All people are still full of energy. After hearing this instructor said so, all people have raised their vigilance. Seriously obey the arrangements of the instructor. Soon today's military training will end. After the end of the military training, line of 4 people would like to go to the direction of the dormitory. But don't make a fuss. After walking halfway, suddenly stop the body. You 3 first go back to the dormitory. I still have some things. Don't make a mess. Suddenly remembered that he still had a huge debt. He also had to go out to deliver takeaway things. After saying to these 3 people, turned around and was ready to leave. What are you doing to go? You've been tired all day today. Don't you want to go back inside the dormitory and get some rest? Is there anything else you want to go do? I'll treat everyone to dinner. I'll order takeout for everyone later. Let's go have a meal together. Li Chaoyang heard Farewell. After saying so, turned his head to look suspiciously at Farewell's face for a while, then said this to Farewell. I'm really sorry. I still have some things to do, so I can't follow you guys to eat together. You guys go back to the dormitory first. I won't go back to the dormitory at night. After hearing Li Chaoyang say so, don't make a mess gently shook his head at Li Chaoyang, and after saying such a sentence, he turned around and was ready to leave. Hey, forget it, let's go. Watching Farewell leave, Li Chaoyang originally wanted to dissuade Farewell, but his outstretched hand was eventually withdrawn, and after glancing at Zhang Mang and Wang Chao next to him, he said a word to the 2 of them, and turned around and walked in the direction of the dormitory. Zhang Mang and Wang Chao were also puzzled and glanced towards the back of Farewell, then followed behind Li Chaoyang and walked towards the direction of the dormitory. Boss, can I sing here for an extra hour every day? I'm in a hurry for money. Inside a bar near the school, after Su Yuxiao had arranged everything, she returned to the bar and inquired this to the bar's owner. Su Yojiao has been in this bar side part-time singing, working 3 hours a day. A month's salary is 4,000 yuan. Originally this 4,000 yuan for Su Yojiao. A month of living expenses is more than enough, but now this 4,000 yuan is simply for the repayment of debts owed is a drop in the bucket. So Su Yojiao would like to earn more money. If you sing for 1 more hour, just enough to return to school. So Su Yojiao to the bar owner put forward such a request. You want to sing for 1 more hour? Why is that? Hearing Su Yojiao say this, the bar owner asked Su Yojiao curiously. I'm in desperate need of money these days, so I want to earn a little bit more. Boss, please help me. Hearing the boss say that, Su Yajiao's face showed a difficult expression, and said this to the boss pleadingly. Fine, just sing for 1 more hour. Go ahead. Looking at Su Yuzi's big watery eyes, the boss also sighed helplessly, waved his hand and said this to Su Yuzi. Thank you boss, you're the best. After bowing to the boss, Su Yojiao happily went to a corner of the bar and sat behind the microphone, and then Su Yojiao's singing voice spread into the entire bar from the corner. Situ brother, this is our school near a bar. I often come here hear side of the resident singer, or our school students sing very good. At this time outside the bar Situ Zay and an obese boy toward the inside. Come in. This obese boy is the son of a plutocrat in Magic City. Their family and Situ family is considered to be a family friend, and the relationship between these 2 people is also relatively good. So this guy took advantage of the time when there was no class to ask Situ Zay out and brought him to this bar. Fatty Wong, you just know to come to this kind of place all day long. Tell me you can obviously cultivate. Why don't you go to cultivate? Instead you run inside the school to attend. After hearing the fat man beside him speak, Situ Zay frowned and asked at the fat man beside him. In fact, this fatty beside Situ Zay had a secret that everyone did not know, except Situ Zay. The people around the fatty's family thought that this fatty did not have the talent to cultivate. In fact, where the fatty did not have the talent to cultivate, that fatty not only had the talent to cultivate, his talent was not generally good, but this fat man because of lazy, because cannot sit, because afraid of injury, so decisively give up the cultivation of this road. His maxim is to eat and wait for death, when the time comes to inherit his old man's family business, and then comfortably continue to eat and wait for death again. Chapter 21, What's the point of running? Situ brother, You say this is where the words cultivation more hard maybe will also put their own life in the inside child. I this come here to school, every day wandering, by the time mixing food and waiting for death inheritance of the family business. In the future is not beautiful. After hearing what Situze said to himself, Fatty Wang proudly patted his belly. You, alas, forget it, I won't say anything about you. People have their own aspirations. Everyone's pursuits are different. Since you want to say so, there's not much I can do about it. Hearing Fatty Wang say this, Situze faintly shook his head, and did not continue to argue with Fatty Wang about this matter of his cultivation, but instead walked in towards the inside of the bar. Why are you more anxious than me? Wait for me. Seeing Situze taking the lead and walking in, Fatty Wang hurriedly waved at him behind his back, then opened his legs and chased after Situze's back. Take the stuff, don't spill it outside. Remember to hurry up and send it over to the guests. After Don't Make a Mess put on his own takeout clerk's clothes, he took the takeout from the merchant's hand, then rushed out from inside the store, and ran furiously towards the place where he was delivering the takeout. All the other delivery men rode small motorized bikes to deliver the food. But where did Don't Make a Difference get the money to buy such a device for himself? However, there is an advantage. That is, Farewell is a cultivator of immortality. So run faster. In no way worse than the electric car. So Farewell chose to use their legs to measure the distance of this delivery. In Don't Make a Fuss, under the very fast running, the hand side of the outside one by one all delivered. He wanted to send him to the hand side of the people. However, the last takeaway let Don't Make a Mess some surprise. Actually is in the hospital. Look at the last name on the takeaway. Don't Make a Fuss for a moment some hesitation, because the owner of this outside surnamed Pang, and in this hospital, Don't Make a Mess clearly no Pang Lon lives in this hospital. The reason why Pang Lon will be in this hospital is entirely because of their own that day to give him a taste of a diarrhea of 1,000 miles of loose and the spring night loose 2 babies. Don't be Pang Long, don't be Pang Long, Don't Make a Fuss, looked at his hand inside the takeaway. Now he can't let someone else to deliver this takeaway. Can only secretly pray in his heart that the one who ordered this takeaway is not Pang Long. However, sometimes things are so coincidental. Not enemies do not get together after Don't Make a Mess knocked on the hospital room door. Open the door is Pang Long under the hand of the little brother of the big knife. Sir, your takeout. Farewell. Lowered his head and handed the takeaway inside his hand to Big Dagger, not daring to raise his head to look at Big Dagger at all, for fear of being knocked down and discovering his identity. To absorb the anger from Pang Long. To absorb the grief from Pang Long. However, just as Big Dagger opened the door, 2 beeps from the 7 emotions system came into Bujinkin's ears. Can't see me, can't see me. Farewell was now simply too lazy to pay attention to, nor was he in the mood for the 7 emotion system's beeps, but instead, he had been silently chanting in his heart that Big Dagger couldn't see him. Kid, it's actually you. Big Dagger, who had already casually received the takeout and was ready to turn around and enter the hospital room, turned his head to take a look because he felt that the takeout clerk in front of him looked somewhat familiar. It doesn't matter if you don't look. At a glance Big Dagger immediately realized that what was standing in front of him was actually a Don't Mess Around, and then shouted loudly out of the side of his mouth, to absorb the anger from the great sword. After the big knife finished saying this sentence, Don't Make a Mess to the inside of the head immediately spread up a prompt sound. Knife, what happened? Who is standing outside? After hearing Big Knife's voice, Pang Long's voice also came out from inside the ward. Big brother, it's that kid from that day. After hearing Pang Long's inquiry, Big Dagger directly turned his head and shouted to the inside of the ward. Don't let him get away. After this voice of the big knife reached the inside of the ward, Pang Long immediately knew what kind of person was standing in the doorway, and then directly jumped down from the side of the hospital bed, shouted at the big knife, and ran over in the direction of the doorway. See this situation, Don't Make a Fuss, we're still dare to continue to stay here. Turn around and spread out, ready to escape from this hospital inside. But Don't Make a Mess just ran a step, was behind the big knife, a hand dragged the clothes. Kid, want to run? Where can you run to? The big knife yanked. Don't make a mess of the clothes after to don't make a mess of, shouted this sentence. However, Big Dagger did not expect that a huge force came from the top of Farewell's clothes, which directly brought Big Dagger, who was tugging on Farewell's clothes, to stumble, and almost didn't fall on the ground. Farewell is now an early stage foundation cultivator, and the big knife is just an ordinary person. How can he have the strength of Farewell? After a stumble, Farewell, it ran out from his hand side. Sorry, let me go. Don't make a fuss. After feeling the force coming from his back, while running forward, while mumbling apologies in his mouth. Host, what are you running for? A cripple in the middle stage of foundation establishment. There's no need for an ordinary person to be afraid of them. Don't make a panic, fleeing in the hospital back and forth, and behind the back of the big knife is also hastily followed in the back of the Don't Make a Panic, chasing Don't Make a Panic. At the time of the panic, the prompts of the 7 emotions system sounded inside his head. Do you think I'm stupid? That's the middle stage of foundation establishment. Although he has one hand crippled, but that's also, at that time he didn't use the true chi in his body at all. He thought that I was an ordinary person, and I was given a hand. Otherwise I'm afraid that 3 of me would not be a match for him. After hearing the system's beep, Farewell's feet didn't stop, but remained on the run. Host, you are now already in the early stage of foundation establishment, coupled with your own special physique, plus neither vigorously Dan brought you the effect of the middle stage of foundation establishment is not unbeatable. How could there be a host as wimpy as you? After hearing the voice of Farewell, the 7 emotions system did not have the good sense to say this to Farewell. Hearing the 7 emotions system's not so good manner of speaking to himself, Bujang stopped in his tracks, his heart filled with doubts. When did I become an early stage foundation establishment? Wasn't I at the peak of chi refining? Don't make a fuss as he stood in place and glanced at the big sword chasing after him behind him, and asked this to the 7 emotions system inside his head. Host, haven't you already lit up the first star of the second level? Could it be that you've forgotten about this matter? The system's level 2 represents foundation establishment. Host, you are now an early stage foundation establishment cultivator. The 7 emotions system seemed to be patiently explaining to Bujinkan, but the dislike in its tone was something that Bujinkan could hear clearly. Chapter 22, there's someone behind this kid. Kid, why don't you run? Why don't you run? Just when Farewell was still immersed in what the landing system had just said, a rough voice came into Farewell's ears, to absorb the grief and anger from Pan Long. Just after this voice entered Bujinkan's ears, the system's mechanical beeps also followed closely behind. Hearing the voice, Farewell hurriedly raised his head and looked over in the direction the voice came from, only to see a man with a bandaged arm hanging from his neck looking at Farewell's side with a grimace on his face. Kid, you TMD actually still dare to appear in the hospital side. Old son today do not get dead you. Old son is not called Pong Long. Did not think that you kid also life big? Actually from I found those 3 people hand side ran out. But the things you put to the 3 of them to make the 3 of them make a fool of themselves. And even more so, the old man confirmed. That day as you put some strange things to the old man. After seeing Farewell stop in place, Pang Long directly pointed at Farewell's nose at Farewell and said this. I didn't mean to. I only put those things in the cup. It was you who had to pick up the cup and drink the water. Now confirmed in front of this Pang Long is not their own opponent. Don't make a fuss. The heart also has some bottom, but don't make a fuss or don't dare to be too arrogant. Cowardly nature. Let him speak with some timid appearance. You TMD still dare to sophistry with lousy. Lousy not whip you today. Lousy not called Pang Long. After hearing Farewell's voice, Pang Long directly raised his other hand and was about to whip it towards Farewell's face. Looking at Pang Long's palm about to greet his face, the nervous Bujang subconsciously blocked it with his hand. Kid, TMD actually dare to block? Seeing that his hand was blocked by Ferris Bueller, Pang Long froze for a moment, and then coldly said this directly lifted his foot and kicked over like Ferris Bueller's chest. Sensing that there was a black shadow rushing towards his chest, Bujang, both of his hands directly clamped down on this black shadow, and then fiercely exerted a force. Old man's leg. Accompanied by the force of this force, a miserable scream came directly from the mouth of Pang Long. At this time, Pang Long has been on the hatred of Fai Shuang's mind, so he also forgot that day his arm is how to break. Until this moment Pang Long just remembered that Fai Shuang is a cultivator of immortality, although he didn't know why Farewell was an immortal cultivator and why he went to the golden bath as a back rubber. But the way Situze looked at him that day was still fresh in Pang Long's mind. Originally, he was thinking of not continuing to fight with Bu Jiu, but that day by mistake, he drank a cup of Bu Jiu's water that was mixed together with the water from the diarrhea of 1,000 miles and the spring night. In the back of the thing has let Pang Long completely lost his mind, or still care about don't make trouble. In the end, what kind of identity of a person? His head inside the back in addition to get killed don't make trouble no other idea. Until this moment by don't make a fuss. After breaking a leg, Pang Long only a jolt to calm down. Big knife stop. Don't do it. You are not his opponent. Looking at his little brother in front of him, Big Dagger was about to rush to the front of Farewell. Pang Long Union opened his hand and called out to stop Big Dagger. But at this moment, Pang Long was squatting on the ground with a face of pain. After hearing Pang Long's voice, Big Dagger looked in front of Pang Long with a puzzled face, but he still chose to unconditionally believe in Pang Long, and then retreated back from in front of the others. Kid, hurry up and be honest. What exactly is your identity? After seeing the big knife retreat to his side, Pang Long raised his head from the ground and stared at Farewell, who was standing not far away, and opened his mouth to him and asked, to absorb the fear and anger from Pang Long, to absorb the anger from the great sword. Just as Pang Long finished asking these words, 2 beeps sounded inside Farewell's head. Then Farewell, looking at Pang Long in front of him, There were still some doubts as to why this Pang Long would harbor fear towards himself. Me? I'm just a delivery man. In front of me is the bath scrubber of golden bath full of grace. After hearing Pang Long's question to himself, Don't Make a Mess pointed to his nose and asked at Pang Long suspiciously. Then after holding his chin and thinking for a while, he said his two identities to Pang Long. Didn't ask you about this identity. This identity I know. Tell me an identity I don't know. Where the hell did you come from? What is your master? And where did you learn the immortal cultivation technique from? This answer from Farewell almost didn't make Pang Long spit out blood, but Pang Long still held back the anger in his heart and asked two questions to Farewell. Me? I'm still a student at the Magic City University of Technology. My master? I don't have a master immortal cultivation? I don't know what immortal cultivation dharma is either. Farewell is now also bracing himself for understanding and pretending to be confused. The 7 emotions system he definitely can't expose it. But the immortal cultivation dharma door Farewell really doesn't know. And the master Farewell really doesn't have one either. This kid is bluffing me. Young to cultivate to the early stage of foundation building, compared to the Situ family's talented young master. Although there is a certain gap, but not much difference, this kid must have someone behind. After hearing Farewell say this, Pang Long persuaded himself in the side of his heart, as if only this explanation can be right. Farewell's current stature. Big brother, this kid how to do? Want to call all the brothers over to you to clean up? This kid, the big knife standing on the side, saw after Pang Long asked this sentence, although the expression on his face is not good, but half a day did not give orders to deal with Don't Make a Mess. To Pang Long tentatively asked a sentence. Let this kid go. Don't be general with this kid. Kid, I tell you, what you did to me these 2 times Lao Zi remembered. We can't turn the mountain. Today I let you go first. After hearing the big knife's inquiry, Pang Long gently shook his head, then raised his head to look at the side of the Don't Make a Fuss. Sternly to the Don't Make a Fuss. Said so, and then again under the big knife's support, limping once again toward the direction of the ward walked over. Why did Big Brother let him go? Although he didn't know the reason why Pang Long decided to let him go. Don't make a fuss. But Big Dagger was still curious and asked Pang Long. This kid is eccentric. Look at how young he is and he has already cultivated to the early stage of foundation establishment. Do you think it's reasonable? There might be someone behind this kid. This kid is here to play pig in a poke for us, acting us both. So we still have to be cautious. You let the brethren go down and poke around properly. What kind of a bottom is behind this kid? Chapter 23, The Angry Don't Make a Difference. Hearing Big Dagger ask this, Pang Long frowned his own brow as he limped in the direction of the ward, saying this to Big Dagger as he walked. Alright, Big Brother, I know. Hearing Pang Long say this, Big Dagger hurriedly responded to Pang Long. What's going on? Why did they suddenly leave? Looking at the 2 figures disappeared from within his line of sight, Don't Make a Fuss, still somewhat puzzled, after scratching the back of his head twice, muttered, said so, and then turned a corner and walked out from inside the hospital. Glancing at the sky, Don't Make a Fuss, found that the time is not early, to their own time to go to the construction site to work. Don't make trouble to change clothes, directly wearing their own delivery of this body of clothing, towards the edge of the construction site rushed over. Each one of you give me listen. Tonight your task is over there 2,000 bags of cement, and 50,000 bricks. A bag of cement $1, 10 bricks 50 cents. All give me to move over there. Who moves more, who has more money? After waiting for the Don't Make a Fuss to rush to the inside of the construction site to stand in line, the contractor's foreman, with his hands behind his back, pointed to a large pile of bricks and cement next to him, and said this to the 4 workers who were present. A bag of a piece of 1,000 bags is $1,000, $10.50, $100 and $5, $10,000 is $500, and $20,000 is $1,000. Here the bag foreman finished these words after Don't Make a Fuss. In the heart of the side of the dark will all of these money to calculate once again, and then counted their own tonight almost can earn about $2,000. Face directly revealed a bright smile. Alright, all TND, hurry up and go to work. Saw himself after finishing his words. These 4 workers are still standing here without moving. There is even a wearing delivery clothes. Standing there giggling foreman impatiently shouted at them and waved his hand, to absorb the malice from the bagman. Right after this voice of the Packers foreman finished speaking, Don't Make a Fuss, to the inside of his head suddenly came a strange beat that was absorbing the malice from the Packers foreman. This bagman is actually harboring malice towards himself? After hearing this question signaling, don't be alarmed instantly, he is here to earn money, but this contractor and he has not even seen before, actually harbor malice towards him, which makes Don't Be Alarmed very puzzled. But don't make a fuss, tonight's mission is still mainly to make money. This thought lasted for a while in the side of Bujang's head before it was suppressed by Bujang. 1 bag of cement, 2 bags of cement, 3 bags of cement, 4 bags of cement, Don't be ridiculous. When he walked next to the pile of cement, he directly picked up 4 bags at once, and then walked over in the direction designated by the contractor. I go, this kid's strength is actually so big, looking not too old and skinny, actually more powerful than a few of us. Seeing the don't mess around, actually can carry 4 bags of cement at once. A worker with a surprised face said this to the other 2 workers next to him. Hurry up and do it, with such a flunky, we're not going to make good money tonight. After the other worker heard the voice, he sighed helplessly, then carried a bag of cement and walked over in the designated direction. Don't make a fuss. Not only did he carry a lot at once, but he was also very fast. In just 1 hour, don't make a fuss, he carried more than 300 bags of cement, which made the eyes of the other workers looking at don't make a fuss change. This kid is definitely here to smash a few of our rice bowls tonight. No, we can't let this kid continue to work like this, or else none of us will be able to earn any money tonight. We'll have to let this kid suffer a bit in a while. A few workers agreed that they couldn't let Farewell go on like this, and then one by one, the eyes of Farewell became a little changed. Absorb the anger, grief, and malice from worker A. To absorb the anger and resentment and malice from worker B. To absorb the anger and sorrow and malice from worker C. Right after the 3 people over here had made up their minds, the one who was carrying the cement, Farewell, stumbled on his feet as the series of beeps made Farewell instantly a bit headstrong. He came to carry a cement to move a brick. Did not think that in addition to the contractor, in addition to the 3 workers suddenly also on him in anger and grief, and malicious, so don't make a fuss. A moment some caught off guard. However, don't care about these, because these people no matter what attitude to him. Now don't be able to when they are already 2 kinds of people. Don't be able to, is an immortal cultivator. These people, even if they are again powerful, they are also ordinary people. Don't make a fuss with them, simply not at a level above. So others are still safe and sound to concentrate on carrying their own cement. Seeing the 2 days with cement, 3 people only carried less than 1,000. The rest of all were all don't make a mess of 1 person to carry. 3 workers looked at each other after pulling out from their pockets some pegs thrown on the ground. After a while, to see this kid foot disabled still how to continue to rob with us. Worker A coldly said to the 2 people next to him before turning around and walking towards the place where the bricks were being moved. The other 2 workers also coldly laughed at the alibi. Over here, before walking over in the direction of the bricks, to absorb the malice from the workers. Bujinkin had just thrown down his last death in cement and then walked over in the direction of the bricks when he suddenly heard such a voice. Immediately after that, because of the reason that the cultivation level had been raised, Bujinkin's eyesight and physical quality had also been raised to a different degree. And even though it was nighttime now, Bujinkin looked at the things in front of his own eyes as if it was daytime. In an instant, he discovered the pile of pins thrown on the ground. So it's harboring such malice. After seeing the pins on the ground, Farewell immediately understood what kind of malice these 3 workers held for themselves. After gently standing on his tiptoes and walking around these nails, Farewell walked straight towards the bricks. A few people saw that Buwan actually did not step on the pegs. One by one, they showed a puzzled expression, but they did not give up and just target Buwan. Instead, they prepared for a few people in a while to give Buwan a black foot when Buwan took the bricks. Host, just what kind of heavenly anger thing have you done? How come these few workers keep trying to generate malice towards you? I'm too lazy to give you a report. This time when these few workers were generating malice, the writing system's beep sounded inside Farewell's head. I'm not doing anything either. I'm just working quietly. Chapter 24, is it possible that the system is broken? I also don't know why this group of people would suddenly be malicious towards me. Farewell also felt that he had wronged himself at this time. Clearly he had not done anything, but was only working here conscientiously. And these few workers were inexplicably targeting themselves. Just as Buwan and the writing system were communicating, one of the workers quickly walked to Buwan's body, and then stretched out his foot, wanting to trip Buwan into a dog-eat-dog. Farewell, who was giving the prairie motion system to show that he had been wronged, suddenly heard a mournful scream coming from his ears, and it seemed like he had stepped on something hard under his own feet. When Buwan looked over to his feet, the worker's foot was stepped on by Buwan at some point. Buwan, now the force was a little too strong. The worker's foot seemed to have been stepped on by Buwan as if it had been broken. What happened? What's going on? After hearing the miserable screams from this side, the other 2 workers also hurriedly surrounded this side. What are you guys doing here? What are you guys doing here? Scaring me so much that I can't even sleep well. Just as this worker who made a miserable scream was about to open his mouth to speak, suddenly the contractor's foreman stepped out from the side, pointing at the 4 people who were gathered around. With his other hand behind his back, he asked this to the few people in a very serious manner. Foreman, help me, my foot was stepped on by this kid. After the troublemaker's foreman came out to speak, this worker who had his foot stepped on and broken by Don't Trouble moved forward with a pained expression and then shouted such a sentence to the foreman. What are you guys doing here? Why was the foot stepped off? What happened when you kid came over? Why did you trample someone's foot off? After hearing this worker say that his foot was broken, the contractor, who already had something on his mind, appeared to be even more annoyed. Directly to the "don't make a fuss," hooked his hand, and then squinted his own eyes at the "don't make a fuss" who walked to his body, then asked a sentence. "I'm sorry, I really did not mean it. I just got lost in thought. I was thinking about things, but did not think about why this big brother's feet will appear under my feet. We two is to walk side by side. I also should not be able to step on his feet." After hearing the contractor's reprimand, "Don't make a fuss," first reflexively poured out 2 apologies to the contractor, and then said the doubts in his heart. "Kid, someone else's foot breaks. You say it's not your intention. It's hard to believe that he specially shoved his foot under you, so that you can step on his foot to break it?" After hearing Farewell's explanation, the foreman directly pointed at Farewell's nose at Farewell and questioned so. After hearing the contractor's foreman say this, the worker who had his foot stepped on and broken, and was supported by 2 of his fellow workers, and sat down. His face changed for a moment, but it was definitely impossible for him to admit that he was trying to wrestle Bujang to a doggerel, and was stepped on by Bujang in an inadvertent manner, and had his foot stepped on, and broken. To absorb worker A's grief and anger, to absorb the anger of worker B, to absorb the anger from worker C, to absorb the malice and anger from the contractor. Just in this short while, the system's prompts directly gave a series of prompts to Farewell. Say something. Why don't you say anything? Is it because you think you have no way to refute it? Kid, let me tell you, today on the construction site under this act of yours, this worker was injured, deducted all the wages you have already gotten today, take it to treat him, and then you don't have to come. Seeing that Bilal stood in front of himself without saying anything, the foreman of the contractor was very overbearing towards B, and after saying such a sentence, he turned a body and was ready to leave. Foreman, don't leave. I'm really very anxious to use the money, otherwise I wouldn't have come here tonight. I basically carried all the cement just now. You let me carry these bricks over again. I'm really in a great hurry for money. My brother is still in the hospital having an operation, waiting for me to pay for the operation. Please, foreman, give me a chance. Seeing the foreman turn around and prepare to leave, Don't Make a Fuss and hurriedly chased to the side of the foreman, and then tugged on the foreman's sleeve, said this to the foreman pleadingly. See, don't make a mess of such a reaction. The foreman froze for a moment, and then eyes flashed meaning, not easy to find the foot, and then used his hand to block the side of his mouth, gently coughed twice. Young man, although your wages have been taken to others as medical expenses as compensation, but I have a thing to earn money, depending on whether you dare to do this thing. If you do it, I'm down to give you 10,000. Coughing twice, the foreman looked at the Don't Make Trouble has been pestering himself. The foreman made a difficult expression, carefully thought for a moment after to the Don't Make Trouble, said so some words. Foreman, you just say do what? I'll do it now, as long as I can earn money, not to mention carrying cement and moving bricks. It's no problem to go up the mountain of knives and go down to the sea of fire. Hearing that there is a thing can easily earn 10,000. Don't Make a Fuss in a hurry, pounced in front of the foreman, to the foreman pleading said so, to absorb the evil thoughts from the foreman. But don't make a mess. After finishing these words, the system actually once again prompted himself to receive, from the foreman of the Packers, evil thoughts. This foreman in the end want to do to himself what? Can it be that the foreman gave himself a moment to arrange this work, actually buried a big pit in the inside waiting to deal with himself? But he and the foreman of the past days have no grievances and no hatred of Don't Make a Fuss. Really can't imagine why the foreman will be aimed at himself. Can't it be that the 7 emotion system is broken? Can't tell what people have malice towards me and what people have anger towards me. Otherwise I'll come here tonight and work for a bit. These people are all meeting for the first time. There's no reason for them to have anger and malice and grief and these emotions towards him. In the head of the quiet thinking for a while about these things after Don't Make a Fuss, finally still did not come up with an answer. After all, teaching system although is their own newly acquired things, but Don't Make a Fuss. Think about it all, think this thing should not be easy to make a mistake. 10,000 evil host. You actually sprouted such thoughts. Really too chilling. You actually began to doubt your 7 emotion system? Although the 7 emotion system has only been bound to you for a short period of 3 days, it can't be said that it's giving you food and clothing. But without the 7 emotion system, you are still a poor boy in the village whose brother has been beaten into a vegetable but doesn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Chapter 25 Malice. You're actually starting to doubt the accuracy of the 7 emotion system? Host, I'm telling you, the 7 emotion system, even if your brain is out of whack, you won't go wrong. Don't think about this aspect of things in the future, or else you'll see if I'll give your mouth for a diarrhea of 1,000 miles of dispersal. After sensing the thoughts inside Farewell's heart, the 7 emotion system seemed to have been greatly insulted, and said this to Farewell in a very mournful voice. and finally threatened farewell with 1,000 miles of diarrhea powder. Big brother system. Sisters system, please, don't make a scene. Don't make a scene. This one diarrhea 1,000 miles of powder is not the stuff that people eat. If you give me this stuff, I'll be disgraced. Please, give me a chance. I shouldn't have doubted the system. It's my fault. I'm sorry, I really know it's wrong. As soon as he heard the 7 sentiments system say stop, there wasn't even a bit of hesitation, and he instantly began to admit his weakness to the 7 sentiments system. What kind of thing is a diarrhea of 1,000 miles of dispersal? Don't make a fuss has already witnessed twice. As soon as you think of Pang Long's buttocks spraying yellow stuff, and the bathroom side of Pang Long found those 3 people sprayed all over the sky with the scene. Don't make a fuss can't help but chrysanthemums tighten up. Knowing that you are wrong is fine. In the future, less out there to give me nonsense hat. Otherwise you will be finished. After the 7 emotions system heard Bujang admitting his mistake, it coldly said to Bujang and disappeared from inside Bujang's mind, never moving again. Although it seemed like Bujangles had been communicating with the 7 emotion system for a long time, it was only a matter of a split second. Foreman, I don't agree. Why should there be such a good thing to be given to this kid to do? Why can't the 3 of us do it? The 3 of us can do it too. And the 3 of us promise to do it better, faster and more beautifully than him. After hearing what the foreman said to the don't mess around, the other 3 workers on the side were immediately unconvinced, especially the one whose foot was stepped on and broken. He was even more serious, and was helped by the other 2 to limp and jump to the foreman's face, and then questioned at the foreman. Are you sure you guys are going to do this job? I only need 1 person for this job. I can only give it to one of the 4 of you. Look at you, your feet have been stepped on and broken by others. What are you still coming up here for? Hurry up and go back to rest. The other 2, I think you are too old to have the courage. Seeing the 3 people walk to his body, the foreman reached out and pointed to the head, this half-repaired building, and then said this to the other 3 workers in front of him, and also squeezed his eyes at them. After hearing what the foreman said, these 3 workers seemed to understand something. Their faces all showed an expression of sudden realization, and then hastily nodded and opened their mouths to say to the foreman, the 3 of us really can't. The 3 of us aren't very good. This matter is better to let this little brother do it. This big money can only be earned by this little brother. The 3 of us don't have that life to earn this money yet. These 3 workers are all the workers under the hand of this contractor. After seeing the contractor's gesture, the 3 of them instantly understood that the contractor was going to let the don't make a fuss to do some work. Then one by one, they took a step backward, and hurriedly smiled sarcastically and responded to the contractor with a sentence. To absorb the fear and malice from worker A. To absorb the fear and malice from worker B. To absorb the fear and malice from worker C. Looking at the abnormal reactions of these 3 workers, and the system beep that suddenly appeared inside their heads, Farewell frowned gently, but farewell, for this matter did not look deeply into it. This contractor, no matter what malice he harbored towards him, let him do something. Farewell was not worried, because he is a cultivator, not ordinary people, even if this thing is difficult for ordinary people again, but once to the cultivator's hand side of this thing will become a lot easier. Alright, you 3 scatter, come little brother, come with me. I'll arrange this $10,000 worth of work for you. See, 3 workers finally do not go over to get together. The foreman, satisfied, nodded after walking to the side of the don't make a fuss. In don't make a fuss, on top of the shoulder patted twice, and then twisted a body toward the front of this move to renovate and build a half of the black paint building went over. Don't make a fuss. After hesitating for a while or step forward to follow the foreman. This kid really tm miserable. Dry a night out so big strength. By big brother just screwed a hand after a penny cannot earn, not to mention. Maybe tonight also have to put their own life back here. Seeing the don't make a fuss, and the contractor went in the direction of the building. After the past worker B said this to the workers next to him, worker A and worker C. Don't need to be possible. This kid must have lost his life here tonight. I heard that the foreman has united a few people these days to prepare to take this matter of compensation payment to the workers from the upper side of this project. But he now has been unable to find the right person to get a little thing. This kid tonight is also considered to send their own door. And our construction site is very safe this year. Nothing happened to take away that batch of payment. Now or not someone injured can get their hands on it. Must be dead individuals. After hearing worker B next to him say this, worker A glanced at worker B and worker C next to him, then coldly said this to them. No wonder this live foreman at the construction site today gave them $50,000 during the day and none of them went up. I was all heartbroken. If it wasn't for big brother you stopping me, I guess I would have gone. By then this scapegoat might be me. The last worker C, who looked a bit stupid, after hearing worker A say so, looked at worker A with a grateful face and said this to him. Alas, tonight this money can only be earned by the 3 of us. Maybe the 3 of us can also earn a little bit of the contractor's hush money later. Let's go. Let's go. Something happened on the construction site is a very normal situation. After looking back towards the abyss-like building, the worker got up limply and said to the two people next to him, and then walked towards the remaining bricks. Even if his feet were broken by the don't mess around, he still had to keep earning money. Young man really has guts. The two went up the stairs until they reached the 7th floor, and then took the elevator that was temporarily built on the construction site until they reached the top floor. After going up to the top floor, the contractor's foreman gave a thumbs up and an unexpected praise to the alibi next to him. The foreman is polite. I am merely very short of money. Otherwise I wouldn't be in such a hurry. Chapter 26, People die for money. Birds die for food. Hearing the foreman say this, Don't Make a Fuss shook his head gently at the foreman, indicating the predicament he was facing right now. It's alright. After this job is done you'll never be short of money again. Hearing Farewell say that, the foreman's face flashed with a hint of sinister, then quickly changed his expression, raised his head with a smile and patted Farewell's shoulder twice, then walked over towards a position at the edge of the building. Malice from the Packer has been absorbed. Host lights up the second star of the 7 Emotions System Level 2, rewarding the host with a copy of the 7 Emotions True Chi cultivation method. After the bagman's words, the system's beep suddenly sounded inside Bujang's head. Farewell remembered that after he had upgraded the 7 Emotions system to a level 19 stars, the 7 Emotions system had only risen 1 star after absorbing the emotions of so many people. However, he didn't think that after working on the construction site a few times this evening, it had actually raised another star. But don't make a fuss. At this time, for more than this 7 Emotions True Chi cultivation method is more curious, because the 7 Emotions True Chi cultivation system, but according to the host's negative emotions to absorb how much to help the host to directly enhance the cultivation of the host. Don't make a fuss. I always thought that I don't need to care about the cultivation of True Chi, but I didn't think that there would be more of this 7 Emotions True Chi cultivation method. Is it possible to let yourself carry out the cultivation of True Chi? In fact, don't make a fuss. Don't know the 7 Emotions System star level up is based on the host to absorb the number of negative and positive emotions to decide. And the bagman tonight for Don't Make a Fuss produced by the negative emotions. That is not 1 or 2 people. Ordinary negative emotions can be compared. At the same time, although the 7 feelings system can enhance the host's level, but not endless for the host to enhance. 7 feelings system is only an auxiliary role. The ultimate cultivation or cannot escape the immortal cultivator step by step on the ground to accumulate the process of True Chi. The 7 feelings system is only an auxiliary tool only, but this auxiliary tool some bull, some heaven. These things Don't Make a Fuss ready to wait until he returned to the dormitory side and then ask about the 7 feelings system. And now the main thing is still first this 10,000 yuan into his pocket. Otherwise tonight he can really be a waste of time. The reason why this job is priced so high is that it's a bit dangerous. See that piece of steel pipe sticking out outside? There's another section of pipe tied to the front of this pipe. This section of pipe was a pipe that was built to measure at the time, but some of this pipe is now going to be recycled back, so a person needs to climb over there and unhook this pipe. After walking to the edge of the building, the foreman reached out and pointed to a steel pipe sticking out from the edge of the building, another longer section of pipe hanging in front of it, and said this to Don't Make a Fuss. After hearing the foreman say so, Don't Make a Fuss, along with the direction of the foreman's finger to look at him in the past, found that this section of steel pipe sticking out of the building position is longer, and another section of steel pipe at any time there is the possibility of falling down. No wonder no one came to do this thing. This steel pipe is tied to the safety rope, must be leaning to the edge. Once this sticking out of the steel pipe is not fixed solidly, then it will certainly fall down and fall to pieces. Young man, how? If you're scared then forget it. You're not too late to go down now. If you're really not afraid, then go and get that pipe back, and then I'll give you $10,000. I can also reward you with another $5,000 in my private name. See, Don't Make a Fuss staring at that steel pipe, looked at half a day without saying anything. The contractor was afraid that Don't Make a Fuss don't go to take down that steel pipe. This way his plan can be in vain. So in order to stimulate Don't Make a Fuss, again to Don't Make a Fuss, proposed an additional $5,000 reward. I'll go to the contractor, but in case this pipe breaks in the middle, do you need me to compensate? After seeing this dangerous work Don't Make Trouble, suddenly in the bottom of his heart remembered the foreman's malice towards himself. But simple Don't Make Trouble didn't put the foreman wants his own life and this thing to associate together, but worried if he climbed out after this pipe broke, if he ran back quickly, the foreman then reneged on the debt and didn't pay his own wages. If this pipe breaks and the one in front of it falls down, then you definitely won't get paid for your work. But if this pipe breaks, and you bring back the steel pipe in front of it that I need, I will still pay you as usual. After hearing Farewell say that, the foreman froze for a moment. Then on second thought, he also thought of Farewell's idea. And in order to make sure that Farewell could climb to the top of the steel pipe and reach out to retrieve that steel pipe, the foreman said this to Farewell. Okay, I'm relieved to hear you say that. I'll take care of that pipe you're tying up in front of you, and I'll definitely get it back for you. After hearing the foreman say this, Don't Make a Fuss nodded very seriously at the foreman, then clapped his hands together and walked over towards the steel pipe sticking out from the edge of the building. Young man, you cannot blame me. People die for money. Birds die for food. I'm in it for the millions in compensation. You're in it for the 15,000 bucks. Everyone's in it for the money. So for the sake of my big money, I will have to sacrifice you. When you die, I will burn more paper money for you, so that you won't lack money to spend on your way to the netherworld. Seeing Don't Make a Fuss, step by step, toward the steel sticker at the edge of the building, the contractor narrowed his own eyes, and muttered such a sentence out of the side of his mouth. After picking up the safety rope thrown on the ground from the edge of the building, he fixed it on the top of the steel rod he was going to pass. Then Don't Make a Mess actually didn't follow the usual workers that way, bowing forward to climb step by step, but the art of people boldly stood on the steel rod, feet on the edge, step by step toward the front of the direction of the move over. The foreman saw that Don't Make Trouble has moved toward the front of the longer steel pipe, helplessly sighed. Today this compensation he is certain, because this steel rod is the contractor's special treatment. Don't Make a Mess at this time feet realized that this steel rod has been the contractor in the nearest place with a saw a gap, cannot withstand the weight of a person. Even if Don't Make fun of the light weight, but wait for others to walk to the front end of the time, because of the principle of leverage, this steel rod will certainly break. At this time, Don't Make a Fuss is step by step toward their own $15,000 close to where. Noticed the foot of the difference. Chapter 27, Survival from the Dead. Don't Make Fun of the body is now still relatively thin and weak. That's why it will stand on top of this steel pipe. The steel pipe just gently shook a few times. Don't Make a Fuss looking at the front of that a horizontal steel pipe. Distance from their own more and more close. The heart side has been excited. They only need to get this steel pipe. Instantly can solve their own half of the medical expenses. The rest of the half will become much easier. See Don't Make a Fuss, all the way to the very front of the steel pipe, is ready to squat down to the tight steel pipe to cut off, and then take back. The packer's face became a little ugly, then toward their sawing position to look at two more eyes. Found that its sawing position at this time has torn a large part, just a little bit left and connected together. The heart finally stabilized again. Don't Make a Fuss, after squatting down trembling in front of the rope to untie after a hand grabbed the horizontal long steel pipe, and then the long steel pipe in the hand, is ready to get up. Suddenly behind came a steel pipe screams, followed by Don't Make a Fuss underfoot stepped on this steel pipe directly should sound fracture. After hearing the breaking sound, the contractor's face actually showed an excited smile. However, this all Don't Make a Fuss is certainly can't see, because he also instantly panicked, although he is now already an immortal cultivator, but to fall from such a high place, it is estimated that not to die also have to fall into a half mutilated. At this time, Don't Make a Fuss has begun to fall from the top floor down. Don't Make a Fuss inside the head quickly turn a circle after discovering in front of oneself not far away has a few outstretched steel pipe. Don't make a mess of knowing that these steel pipe is to save their lives, and then rely on their own hand side holding this one long steel pipe and that half of the steel pipe. Don't be alarmed to the side of the wall violently into the side, to ease their body's falling speed. Although to such an extent, Don't Make a Fuss did not use the long steel pipe. Instead of using the short one, Don't Make a Fuss in the heart is still remembering the 15,000 yuan. In this short steel pipe inserted into the wall after the side Don't Make a Fuss, feel his arm at a distance rushed into the body side. Don't Make a Fuss dead hold this side of the museum steel pipe. Steel pipe in the wall next to the row a distance after the final or unbearable should be sound fracture. But in the moment of this fracture Don't Make a Fuss, through the strength of the steel pipe, to the side of the fierce leap, finally grabbed another child from the distance out of the steel pipe. And this steel pipe and Don't Old grabbed also instantly bent down. Don't stop his body, but is once again a leap forward to grab another child from the inside out of the steel pipe. This one steel pipe and Don't Make a Fuss when holding it with one hand, just gently shake a little, not like the last steel pipe is bent. Don't Make a Fuss. See this situation, know that he is now saved. Don't Make a Fuss. Use one hand to put the hand side of the long steel pipe under his neck, and then use the neck of the long steel pipe out of the upstairs clamp dead, followed by two hands alternately towards the inside of the building to lean over, in close to the edge of the building. Do Not Make a Fuss will be under the neck of the long steel pipe directly thrown into the building, and then two hands alternately climb to the edge of the building. A hand grabbed the edge of the building. A fierce force, the whole body directly jumped into the inside of the building. Feet on the ground on the side of the time. Don't Make a Mess in the throat of the heart finally fell back to the stomach side, to the back of a glance after Don't Make a Mess. In their chest beat too, palpitating to the building inside. The child went in, after wandering around inside, found the elevator. Don't Make fun of the hand side holding the long steel pipe pressed the elevator toward the bottom of the building down. Is the foreman guy already dead? Just now I heard a steel pipe falling down. Is it the one that kid is lying on? Foreman, then how come we didn't hear the sound of the kid making contact with the ground? It's hard to believe that the kid was so light that he didn't even have time to make a sound before he fell to pieces. Just now, don't make a fuss, began to fall from the upper floors. The foreman of the package has already reversed back to the elevator, riding the elevator downstairs. The three workers saw the foreman down, hastily came to the foreman's body, inquiring about the downfall of the don't make a fuss. One had a gloating expression on his face, as if he was waiting for the bagman to share a little favor over to them. That kid should be lifeless. You three go to the bottom of that building in a while to see where this kid fell to his death, and then protect that place for me. Make a show of calling an ambulance over in a while, and by the way, give a word to those executors in Magic City, so that they can come over to take a look as well. After hearing the inquiry of the three workers, the contractor nodded to the three workers and said this. No problem. The bagman has left all of these things on us. After seeing the foreman say this, worker A patted his chest and hurriedly said this to the foreman in a smug manner. By absorbing the malice from the contractor, to absorb the malice from worker A. Don't be annoyed just came down from the elevator when he heard these two questions coming from the system was due to hear the tone of the don't be annoyed frowned, but don't be annoyed didn't say anything more, but inside the hand tightly gripped that long steel pipe towards the direction of the four people in the distance. Foreman, I've got the stuff back. After finding the packers back don't make a fuss and shouted loudly at the packer. After hearing the other voices, the foreman turned his head and saw that the harmless face of the other workers appeared in front of his eyes, and then jumped back a little and exclaimed loudly. The other three workers saw this kind of don't make trouble standing here. Face is also very ugly. One by one are ready to escape. The three of them now thought that don't make trouble. After the death of the heart feel wronged, and then ready to run back to deal with the three of them. Big brother we know wrong. I do this thing to you is also forced. After the foreman of the packer's legs were soft and sat on the ground on his butt, his face was pale and he said this to farewell. Foreman, what are you doing? It's not New Year's Eve or a holiday. Why are you suddenly sitting on the ground? As if you're still afraid of me. Didn't we agree that I would get this long steel pipe back for you and you would give me money? I've got it back for you now. Will you give me the money? Chapter 28, Human or Ghost? Seeing the reaction of these three people in front of him, Don't Make a Fuss is still a bit puzzled mouth side of the doubt to the bagman inquired a sentence. To absorb the fear from the contractor. To absorb the fear from worker A. To absorb the fear from worker B. To absorb the fear from worker C. Before the contractor could respond to farewell, a series of beeps from the 7 emotion system inside farewell's head rang out. They're afraid of me. Why are they afraid of me? After inexplicably absorbing a series of negative emotions, farewell scratched his head in some confusion. Host, should I say that you're too simple? Or that you're too stupid? Can't you see this kind of thing by now? This contractor was clearly trying to get you killed just now. Although I don't know what he wanted to do, but this contractor asked you to do that dangerous job. And these few workers underneath agreed with it in their hearts. It looks like they didn't have good intentions towards you in the first place. The 7 emotion system was confused by this reaction of Bujinkin, and there was still some want to laugh. She did not think that Bujinkin was actually so innocent by nature, and up to now, she still did not see what these people were really trying to do. What? This contractor actually wants to get me killed. I thought they laughed at me and became malicious towards me because I had just robbed them of their work, and the contractor became malicious towards me because I was working too fast, making him unable to get any oil and water. It didn't occur to me that he actually wanted me to die. Why did he want me to die? It was only when the 7 emotion system spoke these words to Bujinkin that Bujinkin reacted. Big brother, don't come over first. You stand there first. I ask you, are you a human or a ghost now? At this time the foreman had been scared out of his wits by Buwan, sitting on the ground. After moving his butt backward a few more times, his fingers trembled as he pointed at Buwan, his mouth shivering as he opened his mouth to Buwan and asked, Packer, I died so miserable the building in the back is too high, the fall hurt me so much Seeing these few people are not sure whether they are human or ghost, don't make fun of the atmosphere, and then face showed a very eerie expression, with their own true chi reflected in the face of a blue light, and then made a ghost face. To the foreman suddenly changed his voice and said so, seeing don't make a mess of this action. Not only the 3 workers next to the foreman also directly sat on the ground in fear. I really don't mean it. Is you want to earn this money, willing to die for the money for the bird for the food. I also in order to be able to earn the sight of this year's compensation. I'm sorry, really sorry. How much money do you want me to give you? I all burn to you. I won't let you lack of money in the next. After seeing don't make a mess of this reaction, the bagman was completely scared out of his wits, and all he felt between his legs was a heat, followed by a mass of liquid that appeared on the ground where the bagman's butt was sitting. To absorb the grief and fear from the bagman. To absorb the grief and fear from worker A. To absorb the fear from worker B. To absorb the fear from worker C. Farewell didn't think that the contractor was actually scared to pee by himself. Immediately after this series of beeping dots rang inside Farewell's head. I got the steel pipe back for you. The foreman first give me a settlement of my due wages. Don't make a fuss. Use true chi. Pat on the bottom of his feet. The whole person floated forward in the air for some distance, then handed the long steel pipe in his hand to the front of the foreman, made a very miserable appearance to the foreman, said this, I give. Don't be impulsive. Brother, don't be impulsive. I will give you the money now. At this time the foreman were still dare and don't make a word. Directly pull open his side of the belt bag. From the inside pulled out several stacks of red bills, handed to the front of Don't Make a Fuss. Don't make a fuss looking at the money handed over in the hand of the foreman. The heart side of the happy flowers, but the expression is still very serious, stretched out their palms in front of the foreman, and then control the true chi will become cold palm. Come, put the money in my hand. Farewell's movements were very stiff, as if he had really turned into a stern ghost that demanded his life. The bag foreman looked at the palm that Farewell reached out in front of him. The hand holding the money shivered continuously, and finally slapped the money on the side of Farewell's hand after making contact with Farewell's hand for a moment. The bag foreman's hand instantly retracted as if it had been electrocuted. Did you three just now try to harm me as well? After putting the money into his pocket, Don't Be Ridiculous turned around and looked at the three workers standing next to him, asking at them as well. Brother, we three do not have this meaning. We three just now is jealous. You work faster than us, afraid that you will be our three money robbed to earn finished. In addition to this we three do not have any other meaning. After the three workers heard Farewell's voice, Worker A hurriedly explained to Farewell. Just now I saw that on my way to move bricks someone threw quite a few pins at me. Was it you three? Don't lie to me you three. I can hear if you're lying to me. Since you want to catch alibi, you have to catch a full set. Just now these three workers also hold malice towards themselves. So alibi. To the three workers asked about the thing that just threw the pegs. It's him, it's all him. It's all his idea. It has nothing to do with the two of us. He's jealous of you, think you earn more money than him. So he wants to make you earn no money. After Farewell's words fell, Worker C directly pointed at Worker A to Farewell and said this. What are you doing? You betrayed me. Just now it was the three of us who agreed to catch him together. How can you dump the pot on me alone? Hearing Worker Shank say so, Worker A couldn't even care about his sprained foot, and directly stood up from the ground's body very fiercely asked at Worker C. Am I wrong? It's not you who suggested it first. Originally we two were working well there. But it wasn't you who sneakily leaned over and told us that this little brother was doing more work and earning more money, and that we made it impossible for him to do the work, and you dare to say that it wasn't you who said it? Husband and wife are birds of the same feather. They fly separately when they are in trouble. Not to mention that the relationship between these three people in front of them is not that close. Looking at their own lives in the hands of other people's hands, where do they still care about any sentimentality now? Saving their own dog's life is the most important thing. I'll strangle you to death, so that you can sue me. Seeing that Worker C still dared to refute himself, Worker A directly pounced Worker C to the ground at once, and then pinched Worker C's neck with both hands. Chapter 29, The Unbreakable Body of King Kong. You three today I can only stay one. You three now think who finally stayed. I will spare who. After seeing these two people fight, Don't Make a Mess instantly had a plan, and opened his mouth to the Worker B who was still sitting in the same place and said this sentence. The voice also reached the Worker A and Worker C two people's ears. After hearing the voice, three people want to think Don't make fun of a glance, and then Worker B also instantly joined the fray. The three workers on the ground fighting, together with the dust splattered all over the sky. See this side of the three workers have fought together. Don't Make a Fuss and floating back to the front of the foreman, and then stretched out his hand. The foreman and my front child moving bricks wages also and carry cement wages. You also did not give me. After saying this sentence, Don't Make a Mess of its eyes staring at the foreman dead in the face, and also rolled a white eye at the foreman. Watching Farewell's pupils instantly disappear from his eyes, the foreman hurriedly pulled his wallet open once again, and handed the last remaining 2 stacks of red bills to Farewell into his hands. I leave first, tomorrow night, and then come back to see you. The 3 people over there you give me to watch, remember, can only stay one. After getting the money, Don't Make a Fuss, also not ready to continue to stay here to go, to the foreman said so after. Turn around to the outside of the construction site or floating out. See, don't make fun of floating away after. The foreman body hand in their chest on the side of the beat too. Long breath, there is a kind of afterlife feeling, to absorb the fear from the foreman. Congratulations to the host for lighting up the 3rd star of the system level 2, rewarding the host with a body refining elixir, accompanied by the sound of 2 beeps. An elixir once again appeared in the side of Bujinkin's mouth, and immediately afterward the elixir turned into juice and flowed down Bujinkin's throat. Haven't I already taken a body refining pill? How can I still take a body refining, Dan? Isn't it true that a single body refining pill can transform my body into the most perfect body type? After hearing the system's beep, Don't Make a Fuss couldn't help but inquire at the system. The body refining Dan is used to increase the host's defense. 3 elevator sheets will allow the host to turn into the first layer of the Vajra unbreakable body. As for the later layers, I will pass on the cultivation method to the host so that the host can improve by their own enlightenment. Hearing Bujang ask this, the 7 emotions system responded to Bujang with the reason why it had given Bujang another body refining pill. So that's how it is. Then I'm relieved. After hearing the system say so, Bujang nodded and then left from the construction site. Bulao looked at the extra 10 stacks of red banknotes inside his pocket and was very satisfied. This way brother's surgery costs not only can be paid, but the remaining money can also let his brother stay in the hospital for a longer period of time. Don't make a fuss. Ready to pay $95,000 to the hospital, and then the remaining $5,000 to keep $1,000,4,000 to Su Yushao. After making up your mind, don't make a fuss, and gleefully put the money in your pocket and walked back towards the direction of the school. Although he now has the money, but he did not think of this money to squander. The roadside over the past cab Don't Make a Fuss as if not see the same, should be driving their own 11 bus. Situze and Wang Fat, 2 people walked into the bar inside. A pleasant singing instantly into the ears of Situze. How about it, brother Situ? I told you, a classmate from our school is a resident singer here, and sings very well. Didn't lie to you, right? Fatty had been paying attention to the change of expression on Situze's face. After seeing Situze come in, he suddenly froze for a moment, then said this to Situze proudly, it does sound good. I just don't know if I can meet the singing lady. After Situze heard Fatty Wang's voice, he nodded faintly to Fatty Wang and then walked in towards the bar. I say, brother Situ, why are you in such a hurry? See, definitely can see on a moment I give the bar boss to say hello on it, but you now also do not go to disturb others in their singing. You do not appreciate the others still need to appreciate. Seeing Situze directly seeking the song, will be toward the bar resident singer's position to go over. Wang Fatty hastily in the back of the child reached out to stop Situze. I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to walk closer to hear it more clearly. After Situze heard the singing, the heartstrings in his heart seemed to have been plucked. Although he came from a famous family and had heard countless stars sing, but this is the first time that Situze has heard such a clear and pleasant voice, and it seems that when he heard this voice, he felt that his heart has become pure. When Situze walked to the front of the stage, he saw Su Yushao sitting in the corner where he sang with deep emotion. Su Yushao at this time serious and deep emotion. All the knitted brows and smile, all were Situze's eyes. Standing on the side of the King Fat, proud of the original, wanted to give Situ then show off, but the King Fat but saw Situze hand side of the fist, tightly clenched together. Situ, brother, you stay here first, I'll go give a greeting to the bar owner. Seeing Situze's agitated face, after Fatty Wang said this to Situze, he turned around and walked towards the direction of the bar owner's office. What kind of family is Fatty Wang? This bar he often patronizes, and throws money, so Fatty Wang and the bar owner usually call each other brother and brother. Situze didn't pay attention to Fatty Wang leaving, but his eyes stayed dead on Su Yazhuang's face. Boss, in a moment after the dispersal of that name came out, can you let me meet on the side? Fatty Wang walked to the front of the bar boss's office, reached out and slapped his hand on the table, and said this to just the boss. What's wrong with brother Wang? Suddenly interested in our bar's lead singer today? I tell you, Wang brother, bar side of those not 3 things female, you can just take away, but my bar inside the resident singer people but a student. You do not mess around. Seeing this serious face of Fatty Wang, although the bar owner didn't know what he wanted to do, he still couldn't help but remind a word to him. Chapter 30, Ruthless Refusal. I say, big brother boss, what do you think of me, Fatty Wang? Am I the kind of person who casually takes other women away? I'm not that kind of person. I merely came over to say hello to you, boss, for brother Situ. My brother Situ is the #1 cultivation genius in Magic City. Do you think he can do that kind of thing? Both of us are merely admiring the singing voice of this resident singer of your bar and want to get acquainted with her. After hearing the bar owner say this, Fatty Wang had a very aggrieved expression on his face, as if the bar owner had wronged him with the words he just said, and said this to the bar owner. Well, since you say so, then I will go to give her a greeting in a while. But brother Wang, Fatty, the 2 of us but said, well, you must not do anything strange to this resident singer, or else you let the old brother's face is really a bit untenable. After hearing Fatty Wang say this, coupled with the identity of that Situ brother that Fatty Wang just exploded, the bar owner naturally knows what this Situ Magic City's first cultivation genius is, so he promised to this Fatty Wang, don't worry, boss, old brother will definitely not do anything out of the ordinary. Okay, I first went out to give my Situ brother to say a word. Just say, boss, you have agreed to come down. The 2 of us will be here waiting for her to get off work. After hearing the boss say that, Fatty Wang had a satisfied expression on his face, and after saying that to the boss, he turned around and took a step away from the boss's office to look for Situze. "How's it going, boss, promised or not?" Seeing Fatty Wang leaving, after coming back, Situze opened his mouth and inquired to Fatty Wang next to him. "Sito brother, you're being distrustful of Fatty. How can things not go right if I'm the one to do it? What kind of person am I?" Fatty Wang is the big gold owner inside the bar. After hearing Situze ask this, Fatty Wang proudly raised his thumb and said to Situze, "Alright then, let's both find a place to sit down first." After receiving the affirmative message from Fatty Wang, Situze nodded his head, then turned around and walked towards the bar, in the direction of a seat. The two stayed in the bar for almost 2 hours until Fatty Wang glanced at the time and realized that the school's gates were about to close when the singing finally stopped inside the bar. And right after that, the two saw the singing figure sitting in the corner leave from his seat and walk over in the direction of the boss's office. "Brother Situ, don't sit down. People have already finished singing to the time of closing. The two of us should go to the door and wait." After seeing this silhouette walking towards the direction of the boss's office, Wang Fatty said this to Situze, who was next to him, and then also took a step towards the direction of the bar boss's office. After Situze heard Fatty Wang's voice, he followed behind Fatty Wang without a word. "What did you say, boss? There are people who want to see me for a while." One in Magic City, the cultivation genius Situze and the rich second generation, Fatty Wang. "What are these two people? I don't know, can I not see them? I have to go back to school now. The school is about to close its doors. If I don't go back, then there is no place to take me in." Inside the bar, just now Situze and Fatty Wang mentioned that the resident is not someone else. It is Su Yozhuang. Su Yozhuang heard the words of the boss, opened his eyes wide to express very puzzled, but this expression in Su Yajiao's face flickered. After Su Yajiao gently shook his head, refused to meet with Situze and Fatty Wang, ready to collect the payroll to turn around and leave from the bar. "This young lady, why do not want to see our brothers too? We also have no malice, only is very appreciate this young lady's singing voice. Wanton young lady, you recognize it, don't need to be so heartless." After Su Yaxiao's words fell, two people walked in outside the bar owner's office. One of them had a fat body and looked a little bit cute. The other one was handsome, but with a slate face. It looked like a very cold appearance. "What are you guys? I don't know you guys. Naturally there's no need to meet with you guys. I'm just singing here part-time to earn a living. If you want to know me, you also have to see if I'm interested in knowing you guys." After hearing Fatty Wang, who had opened his mouth to speak, say such words, Su Yuxiao glanced at the two men's faces and faintly said to them before preparing to walk out from the inside of the boss's room, "Wait." Just as Su Yojio was about to pass by, the two, Situze, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. "What's wrong? Don't think that if you are handsome and powerful, I should worship you. Su Yuxiao is not one of those mediocre fans who will stick to the handsome and capable ones who have money at home." Su Yuxiao of course know the name of the first cultivation genius of the Magic City, naturally also know what kind of identity of Situze, but Su related to Situze and does not have any interest. Heard Situze open his mouth to speak after, to Situze faintly said this sentence. Situze froze for a moment after hearing Su Yaxiao's words. Since childhood there had never been anyone else who had rejected Situze, especially after Situze was known as the Magic City, the first cultivation genius. There are countless female want to stick to Situ's body, lest a family to propose marriage to the people of other families is even more endless. The first time by the opposite sex refused, and refused is no mercy, body without skin. Situze unexpected at the same time on Su Yuxiao is more produced a strong interest, and then open to Su Yuxiao said, "I do not have any other meaning to miss you, is simply want to make a friend, also hope that miss can give me a contact." After saying his words, Situze blocked Su, leaving the front, opening his eyes, seriously looking at Su Yuzhuang's expression. "You now first get out of the way. I'm going back to school to go to the school door will be closed in a while. If you want my contact information, if you want to continue to come to the bar tomorrow, at that time to give me more to reward a little tip, maybe I'm happy to give my contact information to you." Su Yuxiao raised her head to look at this name in front of her. The man called Situze, and gently shook her head at her, before she pushed Situze away and walked out from the inside of the bar owner's office. "My gosh, this woman is really a bit strange. Is she a female or not? She can actually reject brother Situ. You are really scary like this." Chapter 31, Trenchantly Chaoyang. Seeing that Su Yuxiao rejected Situze and directly left from here, Fatty Wang had an unbelievable expression on his face. "I say brother Situ, from childhood to the time you can reject you except for men. I haven't seen any female reject you, especially with your current looks, plus your family and strength. Almost every female in Magic City wants to stick it to you. This woman is still a little different, actually rejected you, not to mention, even more look, do not want to look at you more, really a little interesting. You say he is not a female in the end, he is afraid that it is not a transsexual from a certain country, back to the kind of it." Fatty Wang looked at Su Yaxiao's back and elbowed his way over to Situze, who was next to him, to voice out his conjecture to Situze. In Fatty Wang's opinion, Situze's charm, not to mention women, is that some willpower is not firm men. It is estimated that they cannot resist Situze's temptation. Okay, don't say these. He wants to go back to the school. Don't you go back to the school. Hurry up and go back first. Tomorrow, I'll come over with you. Hearing Fatty Wang say so, Situze did not pay attention to Fatty Wang, but this body took the lead and walked out in the direction of the outside of the bar. Boss, I'll leave first. Come back tomorrow. Seeing Situze directly turned around and left Fatty Wang, he hurriedly waved his hand at the bar owner, then followed behind Situze and walked out from the bar. Don't make a fuss. Where did your kid run off to? You didn't come back all night. This early in the morning. I see you're still quite happy. Early in the morning of the second day, Li Chaoyang just sat up from the bed and saw, in the bathroom, washing up the side of the Don't Make Trouble. Curious to the Don't Make Trouble, inquired a sentence. I went back last night and met some good things, so I'm happy. Haven't you ever heard the saying that people are happy when they are happy? After hearing Li Chaoyang's inquiry about himself, don't make a fuss. Once you think of your own pocket now has $100,000 that the bottom of the air called a foot. Very proud of Li Chaoyang said so. What good thing to say out to share with our brothers to share. Alone is not as good as the joy of the crowd. After hearing the sound of Farewell and Li Chaoyang's conversation, Jiang Mang also woke up, and then said this to Farewell. Wang Chao, who was the last one to wake up, didn't make a sound after hearing the conversation of several people, but quietly looked over to Bu Zhang's side. What good things can come? Picked up money on the road, but picked up more money. So happy. Don't make a fuss. Can't say he went to the construction site last night to move bricks. Earned money happy can only give them that he picked up money on the road. So happy. I thought it was something. Stop it. Are you very short of money? If you are short of money then tell me. I can get you money. Anyway, this money thing is never a number for me. I never take picking up money as a happy thing. After hearing Farewell, say so, Li Chaoyang calmly said so to Farewell, as if picking up money is really not a happy thing for him. Look, take a look. Really, people are more angry than people. Picking up money is such a happy thing. If you put it on me, I'm also happy. Don't make a fuss, I can feel your happiness. But like brotherly, this kind of wasted people naturally can't feel this kind of joy. Really too hard to bear. This sentence is not powerful, but extremely insulting. After hearing Li Chaoyang finish his words, Jiang Mang, with a sad face, covered his own eyes as if he couldn't bear to look directly at Li Chaoyang as if he was talking to Farewell, and said this. If Li Chaoyang's words just now made Bu Zhang somewhat surprised, then the next words Li Chaoyang said were true and made Bu Zhang move. Are a dormitory side of the brother? Money, this kind of thing, if you need to just open up too much I may not get on, but hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars or so of money, you just open up. I can just give you, and do not have to pay back the kind. After hearing Jiang Mang speak, Li Chaoyang glanced in the direction of Farewell and Wang Chao and said this in a very atmospheric manner. Farewell. After hearing these words in his heart, he was secretly shocked, and then in his head, he immediately thought fast. Should he find Li Chaoyang to borrow 10 million to get the meteorite Dan out, to cure his brother first? However, this idea is only in the head of Boo Boo Boo's head appeared for an instant. Boo 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 will be this idea to veto. In the end, these money are not their own money. This is someone else Li Chaoyang's money. With other people's money Boo Boo Boo, spend the heart is not comfortable. When can I also like Li brother so bold although do not want Li Chaoyang's money, but for Li Chaoyang's envy compiled to the top, but did not mince words, directly to Li Chaoyang said so. Don't mess around brother. You haven't answered my question yet. Are you very short of money? If you are very short of money, you can always tell me. Hearing that Farewell didn't answer his question after he finished speaking, Li Chaoyang inquired again at Farewell. Truth be told, I am indeed very short of money, and it's not a general lack of money, but brotherly, there's one thing I have to make clear to you. I'm a person who is short of money, but I won't accept money from others. I think that money is something that must be earned by oneself, and being a person must be down to earth, so you don't have to say such polite words to me. Brotherly, if I really have to be desperate one day and need money, I will definitely ask you to open my mouth. But now I feel that money is something that I can definitely exchange back by my own sweat and hard work. After hearing Li Chaoyang's good intentions, don't make a mess, clenched his fists on the chest position above the mark as if to explain to Li Chaoyang his own ideas, but also as if to give himself a cheer, said to Li Chaoyang so, here don't make trouble, so say after Li Chaoyang praised to don't make trouble. Nodded did not say again about give don't make trouble money of this thing. Slipping away to class time. You guys don't have class this morning? After washing up, don't make a fuss, took out his old man's phone, looked at it and realized that the time was almost up, asked a few people next to him. A few of us do not have classes in the morning. It is estimated that only you have classes. You go to class first. We still have military training in the afternoon. After hearing farewell, say so, Li Chaoyang. Several people are gently shaking their heads. Then Zhang Mang opened his mouth and gave farewell, such a news that made farewell a little painful. It's true that the path of learning is lonely. I'll leave first. Chapter 32, Do we know each other? When don't make a fuss when rushed to the classroom. The classroom once again full of people. This time don't make a fuss. Very consciously toward the last row of the seat went over. Just after don't make a fuss. After sitting steadily, the classroom door came in a pink figure, and then looked around after seeing, sitting in the last row of don't make a fuss, and then walked straight toward don't make a fuss in front of the past. Goo, my gosh, how did this class flower directly walk towards the front of Bujinkan? Who knows? I think it's because of the luck of this kid, and this kid is actually quite good looking, but I think I more set off the class flower a little bit. You say I this body this looks, this family which point is not better than that kid. Why are you so self-absorbed? It's good enough for you to see that other people can look at you squarely. After the pink-haired girl sat next to don't make a fuss, the class was instantly disorganized. One by one, the boys were uproariously thinking about don't make a fuss. This side of the intentionally or unintentionally said, classmate, why are you sitting next to me? Don't make a fuss. Naturally is also felt. Pink hair girl sat next to their own, and then timidly to the pink hair girl opened his mouth to ask a question. What's wrong? Can't you sit here? Don't make a fuss, classmate? Or do you prefer to do it alone? If you prefer to do it alone, then I'll change my seat. After hearing the voice of don't make a difference's opening inquiry, the girl from the struggle bar rushed at don't make a difference, opened her mouth and smiled a little, revealing the 8 teeth that were the hallmark of her mouth, and then asked a rhetorical question. No. I just think that this position in the corner of the classroom is not a good position. That's why I asked for you. I definitely don't have any opinion if you want to sit here. After hearing the pink-haired girl speak, don't make a fuss shook his head at him in a hurry. Then the upper side of his face immediately gave birth to a blush. Even his neck became red because of his shyness. LOL. Hearing Bujo said so and looking at Bujo's shy face, the pink-haired girl covered her mouth and laughed twice before she didn't tease Bujo, but quietly sat beside Bujo, only that he glanced this way and that way from time to time. At this time, in another corner of the classroom, a sinister gaze kept scanning on the body of the don't make a fuss. The owner of this gaze was no one else but Sunan, who had a conflict with Bujo yesterday. Yesterday in the classroom side of the bullying, don't make a mess, not to be don't make a mess. Get off the stage of the Sunan. Feel his face is very dishonorable. And this is the first day of school, don't make a mess. Let him in the class side of the stage. After the day is still long, he is not reduced to a laughing stock. If you cannot find back to the scene, actually feel that they have no way to continue to do people in the classroom. So Sunan through their own family relations to find 2 chi cultivation period of cultivators. In front of the school is ready to today properly clean up, do not make a fuss. Soon the teacher came to the inside of the classroom. All of them all kept quietly listening to the teacher lecturing. After the end of the course, the teacher left the classroom, don't make a fuss, stood up and also ready to leave from the inside of the classroom. 2 voices came into, don't make a fuss in the ears. Don't make fun of students. Don't make trouble. 2 voices respectively from the mouth of a man and a woman issued a voice from, don't make a mess of the nearest, and sounds more gentle. Another voices from another corner of the classroom passed over, and sounds very rough, bright to the sound of the sound. The classroom side of everyone's eyes all converge on the body of don't make a mess of it. These 2 voices were issued from the mouth of the pink-haired girl sitting beside Bujo, as well as from the mouth of Su Nan in the corner of the classroom. Farewell. After hearing the 2 voices, first swept a glance in Su Nan's direction, and then looked somewhat sheepishly at the pink-haired girl sitting in front of her. What is it you want, classmate? Don't make a fuss. Timidly opened his mouth to the pink-haired girl and asked don't make a fuss. He didn't know why he was always shy when talking to this pink-haired girl and couldn't restrain himself from being a little nervous. Don't make a fuss, classmate. I want to ask if you have time after the military training is over tonight. I want to ask you to have dinner together. After hearing Bujang's inquiry, the pink-haired girl pulled out a slip of paper from her pocket with her phone number and name written on it, and pushed it in front of Bujang's face before asking Bujang with a wink of her eyes. This sentence of the girl with the opposite hair was like a stone thrown into the water, instantly stirring up layers of ripples. The classroom immediately exploded, and the eyes that each person looked at don't be ridiculous had envy, jealousy, and all sorts of other complicated eyes, both boys and girls. However, the eyes of Su Nan, who was standing inside the corner, were filled with indignation, but nothing else, to absorb the grief and anger from Su Nan, to absorb the grief and resentment from his classmates, to absorb. Host, what on earth have you done? How is it that so many emotions, all of them rush towards your side in an instant? I'm too lazy to read it out. Just feel it yourself in a moment. After hearing this series of beeps, the system was directly impatient, and said this to farewell. This wasn't the first time the system had gone on strike either. "Don't be ridiculous" was a bit helpless, but he still didn't say anything more, just nervously pondering whether he wanted to agree to this matter or not. Standing in the corner of the edge of the Sunan, see, don't make a fuss of a hesitant look, is more angry. He knows that now is the best opportunity for him to come out. Don't make a fuss, is now standing on the tip of the wind, will not refuse the challenge issued by himself, as long as don't make a fuss with himself to go to the entrance of the school. By then those two cultivators must be able to easily clean up. Don't make a fuss, fiercely out of a breath for himself. Don't make a fuss, I'm looking for you for something. Yesterday's things are you forget? Today I've come to find you to take revenge. If you have the ability you now walk with me towards the outside of the school, otherwise you'd better bow your head and apologize to me. Sunan, who had made up his mind, directly walked out from above his seat, stood not far in front of Bu Jiangshan, pointing at Bu Jiangshan's nose at Bu Jiangshan, and said this. I'm sorry, classmate. What are you looking for me? Do we two know each other? How come I have no impression of you? After hearing Sunan's voice, don't make a fuss, looked around Sunan's face for a while, then asked this to Sunan with some doubt. Don't make a fuss, is a person who does not bear grudges, the same he also some even busy. For Sunan, this kind of average-looking classmates. Don't make a fuss. After thinking for a while and did not react to come up to Sunan, who is, although it is only after a short day. Chapter 33. Ha ha ha. Don't make a fuss with that harmless look. Paired with this question he suddenly asked Sunan. It directly made Sunan froze right on the spot, and there were even more teasing noises coming from his classmates around him. Kid, what did you TMD say? You TMD play me? Is it you who was here to say NM to me? You actually don't recognize Lao Zi? Sunan directly slammed the table and loudly chided it. Farewell. I said classmate really doesn't have much of an impression. You let me think about it. Don't make a fuss. So, frowned, carefully looked at Sunan in front of him, then a sudden realization expression appeared on his face. Classmate, I remembered who you are. And it's not like classmate said that she disliked me for being ugly and said that I scared people? If I scare you today, I give you an apology. Really sorry. But classmates, this thing cannot blame me. Looks this thing. Father born mother to him I cannot change. Don't make a mess. Looking at the body in front of Sunan, a look of anger. Hastily, very sincere to Sunan, said an apology. Don't make a mess is also this kind of respectful. The more this kind of polite, let Sunan feel that he is far from being insulted. Don't make a fuss. I see that you want to die. Since you want to die, then don't blame the old man for being nonchalant with you. Give TMD old man to die. Sunan at this time had been overwhelmed by anger. Also did not care about his own appearance that day. Out of the ugly, directly lifting his fist is going to be smashed over to the body of the Bujio. Sunan, you're almost done. Is it really appropriate for you to target farewell students like this? What on earth has Bujio student done to make you target him like this? The pink-haired girl saw that Sunan had been targeting Buwan in this way, blocked the middle of Sunan and Buwan, and scolded Sunan loudly. Hanjin, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't get in the way. After hearing the pink-haired girl speak, Sunan directly called out her name and disdainfully said to him, there's no way I'm going to agree if you're going to bully Bilao student inside the class today. Bilao student is so honest. Other people haven't messed with you. They haven't done anything to you. Why are you bullying him? Not on the basis of your family, a bit of money, a bit of power. You bully other students inside the classroom. If you are like this again, believe it or not, I will tell this matter to the teachers in the school, as well as the people in your family. Sunan, what kind of status you have is unknown to others, but I know it very well. After hearing Sunan say this pink-haired girl named Hanjin directly pointed at Sunan and said this to him. Hanjin, what do you mean by this? Seeing that Hanjin was protecting farewell at her back, Sunan directly questioned Hanjin. That's what I mean. If you don't want to make things worse, hurry up and leave. Don't make things difficult for Fidgety in the future, or else I won't be done with you. Hanjin blocked in front of farewell, his eyes staring dead at Sunan in front of him, and said this to Sunan. Don't make a scene. If you want to be a man, follow me to the outside of the school. Don't always shrink behind a woman. Shrinking behind a woman's back is not a skill. Sunan saw Hanjin in front of him. It is impossible to give himself a position to let himself clean up Bujio. Directly pointing to Hanjin behind Bujio, opened his mouth and said this sentence. Hanjin students, this is my thing. Well, I'll solve it myself. Thank you, Hanjin students. You help me speak. Don't make a fuss. Saw Hanjin blocked in front of himself. Sunan again spoke to himself like this, gently nudged Hanjin's shoulder with his hand, and said this to Hanjin timidly. Don't mess with the students, you don't have to worry about today, there I'm here. This Sunan, he can't bully you, don't go out. This Sunan definitely have some bad ideas in mind. The school entrance can't stop looking for someone to come and bully you. Hanjin turned his head and smiled at Bujio after hearing Bujio's voice, then said this to Bujio. Don't make a scene. Are you or aren't you a man shrinking behind a woman? You're preparing to eat soft food. If I were you, I'd find a hole in the ground to drill down right now. being protected by a girl in the same class. This is something a big man can do. Seeing that Han Jin was still dead set on protecting Bujinkan, Su-nan irritated Bujinkan sentence by sentence. Classmate Su-nan, if you're like this, I'm going to have to talk to you. I didn't offend you. I didn't do anything. And classmate Han Xin helped me. It's something that should be done between classmates. Besides, I'm not prepared to hide behind Han Jin's classmate. If you want to think that there's something wrong with me, you can just say it. If I really did something wrong, I'm willing to apologize to you. Bu Lao walked out from behind Han Jin's back, then blinked his own eyes with a serious face and asked such words to Su-nan. I have a lot of grudges between me and you. I just don't see you as a good person. If you have the ability, you can walk towards the school entrance. If you don't have the ability, you now kneel down and kowtow to your grandpa Nan to apologize for your mistake. And in the future, when you see me in class, you can call me Grandpa Nan, and the two of us will just forget about this matter. After Su-nan saw Farewell walk out, a smug look appeared on his face, pointing to the position in front of him, standing not far in front of Farewell and blabbering. Let's go then. Don't make a fuss. Now also not worried about these ordinary people to take a shot at himself. After hearing Su-nan say so, helplessly spread his hands and said so. Ha ha ha, then don't hurry over to kneel and kowtow. Su-nan was thinking in his heart that everyone else would agree to this unreasonable request of his to come over and kneel and kowtow to himself, and didn't even listen to what "don't make a fuss" was saying, and laughed out loud there. Student Su-nan, I'm sorry, you probably didn't hear what I just said clearly. What I said was to go to the entrance of the school. So let's go. Don't make a fuss. Staring at Su-nan's eyes, he said very seriously to Su-nan, then turned around and surprisingly took the lead to walk out towards the outside of the class. Stop it. What are you doing? This Su-nan obviously came prepared today. Aren't you getting yourself into trouble by doing this? When the pink-haired girl Han Jin saw that "Don't make a mess" and turned to go out, she also hurriedly followed behind "Don't make a mess" and tugged on "Don't make a mess's" coat. It's okay, Han. This matter will always be resolved. We're all classmates, and Su-nan's classmates definitely won't go too far. Feeling the tug on his clothes at the back, Bujang shook his head gently at the back hurriedly. Seeing this naive look of Bishio, Han Jin still wanted to persuade her, but she didn't expect that before she could open her mouth, Bishio would directly walk out towards the outside. Chapter 34, The Face of Iron. Not far behind the two of them, the iron-faced Su-nan looked at the two of them walking in front of him, and with an iron-faced face, he pulled out his cell phone from the side of his pocket. Where are you two now? After Su-nan dialed a phone number, he asked a very nonchalant question to the person on the phone. After hearing the person on the phone open his mouth to speak, Su-nan resentfully glanced forward before nodding and speaking. You guys wait at the school entrance right now. Today I'm going to make this kid realize his position. After saying these words, Su-nan put away his cell phone and quickened his pace, running out first from the other side of the school. To absorb the malice from Su-nan, a beep suddenly rang in the head of Farewell, who was walking towards the outside of the school with Han Jin. Farewell knew that he had been called out by Su-nan, and that Su-nan must have made arrangements outside, but Farewell wasn't an ordinary person, and even if there were any problems, he could have escaped on his own. Now Han Jin followed behind his ass, so don't make a mess. Some tangled, in case he exposed his identity as a cultivator of immortality, was informed by this Han Jin. After stopping what trouble, Han students a moment, if there is any danger, words cannot be good. You still do not follow me. I go out alone. After taking 2 steps, don't make a fuss. He turned around and said this to Han Jin behind him. It's okay, don't make a fuss. I'll follow you. I'm here. That Su-nan will be a bit more restrained, and won't do anything too much to you. Our family has a cooperative relationship with Su-nan's family, so what I say will be of some use. Han Jin shook his head gently at Fuli, still following closely beside Fuli, and had no intention of leaving. Seeing Han Jin followed behind himself and did not have the intention to leave, don't make a fuss, helplessly shook his head and then could only take a step, and has been toward the outside, walked out. Out, that's him, the kid next to the pink-haired girl. When the two people had just walked out of the school door, Su-nan had already seen the two people. Don't make a fuss and Han Jin, and after pointing to the two people beside him, he retreated to the side on his own. After the two people Su-nan called over confirmed the identity of Bujinkan, they looked at each other and walked towards Bujinkan and Han Jin. How come I haven't seen Su-nan? Didn't he tell me to come to the school entrance? There's not a single person at the entrance of this school. Bu Jie, after going out of the school entrance, looked around and realized that there were no students from their school in front of the school entrance, and there weren't many people either. You kid is don't make a fuss, is it? Just as don't make a mess. Finished the sentence, there were 2 people, one fat and one thin, walked up to don't make a mess. Who are you guys? Seeing this fat and skinny combination of Farewell, swept them a glance and opened his mouth to them and asked, don't care what we are, just know that we are the ones who can clean you up. Brother, do it. Confirming Farewell's identity, the thin man opened his mouth and spoke to the fat man next to him. Then the two of them rushed towards Farewell's body. What are you guys doing? What are you guys going to do? This is in front of the school. Seeing the two people pounce over, Han Jin, who was standing beside Farewell, shouted loudly at the two people. We knew that this was in front of the school, and we weren't thinking of making a move on him, just asking him to go around with us to a nice place. The two men held up the don't mess around left and right, then said to Han Jin next to them, and prepared to leave through the school entrance. You two are kidnapping. If you dare to leave again, I'll call the enforcers. As soon as Han Jin saw that these two were ready to leave after setting up Bujinkan, he pulled out his own cell phone and yanked on Bujinkan's clothes as he shouted at the two men. The enforcers aren't going to arrest the two of us. The two of us are immortal cultivators and we're not making a scene in public. We're just taking him away. We're not violating any of the laws that govern the relationship between immortal cultivators and mortals. The thin man reached out and stopped Han Jin. Then after saying this to Han Jin, he turned around and drove Farewell towards the distance. Farewell didn't resist in the middle of the two men's arms, and the current scenario was very much in line with his thoughts. Don't mess around, can't wait for these two people to take him to a place where no one is, and then he himself will make a move and solve these two people. Han Jin put away his cell phone feebly after hearing the identity of the two people as immortal cultivators. There was an insurmountable chasm between immortal cultivators and ordinary people, and although the current legal regulations regarding the relationship between mortals and immortal cultivators appeared to protect mortals, in fact, the privileges of the immortal cultivators were being reflected in every place. Looking at the direction in which Farewell and the two disappeared, Han Jin gritted his teeth and reached out to dial a phone number. Han Jin's family history was no worse than Su Nan's, even better, and if Su Nan could find two immortal cultivators, Han Jin naturally could as well. Han Jin was prepared to use his family's connections to find two immortal cultivators to save Bujiu. However, why Han Jin was so attached to Bujang, and why he had just met Bujang and maintained him at all times, this matter was also a big question mark in Bujang's heart. Go in. Thin man and fat man, two people will not make trouble. Brought to the school not far away from the side of an alley that cannot see people, and then the fat man in the back of the ass of don't make trouble kicked. Will don't make trouble, a foot kicked into the throat. Who are you guys looking for? Why are you arresting me? What do you want? I have no past grievances with you immortal cultivators. I have never had any grudges. What are you arresting me for? Don't you know that immortal cultivators are not allowed to kill ordinary people without authorization? Don't make a fuss. After being kicked inside the alley, he stumbled on his feet and then turned around with a look of fear on his face to the two immortal cultivators, fatty and slim, and opened his mouth to ask, the two of us aren't prepared to kill you either. As for this matter of who sent us, it's useless for you to ask so much. The thin man didn't have the intention of telling Bujiu about this matter after hearing Bujiu ask this. Instead, he calmly turned to Bujiu and said this. Did Su Nan find you guys? Did Su Nan ask you to teach me a lesson? Seeing that the two men were not willing to tell themselves don't make a mess backward a few steps, with a very nervous expression on his face to the two men asked again. All told you. Should ask ask. Shouldn't ask don't ask. The two of us will not want your life to pack you a meal. Break your arms and legs. We will spare you this dog's life. Don't make a fuss. When he said Su Nan's name, the two people, the thin man and the fat man, obviously froze for a moment, followed by the thin man staring ferociously at don't make a fuss, and took a step towards don't make a fuss in front of him. Chapter 35, Pointing Points. Can the two big brothers spare me? I have never offended you guys. If you guys came over to me because of something else, you guys can just talk to me. Don't make a fuss. Seeing the thin man step by step toward his body, and witnessing the ferocious light, very afraid of the thin man made a begging for forgiveness gesture. You want to beg for mercy now? In the future, do less of that kind of thing that offends people. The skinny man saw the skinny figure of Farewell and his appearance of begging for mercy, and did not have a trace of softness, but instead casually picked up a stick from the side of the alley, and then fiercely about to hit towards the legs of Farewell, by absorbing the malice of the thin man, by absorbing the malice of the fat man. Two beeps from the system sounded inside the choreographer's head as the figure launched its attack. Does it even need to be said? You're only prompting with me when someone else is about to hit me in the leg. Next time are you only going to tell me when someone else kills me? Don't make a fuss. Lifting his own leg, after dodging this attack, he said to the 7 emotions system in a bad mood. Host, these two people are just two people in the beginner and middle stages of chi refining. If you were to be killed by these two people, you might as well find a block of tofu to hit and kill yourself. The 7 emotions system was also very skinny, and after hearing Farewell's voice, it directly said to Farewell in retort, forget it, I can't say it, I won't continue with you, don't be ridiculous. After dodging a wooden stick attack, the thin man didn't stop. Instead, he kept hitting towards don't be ridiculous. While don't be ridiculous was very woefully dodging every attack, But don't be ridiculous, woefulness was all feigned. He still had free time to chat with the writing system. Good boy, also quite flexible. Well, this time to see where you go. However, while talking with the 7 emotion system, Farewell didn't pay attention to the situation around him, and soon he was cornered by the thin man in a dead end. Fatty, don't stand there. Come over and do it. After forcing Farewell to a dead corner, the thin man beckoned to the fat man standing in the distance. The fat man had an evil smile on his face, after which he also stood beside the thin man. Then the two of them looked at Farewell with flat eyes as if they had already declared the result for Farewell. The two big brothers let me off. I'm just a poor student who has nothing. I don't know what people I've offended myself. The two big brothers, you tell me what people I've offended. I'll go and apologize to the others. I'm sorry, two big brothers, please, let me go. Leaned against the wall of the don't make a fuss, looked at the two people in front of him, eyes flat look at themselves, and then hands together non-stop to the two people, beg for forgiveness. Taking people's money to eliminate people's disasters. Someone has spent money to invite us two to deal with you. If we two do not deal with you, is it not to let others pigeonholed? So you'd better not nonsense. There is this free time you can call you to contact a hospital. At that time, directly to pick you up. The thin man weighed his hand side of the stick after, said to don't make a mess of this sentence, and then directly to the stick to don't make a mess of the body to hit the past. Don't make a fuss. See, this appearance is also not willing to continue to pretend. Raised his arm to block the thin man hit over the stick, and then did not wait for the thin man to open his mouth to speak. Don't make a fuss. Directly a foot kicked in his chest, but don't make a fuss. This kick did not use too much force, because he now does not want to expose himself to carry the information of true chi. If he is too heavy, this kick out of the foot, these two people can certainly learn that they will be true chi things, but don't make a fuss. There is another thing can deal with these two people, that is, don't make a fuss of the 7 feelings system. Don't make a mess of the 7 love system and the first level 7 stars, all points full when attached to an ability. That is the ability to control other people's joy. And don't make a mess of it is ready to deal with these two people in front of them through this ability. Kid actually dare to fight back? B. Don T. Suddenly kicked a foot of the thin man, froze for a moment, and then threw away the hand side of the stick in his chest. Dante left that footprint position, pat, two eyes, dead eyes staring at Dante. To Dante, very indifference, asked a sentence. Two big brother, you two people do not force me. I will martial arts, I will point hand. If you two are still like this to me, then I can point to your laughing point. After hearing the fat man and the thin man say this, don't make a fuss, put up 2 fingers and put up a typical stance and threatened at the two people. Ha ha ha, Fatty, did you hear that? This kid said he knows martial arts and he can point his hands, but it really scared me to death. Do you think you are an immortal cultivator? You are just an ordinary person. You, even if you know pointing can be powerful to where? Here, don't make a fuss. So said the thin man, as if heard what heavenly joke is directly pointing at don't make a fuss. To the next fat man, after finishing the words, contemptuously looked to don't make a fuss this side. Brother, forget. Don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up to clean him up. We took the picture to get the money to go away. A moment the boss went back. We did it for nothing. That's not good. Seeing the thin man is still ready and don't make trouble to say anything, the fat man stopped the thin man and continue and don't make trouble to say on the meaning. To the thin man urged a sentence. Okay, hurry up and solve it. This kid, we took the money at night to go happy. After rolling up his own sleeves, the thin man directly rushed towards the front of the Farewell, but just when the thin man's fist was about to hit the face of the Farewell, only to see the Farewell 2 fingers pointing at the armpit of the thin man. The system activates its ability to control this person's joy and make him keep laughing. As Don't Take's fingers and the thin man came into contact, together, Don't Get's command similarly rang out inside the system. Host, what is the level of joy? Is it beginner, intermediate, or advanced? How much time does it need to be maintained? Hearing Bujang, after saying so, the 7 emotions system turned to Bujang and inquired. The highest level. Maintain a whole day. After hearing the system's voice, Don't Be Ridiculous directly developed such a command to the system. Ha ha ha. The thin man standing in front of Farewell, he didn't know why. After Farewell's fingers came into contact with himself, he inexplicably wanted to laugh and was so happy in his heart that he didn't even have the idea of continuing to attack others in his hands. What's wrong with big brother? What are you laughing at? After the thin man laughed, the fat man hastily held the thin man to the thin man opened his mouth and asked this. But the thin man was there all the time laughing maniacally and did not respond to the words of the fat man at all. Kid, what did you do to my big brother? Hurry up and fix my big brother. Seeing that the thin man kept laughing maniacally here, the fat man turned his head to look at the side of Farewell. He knew that all of this was the work of Farewell. Chapter 36, Pointing Points in Space. Just now all told you guys don't mess with me. I can point points, you guys non-listen. Now he has already been point his laughing point by me. Don't make a fuss. After hearing the fat man's question, he helplessly spread his hands and said this to the fat man. Kid, Hurry up and unlock my boss's pussy, or else I'll be rude to you. After hearing Farewell say that, Fatty took a step forward and said this to Farewell. This can't be, you two are going to deal with me. Now if you take him away, he won't have anything to do. If you want to make a move on me as well, then don't blame me for being impolite. I'll give you one too. After hearing Fatty say that don't make a fuss, raised his 2 fingers and gestured in front of Fatty. Ha ha ha. Fatty hide far away and attack him with his true chi. Ha ha ha. When Fatty heard this voice and was hesitating, the thin man standing on the side kept laughing maniacally and said this to Fatty. After hearing the thin man say this, the fat man seemed to have realized something and hurriedly took a few steps backward before raising his own hand. A ball of true chi appeared in his hand and was directly ready to be thrown over to this side. Do you think that if you don't touch me, you won't be able to be pointed at the laughing point? I also know how to point in the air. Don't make a fuss. Saw Fatty retreating to the side of the spirit, raised his finger, and after saying this to Fatty, he directly stretched his hand in Fatty's direction, spaced pointing. After don't make a mess shouted out loud, then launched the system again, controlling his joy on Fatty and tuning it to the highest level. Immediately after that, Fatty directly pinched and dispersed the ball of true chi in his hand, then covered his stomach and hit the ground, rolling and laughing. Alas, why do you have to force my hand? The two of you are really sorry. I'll leave first. You guys be happy here first. Saw a squatting on the ground maniacal laughter, a lying on the ground maniacal laughter, a fat and a thin. 2 people don't fool around. Helplessly shook his head, said to the 2 people after, turned a body then walked out toward the outside of the hutong. Ha 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 ha, kid, you don't go. Ha ha ha, give us the acupuncture point. Ah, ha 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 ha. Seeing Farewell turn to go, Slim raised his hand in Farewell's direction and opened his mouth while laughing, but Farewell acted as if he hadn't heard it and swaggered out of the hutong, to absorb the grief from the thin man, to absorb the grief from the fat man. Just as Farewell's feet had just stepped out of the mouth of the alley, 2 system beeps came into Farewell's ears, and before he had time to react, another woman's voice came into Farewell's ears. Don't be ridiculous, are you alright? Don't make a fuss. Just walked out from the alley, then saw Han Jin with 2 people walked over to his side. After seeing don't make a fuss, Han Jin hurriedly opened his mouth to don't make a fuss and asked, I'm fine, I can have what things are. Those 2 do not know how. Suddenly began to laugh, and as if contagious like a contagious, the other 2 people are now their maniacal laughter. I see that the 2 do not have what good resistance. I will first come out. Here Han Jin so ask after don't make a fuss since it is impossible to give. Han Jin said he will true chi things, but don't make a fuss on second thought that also can't give. Han Jin said he will point this thing. After all, this thing is really some unimaginable. Then don't make a scene on his face to make a blank expression. To Han Jin said so, both of them suddenly laughed. It's not possible that the true chi in both of these people's bodies at the same time have run off the rails, causing them both to go off the rails. Hearing don't make a fuss, after saying so a very calm-looking middle-aged man standing behind Han Jin dragged his chin and said this. Uncle Lee, those 2 won't come back to look for trouble again afterward. Right, why don't you go in and give the 2 of them a long sign, so that the 2 of them don't come back to look for trouble in the future. After hearing the middle-aged man say this, Han Jin turned her head to look over at the middle-aged man's side and said this to the middle-aged man. Don't worry, Miss Han, leave this matter to the 2 of us. You and this little brother next to you will go back to the school first. The 2 of us will teach those 2 a lesson. After hearing Han Jin say this, the middle-aged man nodded to Han Jin and then glanced at his companion beside him before the 2 of them took a step together and walked in towards the hutong. Alright, stop it. Don't look, those 2 are the people I found. The 2 of them are very powerful. They should be able to take care of the 2 fat and 1 thin men who just grabbed you. You go back inside the school with me first. Next time don't be so impulsive. That Sunan is obviously harboring ill intentions towards you. You are still foolishly believing in him. How could you be so innocent? Seeing Bujinkan turn around and look over in the direction of the 2 people he had called over, Han Jin tugged on Bujinkan's arm, pulled Bujinkan, and was ready to walk in the direction of the school. And while walking, he also said something like this to Bujinkan. I thought that Sunan's classmate called me out because there was something else he was going to come out to theorize with me, thinking that it was a bit bad to argue in the school, but I didn't think that after I came out and didn't see him in person. But I met these 2 people, or I thought of him too well. Next time I'll know. I won't come out like this stupidly again. After hearing Han Jin say that, don't make a fuss nodded at Han Jin. Then the 2 of them took a step towards the inside of the school. I'll go back inside the dormitory first. You also hurry back to the dormitory. We still have military training in the afternoon, but you have to remember about having dinner with me at night. Han Jin and don't make a fuss. 2 people walked into the school after passing a dormitory building. Han Jin suddenly stopped his steps, pointed to the dormitory building. To this side of the said they want to go back to the dormitory things, and then also to the don't make a fuss, urged to eat together in the afternoon things. Eating together in the afternoon is fine, but I might not have too much time. because I still have some things to get busy with in the afternoon." After hearing Han Jin say this, "Don't make a fuss," nodded to Han Jin, but after thinking about it, he still has to give the money that he just got to Su Yushao in the afternoon, and then added to Han Jin, "It's okay, I'm just looking for you to have a meal with me this afternoon. There's nothing else." Seeing the serious look on Bujang's face, Han Jin had wanted to say something else, but still put his words back in and nodded at Bujang. Chapter 37, A Scene in Magic City. "Then I'll go back first." Seeing that Han Jin didn't have any opinions, Farewell waved his hand at Han Jin with a smile, then turned around and walked in the direction of his dormitory. After seeing the other hilarious person turn around and leave, Han Jin stood still and took a deep breath and also turned around and walked in the direction of his dormitory. At this time, a figure outside the school door from the back of a tree came out. This person is no one else. It is the Sunan. Will not be hilarious about the school door. Sunan. Sunan saw the two people who were talking and laughing with Han Jin, back to the school side, and did not see their own summon that a fat and a thin two people frowned and wondered why in the end. Just now, he saw, "Don't make a mess" by that one fat and one thin two people took away. Although Han Jin after the call seems to be looking for people, but that period of time and the sight of that one fat and one thin two cultivators, naturally have time to solve the "don't make a mess, but don't make a mess" back appearance. Completely unlike the appearance of injury, even seems to be with a person like nothing. Sunan all suspect that he just saw "don't make a mess" was a fat a thin too careful point to take away things. Is not their own hallucination? After walking out from behind the tree, Sunan took out his cell phone and dialed the phone number of the thinner cultivator. "Where are you guys now? Why did that don't mess around and walk back unharmed?" After the phone was picked up, Sunan directly asked coldly to the thinner man on the phone. "Ha ha ha, young Master Su is not like that. The two of us are now being blocked in. Ha ha ha, being blocked in the hut on being beaten up. Ha ha ha." After hearing Sunan's voice inside the phone, the thin man said this to Sunan on the phone, but the laughter on his mouth did not stop. "You TMD lie to Lao Zi. You also lie a little bit more truthfully. Look at you laughing like this. Do you think Lao Zi will believe what you say? The two of you actually want to cheat me out of my money. The two of you wait for me to tell this matter to my father. I'll see what the two of you do." Hearing the thin man on the phone continuously letting out a wild laugh, Sunan's face turned iron blue. He didn't think that this thin man who cheated himself actually didn't even bring a bit of cover up to make fun of himself over there. "Ha ha ha, young Master Su really is not like this. Ha ha ha, we two are now being blocked in the hut on. Simply cannot even go. Young Master Su, you listen to my explanation. Ha ha ha." Hearing that Sunan seemed to be angry, the thin man hurriedly opened his mouth to Sunan and said in explanation, but the laughter from the side of his mouth really didn't stop. He also wanted to try hard to stop his laughter, but he couldn't do it at all now. While the two of them were still standing in front of each other, the other two were looking at them with unfavorable expressions on their faces. "Get lost, you two get lost for me." After hearing the voice inside the phone, Sunan directly hung up the phone and then ruthlessly slammed his cell phone on the ground. But after dropping the phone, Sunan suddenly realized that his pocket money this month has been spent, no money to buy a new phone, and hastily picked up his phone into his pocket, and then walked into the school side of the angry. At this time and Don't Make a Fuss just left the side of the alley. The thin man looked in front of the eyes of the standing. The two people opened their mouths and asked, "Ha ha ha, two big brothers, what do you want to do?" After saying this sentence, the thin man covered his stomach and squatted down again. Tears have begun to spin in his eyes. These two guys are afraid that they aren't stupid. "Do you think we still have to make a move on the two of them?" The immortal cultivator that Han Jin had just addressed as Uncle Lee turned his head to his companion next to him and asked this. "Miss has already instructed them to learn a lesson and not make a move against the don't mess around in the future. So the two of us might as well symbolically give them a lesson. These two cheap practicing stage guys actually dare to come out to earn money to find other people's trouble. If we don't straighten them out, the two of them won't be able to turn over the sky in the future." After hearing this Uncle Lee say this, the immortal cultivator standing next to him said this to Uncle Lee, and then walked towards the fat man. After hearing his companion's voice, Uncle Lee also nodded his head and looked towards the thin man crouching on the ground. Seeing that the two men were preparing to strike against the two of them, the thin man was just about to open his mouth to defend himself when directly in front of his eyes a foot suddenly appeared and kept enlarging. When the thin man saw this foot, he was ready to let out a cry of surprise, but after he opened his mouth, except for the sound of laughter, he could not let out any sound, and then the foot was printed on his face. After these two immortal cultivators that Han Jin had found left from the hut on, a bright landscape appeared on the streets of Magic City. The two bruised and swollen immortal cultivators were walking and laughing at the same time, making everyone wonder what was going on and think that they had practiced the legendary lunatic gong methods. After the end of the military training, Farewell arrived at the place where he had made an appointment with Han Jin. It was a small gazebo inside the school. Han Jin had already sent a message to Farewell before the start of the military training, telling Farewell to wait for himself here after the end of the military training. Waiting for the time when Don't Make a Fuss to rush to the small pavilion, Han Jin has already sat inside, saw Don't Make a Fuss to come, turned his head to Don't Make a Fuss, smiled a little. The weak light in the school borrowed the moonlight in the sky irradiated in the face of Han Jin, to have a moment lost in thought. What's wrong with you? Is not uncomfortable or today suffered some injury? See Don't Make a Fuss. Stand in place froze out of focus. Han Jin hastily walked to the body of Don't Make a Fuss, put his hand on Don't Make a Fuss on the forehead side of this Don't Make a Fuss asked the sentence. I'm fine. I was just lost in thought. Feeling the warmth and softness coming from the top of his forehead, Bu Jio hastily took a step back, blushing as he gently shook his head at Han Jin, indicating that there was nothing wrong with him. That's good. I thought you were injured and uncomfortable today. That line we two go to eat. I know there is a very good steakhouse. Let's go there to eat steak. Here Don't Make a Fuss. After so say hurriedly to Han Jin nodded, then turn a body to the direction of the school door went over. See Han Jin left. Don't Make a Fuss hastily followed Han Jin behind. After Han Jin followed him to the outside of the school, he suddenly took out a set of car keys from his pocket, and then pressed them against a red Ferrari on the roadside. Seeing such a scene, Bu Jio's eyes went wide. Chapter 38, Don't Squirm. Han, did you drive to school? Is this your car? Don't Make a Fuss. Opening his own mouth wide he opened his mouth to Han Jin and inquired. Yeah, it's my car. Han Jin nodded his head at Ferris after hearing Ferris ask. I didn't realize that you actually have your own car. Han, it's really enviable. When he heard Han Jin say this, he felt a sense of inferiority in his heart. He couldn't even pay for his brother's hospital bill, and if it wasn't for the contractor who wanted to harm him, he would still be worrying about his brother's hospital bill, but did not think of others have been driving a luxury car to school, although don't know much about the car. But in front of this car side of the beginning of recognition, red Ferrari modeling exaggerated car. Don't know this car at least in the million or more. What good envy? Not just a car? Don't make fun of classmates you certainly can also have in the future. Quickly get in the car. I'll take you over to eat. After hearing the Don't Make a Fuss, Han Jin revealed a smile to the Don't Make a Fuss, gently said so after, pulled open the door of his car, to the Don't Make a Fuss beckoned. See Han Jin standing there on their own beckoning Don't Make a Fuss. After hesitating for a moment or step into the car, Han Jin for Don't Make a Fuss, after closing the door also sat on the driver's seat, then a foot throttle down. The Ferrari came out a roar, and then from the original place into a red light, in front of the school disappeared. Sitting in the car Don't Make a Fuss, always feel that how he does it is not comfortable, as if this car makes him very twisted. Don't Make a Fuss body twisting around in the car. What's wrong? Don't Make a Fuss students make the car sitting uncomfortable? You sympathize a little. The family side of the car assigned to me only this one. This car is not good, but there is no way I do not want to drive this car. I know this car sitting uncomfortable, but we will soon arrive. Other students you see can overcome a little. A moment back when we two take a car to go back. Put the car just throw it there. Seeing Bu Jio sitting there writhing around, Han Jin sitting next to him opened his mouth and said this to Bu Jio. Ha, no. There is no uncomfortable place. Is my own problem? I always feel that this car sitting on some does not meet my status. I also was the first time to sit in such a good car. I am afraid to give you the seat dirty. After hearing Han Jin say this Don't Make a Fuss he hurriedly shook his head at Han Jin to show that he didn't have anything wrong with him and then explained to Han Jin. You don't have to worry about dirtying my car. My car has a special person to clean it for me. If it's dirty, it's dirty. You'd better sit there properly. A car has no important place Don't Make a Fuss. Classmates if you like it, this car I can even give it to you. After hearing Don't Make a Fuss, Han Jin pressed Don't Make a Fuss on the top of his seat and then said this to Don't Make a Fuss. Seeing Han Jin's palm pressed on his chest, Bu Jio's heart began to beat violently again, but this time he didn't squirm as he sat on top of the seat, but instead leaned back on the seat with a reddened face and didn't say a word. Soon Han Jin parked the car in front of a very upscale-looking Western restaurant, then pushed open the door and walked out. We're here, get out of the car. Han Jin reached out and pointed to the Western restaurant next to him and said this to this Bujinkan. Han, this place looks so expensive. Let's just eat somewhere else. After getting out of the car, Bishio glanced in the direction of the Western restaurant. His face was a little difficult, and he said this to Han Jin. Don't make a fuss. Don't want to eat the meal that Han Jin invited him to. He originally thought that after this meal today, he would pay for the meal for Han Jin. But when don't make a fuss when you see this Western restaurant, the heart has cooled half. This Western restaurant channel before heard this Western restaurant is to high consumption. Plus, since Han Jin proposed to come here, it must have been ready to spend a large sum of money, which if you let Bu Jiang pay, Bu Jiang was afraid that he would directly lose his own brother's medical expenses into it. Just here, I have a membership card here. and I often eat here. I'm not used to the appetite of other places. Don't make a fuss, students go. Today this meal is my treat for you. No matter how much money I spend, it's fine. As long as don't make a fuss, students, you eat happy on it. Seeing don't make a fuss, Han Jin reached out and pulled don't make a fuss's arm, then tugged don't make a fuss, and walked in towards the Western restaurant. Good day, Mr. and Miss. After Bu Jiao and Han Jin walked into the Western restaurant, there were 2 rows of girls in waitress uniforms standing on both sides of the front door of the Western restaurant, and when they saw the 2 of them come in, they bowed in unison and greeted the 2 of them. Hello you guys. Hello you guys. Seeing this group of waitresses bowing to themselves, Don't Be a Mess was flattered and hurriedly walked up to them and bowed to them one by one and then greeted them. Farewell, student. What are you doing? Seeing farewell like this, Han Jin awkwardly looked around and realized that there was no one paying attention to this place, then yanked farewell up by the hand and turned to farewell, asking this, Greetings. They all greeted me. I greeted them too. After hearing Han Jin say this, Don't Make a Mess looked over to Han Jin's side and said this calmly to Han Jin. Farewell, student. You're really too cute. Here, don't make a mess. So say Han Jin also can't help but cover their mouths and laugh. And next to stand on both sides of the waiter is Morsum already can't help but laugh out loud. This let's stand in a group of people in the middle of the Don't Make a Mess. Don't know what is happening. Okay? Don't make fun of students. Don't stand here. Let's hurry to go in. Seeing that Farewell could only stand here somewhat at a loss for words, he hurriedly held back the laughter in his heart, then brought Farewell to find a window seat and sat down. After the 2 people had just sat down, there was a service provider who walked up to the 2 people, and then opened his mouth to the 2 people and asked, What would you like to eat, Mr. and Miss? This is the menu. The waiter placed the menu in his hand on the table before asking the 2 people. After hearing the waiter say that, Han Jin took the menu and handed it to Farewell. Don't make a fuss. You order. We'll order whatever you want to eat. Chapter 39, Stories? After Han Jin handed over the menu in his hand, he crooked his neck and said with a smile, looking at Han Jin handed over the menu, Don't make a fuss from his hands will be the menu over, and then lowered his head to see, the whole person directly dumbfounded. The menu densely plopped down on the text Don't make a fuss, don't recognize a single one. Don't make a fuss. The place where you are is the Magic City, and Don't Make a Fuss is located in the Magic City is part of the Huaxia country, China. In the learning time, in addition to the need to learn the national language of the country of China, the same also have to learn some of the language from the M country. And don't make a mess of mastering only these 2 languages and words. But at this time the menu above the language and words displayed is not Don't Make a Mess of mastering the 2 languages and words, one of them. Embarrassed, Farewell's face flushed red for a moment, not knowing what to do. What's wrong? Farewell, student? Is there nothing you like to eat? Seeing the embarrassed Bujinkan sitting across from him, scratching the back of his head over and over, Han Jin inquired suspiciously into the poop. Han, student, I'm really sorry, the words on this I don't recognize. After handing Han Jin the menu in his hand, he buried his head in his chest, almost drilling into the table. After receiving the menu from Ferris Bueller's hand, Han Jin realized that he had just made a mistake, and then smiled as he ticked off the menu before handing it over to the waiter, who then left the table next to the 2 of them. Don't make a fuss. I'm really sorry. I didn't realize you didn't know the words on the top. I'm very sorry. After seeing the waiter walk away, hurriedly opened his mouth and apologized to Don't Make a Fuss, who was sitting across from him. It's not you. It's me who doesn't recognize those words on the top. Hearing Han Jin say this, Don't Make a Fuss quickly raised his head from under the table and gently shook his head at Han Jin. Looking at Bujang's anxious expression, Han Jin smiled for a moment, then slowly spoke to Bujang. What's on the menu just now is our Blue Star's common language. If you don't know it, I can teach it to you. After Han Jin explained to Bujangan what the words above the menu were, he said this to Bujangan very seriously. Okay, thank you. Hearing Han Jin say that, he directly raised his head and said to Han Jin very seriously. Seeing that there didn't seem to be anything wrong with Bieshwan, Han Jin smiled at Bieshwan and nodded his head before the 2 of them were served their food. Han, why do you keep helping me all the time? Looking at Han Jin, who was sitting across from him and eating seriously, Bujio took a deep breath before finally asking Han Jin the question in his heart. After hearing this question, Han Jin froze for a moment, then smiled as he put down the knife and fork in his hand and raised his head, his eyes staring into Bujio's eyes. What's wrong, Han? Did I eat something on my face? Seeing Han Jin staring at himself like this, Farewell, he reached out and touched his face twice and asked this to Han Jin. No, you don't have anything on your face, but I just wanted to take a look. Seeing this nervous look on Farewell's face, Han Jin hurriedly turned to Farewell and explained. Farewell, student, do you know why I've always helped you? Looking at Farewell's flustered look, Han Jin suddenly opened his mouth to Farewell and asked. I don't know, Han, I hope you can explain it to me. After hearing Han Jin say this, Farewell was also curious as he raised his head to Han Jin and inquired, "Before I talk about this matter, I have to tell you a story first, but this story has to be told many years ago." After seeing Farewell's curious eyes, Han Jin coldly turned to Farewell and said, "Such a thing. Story?" The words Han Jin said aroused even more curiosity in Bujinkan, and Bujinkan repeated what Han Jin had just said under his breath. "Yes, it's a story from 15 years ago." After hearing the two words repeated from Bujinkan's mouth, Han Jin confirmed to Bujinkan and nodded. Seeing Han Jin's serious look, he held his chin with both hands and made an appearance of a listener, waiting for Han Jin to tell him the story of 15 years ago. At this time, Farewell made enough preparations to listen to the story, just short of picking up a small bench, holding peanut rice, holding a Coke, listening to Han Jin tell the story. 15 years ago, a little girl sneaked out from under the nannies and housekeepers and bodyguards who were following beside her. Although Han Jin didn't say that this little girl was him, Farewell could clearly know that the little girl Han Jin was talking about was himself. However, Farewell didn't speak out to interrupt Han Jin from continuing, but instead nodded quietly before casting Han Jin a longing look for her to continue. The little girl ran to the side of the street alone to play around happily, using her allowance to buy a balloon. But just as he was having fun, the string of the balloon suddenly detached from his hand and flew out, and the little girl chased after the balloon, running and running, not caring that she had run into the middle of the street. At this time suddenly a van rushed towards the front of the little girl. Han Jin's face became a bit panicked when she said here. It looks like the shock caused by this matter to her in the first place was not small. The little girl who hadn't encountered this kind of thing instantly panicked, standing still and staring blankly at the big van that kept zooming in front of her. Seeing that the big truck is about to roll the little girl under the wheels, a little boy suddenly rushed over. A little girl pushed to the side, and this little boy would have perished under the big truck if it wasn't for his own brother, who ran out in time to hold him and also roll to the side of the road. Then the little girl and the little boy had a pleasant afternoon together, and finally the little boy's brother sent the little girl back home. That's the story about the little boy and the little girl. Speaking here, Han Jin raised his own head to look at Farewell, who was sitting across from him, a strange luster flowing among his eyes. A very interesting story indeed. I'm sure that the little girl mentioned in your story is yourself. So what is this little boy? After seeing the gaze Han Jin cast over Don't Make a Fuss and inquired to Han Jin, this little boy is you. Maybe you have already forgotten this matter, because I am just a person you helped on your way to be helpful, but you are the one who gave me the happiest afternoon. Chapter 40, the host can only be blamed for being stupid. After hearing Bujinkan's inquiry, Han Jin spoke such words to Bujinkan that Bujinkan was very surprised. You said that little boy was me. Why don't I have any impression at all? Farewell asked Han Jin in a puzzled manner. Farewell student, I'm sure that little boy is really you. First of all, I'm not against you. I have a sentence that I must say to you, because in my impression that little boy is just having an extra supernumerary tooth, and not very good looking either. Hearing that Farewell didn't remember this matter, Han Jin hurriedly turned to Farewell and explained this matter. You might say that there are more boys with multiple birth teeth, but I've already sent people to investigate. The little boy with multiple birth teeth that appeared that day inside Magic City has also appeared, and the little boy inside this street has already sent people to line up, and that little boy has an older brother who is much older than himself. At first I thought that was his father, and there are only 2 or 3 with such family conditions. I've already ruled out the others by any means possible, and in the end, that only leaves you. Han Jin said these words to Bujang because she truly had already investigated these people, then raised her head and said this to Bujang very seriously. Seeing that Bujang had fallen into deep thought there, Han Jin smiled, and after placing one of the food items on the table on Bujang's plate, she continued to speak slowly. But I've never bothered with your life, but I didn't expect you to suddenly appear beside me and actually be in the same class as me. Can you imagine how happy and excited I was when I saw you inside the classroom? But I didn't rush to recognize you, because this matter was an unthinkable thing in the end. After all, it's been so many years since the incident, and you'll definitely be a bit surprised when I suddenly say this to you. After saying these words, Han Jin saw Farewell, who was sitting across from him, raise his own head, then turned to Farewell and nodded. Then why didn't you tell me about this matter on the day you started school? Instead you've been dragging it out until today? After hearing Han Jin say this, Don't Make a Fuss was a bit puzzled as to why Han didn't tell herself on that day, nor did she tell herself on the second day, but instead, she has been dragging it out until this 3rd day of the school year to tell herself so much about it. Don't make a fuss, classmate. Are you forgetting the meeting words of the first class on the opening day of school? Halfway through the words you rushed out from inside the classroom to know that only on the 2nd day did you go back to the school. I also inquired at that time whether you had time or not, and you said that you didn't have the time in the afternoon, so I waited until today to ask you to make an appointment. Although I don't know what happened to you when you went back, and that one multiborn tooth on your mouth has actually disappeared, I can still confirm that you are you. After hearing Buwan say so, Han Jin somewhat helplessly explained to Buwan. After Buwan heard Han Jin's explanation, carefully thought about it, indeed he also did not give Han Jin time to explain these things to himself. I'm sorry Han, I really don't have an impression of this matter, but if you confirm that this matter is me, then I probably did this thing. Don't be ridiculous. After Han Jin thought carefully when he said these words, he realized that his memories of his childhood were very vague, and could even be said to be all the same. His memories of his childhood didn't even include his own memories from when he was in elementary school, and only from his teenage years onward did he slowly remember clearly. Farewell classmate, thank you for saving me back then, and I've never had any friends. You're the first person to make me feel the joy of friendship. Thank you very much. Seeing that Farewell seemed to have acquiesced to this matter, Han Jin stood up and went to bow to Farewell, very sincerely saying this to Farewell. Han, students must not be like this. You do this makes me a little embarrassed. Seeing Han Jin this way, don't make a fuss, hurriedly walked to the side of Han Jin, called Han Jin to help up, to absorb the love from Han Jin. Just as Farewell reached out to help Han Jin, the system's beep sounded inside Farewell's head. I say big brother, in the future, can you divide these positive emotions into more detail? Every time such a sentence suddenly jumps out, it's easy for people to misunderstand. After hearing the system's beep, don't make a fuss helplessly said this to the system inside his head. The system is so divided. I also have no way full screen host to understand. Can understand the understanding? Can not understand. Can only blame the host talent stupid. In don't make a fuss. After finishing this sentence, the system helpless voice, in don't make a fuss inside the head thought a sentence, and then quickly revert back to silence, as if it had not appeared. Farewell student. I'm fine. I'm just saying a sincere thank you to you. This thank you should have been said to you many years ago. Han Jin, who was helped up by Farewell, gently shook his head, rushed towards Farewell, and said this. Farewell nodded at Han Jin and sat down on the edge of his seat. Papsy, what did you do on the first day of school? Why did you suddenly rush out of the classroom? I heard that the school seems to have penalized you. Is there such a thing? After seeing Farewell sitting on his seat, Han Jin, in order to dissolve the embarrassment of digression, to Farewell asked why Farewell left that day. However, Han Jin did not expect that when he asked this question, follower's face became even more ugly. Farewell student, I won't ask if you don't want to talk. I'm really sorry. Seeing the ugly look on Bujang's face, Han Jin hurriedly explained to Bujang, shaking his hand at him, afraid that others would misunderstand him. It's okay Han, it's just that something bad happened inside the family. I won't explain it to you. Let's eat. After eating I still have some things to do at night. Han Jin's sentence directly pulls back the thoughts of Bujio back to 2 days ago. Bujio just now all the doubts, suspicions and shyness of all kinds of emotions, directly by this sentence washed away only hate. Don't make fun of students. I really don't mean it. Then hurry up to eat. If you still have anything, I will drive you over in a while. After hearing Farewell say this, Han Jin didn't pursue this issue too much, but pointed to the plate in front of him, and after saying something to Farewell, he lowered his head and began to eat. Chapter 41 Control. After seeing Han Jin began to eat after don't make a fuss is also 3 times 5 will be in front of their own food to clean up. Then Han Jin paid the money after taking the school outside. Then Han Jin paid the money, then took the don't make trouble, back to the outside of the school. In front of the school don't make trouble, got out of the car, called to stop Han Jin. What's the matter Farewell student? After hearing Farewell's voice, Han Jin asked Farewell suspiciously. I'll just get off here. I have some things I need to do outside the school, so I won't be returning to the school first. After explaining to Han Jin next to him, Buwan wanted to pull open the car door, but he pulled the car door half a day and it didn't open by him. Buwan didn't even find out where the car door opened from. That, Han students can help me open the car door. Really sorry, I did not find where the door opens. Don't make a mess of it, awkwardly said so to the side of Han Jin. Just now the two in front of the restaurant off when don't make a mess of it remembered the car door is their own open. Also thought that this side of the car door can only be controlled by the side of Han Jin. After hearing this, Han Jin reached out and pressed his hand on his left hand side, and then the door on the side of the car on the other side of the car will rise up by itself. After walking to the bottom of the car, the Buwan gently shook his hand at Han Jin, and then turned around and walked in the direction of the bar near the school. After seeing Farewell turn around and leave, Han Jin drove the car and found a parking spot near the school, and after parking the car, he took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number. Butler Wu, do me a favor, help me investigate a classmate at our school called Farewell. Help me investigate what happened to their family. After Han Jin spoke to the person inside the phone, he hung up the phone when he got an answer from the person inside the phone, and then glanced in the direction where Farewell had just left, before getting out of the car and walking back towards the school. Young good, I am now in front of the bar. What time do you get off work? In front of the bar, Farewell sent a message to Su Yojia who was still singing in the bar. He didn't dare to call Su Yojiao. He was afraid that when Su Yojia was working, his phone call would affect his work. Don't make a fuss and don't realize that Su Yojio has already finished her work and is receiving her paycheck in the boss's office. And there are still 2 followers behind her. Classmate Su, just give us brother Situ your contact information. Fatty Wang stood behind Su Yozhuang and said this to Su Yozhuang with a smile on his face. While standing beside Fatty Wang was Sito Zhe, who had a cold and expressionless face. Can you two leave me alone? I came here just to find a job and earn some money. If you keep bugging me like this, I'll consider changing to another place. After feeling the cell phone in her pocket vibrate, Su Yuxiao opened it while saying this to the 2 people next to her. Su Yuxiao, if you have any difficulties and need money, just tell us. We have money. We have money. We are the last thing that Fatty Wang lacks is money. After hearing Su Yozhuang say this, Fatty Wang patted his chest fat and said this to Su Yozhuang very proudly. Sorry, I don't need it. After seeing clearly the content of the text message on the cell phone, Su Yojiao frowned and said directly to the side of Fatty Wang in a bad mood, took his salary and walked out towards the outside of the bar. Hey! Seeing Su Yuzi directly turn a body toward the bar, the outside walked out. Wang Fatty toward the side of Situze face after a glance, hastily opened steps to follow the rear. Situze is not a sound also followed up. Young Chan, here. After seeing Su Yozhuan walk out from the inside, don't make a fuss and waved at Su Yozhuan. Don't make a fuss. You look for me, what is the matter? The time of school. You don't properly find a place to earn some money to pay back the hospitalization fee of brother. Here come to look for me. You are very leisurely? You this guy is also too no bearing. Sister-in-law's burial ceremony did not see you go back. Where did you run away? Su you shall look at the body in front of the don't play is the more see more angry. This guy how can be a boy a little bear no not to say. And these days actually also played a missing. Every time is hurried to see a side to turn a body to run. As if afraid to see their own like. Looked at the body in front of his face full of anger Su Yuchio. Don't play very embarrassed lowered his head. Originally see Su Yuchio he was afraid. Especially Su Yuchio temper. Don't play is more afraid of not. Speak how not to speak. Seeing Don T? Lowered his head without saying a word. Su Yuxiao to Don T? Urged a sentence. This to you this inside have brother's surgery fee. And after the hospitalization fee. You take good. Don't lose. Don't make a fuss. After hesitating for half a day from his own bosom pulled out a stack of newspaper wrap things. A handful of stuffed into the arms of Su Yuzhou. And then turned a body to spread out and rushed in toward the inside of the school. See other turn to escape appearance. Look at their arms with a stack of newspaper wrap things. Su Yozhuang doubtful open a look. Only to see inside a stack of red bills appeared in front of the eyes of Su related. Su related to see these things. Hastily will be newspaper to cover. And then stuffed into the pocket side of his arms. After collecting the things, Su Yuxiao also took a step and hurriedly walked in towards the school. Situ brother looks like you have a rival Just now that guy does not notice Su students sent a what things. But look at Su students this look seems to be quite satisfied. This is not all chased in. Looking at the back of Su Yuxiao walking away. Fatty Wang said this to Situze who was beside him with a regretful face. I've seen that boy before. The two of them shouldn't be in the kind of relationship you're thinking of. After hearing Fatty Wang speak, Situze said this to Fatty Wang with a very certainty. Then turned around and walked towards the distance. Situ brother you don't go this school door will be closed soon. I have to go back to school. What are you doing to go? Seeing Situze walking towards the distance, Fatty Wang hurriedly chased after him. Going home. Situze turned his head and glanced at Fatty Wang who was beside him. After saying this sentence to Fatty Wang in a concise manner, he drilled into a white car that he drove over. Brother Situ I'll go down and help you inquire about what kind of relationship the two of them have. Seeing Situze about to leave, Fatty Wang stood outside the car window and waved his hand at him. Chapter 42. Don't mess around. Don't know that just such an appearance by myself today has made both sets of people start investigating themselves. Dude you went somewhere? Today a day did not show up. Don't make a mess. After returning to the dormitory side, immediately there is a voice into the ears of don't make a mess. Don't make a mess of the inquiry is not someone else. It is the dormitory inside the buddy Zhang Fei. I went out to have dinner with my friends today, so I came back a little late. After hearing Zhang Fei say so, don't make a fuss, explained to Zhang Fei, and then gently closed the dormitory door and walked in. At this time in the dormitory, Li Chaoyang was sitting on the side of the bed washing his feet, while Wang Chao was sitting in the corner drumming on his computer. And Zhang Mang was there lifting 2 dumbbells to exercise his body. After Li Chaoyang glanced at Farewell, he was about to open his mouth and talk to Farewell, when suddenly the door of the dormitory was kicked open by someone. Dormitory check. Dormitory check. A student-like man with yellow hair and a lollipop in his mouth walked in from outside and shouted at the several people in the dormitory. the one who washes his feet, hurry up and put your basin away. Shrink in the corner. That one, turn your face around and let me see if it's you personally. And over there without clothes lifting dumbbells, that, hurry up and put your clothes on. Old man is growing needle eyes. Small yellow hair into the dormitory after the sight of the hand holding a book and a pen. Left and right after looking at two eyes. To the dormitory side of everyone reprimanded. What are you looking at? Are you not talking about you? You are not comfortable in your heart. Hurry up and roll to your bed. Seeing Farewell standing here staring at himself, little yellow hair directly turned to Farewell, waved his hand and said in a very bad tone, "What kind of person are you? Are you here to cause trouble in our dormitory? Hurry up and get out from the inside of our dormitory, or else don't blame me for being rude to you." Seeing that this little yellow hair was very arrogant inside the dormitory, Zhang Mang put down the dumbbells in his hands, then gathered his muscles and said this to the little yellow hair. "What's the matter, still ready to take a shot at me, right? You also do not look at what I am. I am the student union. I am here to check your dormitory to come you move me a try, believe it or not. I let you several all have a big fault." Seeing Zhang Mang's muscular body, instead of being afraid, the little yellow hair hooked his finger at Zhang Mang. His clothes were very arrogant, exposing his identity and casting a provocative look at Zhang Mang. "You." Hearing little yellow hair say that, Zhang Mang was ready to walk over to little yellow hair's side with a glare, but he was yanked by a hand. "Zhang Mang, don't be impulsive. He's the senior of the student council. Let's talk nicely with others." The one tugging on Zhang Mang was none other than Dynasty, who was sitting there in the corner just now, not knowing what kind of contraption he was drumming up, and after pushing his glasses, he said this to Zhang Mang with a face full of fear. As for the don't mess around standing by the window, he was also very obediently listening to the others and sat on the edge of his bed. "And you, all told you to put away your water basin to check the dormitory. What's going on with the hygiene of your dormitory? Look at the ground is littered with things. Hurry up and clean up your things. Tomorrow if it's still like this, I can report you guys for notification and criticism." After seeing Zhang Mang sitting on the bed with an indignant face, little yellow hair walked to Li Chaoyang, kicked on Li Chaoyang's foot basin, and said this to Li Chaoyang. "What do you want?" Li Chaoyang where received this kind of anger, directly from the bed stood up, eyes glaring at the small yellow hair. To the small yellow hair coldly asked, "So, I'm washing my feet, can't you see? Actually dare to kick my foot washing basin. You are not just a student council, what's so great about it?" After hearing little yellow hair say this, Li Chaoyang stared at his eyes and asked little yellow hair, "I'm sorry, the student council is so great, at least better than you. If you do not obey the discipline words can just say ah. At that time have you good to suffer is." After hearing Li Chaoyang say this, little yellow hair said this to Li Chaoyang with an indifferent expression. "Yellow hair, what's going on? How come a dormitory check on your side didn't come out for half a day?" Just as little yellow hair was talking, two people suddenly came in from outside the dormitory and inquired to little yellow hair. "The guys inside this dormitory don't really cooperate with our work. Their attitude is very arrogant. Do you think we should give them a disciplinary action?" After hearing the voice from the back, little yellow hair very proudly asked this to the two people behind him. "A few seniors, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. This student of ours is not very good temper. I'll give him a moment to say never give us a demerit. I'm really sorry." As soon as he heard to write off the punishment don't make a fuss, immediately remembered that he has been written off a big fault. If there are any more situations, may be to be expelled. Hastily walked to the body of the small yellow hairs, said to the small yellow hairs, "So a sentence, you kids still have a few eyes. Hurry to pack up these things, don't let me see again. The next time you come over again, you still look like this to see how the old man to clean up a few of you. See, don't make a mess of this." Look of humility. Small yellow hair mouth side cold to don't make a mess of. Said a sentence, turn a body is ready to leave, but small yellow hair just walked 2 steps, a book directly thrown in his head. "TMD, who threw me with a book?" After covering his head and turning around, yellow hair asked a very angry question to the people inside the dormitory. "It was me." After hearing little yellow hair ask this, Li Chaoyang threw down his foot wipe, then stood up with his shoes on and said this to little yellow hair. "I see that your ing skin is itchy." Seeing this indifferent attitude of Li Chaoyang, little yellow hair instantly became angry and directly rushed over towards Li Chaoyang's side, but a silhouette did stop in front of little yellow hair. Senior, don't be impulsive." "Sorry, really sorry. The one who stopped the little kitten cat, or don't make a fuss." "Don't make a fuss." While apologizing to the little yellow hair, while trying to push the little yellow hair out of the dormitory. "Hurry to the old man, roll aside. Don't TMD stop the old man. The old man is now in a very bad mood." And then dare to stop the old man. "The old man even you a piece of packing." Little yellow hair pushed away. "Don't make a mess against don't make a mess." Said this sentence is ready to lean over to Li Chaoyang's side, to absorb the anger from little yellow hair. Farewell was pushed by little yellow hair and sat down on the bed. and a beep immediately rang out inside his head. Chapter 43, Sunflower Pointing Hands. But don't make a mess. Now we still care about these. Don't make a mess. The impression of Li Chaoyang is very good. Think this buddy does not have the frame of those rich second generation at all. So he didn't want Li Chaoyang to be hurt by these three people. And don't make a fuss. Now can't reveal his identity as a cultivator of immortality. So once again got up and stopped in front of the little yellow hair. Kid, I'll give you said. Don't stop me. Seeing Farewell, once again stopping in front of him, little yellow hair's face became very ugly and said this to Farewell. Don't make a fuss. You get out of the way, don't stop. Let them come over See, don't make trouble. Stopped in front of the small yellow hair. Li Chaoyang said this sentence to don't make trouble. Here no kid. Others have let you do not stop. Hurry to roll aside. After saying this sentence, the small yellow hair is ready to push away. Don't make trouble. But this time he made enough force don't make trouble. Still standing in place didn't get out of the way. Senior really sorry. Really sorry. Today this matter just let it go. Our dormitory is not intentional. Senior you come in the attitude is not very good. We are also regarded as each other have responsibility. Don't make a fuss. Holding the arm of the little yellow hair to the little yellow hair, very seriously said so. What's wrong? You think old man still have responsibility is it? What kind of thing are you? After hearing Farewell say this, little yellow hair became even more furious, raising his hand and preparing to whip it towards Farewell's face, to absorb the anger and malice from little yellow hair. This action of little yellow hair directly caused the system to react, and the system turned to Farewell and said this, if you're like this, I can only use my best move. Senior is really sorry. Sunflower pointing hand, only to see Farewell's index and middle fingers together, then pointing at the little yellow hairy man's waist and chest each. System, use the ability. The level of joy of the little yellow hair in front of you, the highest level effect lasts for 20 minutes. At the same time don't make a fuss. Gave a command to the system and started to use his ability that could control someone else's joy. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. At the same time as Farewell, little yellow hair, who had raised his hand after ordering it, suddenly retracted his hand, then covered his stomach and began to laugh on the ground. Ha ha, kid, you TMD ha ha, for old man did ha ha ha. What? The little yellow hair while covering his stomach and laughing maniacally, while turning to Bujinkan, asked this. Senior is really sorry. I also have no choice. This is my family heirloom pointing hand. Although I will not cultivate what true chi, also is not a fairy cultivator, but our family heirloom pointing hand is a martial art. Very good use. Just now you have already had your laughing point pointed by me. Senior, let's forget about this matter today. I'll help you unlock your acupoints, and you let us, the dormitory people, off the hook. After hearing little yellow hair's inquiry, don't make a mess said this to little yellow hair very seriously. Ha ha ha, two brothers still waiting for what to pack this kid. Ha ha ha, here don't make trouble. After so say small yellow hair did not respond at all. Don't make trouble words. Instead is to behind the other two people said so sentence. After hearing little yellow hair's voice, the other two people pressed forward step by step towards Farewell. You guys don't come over. I also know how to point in the air. Seeing the two people coming towards his front, Farewell gently shook his head, retreated 2 steps, raised his finger and said this to the two people. Ha ha, don't listen to his bragging haha pussy. If this kid will be able to point in the air, that's not good enough. Ha ha, quick action. Here don't make a fuss. So after two people hesitated for a moment, but squatting on the ground laughing tears are almost out. Small yellow hair but said to the two people so. After hearing little yellow hair say this, the two people still wanted to walk over in front of Farewell, pointing in the air. Seeing that the two people didn't believe in it, don't be ridiculous raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the two people. System, two people in front of you. Highest level of delight. Duration 10 minutes. After a command was given, these two people and little yellow hair squatted in a row and began to cover their stomachs and laughed. The scene that happened over here caused the other 3 people in the dormitory to change the way they looked at the others. Kid, ha ha ha, you TMD hurry up and untie me. Seeing his 2 companions in an instant actually also hit the don't mess with the trick small yellow hair, directly to the don't mess with a loud shout. Senior want to unlock is no problem, or I just said that sentence. I help you to unlock the acupoints. You let go of our dormitory. Today's things will be treated as not happened. After hearing little yellow hair say this don't make a fuss, said this to little yellow hair, but there was a silhouette that suddenly stood in front of don't make a fuss. We have a conflict. We settle it outside. Don't settle it in the school. If you really want to feel that a few of us are not happy, tomorrow outside the entrance of the school in the alley, we will settle today's conflict. Don't use those insidious means. Standing in front of Farewell was not someone else. It was Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang faintly said this to little yellow hair. Ha ha ha, line. You two have the guts. Ha ha, tomorrow military training. After the end of the afternoon, ha ha ha, the school opposite the hut on lousy waiting for you. After hearing Li Chaoyang say this, the small yellow hair pointed at Li Chaoyang. His face was very strange and said this. Originally he wanted to be ruthless, but the smile on his face he simply couldn't stop it. Alright, stop it, untie the three of them, let the three of them go. After hearing little yellow hair's response, Li Chaoyang on the side said this to Don't Make a Fuss. Seeing Li Chaoyang's serious look in this outfit, Don't Make a Mess nodded, then developed a command to the system. System, take back their joy. After saying this sentence, the smiles on the three people's faces instantly disappeared. Then they stood up. Their faces turned blue as they glanced towards Farewell and Li Chaoyang's side, and after giving them a middle finger, they retreated from the inside of Farewell's dormitory, to absorb the anger from Little Yellow Hair, Little Yellow Hair's two companions. Immediately after the three people left there was a beeping sound that traveled inside Don't Make a Mess's ears. Don't be ridiculous, you kid can actually have such a means. That's right, your pointing in the air is too awesome. It's even more magical than a cultivator's means. After the three people exited the dormitory, Li Chaoyang and Zhang Mang both surrounded in front of Fidgety, looking at Fidgety with a surprised face. It's nothing. Chapter 44, Strange Instructor. Seeing the rare look on these two people's faces, Don't Make a Fuss and gently shook his head at the two people, indicating that this was nothing at all. By absorbing the joy from Li Chaoyang, to absorb the joy from Zhang Mang, to absorb the sorrow from Wang Chao. Just as the three people were talking, suddenly three beeps came into the inside of Farewell's head. The first two beeps were quite normal. As for this third beep that made Bujang a bit surprised, Bujang turned his head to look in the direction of Dynasty. After Wang Chao saw Bujang looking over to his side, he immediately lowered his head. Brother, you follow me in the future. Have you this move I keep? Let you eat and drink to make a lot of money. Li Chaoyang hooked a hand on the shoulder of the Don't Make a Fuss, facing the Don't Make a Fuss, said this sentence, earn big money? What kind of money can I earn? How much money can I earn? As soon as the matter of earning money was mentioned, Don't Make a Fuss, his eyes lit up, and he directly stared wide-eyed at Li Chaoyang and asked this sentence, Don't Make a Fuss, you honestly say you are not very short of money. If you need to use money, you just tell me on the line. How much money I can help you find a way. I see you every time you mention money. The whole person essence is not the same. Here, don't make trouble. So say after Li Chaoyang very seriously to Don't Make Trouble asked a sentence. No. I'm used to living in poverty. I'm more stingy. I'm also more money. Once I hear money, I'm more excited. After hearing Li Chaoyang said so, Don't Make a Fuss hastily explained to Li Chaoyang, and then took off his shoes to go to the bathroom to wash up. Looking at the back of the Don't Make a Fuss, Li Chaoyang doubtfully looked toward Zhang Mang's face. Zhang Mang just gave him a gentle shake of the head, and then the two of them sat on the bed. Don't Make a Fuss, after washing up, also sat back on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The second day, no class. Don't Make a Fuss asleep directly to noon when the military training began. Then a few people cleaned up a little bit will go to participate in the military training. Today's military training is very strange, because they are in the team that is a cultivator of immortality instructor. Eyes have been in their own body survey, as if they want to see from their own body out of something. And Don't Be Ridiculous also heard that this fairy cultivator instructor behind seems to have some mysterious power. However, although this instructor has been looking at himself, but in the end did not do anything strange, just a normal end of the day's training. But before the end of the military training, this instructor handed a note to Farewell, so that Farewell can contact him when needed. Don't Make a Fuss didn't even open the note, just nodded hastily, and after answering to the instructor, he ran over in the direction of the school entrance, because today their dormitory and last night's Little Yellow Hairs had made an appointment to duke it out in the small alley. When Farewell walked to the entrance of the school, Li Chaoyang and the three of them were already standing at the entrance of the school, and after glancing in the direction of the hutong, they discovered that Little Yellow Hair had also brought 4 or 5 people to stand at the entrance of the hutong. Brothers, today is going to be used for the first battle at the school. Zhang Mang was very belligerent. After seeing such a scene, he said this to the 3 people next to him with an excited face, and then with a look of eagerness, he thought of walking over to the direction of Little Yellow Hair's group of people. Don't be impulsive, let's go over together. Compared to Zhang Mang, Li Chaoyang was much more calm. After saying this sentence, he walked forward side by side with Zhang Mang, while the 2 people, Farewell and Wang Chao, were as if they didn't exist, quietly following behind the 2 people. You guys still dare to come over? I thought you wouldn't dare to come. When the 4 people walked to the entrance of the alley, Little Yellow Hair provocatively glanced towards the 4 people's faces. What, don't you dare to come over? Don't think you guys are powerful just because you're older. Tell you we're not afraid of you guys, go in. After hearing the Little Yellow Hair say this, Li Chaoyang calmly said to the Little Yellow Hair and pointed in the direction of the alley. Go, just go. Who is afraid of who? I'm still afraid that you do not dare to go in it. You go first. After hearing Li Chaoyang say this, little yellow hair said to Li Chaoyang with wide eyes, I'll go then I'll go. After hearing Li Chaoyang say this, he couldn't resist little yellow hair's provocation, and took the lead to take the step to walk in. Don't make a mess of the three people also followed Li Chaoyang's back, but a few people just walked into the hutong side of the time. The face becomes a little ugly, because the hutong side of a dozen people standing, and when they turned around, small yellow hair behind do not know from where also came out of a dozen people will be before and after the hutong are surrounded by the dead. Do you think that lousy called you all here and was really prepared to fight you all one-on-one? Fool, you don't see what era is now. Who TMD still talk to you about single combat? And on the side of you that kid in the air point of that technique evil look. How can I not prevent a few people can solve a few of you on that kid point after? We are still not let you beat, but today we have more than 30-40 people. I do not believe that this kid hands so fast. Seeing the surprised expression on the faces of a few people, little yellow hair very proudly said this to a few people. Then a group of people all gathered over to this side. I can handle 5 of them. Zhang Mang, how many can you handle? However, Li Chaoyan was still unusually calm and asked Zhang Mang who was next to him. I can also solve 5. After hearing Li Chaoyang say this, Zhang Mao's face showed an excited expression, licked his tongue and said this to Li Chaoyang. Stop it, can you solve 10? After confirming the number that Zhang Mang could solve, Li Chaoyang turned to Don't Make a Difference and inquired. There shouldn't be any problem. After hearing Li Chaoyang ask this, Bu Zhang nodded at Li Chaoyang. Wang Chao, you protect yourself well. Today we are losing but we won't lose badly. We can at least solve half of their 40 people. After hearing Farewell's confirming voice, Li Chaoyang nodded calmly, and after instructing Wang Chao, he looked at little yellow hair who was walking towards him head-on. Brothers do it. Looking at these 4 people seem to have done enough. Ready for little yellow hair directly gave an order and shouted in Li Chaoyang's direction. Immediately after that the people on both sides began to surge towards these 4 people in the center. Today can finally fight freely. Really TMD cool. Looking at the people who rushed over, Zhang Mang did not retreat. Directly towards the pile of people rushed in, but also while rushing while shouting loudly. On the other hand, Li Chaoyang rushed over in the direction of little yellow hair, leaving only Don't Make a Fuss and Wang Chao here. Chapter 45, Acting Like a Fool. Bro, protect yourself, I'm going to get on too. Seeing that the two of them, Li Chaoyang and Zhang Mang, had already made contact with the others, Don't Make a Fuss and patted on Wang Chao's shoulder before pouncing in Li Chaoyang's direction. Don't be ridiculous, glanced in Zhang Mang's direction and realized that Zhang Mang was a tiger at this moment, just like a god of war. Then look at Li Chaoyang. Although Li Chaoyang should have practiced a little kung fu, but the face of so many people is still a little stretched, so don't make a mess. Ready to go to Li Chaoyang first to help, and so on after solving Li Chaoyang's side of the people, and then go back to help Zhang Mang. As a matter of fact, don't make a fuss. Solve this 30 more than 40 people is a very easy thing. He only need to put out his true chi. This group of people are estimated to escape, but don't make a fuss in order to be able to continue to study in the school side normal. Feel that this thing or have to hold back, can't be exposed, and don't make a mess. There is an option, is through the system directly large-scale control of these people's joyful emotions, but this said also to some unimaginable. Once don't make a fuss, this thing will be like the plague spread instantly. By the time everyone knows don't can have such an ability to pace, there are any powerful characters over to observe don't make a fuss. Then by the time his identity as an immortal cultivator will be even more untenable. And in addition to the identity of the immortal cultivator, there is also an additional ability to point, which by then will be even more will push the don't make a mess to the tip of the wind and waves position. So farewell, now can only use the most conservative way, and then ran towards Li Chaoyang's direction while shouting loudly, sunflower pointing hands, spaced pointing hands. Farewell shouted while running to Li Chaoyang's side, then quickly pointed a few times on a few people in front of him, and also pointed a few times in the direction of a few people in the back in passing. Then the system accurately selected the degree of joy of these people to the highest level, and then unleashed this farewell special ability on them. Immediately afterward, 4 or 5 people squatted on the ground and covered their stomachs as they began to laugh maniacally. Everyone be careful, this guy can point and click. It's simply evil and a bit surprising. Seeing Farewell raised his hand and solved, 4 or 5 people little yellow hair hurriedly reminded the others. But just as little yellow hair had just finished shouting these words, he saw Farewell's finger pointing to his side, then Farewell, and nodded at him. Little yellow hair saw this finger, immediately feel that he suddenly cannot help but want to laugh, and then directly, covering his stomach on the ground began to roll up laughing. After seeing the small yellow hairs on the ground rolled up and laughed, don't make a fuss, towards the side of Li Chaoyang, looked at Li Chaoyang, just now facing this group of people surrounded, or an inattention was a fist smashed in the face. at this time has been flooded with a smattering of bruises. Is it alright? After seeing the bruises on Li Chaoyang's face, don't make a fuss. Care to ask a question to him? Small things, alright. After hearing the others say that, Li Chaoyang gently shook his head at other, indicating that there was nothing wrong with him, and then looked at the remaining dozen or so people. You go to help Zhang Mang, the rest of these people to me. I feel that today I am in very good condition. Maybe I can come to a wave of big explosion. Solve this group of guys, then today is our win. After hearing Li Chaoyang say so, don't make a fuss, glanced at the remaining dozen or so people in front of him, cautiously looked to his side, and said so to Li Chaoyang. Are you really okay with this? After hearing Farewell say so, Li Chaoyang was a little unsure of himself and glanced towards Farewell. Face. Don't worry, brother Li, absolutely no problem, go, you're on the line. After hearing Li Chaoyang say that, Farewell very confidently nodded to Li Chaoyang. Then you be careful, we'll come over after we settle the people over there. After saying this to Farewell, Li Chaoyang turned around and saw Zhang Mang, who was a bit of a lone wolf, and after saying this, he directly turned around and rushed towards Zhang Mang's body. Big brothers, you have to think clearly, come over, I can point blood, don't think you are far away, I can't point, you so still be cautious, being my point, if I don't help you to solve the point, none of you can solve, you today even if you beat me, but after I can still point on your acupuncture points. Looking at the dozen or so people in front of him, don't make a fuss lifted his finger and didn't point it at anyone. Instead he persuaded them, don't listen to this kid nonsense, hurry up, hands to solve. His remaining two guys absolutely also can't run away. I don't believe that his finger can be put so fast. Maybe this kid has already walked to the end of his strength, that's why he's here to scare you guys. The little yellow hair who fell on the ground saw the people he brought over here, delayed to make a move, hard pinched his own thighs, and after forcing a smile and shouting at them, immediately fell into a maniacal laughter again. Go on, why don't you go on? I don't want to be this guy to point to. Shelf that has been laughing. Looking at it is very difficult. Do not go on. How to do? Do not go on for a while. Huang Xiao is estimated to have no end with us again. The rest of the dozen people heard the little yellow hair, so that after, one by one, you assaulted me. I push you, do not dare to go on. No one dares to come over close to don't make a fuss, for fear that don't make a fuss point to their own. Even everyone is trying to each other's back to hide. Saw this dozen people this way, don't make a fuss. Know that they certainly don't dare to do it, and then turn around to look at the distance after lifting up their fingers, and then the side of the mouth shouted, pointing in the air, accompanied by don't make a noise. After the voice fell, don't get to the finger, continuous to a few directions, point a few times, then another wave, and Li Chaoyang Zhang Mang fighting a few people. Immediately there are a few people squatting down, and then laughed maniacally. See, no, this guy is simply fine. What do you mean he is the end of the crossbow? This guy is not at all, can still be leisurely, so far away to attack that side of the people. I'm not on it. I'm not a fool. I'll look at don't make a fuss, a few spaced out points, directly to another group of people to clean up a few small yellow hairs brought over this dozen people among them. Immediately someone shouted out loud so, and even turned a body from the side of the hudong out. Huang Xiao, don't blame us for not being righteous. This guy is just too perverted. Brothers who don't want to squat on the ground like you, laughing there like a fool. Chapter 46, who are you talking to? After seeing someone leave, immediately the remaining dozen people into a mess. And then there is a person came out, shouted at the ground of the small yellow hair, turn around also from the alley inside left. After these two people took the lead, the remaining dozen people half to the small yellow hair hugged the head, and then all from the hudong inside to escape. After seeing this dozen people fleeing after don't make a fuss, directly turn around toward Li Chaoyang and Zhang Mang, two people next to go over. Now because don't make a fuss to help the reason. Two people and the remaining less than 10 people fight is back and forth. However, this back and forth, after a certain person who can point in the air joined the fray, it instantly turned into a one-sided battle, and then a weird scene appeared in the hudong. More than 20 people squatted on the ground, covering their stomachs and laughing maniacally all the time, and beside them stood 4 freshmen from Mordor Polytechnic University, to absorb the anger from little yellow hair, to absorb the anger from classmate A, in order to absorb. After Farewell finished resolving this group of people, a large series of beeps came to mind inside his head in an instant, all of them absorbing the anger of this group of people. It looks like these people on the ground by their own acupuncture points all have a very big grudge against the don't make a fuss. But don't make a fuss, there is no way. Today if he does not make a move to deal with these people will definitely make a move to deal with him. Don't be ridiculous, you are too fierce. These 20 people were all cleaned up by you alone. I only solved one. Looking at the more than 20 people on the ground, Zhang Ming's face revealed an astonished expression, saying a thumbs up compliment to don't make a difference and said this. I also just solved one. Today all is the credit of the don't make trouble if not have him in the words. A few brothers, Today will certainly be people will be hard to give a repair. Today, don't make a mess is really great. I propose that we later go to rub a meal this time. I please properly thank our big merit minister. Don't make a mess. Looking at the people squatting on the ground, Li Chaoyang's face showed an excited expression. Heard Zhang Mang speak after patting his chest, directly very bold to the presence of the remaining 3 people said so. The last remaining Wang Chao. Wang Chao is also followed out today. Even the hands did not move. Has been quietly squatting in the center, holding his head to protect himself, but Wang Chao can follow out. Everyone has been very satisfied, although Wang Chao and don't mess around with the same skinny figure, but the 2 people's guts are really compared as a world of difference. Eating and thanking these words don't need to be said again. We are all friends. Saying these words is a bit polite. As soon as I heard Li Chaoyang so say don't make a fuss, gently shook his hand at Li Chaoyang, indicating that there is no need for this look. Alright, forget about this, go eat. As if Zhang Mang was hungry, he reached out and patted twice on his stomach, then turned his head to the side, still ready to continue chatting. Don't make a fuss, and Li Chaoyang said this. That's fine, let's go. After hearing so, Li Chaoyang nodded, then glanced at Yi Chang next to him. Stop, you 4 go somewhere to unlock the acupoints for me. Fixing me here. The old man is laughing like a fool here. If people see it, won't the old man be disgraced to death? Seeing the 4 people ready to leave from inside the alley, the few people who were packed up by Farewell were in the same place, shouting loudly at Farewell's opening. Want to unlock your acupoints? What will you take in exchange? Just by the way, you are targeting the 4 of us. If the 4 of us unlocked your acupoints afterward, you wouldn't be looking for trouble from us all the time. After hearing the voice from behind, Zhang Mang turned his head to Little Yellow Hair and asked. Zhang Mang, don't pay attention to him. Look at him. Until now he is still a mouthful of old man. With him there is nothing to say. We go or let him laugh. Here is. After hearing Zhang Mang speak, Li Chaoyang coldly glanced towards the small yellow hairs several people in front of him and said this to Zhang Mang. Don't. A few big brothers, don't ever leave. Big brothers, let me go. Please, let me go. After hearing Li Chaoyang say this, Little Yellow Hair realized his words were indeed a bit wrong. He quickly changed his name and shouted loudly at a few people. Don't make a fuss, brother. What do you say about these few people? These few people are all cleaned up by you. Today if you don't have your words, we can't solve these few people, you tell me. After hearing the small yellow hair shout, Li Chaoyang turned his head to look at the side of Don't make a mess. We are all classmates. Why don't we let them off the hook? After hearing Li Chaoyang say this, don't make a fuss. After standing in place and hesitating for a while, he raised his head and said this to Li Chaoyang, then turned his head to look towards Little Yellow Hair's side and opened his mouth to Little Yellow Hair and said, but this senior, you have to promise that you won't look for trouble from us in the future, or else I'll still want to point your hole next time. After saying these words, Don't make a fuss's gaze looked towards Little Yellow Hair's face, waiting for Little Yellow Hair's response. Little Yellow Hair this half of the time when talking in order to not let himself laugh out loud, to talk to appear normal, a little thighs have been pinched purple by himself. Well, we will certainly not look for you guys in the future. Trouble this brother, this big brother. Please, let us go. Little Yellow Hair toward his own thighs once again twisted a hand. After that hastily to the Don't make a fuss, said so, to absorb the joy from Little Yellow Hair. After hearing this tone, Don't make a fuss to the eyebrows wrinkled a bit. This Little Yellow Hair, he has not let him go. He is his own first joy on. However, after hearing the Little Yellow Hair say this, Farewell was still ready to let them go, and then raised his hand and shouted, Solve. After saying these words, Little Yellow Hair and his group instantly felt that the strange thoughts of wanting to laugh inside their bodies were gone, and then one by one, they all stood up from where they were, have absorbed the joy from the Little Yellow Hair's companions. This time, I'll give you a generalized name. There are just too many of these people, too lazy to report them to you one by one again. It's exhausting that I can die. After this group of people stood up, the system's beep appeared inside Don't make a fuss's head, and it was accompanied by this whine-like sentence. Alright, you're the boss. Do what you say. After hearing this voice, Farewell helplessly spoke to the 7 emotion system inside his head. Bro, who are you talking to? After hearing Farewell's voice, Li Chaoyang curiously turned to Farewell and asked. Chapter 47, The heart of a man is not enough to swallow a snake. Me? I just got lost in thought and said to myself, it's fine, let's go. Hurry back to school. After hearing Li Chaoyang's inquiry, Don't make a mess realized that he subconsciously said the wrong thing, and hurriedly explained to Li Chaoyang several people. Afterwards, the 4 people didn't pay any more attention to the 20 or so people left in the alley, turned around and walked out of the alley. Afterwards, Li Chaoyang insisted on inviting a few people to eat a meal. Looking at the other 2 people want to agree to the meaning. Don't make a fuss can only helplessly nodded. A few people in the school outside the restaurant side after eating a meal, only then satisfied to return to the side of the school. Don't make a mess back to the dormitory after immediately took off his shoes into the quilt, because just outside the time. Don't make a mess suddenly remembered an important thing. Don't make a fuss these days has been delayed. Have not asked about the system's 7 feelings true chi cultivation method of things, and that the Vajra invulnerable body cultivation method. This time don't make a fuss after drilling into the quilt side. Hastily to the head of the 7 feelings system to ask about these 2 things. Host Vajra incorruptible body cultivation method. I have passed to your head. As for the 7 feelings true chi cultivation method, this is a physical object. Also please host open their hands. The method will immediately appear in the host's hands. After hearing Farewell's inquiry proceeded the system hastily to Farewell. Responded. Farewell had 2 questions. After hearing the voice, don't make a scene in the quilt side stretched out their hands. Suddenly a card-like thing appeared in the hands of don't make a scene. What is this thing? Shouldn't it be a book? How could it be a card? After seeing this card, Farewell inquired to the 7 emotions system inside his head in a puzzled manner. Host, this is the 7 emotions true chi cultivation method. This true chi cultivation method contains a lot of things. Host, you cannot accept it once, so he will appear in the form of a card speed. You now only need to hold this card in their hands, and then their true chi into a portion of the probe into it. You will get the corresponding level of cultivation method. For example, host, you are now at the early stage of foundation establishment. You will obtain cultivation techniques from the early stage of foundation establishment all the way up to the Jindan stage, and then when you reach the early stage of Jindan, you will obtain cultivation techniques from the Jindan stage to the Yuanying stage. Likewise, at the same time, it will also come with corresponding attacking means for you. Host, it's better to hurry up and feel it. After hearing Bujio's question, the 7 emotions system explained to Bujio the usage of the card in his hand. After hearing the 7 emotions system say this, Farewell took a deep breath, and then input his true chi into the card. And then the card seemed to suddenly appear as if something had appeared in the card. The card shook twice in the hands of Fuli, and then a series of words appeared in Fuli's head. After feeling the words inside his head, he immediately understood that this was the method of cultivating the 7 emotions true chi. After obtaining the cultivation method, don't make fun of the mood, don't mention how excited. He is only a halfway out of the cultivator. Not as good as those big families. From the beginning of the birth is constantly subject to these things. Learn by ear. In the age of being able to learn immediately after the start of the cultivation, the true chi. Don't make a fuss. From contact with true chi to now, but a week's time can do now this kind of step. Has been a very incredible thing. This thing if let other people know. Don't make a fuss. It is estimated that it will be treated as a giant panda to catch up and study a little. Feeling the 7 feelings of true chi system cultivation method after don't make a fuss, immediately began to shrink in the quilt side run up their own true chi. In accordance with the method on the side of the said way, will be their own true chi from the body of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, every place began to guide the running up. The 7 emotions true chi cultivation method is different from other cultivation methods in that other people sink their chi into the dantian, while the 7 emotions true chi cultivation method stores all the chi in the heart, liver, spleen and lungs of the human body. However, all laws have the same origin, and ultimately, these true chi will still converge to the dantian, and then the dantian will be used as a transit station to start circulating among the organs of the whole body, forming a big cycle. In the formation of this big cycle, it also represents the 7 feelings of true chi. Cultivation method successfully began to run up. After the completion of the 7 emotions true chi cultivation method, don't make a fuss, and feel a little bit more in the head of a few means of attack, but don't be ridiculous. Now there is no hurry to learn these attack means. After all, these attack means now he can't perform, and the dormitory is not suitable for him to use to test these moves. After feeling these things don't make a fuss, and then cast his eyes on the upper side of the Vajra Unbreakable that he had just obtained this Vajra Unbreakable, through the front side of these pills as a pavement after, successfully reached the first layer. This made the body of the Bujinkan stronger than an ordinary cultivator by more than 10 times, and the second layer could even be exaggerated to 50 times. When Vajra Unbreakable is cultivated to the highest level, it can be invulnerable to all laws, invulnerable to all things, and immovable as a mountain. After seeing this paragraph of text don't make a fuss, on the back of his head scratched a few times, think some don't understand the meaning of these words. 10,000 law invasion is not like the front then 7 love system to explain to him a certain magical physique among one of them? Host, this is different. The adamantine invulnerable body, when cultivated to the highest realm, makes it impossible for anyone's attacks to cause damage to you. It's not the same as those special physiques of others. After Bujio thought so, the 7 emotions system hurriedly came out to explain to Bujio the error of this idea. So it's like this. I thought I could have another special physique. After hearing the 7 emotions system say this, Farewell still had some regrets. originally thought that he could obtain 2 of those 3 special systems. Host, have you ever heard of the saying that the heart is not enough to swallow the elephant? This saying is reflected in you to the fullest. You, this guy, why so greedy? Out of thin air got an immaculate body, the most powerful one among the 3 great magical physiques. You still don't think it's enough. You still want to obtain another one. If all these good things fall on you, how do you let other people live? You let other immortal cultivators still cultivate or not? After sensing this thought of farewell, the 7 emotions system did not have the good sense to turn to farewell and said this. I'm not thinking that I can have one more. Chapter 48, Sunan's Don't Mess Around Brother. After hearing the system say so, don't make a fuss, grinned and said this to the system. Host, I'm here to advise you. Don't think that you are lying in the quilt. Now outside is night. You can dream here. Daydreaming is impractical. Night dreaming is equally impractical. Hearing Bujang, after saying so, the system mercilessly said so to Bujang, and then it disappeared from Bujang's head. I have to do this dream. After hearing the system say this, don't make a fuss, directly cover his head with his own quilt, and then said this sentence to the system, and then fell asleep. Missy, what you dragged us to inquire about? We have already inquired clearly. Early in the morning of the second day before classes began, Han Jin received a call from inside her own home. How's the collection of information for you to investigate? Don't make a mess. What exactly happened to their family some time ago? After hearing the person on the phone say this, Han Jin inquired to the person on the phone. Missy, things are like this. Don't make a fuss. There is an immortal cultivator in their village. The village bully Lu Fugue went out and spoiled Don't Make a Fuss's sister-in-law, likewise killed him. And Don't Make a Mess of it brother-in-law, in order to theorize with this guy, was also beaten by this guy into a vegetable, and is still lying in the hospital. After hearing Han Jin's inquiry, the man Han Jin sent out to the hall reported the news back to Han Jin. There's actually such a thing. Okay, I know. After hearing the person inside the phone say that, Han Jin's face became a bit ugly, and after responding to the person inside the phone, he hung up his cell phone. After Han Jin collected his cell phone, the same scene also happened to Fatty Wang, who also received the news reported over from his own family early in the morning. But Fatty Wang was investigating the relationship between Su Yuxiao and Farewell. The same incidental will sue about and Don't Make a Fuss about the news of the family also gave to inquire. Then Wang Fat Son will be such a message forwarded to Situze's cell phone on the side. Received the Wang Fat Son sent over the message of Situze. The same is also a stunned. He did not think of Don't Make a Mess and Su Yujiao. 2 people actually happened on such a thing. Sunan students that day in front of the school, why did not see you? Didn't come to school yesterday? Where did you go? Don't make a fuss. Into the classroom. Class after a glance saw. Sitting in the corner of the side of the cowering dare not look. To their side of the Sunan was met by the side of the Sunan, curious to the Sunan asked. Don't make a fuss, brother, how is it? There is something to give me orders? Sunan from the hands of the 2 immortalists were beaten up from the actually will point this magical techniques. See, don't make trouble to their side over. Afraid don't make trouble point their own point. Quickly to don't make trouble to open the mouth kindly asked. Sunan is now very scared in his heart, because those 2 immortal cultivators are already the most powerful immortal cultivators they can find according to their family's connections, but he didn't expect that such immortal cultivators can't deal with Bixiu, and Bixiu is still just an ordinary person. Sunan's student, calling brother is a bit exaggerated. In the end, what happened? I'm still a bit used to you being so polite to me all of a sudden. Fellow Sunan, don't make a fuss, just with an innocent look. Looking at Sunan sitting inside the corner with a smile on his face. The front is I have eyes not recognized. Taishan messed with Don't Make Trouble, brother, you. Don't make trouble, brother, small tribute. Also please don't make trouble. Brother, you first accept. Sunan took a look at Don't Make a Mess of this look in his heart, calculating don't make a mess of it. For this matter surely won't be so easy to forget about it. This morning came over to say hello to himself. Must be ready to find their own trouble. And then from the pocket side took out a bank card. Gently pushed to the body in front of Bujio. Mr. Sunan, what are you doing? What is this? You're preparing to give me money, aren't you? As soon as Farewell took a look at Sunan, actually pulled out a bank card from his pocket and pushed it in front of him. He opened his mouth to Sunan in confusion and asked, Brother Farewell, a small token of respect. You take it first. I'm not giving you money. I'm giving you something to make amends and apologize. After hearing Bujio said so, Sunan held the bank card inside his hand with both hands and respectfully stretched it out in front of Bujio's body. Then said this to Bujio with a smile on his face. This can't be. I can't take it. Sunan's student. The 2 of us just have some small friction in the middle. How can I accept your money? Besides, you didn't do anything to me. I didn't get hurt in this case. We are both classmates. We have to get along with each other in the future. After all, we still have 4 years of life to spend together. So you quickly take back your money. These things are not a problem. After hearing Sunan say this, Don't Make a Fuss, shook his head gently at Sunan. said he couldn't accept Sunan's money, and then talked to Sunan about how to get along with each other as classmates. The reason for this is that the people who have been in the same class are all students of the school, and there is always a variety of cooperation time after they have seen each other. One more friend, one more road. Don't make a mess is not the kind of people will put people to death. Do not give others to leave a way out of the person. Not to mention the kind of hatred has been in the heart side. For this kind of small conflicts have to calculate the revenge of other people's people. So to the Sunan said so a few words. There is a saying that the speaker has no intention to listen to the listener, although the other does not intend to continue to conflict with Sunan, and does not intend to accept Sunan's hand inside the bank card. But these words in Sunan's ears will change the flavor. Sunan looked at the smile on his face, and then he said that there are 4 years of life after. He was secretly shocked. He thought that farewell gave him these words to let him not need to make amends and apologize. There were still 4 years of life afterward. Farewell, ready to slowly torture him. Don't make a fuss, classmate. No, no, no. Don't make a fuss, brother. You must take it. Really sorry. I know what I did myself is not doing wrong. This kind of thing will certainly not happen again. And it's also impossible for me to look for trouble with you inside the school in the future. Sunan grabbed the bank card in his hand, and while Boo Boo was not paying attention, he stuffed it into Boo Boo's pocket, and then patted Boo Boo's pocket, and said this to Boo Boo with a smile on his face. What are you two doing here? Hurriedly from the outside of the classroom, as soon as he walked in, he saw the two of them, Bujinkan and Sunan, standing in the corner in a strange manner. Chapter 49, The Guide's Proposal. One was full of smiles as he pulled something out of his pocket, while the other was pressing the other's hand tightly on the top of his pocket. Hanjin, students, you came over. You quickly persuade. Don't make a fuss. Classmate, I give don't make a fuss classmate to make amends, to apologize. To don't make a fuss classmate caused trouble. I gave him to compensate a little bit of money. Is not what big money. Also just 500,000 a bank card. But don't make a fuss classmate is just not willing to accept. Sunan saw Hanjin, as if he saw his savior. Only no Bujio said this to Han's sister. Want Hanjin to help persuade Bujio. Here Sunan, so Hanjin is also a frown. She cannot figure out Sunan and don't mess with the two people in the end. What happened in the matter? This Sunan, why will suddenly so attentive? To don't mess with the money here again and again, to let yourself help, to plead with don't mess with the collection of a little something. But after Hanjin thought for a moment, he didn't ask more about this matter, but turned to look at the side of Bujio. Don't make a mess, student. Since he gave you an apology, you accept it. Don't worry about any trouble. Today I'm here to testify to you. It's him who voluntarily handed the money over to you. Hanjin still thought that Sunan took this money to Buwan because he wanted to find Buwan in trouble again. Then he said this to Buwan. His face was very serious as he nodded to Buwan. Hanjin also knew that Buwan was very short of money right now. Well then I'll take it first. Sunan, student, took this. You need to not worry anymore. The two of us will still be in the same class from now on. If there's anything that can't be solved, I'm still willing to help you. But you can't target me and bully me like you did before anymore. Seeing Hanjin also here to persuade, don't make a mess of it, helplessly nodded. Anyway, money, this thing is what he is most lacking now. After saying so to Sunan, don't make a mess of it, turned around and walked towards the direction of his seat. Sunan is in the back of the don't make a fuss, full of smiles to point to the waist, did not stop don't make a fuss. He today the first time to give other people money actually gives so happy. The heart calculates that in the future if there are any people bullying their own words, don't make a fuss, really like just said that way, willing to help themselves is also a very great thing. Anyway, don't make a fuss, then those two immortal cultivators are more powerful. Although don't make a fuss is an ordinary person, how many ordinary people can be more powerful than immortal cultivators? In Sunan's opinion, Farewell will definitely become a powerful character later on. After the two people's side of the exchange of conversation ended, the teacher also quickly walked into the classroom. Today's lesson is the class of the guide. Guide came in and specifically also looked in the other direction for two more eyes. To the other, nodded. Soon a lesson will be almost carried out. And just when don't make a mess ready to turn around to leave, two voices at the same time into don't make a mess in the ears. Farewell, classmate. Don't leave yet. I'm looking for you for something. What are you going to do to go? Farewell, classmate. Two voices came from two directions. One voice was the tutor standing on the podium calling out to Bujio, while the other voice was Hanjin sitting next to him, inquiring curiously about Bujio. It looked like both of them had something to do with Bujio. Don't make fun of students. You first go to the tutor there. I have something, want to find you. A moment after you come out from the tutor there, I will wait for you inside the classroom. Seeing that the guide is also looking for Bujinkan, Hanjin said this to Bujinkan after glancing in the guide's direction. Han, then wait for me. I'll be out soon. After hearing Hanjin say that, Bujio nodded at Hanjin before turning towards the direction of the podium guide. Farewell, student. I'll just delay you for a bit. We don't need to go to my office. Go outside and find an empty classroom. I'll just have a word with you. Seeing Farewell walking towards his side, after coming over, the instructor nodded to Farewell, and then took Farewell out of the classroom where he was, and after finding an empty classroom, he walked in, and then turned to look at Farewell's side. What is it you're looking for me for, teacher? Entering this empty classroom, don't be a mess, asked curiously to the instructor in front of him. Farewell student is like this time I called you here because I want to ask how the matter inside the family has been resolved. After hearing Bujang's inquiry, the guide smiled and nodded at Bujang, opening his mouth to ask about the matter at Bujang's home. The last time don't make a mess after finishing things. The conductor did not ask don't make a mess as want to give don't make a mess to leave a buffer time today he happened to have this class. So again want to ask don't make a mess of home things how the situation is like. Thank you teacher your concern. The situation in my home has not what too big problem. Brother has been in the hospital side of the normal except treatment. My side will use the evening class time to go to work, then can subsidies for the family, to the brother to pay for the medical expenses. After hearing the guide's inquiry, don't make a fuss nodded gently to the guide and said a little bit about the situation their family was in right now. Farewell student. I decided after thinking about it for a while that I still need to tell you one thing. This situation of yours is rather special right now. If you go out to work at night, the exposure will affect your body and rest, and likewise affect your studies. A student's main task is to study, so I hope you can allow me to report this matter to the school authorities, and then I can let the school authorities to give you inside the school to carry out a you guys fundraising. Then you can help you to improve the situation that you are facing now, and the school will also issue some relief money. At that time can also give you normal receive. You see this way cannot? Don't make a mess of it. Guide heard don't make a mess of it so after hesitated for a moment to don't make a mess of it put forward such an idea. Tentative to don't make a mess of it asked a sentence. After hearing the instructor say this, don't make a mess froze for a moment. Don't make a mess. Don't want the things that happen to you to be known by other people, and hastily shook his head at the instructor. Teacher, this thing you can never report to the school. This thing I can solve by myself. I can improve my own life by myself, taking into account to get my studies, and I also have a sister. My sister is also our school. We siblings work together, can help my brother to pay the medical expenses. After hearing these words from the guide, don't make a mess directly opened his mouth to reject this idea of the guide, then raised his head to look at the guide with pleading eyes. Chapter 50, No Contempt. Don't make a fuss students. You look like this as to your own and to your sister are irresponsible. There are difficult words we have to work together to help you, and you have met this kind of thing, but also here a person hard to hold on. The two of you but are still not going to society's children. Can earn how much money don't make a fuss classmates you reconsider to consider this matter? I come today is to give you a wake-up call. If you think about it, you can come to my office at any time to find me, and I likewise respect your thoughts. If you really don't want to give this thing out, then I naturally won't force you. Seeing that Farewell directly rejected himself, the guide thought that Farewell was concerned about face, so after saying this seriously to Farewell, he looked in the direction of the door and then signaled that Farewell could leave. Well then, guide this matter I will go down and consider it carefully. Thank you very much teacher for your concern for me. Then I will leave first. Thank you guide. After hearing the guide say that, don't make a fuss and bow to the guide. After saying thank you he hurriedly left from the inside of this empty classroom. What a strong and uncaring child. After glancing at the back of Don't Make a Mess, the instructor gently shook his head and said this before walking out of the empty classroom and heading back towards his office. Don't make a fuss. After returning to the classroom, at this time there is no one else in the classroom except for Han Jin. Han Jin saw Don't Make a Fuss back, also stood up, smiled and walked towards this Don't Make a Fuss in front of him. Han students, you help me to stay face is there something to say to me? After seeing Han Jin greeted in front of him, Farewell asked Han Jin suspiciously. Don't mess around classmate me. I don't know how to tell you. After hearing Farewell say this, Han Jin was a little hesitant and a little embarrassed, because of Farewell's family matter. He didn't know how he should open this mouth with Farewell to say this matter, then blinked his eyes and looked at Farewell with a difficult face. Mr. Han, didn't you say that I'm your former friend? Since the two of us are already friends, what else can't we say? If there's anything you can just say directly, just open your mouth if you need my help. Hearing Han Jin say this, looking at Han Jin's hesitant appearance Don't Make a Fuss at Han Jin, gently nodded his head and said this to Han Jin with encouraging eyes. Farewell student, since you're like this, then I'll be blunt. Farewell student, I sent someone to investigate what happened when you didn't come to school 2 days ago. I didn't think that such a major change had actually happened in your family. Don't worry, don't make a fuss classmate. This matter I very much told to anyone and didn't mention it to anyone, but don't make a fuss classmate I want to help you. What do you think I should do to help you? Other classmate do you need money? If you need money I can get you some money so you can come over here first to save the day. After hearing Farewell say this, Han Jin's teeth clenched and his feet stomped. He directly raised his head and looked at Farewell with a concerned expression and said this to Farewell. After hearing Han Jin say these words, Bu Jio directly froze. He didn't think that the two people looking for themselves today were actually for this kind of thing for themselves. And Han Jin actually sent someone to investigate himself and why he didn't come to school. Don't make fun of students, you must not misunderstand. I'm not intentionally send people to investigate you. I just want to see what difficulties you met. I did not think that it would happen so big things. See, don't make a fuss. Han Jin was afraid to cause don't make a fuss misunderstanding. Think don't make a fuss regenerate his own anger. Hastily to don't make a fuss explain so a bit. However, Han Jin didn't realize that after he said these words, the entirety of Bu Zhou's head was filled with that elixir that saved his brother's life. Don't make a fuss about money. 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 That from the meteorite Dan is on the brother's only hope, and that from the meteorite Dan is to be a whole 10 million. 10 million for the Bu one is simply an astronomical figure. Don't look at this one after another from the hands of the contractor and Sunan's hands to get 600,000. But 600,000 away from the 10 million is still very far away, and can even be used to describe the unattainable. Don't make a fuss, although it is now easy to get 600,000, but then the rest of the 9.4 million is like a mountain on the head of don't make a fuss. Don't make a fuss, don't even dare to think about it. From where they can get that 9.4 million, like Sunan and the contractor, such a wrongdoer cannot be met casually. If every day can appear a word, don't make a fuss, the mood is not now this way. At this time don't make a fuss, I guess every day is joyful. Don't make fun of students. Don't make fun of students. See, don't make a mess like this. Han Jin hastened to don't make a mess. Called too. Thought don't make a mess. At this time has already borne their own gas, and don't want to pay attention to their own. Being called twice by Han Jin, Bu Jio suddenly came back to his senses, and then looked at Han Jin who was standing in front of him. Han Jin, students, as I am now very short of money, but I cannot accept your money. Your money is your money. My money is my money. A great man has something to do, something not to do not need to contumely money. After hearing Han Jin just said these words, don't make a fuss, to Han Jin directly righteously said so. Don't make a mess, student. I know what happened in your family. I also know that you very much need to use money. Your brother in the hospital side stay now has become that way. Surely need a large sum of medical expenses to save treatment. You can't give up on your brother. There is definitely still treatment for your brother to get well. Hopefully just need to go to a better hospital and find a better doctor. There will definitely be a turnaround for a cure. And the front of the medical expenses for you now is certainly also a difficult thing. Don't make a fuss, classmates, you also don't rush to reject me. I can first lend you the money, later have you return to me. But you are now currently the most urgent thing is to first go to your brother to save the cure. And so on. Your brother woke up. The latter things after the later to discuss. Han Jin had already made up his mind to help Bu Jio after learning about Bu Jio's tragic events, which is why he said this to Bu Jio, very seriously. Here Han Jin said, so don't be lively is also a jolt. Han Jin said these words are indeed very reasonable. He is now the main goal is the first to save their brother to wake up. As long as their brother woke up, after the money this thing can slowly repay. But don't make a fuss and don't want to owe others a favor to borrow this money. Chapter 51 Lu Baofu wakes up. Don't make a fuss, standing in place. Face green, a burst of white, a burst of change, half a day did not say a so to look at don't make a fuss. This look standing next to Han Jin also have some anxious. Han, students, I think well. Then please help me. I want to first my brother on the cure. And I now know that someone can save my brother. And is 100% can be on the good. As for what this person is, I have to keep it a secret for you. If the cost of his salvation is 10 million, without 10 million he won't be able to save my brother. I need 10 million now. I know, Han, you can't lend me so much money at once. But I hope Han can find a way to help me get it together. I can definitely pay you back later. Ultimately don't make a fuss. Thought about lying on the hospital bed don't not work. The heart is very difficult. He decided to first don't work on waking up. As for their own principles and bottom line and the face of the problem, don't make a scene. No, these things are not important. Compared to their own brother, don't make a scene. Simply did not take these things as a matter of fact. Don't make a fuss, classmate. You said you are in need of 10 million, is it? This 10 million I myself alone can provide you. This matter this morning after I understand. Already with my father already said. My father said that to be a human being, one should know how to repay. So as long as you need something, the Han family can provide it to you. $10 million, although it might be a huge number for others, but the Han family can still easily take out this money. After hearing farewell, say this, Han Jin took a long breath. A smile appeared on his face, and said this to farewell. Classmate Han, are you really willing to lend this money to me? Don't worry, I'll definitely return it to you later. although this money is an astronomical figure for me right now, but I believe that as long as I work hard, there will be a day when I can repay this money. As soon as he heard Han Jin say this, a happy smile appeared on Farewell's face and he said this to Han Jin. That's natural, classmate Farewell, I've come today for something to talk to you about this matter, and since you're willing to accept my help, I'll make a trip home now to talk to my father about this matter. You will say your bank card number to me. At night if my father agrees, I will let him send money to your card. After hearing this, Han Jin nodded and said this, then stood up from his seat and prepared to leave the school. Seeing Han Jin like this, Don't be ridiculous in his heart. Don't mention how happy, tightly clenched his fists, then raised his head and stared seriously at Han Jin, said to him, Han students, thank you, I'll go with you, just as I'm also going back to the dormitory. Finally the two walked out side by side towards the outside of the school. Ergo Taiju, at this time in the hospital ward coma for several days, Lu Baofu finally woke up, just from the hospital bed as soon as he sat up and shouted two names. After hearing Lu Baofu's shout, the hospital ward outside the two Lu Baofu and Don't Go to the Village inside the people immediately pushed open the ward. The door ran in. Brother Lu, you finally woke up. Wang Airdog very attentive walked to the front of Lu Baofu, wiped his hands, full of smiles to Lu Baofu opened his mouth and shouted, how long have I been passed out for? Seeing the two people like this, Lu Baofu opened his mouth to the two people and asked, 1, 2, 3, 4. After hearing Lu Baofu ask this, Wang Erdog started to move his fingers and counted. Brother Lu, it's been a week since you were unconscious inside the hospital. After Wang Airdog closed his fingers, he raised his head and responded seriously to Lu Baofu. I've been in a coma in the hospital for a week? Don't make a fuss. Don't make a fuss. Where is that kid? Actually dared to knock my old man out for so long. My old man is not finished with him. Upon hearing that he has been in a coma for a week, Lu Baofu's face was a bit ugly. Then he asked this to the two people next to him. If there was anyone who knew about Bu Zhou's identity as an immortal cultivator right now, other than Lu Baofu and these two guys in front of him, it was only Pang Long's group of people who knew about this matter. Brother Lu, don't make a fuss, should be going to school to go to school. Now don't not work and you lie in the same hospital. Then don't make a fuss. That kid hasn't been here for a long time. The last time in the village also do not know what is the situation. This guy is simply evil. Suddenly all can injure Brother Lu. You say this kid is not also become a cultivator? Wang Erdog once heard Lu Baofu inquired. Don't not be able to hastily said to Lu Baofu, don't be able to say the thing. Don't fail also in the hospital. That guy is still alive? Hearing the little brother next to him say that Farewell is also in the hospital, Lu Baofu curiously opened his mouth to Wang Ergu and asked, yes, Brother Lu, but don't fail. This guy has become a vegetable. Lying in the hospital every day is don't make a mess of that. Sister Su Yuzhou come over to take care of him. But recently these 2 days Su Yuzhou come to the number of times is not much, but instead is to ask a caregiver to take care of. Don't fail here. Wang Airdog thought of the crippled appearance of Boo Boo, then glanced at Lu Baofu, then spoke to Lu Baofu about Boo Boo's current condition. Just that waste, a vegetable? Actually still alive. Lousy should have just beaten him to death in the first place. But don't mess with that kid's brain, is definitely not going to let him go. This guy doesn't know what kind of evil he has committed. Isn't this kid usually just an ordinary person? Who knows why he would suddenly become like this? But this matter I'm not finished with him. Actually dare to hit the old man. The three of us don't care about the hospital. This don't not work. Inside the hospital want to take a shot at him is not an easy thing. The three of us first go back to the village. I want to see what it is like inside the village now. And I don't believe that this don't make trouble. He cannot come back to the village. After Lu Baofu sat up from the hospital bed, he gritted his teeth and said this to the two people next to him before he started to put on his clothes. Brother Lu, you're right. Let's go back to the village first. I don't believe this guy won't go back. This don't mess around will definitely go back to the village. As long as he goes back to the village. Brother Lu, with your identity as an immortal cultivator, isn't it just to pack him up if you want to? That guy definitely committed an evil act that day. Surely won't be so powerful. He's just an ordinary person. Recently this period of time we also pay attention to this guy. This guy didn't show a little bit of abnormality. Chapter 52, the Dao Yuan class. Besides, if someone can join the inside of the Dao Yuan class in Magic City, the Dao Yuan class will definitely publicize this matter outside. And to what kind of place the original class is. If don't make a fuss, this guy with this age can carry on cultivation then. Once the Dao Yuan class enrolls it in, surely it will give out this matter to everyone. The Dao Yuan class. But it will protect every student and the student's family. If this alibi had joined the Dao Yuan class, the three of us wouldn't be continuing to sit in this hospital bed right now. We would probably have all been kicked out of the hospital long ago. Sun Taiju, who hadn't said anything, nodded his head after hearing Lu Baofu's thoughts, and then said such a big paragraph to Lu Baofu. Dao Yuan class is a very angry organization in the Magic City. Dao Yuan class gathered all the young cultivators in the Magic City. Anyone who can reach the Qi practicing stage before the age of 15 can enter the Dao Yuan class. Of course, the Dao Yuan class is not the only transfer conditions, as long as before the age of 25 can enter the foundation establishment stage. As usual, can also enter the Dao Yuan class. Dao Yuan class will always train the students to enter the Jindan stage, but also from the side of the Dao Yuan class graduated. Dao Yuan class is an organization in every city. The existence of Dao Yuan class is to select these young genius cultivators for Huaxia, and gather them together. And every young immortal cultivator graduated from Dao Yuan class can join various organizations in Huaxia. In short, the Dao Yuan class was an organization that was highly respected in any region, and no one dared to dislike the students inside the Dao Yuan class. Every student in the Dao Yuan class is a local key cultivator. Whether it's from the cultivation environment and guidance teachers, all aspects are the best configuration in this city. Don't make a fuss. Before also considered to go to the Dao Yuan class to study, but don't make a fuss, because don't Kant and Sue related to the two people now have no one to take care of. So give up this idea for the time being, because once into the Dao Yuan class, can be from the Dao Yuan class out of the opportunity is not too much. Dao Yuan class, this place although is in the Magic City, but everyone knows this place. But no one knows Dao Yuan class specific in the Magic City which place. Usually no one can see the students inside the class. I heard that the class is an independent small space treasure. All the people in the treasure side of the cultivation, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth there than the outside world is many times richer. This is also the reason why the students inside the Dao Yuan class will be able to cultivate much faster than ordinary people than ordinary cultivators outside. Don't make a fuss. If once entered the Dao Yuan class, then don't not work and Su Yushao two people will be very difficult to get. Don't make a fuss to take care of. Don't make a fuss. Need a long time to be able to come out a trip. However, the Dao Yuan class has always been prepared for this kind of thing, because in the past, there have been the students of the Dao Yuan class and the Dao Yuan class for study. Parents and family members were assassinated by the enemy. The family all lost their lives. Then in order to avenge the deaths of their family members, the students of the Dao Yuan class directly killed all of their enemies, and their methods were extremely cruel. And after doing so, the students went off the deep end and began to kill innocents indiscriminately. This kind of thing has already appeared, not once or twice. So Dao Yuan Bei added a new rule at the back. All the students who enter the Dao Yuan class to study please people are all protected by the Dao Yuan class. Once someone dares to take action against the family members of the students of the Dao Yuan class, then what will face them will be the joint pursuit of all the powerful characters of the Dao Yuan class. If the students cannot be solved, then there will be a teacher who is old and cannot be solved. There will also be to the original class of the senior management to send out the characters, and road class in another level above also represents China. In a certain area of the highest combat power and certain decision-making power, even the Magic City of the city government, under certain circumstances are subject to road class limitations. Well, now say these are no use. First back to the village we go to see also cannot. His wife buried where? Dig it out, still want to be peaceful. The old man can let him be peaceful, only strange. I don't know what my master is now. I was stunned over. A week has not been able to contact my master. We go back to the village side by the way to my master to take a look. After hearing the next Sun Taiju finished, Lu Baofu has put on his clothes, said to Sun Taiju and Wang Erdog two people, and then patted his ass as ready to leave from the hospital. But the two people have not yet left from the hospital. Inside will be a group of nurses to stop. This sir, you haven't paid your treatment and hospitalization fees. Your two companions didn't pay for you. After the nurses and security guards stopped Lu Baofu, they spoke directly to Lu Baofu about the fact that Lu Baofu hadn't paid for his medicine yet. I didn't pay for your medicine? How is it possible that I haven't paid for my medicine? What kind of person am I, Lu Baofu, that I am that poor in money? Upon hearing this, Lu Baofu directly widened his own eyes. Why didn't you two pay the medical bills for me? Can't it be that I've been in the hospital for the past 2 days and have been in arrears with other people's treatment costs? After hearing the nurse say something about letting himself pay the medical bills, Lu Baofu turned his head to look at the two people next to him, Wang Ergu and Sun Taiju, and then opened his mouth to the two people next to him, Wang Ergu and Sun Taiju, and asked, Brother Lu, our two people's pockets are cleaner than their faces. Where to get the money to help Brother Lu you advance medical expenses? Brother Lu, at that time you fainted and did not bring a wallet and these things on your body. Our two people's hearts are more than enough. Brother Lu, you don't blame us too. You'd better hurry to pay the medical fee first, then we go out from the hospital before saying it. After hearing Lu Baofu say this, Sun Taiju and Wang Erdog both had a difficult expression on their faces. Then Wang Erdog pulled out his pocket and said this to Lu Baofu, a day's worth of nothing, following behind Big Brother's ass. Can't even get a dime. What can the two of you do? Forget it, it's better for me to do these things myself. After saying the words, Lu Baofu reached out and touched the inside of his pocket as a stranger, and silently realized that he didn't have any money with him, and then raised his head to look at the nurse. This gentleman, if you don't have a wallet with you, we support cell phone transfer here to support cell phone payment. You see what kind of payment method you are using. Seeing Lu Baofu like this, the nurse knew that Lu Baofu should not have brought any money with him, and then after fumbling in his pocket for a while, he finally pulled out two somewhat crumpled plates from his pocket and extended them to Lu Baofu's face. Chapter 53, The 7 Injuries Fist. The nurse pulled out these two signs drawn above are two payment QR codes. Just need to take a cell phone to scan to pay the money over. But after Lu Baofu pulled out his cell phone, he glanced above his bank card balance, then tentatively opened his mouth to the nurse and asked, "This nurse, is $200 enough for the expenses I spent in the hospital these days?" Lu Baofu asked this sentence. Face hot. He knew that this $200 certainly nothing. He himself do not believe that $200 can, let alone the nurse in front of him. As expected at the time Lu Baofu asked this sentence, the nurse's face directly cold, and then opened his mouth to Lu Baofu said, "What do you mean by that, sir? This is a hospital. What do you think $200 is enough for? This $200 of yours is not even enough for your hospitalization fee for these 7 days. The hospital is not going to make things difficult for you. Today you pay and leave if you don't. We may have to find those enforcers of Mordor to come over to have a talk with you, sir." After the nurse looked at Lu Baofu with a cold face, she uttered such a message to Lu Baofu. "This doctor, can't you first be accommodating? I was coming to the emergency. Two companions also did not bring money, but this money we will not owe the hospital. I now go back to fetch the money. I will fetch the money, and immediately give the hospital to send over this doctor. How do you see?" Lu Baofu knows that although he is an immortal cultivator, but these ordinary people inside the hospital and he is not the same. All the immortal cultivators are strictly prohibited to take action inside the hospital. This is carved in the Chinese laws and regulations above the text. Lu Baofu now is again arrogant, also simply do not dare to the hospital side of these doctors. So he was full of smiles to the nurse in front of him, opened his mouth to ask, "So, this gentleman, our hospital's aim is humanization. Since this gentleman you really don't have any money with you, we also allow you to go back to get it, but only one of the three of you can leave. The remaining two must be detained in the hospital and then controlled by our security guards. When you come back with the money and you take your friend away, we won't stop you, but if you can't bring the money back, then I'm really sorry. The will find a way to let your two friends come to pay off the outstanding medical bills for you." Hearing the news that Lu Baofu was going to go back to get the money, the nurse didn't get angry. Instead, she glanced at Wang Ergu and Sun Taiju standing next to Lu Baofu, and the two of them said this to Lu Baofu, "Two brothers, then you guys wait for me in the hospital. I'll be back soon after I go back and get the money." After hearing the nurse say so, Lu Baofu turned his head to look towards Sun Taiju and Wang Erdog. This side said to the two of them and left from the hospital, leaving behind Wang Erdog and Sun Taiju, who hadn't had a chance to respond. "Second dog brother, I always feel don't make a fuss." This young man this time become a little different. I suspect that at that time Lu brother is not his opponent. If Lu brother was someone else to clean up the words, "The two of us later in the village inside can do ah?" Usually Sun Taiju and Wang Ergu would call each other brother when they called each other. The two of them would call it business, blowing each other up. This way the two of them felt they had face to face. "Taiju, ah Taiju, do you think this thing is so good to just walk on? Don't worry, Lu won't be afraid of. Don't make a fuss dear, don't make a fuss." This young man likewise take Lu also has no way, even if he really is more powerful than Lu. But don't you forget that Lu also has a very powerful master behind him. Lu's that master has not been so many years, has not been out of the hand. I think this is the legend of not a song is a song, only Lu's master out of the hand. Then other people are not in his hands trembling. After hearing the worried voice of Sun Taiju, Wang Erdog patted two on Sun Taiju's shoulder, indicating that Sun Taiju needn't worry, and then sat on his butt on a chair in the lobby of the hospital hall, and began to chat with Sun Taiju about something or the other. After Lu Baofu left the hospital, he ran directly to the village where they are. Back to the village, Lu Baofu looked at the people inside the village. Everyone saw their eyes are a little bit dodge, as if they are very afraid of their appearance. Lu Baofu's face showed a smile of excitement. He wants this feeling. The village inside the people because of this matter is no longer afraid of their words. Lu Baofu can be a little unacceptable. To the side of the home to take their own bank card, Lu Baofu noticed that there is a yellow paper on the table to stay the note. Pick up the note to see, actually is their own master to stay. Said he is going to go out for a period of time, so that Lu Baofu recently this period of time to stay in the village side. Do not go anywhere. Seeing such a message, Lu Baofu froze for a moment, but he still took his wallet, and then drove his own car in the direction of the hospital, ready to bring Wang Ergo and Sun Taiju two people back first. Han Jin will be sent to the school entrance. Returned to the dormitory side of the don't make a fuss. Looked at the dormitory side of the empty. Others are not yet back from class. Don't make a fuss change reach out a bang. sat on the side of the bed, and then cross-legged sit down began to turn up the 7 feelings of true chi. Cultivation method. The 7 feelings of true chi, cultivation method with don't make a fuss, now being transformed out of the immaculate body effect is very obvious. Don't make a fuss in the cultivation of true chi. Heaven and earth spiritual chi as if a small vortex has appeared in the top of the head of don't make a fuss. Don't make a fuss and feel the true chi in his body, as if it can be seen with the naked eye and the speed of growth there. Face happy expression don't mention how heavy. After cultivating his true chi for a while, he began to study the attack methods given by the 7 emotions true chi cultivation technique for each level of the 7 emotions system. At the chi refining stage, the only attacking means that the 7 emotions true chi passed on to Bujang was the Vajra unbreakable body, while at the foundation establishment stage, there were indeed 2 types of methods recorded in the 7 emotions true chi cultivation methods. One name was called the 7 injury fist, and the 7 injury fist injured oneself first and then later. Seeing this Dharma door, Farewell's brows frowned. What kind of Dharma door was this? Which person would injure themselves a little before attacking others in order to injure them? Immediately after that, don't make a fuss and check the second Dharma door that he had acquired. The second Dharma door was not an attacking Dharma door, nor was it a defensive Dharma door like the Vajra indestructible body, but a body Dharma door. Chapter 54 Introduction to Pointing Hands. The 7 feelings of the trailer step. Don't make a fuss. For the 7 wounds fist has no idea, but for the 7 feelings of the trail step does have a very strong interest. After all, hit but can run, this is the best idea of don't make a fuss. As long as they run fast, by the time their own level is high and then come back to take revenge, that is it. The decision to make up his mind, began to check the cultivation recipe of the maze steps. Mizone step mainly lies in the meridians through, with the 7 feelings of true chi, cultivation excavation, through the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the true chi. Cultivation to the depths of the grass can reach the realm of the grass flying on the water floating, suitable for close combat and escape use. Seeing this article don't make a fuss face showed a smug smile. Really is the day cold someone send clothes, sleepy someone hand pillow. Afterwards, don't be ridiculous then began to read up on the official cultivation laws of the 7 emotions trail steps. 7 feelings of the trail step through, 7 feelings of true chi through the host's body of the 2 veins, and then added, the true chi in the 5 viscera and 6 internal organs running through the last 2 veins extended to the host's feet, and then to the feet of the various acupuncture points at the same time, to enhance the speed of the speed can reach the limit of human speed. The 7 sentiment trail step is divided into entry, control of the great success and transcendence. Introductory 7 emotions trail steps can increase the speed of the practitioner by 3 times, and with the trail steps stance, it can briefly create a residual image in front of the body. The Mastery 7 Emotions Trail Steps could increase the cultivator's speed by 7 times, and with the moves of the trail steps, it could briefly create 3 residual images in front of the body. The 7 Emotions Trail Steps of Great Completion could increase the cultivator's speed by 15 times, and in conjunction with the moves of the trail steps could cause 7 long items in front of the body, and all 7 residual images could be moved briefly. The Transcendence 7 Emotions Misty Steps boosts the cultivator's speed by an unspecified amount, and in conjunction with the Misty Steps stance, can cause at least 7 or more bilocations in front of the body. The doppelgangers could even attack. After reading such a paragraph, Farewell's fists clenched tightly together, then directly sat up from the bed, crossed his legs and began to utilize his true chi to learn up the 7 emotions misty steps. See, don't make a fuss suddenly sat up from the bed. A few other people are puzzled want to don't make a fuss to the bed to look at, but a few people also thought don't make a fuss. Suddenly what nerves also pay no attention to. Don't make a fuss who knows don't make a fuss. So sit directly on the sitting a night. Don't make trouble. Class, don't make trouble brother. Li Chaoyang slept up and saw Bujang, or last night's position, sitting cross-legged to find Bujang in front of the body. In Bujang's back gently patted twice. I got started. I finally got started. Being patted twice by Li Chaoyang, Farewell suddenly opened his eyes revealing a point of excitement. Li Chaoyang shouted loudly. Farewell brother, what's wrong with you? You shouldn't have gone off the deep end from practicing pointing hands, right? What happened? What have you initiated? Seeing Farewell's agitated look, several other people were also frightened by Farewell's shout. One by one, they all looked towards Farewell's side while Zhang Mang rubbed his eyes towards Farewell and asked this. My pointing hand has finally been initiated. I have been practicing for so long. The front has always only controlled a fur. Now finally further, I can now even without making a move, directly can point a person's laughing point. But the introductory pointing hand can only point the laughing point. In fact, I can only point the laughing point this move. As for the fixation of those pointing techniques, I haven't even learned them until now. After hearing a few people's inquiries about themselves and looking at the doubt on their faces, Don't Make a Mess was very embarrassed to be pulled into pointing hands by them again. What do you mean your pointing hand is only just begun? A just begun pointing hand can point points through the air? Brother Farewell, are you kidding us? Hearing Farewell say that, Zhang Mang directly picked himself up and turned to Farewell, asking this, it can't be helped. Brother Zhang Mang, my pointing hand is different from other people's pointing hand. Other people's pointing hand is supported by real chi, but I can't. I don't know real chi. I'm just an ordinary person, so I can only go off the beaten track to point only one acupuncture point, and according to this one move has been constantly drilling, constantly learning, so until today I can only be considered as a beginner. After hearing Zhang Mang say this, Don't Make a Fuss and helplessly explained this to Zhang Mang. A few other people were also confused by Don't Make a Fuss and stood aside nodding as they listened in a cloud. Brother, you are a law through all laws. Just you, this trick can be a trick. Eat all the days. You just said you can all without hands can carry out pointing. This is a bit bullish. Don't worry. After the moves you can certainly learn very quickly. Brother, refueling dry if you later go out cannot walk horizontally depends on you. Here, don't make a mess. So say after Zhang Mang to don't make a mess. Nodded. Very seriously praised so sentence. That's right. Don't make a fuss. I think you can definitely do it. Strive to learn the other degrees as well. At that time, whether our dormitory can walk horizontally outside is counting on you. After Li Chaoyang heard Zhang Mang say so, he also nodded with deep understanding, gave a thumbs up to this don't make a mess and said so. I'll work hard. Brothers, just for these words from my brothers, I will definitely work hard. After hearing this excited tone from a few other people in the dormitory, Farewell nodded at them. Hurry up and pack up and go to class. You haven't slept all night. I'm afraid you're sleepy at this moment. Li Chaoyang reached out and patted on the shoulders of Don't Make a Fuss, then turned around and thought about the direction of the restroom and walked over. Here Li Chaoyang, so say don't make a fuss. He as a knight did not sleep, but don't make a fuss. Now feel that he is not sleepy at all, even more than usual after a sleep and still have the spirit. Is this the benefit of cultivation? After feeling this essence, don't make a fuss about the idea that every night in the future, he is not sleeping, through cultivation instead of sleeping. Anyway, when cultivating at the same time the body will also be fed by the true chi. This way is also a disguised sleep. The don't make a fuss is because of today's the small idea. Just don't make a fuss again cultivation. This road than other people go a lot faster. Then a few people cleaned up a bit, then walked in the direction of the classroom. Walking on the road when don't make a fuss, took out his cell phone and looked at it. Suddenly found a text message, came to the computer, puzzled to click on the text message. After a look at the mouth opened the boss. Because don't take this text message on the phone is his bank card. To the account of 10 million, don't make a fuss. A look at this 10 million immediately understand. This is Han Jin lent him 10 million. Chapter 55, $10 million in accounts. After a glance, don't make a fuss nervously put his cell phone into the pocket, and then to the left and right looked at a glance of a thief's expression. At this time he was very nervous, afraid that this 10 million if it is someone else to snatch away, poor so many years, suddenly clutching so much money in hand. Don't mess with the side of the heart. Don't mention how apprehensive. Yesterday Su Nan gave the 500,000 don't take back immediately after stuffed into their pillows. It is afraid of being someone else to go. Now he has obtained 10 million. Don't to now have no mood to go to class. He now wants to rush back to the dormitory inside to go. Take out his bank card. Eat to the inside of the stomach. But don't make a fuss. After trying to restrain his emotions or follow a few people to class, a few people walked to the outside of the teaching building when they separated, because everyone is a different branch of the hospital, so the place of the class can only be roughly the same. Cannot sit in a classroom side class, and a few people separated after don't make a fuss. Alone toward the direction of the classroom walked over, into the classroom after the side, immediately saw a pink figure there to their hands. See clearly after the figure don't make a fuss, smiled and sat next to Han Jin. Money received? Yesterday went back I but softly soaked for a long time. This only let my father to you transferred 10 million. My father said this 10 million to you after. I hope you can use it to make good use of it. Don't be the way you are now. 10 million can change your fate. Han Jin said this 10 million as if he didn't care, and then in an encouraging tone to Farewell, he said this 10 million I may bring cannot change the fate. I want to use this 10 million to find the best doctors, the best medical equipment, my brother to wake up. I want to take 10 million to save my brother. After hearing Han Jin say this, don't make a fuss, his face showed a sad expression, and explained this matter to Han Jin. Han Jin heard don't make a fuss. After saying so suddenly remembered don't make a fuss. Yesterday gave him said this 10 million. There is a mysterious doctor said it is guaranteed that can be don't make a fuss after don't make a fuss brother. To take to his brother cure. I'm sorry I don't make a fuss. I put this thing to forget. Really sorry, I'll write you after useful to the place of money I will also help you. I usually take more pocket money. Their own usually not much to use. You have the need if you just talk to me on it. hurry to the don't make a fuss. After explaining as sound hands clasped together, nervous, don't know how to explain to don't make a fuss he was afraid don't make a fuss, because of this thing is not happy. No, you don't have to apologize to me. Anyway, now my brother has the hope of cure. I also feel relieved. A moment after class I will ask for a leave with the military training side, and then go to the hospital first. After hearing Han Jin say this don't make a fuss, gently shook his head at him and said this. Then the teacher walked into the classroom. The two people looked at each other after that also didn't say anything else. After the class, don't make a fuss, said goodbye to Han Jin, and then hurried back to the dormitory, took his bank card and Su Nan gave that one bank card, and then ran to the military training site to find his instructor. Good day instructor. Don't make a fuss and walked to the instructor with some formality, bowing slightly to the instructor and greeting him with a hello. What's up? Looking for me for something? Is there anything you need help with? Farewell's instructor was the only one among this group of instructors who was a casual instructor. This instructor saw, after Farewell came over with a smile on his face to Farewell, said this. Last time the instructor gave Farewell a magical note. Farewell till now did not figure out what the meaning of this note was. At that time, don't be late to open the note. Finally when he opened the note, the instructor in the top of the note just wrote a sentence to ask don't be ridiculous, willing to join the organization behind him, follow him together to guard the Chinese. Until now suspected that this instructor knew about his identity as an immortal cultivator, although he didn't know how he knew. But don't make a fuss, for this matter had always wanted to ask, but didn't dare to ask. That, instructor, I want to take a leave today. My brother in the hospital inside the discharge. I have now come up with the surgery fee. I need to go to the hospital to my brother to pay the surgery fee. This afternoon's military training may not be able to participate. Hear the instructor so ask after don't make a fuss. With a very small voice to the instructor said, out of their own this afternoon can't participate in the military training thing. So is this then you go. Military training is not participate in alright. I will give the chief instructor side to say hello. After hearing don't make a fuss, this instructor directly nodded to don't make a fuss. There is no intention among the block. There is no imagination among the root of the questioning. There is only a gentle nod of the head to agree with don't make a fuss, but know that other teams want to ask for a leave. That will be subjected to a variety of investigations and obstruction. Very difficult to ask for a leave of absence. How did he not expect his instructor directly on this matter to agree? Instructor, don't you want to ask if what I said is true or not? Aren't you afraid that I'll run out and go play? Don't make a fuss. After hearing the instructor say this instead of leaving, he instead asked the doubts in his heart to the instructor. I believe you won't do such a thing, because we are the same kind of people. Upon hearing don't make a fuss, the instructor gently shook his head and said this mysteriously to don't make a fuss. After hearing the instructor say this Bujang secretly already in his heart, he now confirmed that this instructor indeed knew about his identity as an immortal cultivator. Instructor, how can I be in the same category as you? You are an immortal cultivator and our instructor. I think there must be some special reason for you to come to our school, otherwise you wouldn't have been sent to teach us. A group of ordinary students. Military training. Still, don't make a fuss shook his head very awkwardly, then said this to the instructor. Alright, go about your business first. I'll have a separate chat with you about this matter on the day before the end of the military training. Counting the days, your military training should still have 3 or 4 days left. After hearing Farewell, this instructor waved his hand gently at Farewell, letting Farewell leave first. I'll leave first then. Instructor, seeing the instructor like this, don't know how to continue with the instructor. On this matter to say on, can only first slip for the upper. Chapter 56, Disdain from the system. So don't make fun of the instructor waved his hand after, then turn a body first from here to leave. Out of the schools don't make a mess of very extravagant hit a car in the direction of the hospital rushed over, because don't make a mess of the heart. Inside now already can't resist the idea of wanting to wake up their own brother. System, I want to purchase separate Meteor Dan. Sitting in the car don't make a fuss, closed his eyes. Then began to contact the 7 feelings system inside his head. Host, are you kidding me? You want to purchase the Meteor Departure Pill? The departing Meteor Dan that costs 10 million. Do you have 10 million? Hearing Farewell say this, the system actually used a questioning tone towards Farewell, asking this, you system, if it wasn't for the fact that you can help me cultivate, I really want to log you off. Why are you still looking down on me? Don't make a fuss. As soon as he heard this, he immediately asked this to the 7 emotion system in a defiant manner. Not I look down on the host you, but the host you did not do the kind of thing that makes people look up to Look at you now, this look with an iron rooster like a hare, a little money on the stingy whoosh, and has been staying in the ordinary people here. Did not think to enter the Tao Yuan class, did not think to step into the immortal cultivator of the whole, when you can earn enough 10 million. Don't make a fuss, so the system directly to don't make a fuss. Retorted a sentence said don't make a fuss, half a day can't come back to God. I don't go to participate in the Dao Yuan class. Don't go to carry on the leisure person's system learning. Completely because I don't feel at ease with my sister. I also don't feel at ease with my brother. Stop it. After hearing the system say that, very attentive to the system, he said this. Alright host, you just can't change the cowardice in your bones. You're afraid that once you enter the Dao Yuan class where you don't know anyone, and everyone is an immortal cultivator, and you don't have any obvious advantages, so you're afraid that you'll be bullied by others when the time comes. The 7 emotions system directly saw through the true inner thoughts of Farewell directly to Farewell and said this. Don't talk about all this nonsense. I have money now. Hurry up and give me a separate meteor, Dan. Don't make a fuss. Don't want to continue chatting with the 7 emotions system on this topic, so he immediately changed the topic back to purchasing the separate meteor pill. Host account balance of $10,001,675.25. I go to see Boo. You really have 10 million. What did you do? Is it hard to believe that you went to rob a bank? Immortal cultivator robbing a bank, that's a big crime. After inquiring about the balance of Farewell's bank card, the system was directly very surprised at Farewell and said this. I didn't do this kind of thing. I came through legal channels. Money don't say this kind of nonsense. Hurry to give me something. Seeing the system after discovering that he has money actually still eat not give himself something. Don't make a fuss and couldn't help but urge a sentence. Good. Host, open your palm. Away from the meteorite, Dan immediately to the account. Hearing don't make a fuss. After saying so, the system helplessly said to don't make a fuss. Said so. After that, Farewell spread out his palm. Immediately after, a sandalwood box suddenly appeared in Farewell's hand. The separation meteorite pill has arrived. 10 million deducted successfully. Accompanied by such a prompt sound, the system directly disappeared inside Bujang's head. After hearing this voice, his heart was dripping blood. After a burst of pain, then he began to measure the box in his hand. The hands of this box carving is very detailed, like a small house. After opening the lid of the box, a dark red potion with luster stays in the box. This potion is worth 10 million from the meteorite, Dan. Little brother, what is it that you are holding inside your hand? How come it smells so good? The moment the computer opened the box, the fragrance of the elixir immediately filled the entire cab compartment. The driver driving in front suddenly turned his head to the back of the don't make a fuss and asked this. The hand side holding is just obtained the bomb. Go back to prepare for the bathroom use. Really sorry. The master, get to your car, have a taste. After hearing the cab driver asked so don't make a fuss hastily covered the box, put into his arms, said to the cab driver so a sentence. Alright, you add a little fragrance to my car inside. How can I blame you? But this flavor is really fragrant. Smell a mouthful of all, let a person through the body vegetables. This bomb you are where to buy? Tell me about it. I'll go back and buy some for our family. The cab driver sitting in the front turned his head towards Farewell, smiled a little and then said this to Farewell. This bomb is also recommended to me by someone else. It is a gift from a friend of mine. That friend of mine's family is very rich. I heard that this is something they use at home. I guess people like us can't afford to buy it. Master, I also did not say you cannot afford this word. Just think this kind of thing we buy back flashy. There is no use. Don't make a fuss. Naturally know that this bomb of his is subtle. So explained so much to the cab driver. Alas, little brother, you say this, I also know. We and those rich people gap is really too big. As far as this magic city and the side of the gap between us and others is simply a heaven and a earth. Like us, these people every day to make a living and run around. Others is even a toilet inside with the smoked bomb or more than my 1 month salary. Forget about it. Little brother, I do not ask. We are almost there. Don't mess with these words into the cab driver's ears. The cab driver sighed, can't help but feel some emotion, and then looked ahead, to the back of the don't mess with, said this sentence. The cab driver's these feelings also hooked up with don't make trouble heart. Inside the sour, cab driver said there is not a little wrong. Indeed, like these poor people days really and those who have money compared to, the gap is too big. Don't make trouble. If not now become a cultivator. Estimated that at this time on the heart side than this cab driver more difficult to bear. Master, give you money. I go first. After arriving at the place, don't make a fuss. From the pocket side took out a handful of crumpled bills. After counting the money handed over to the cab driver's hand, and then pushed open the door and went down. From the car side out after don't make a fuss. Directly all the way to run. Ran into the hospital side to find the ward don't walk. And then pushed open the ward door to go in. At this time, don't can't. Still quietly lying on the bed. But don't make a mess. Just entered the door when, inside the head suddenly came a prompt sound. To absorb the love from don't can't. Chapter 57, taking the meteor departure pill. Looking at her brother, who had become a vegetable on top of the hospital bed, and was still sending her love to herself until now. Don't make a fuss with her nose. Now I will wake you up. After glancing at the brother lying on the hospital bed, Don't Make a Mess put his hand into the side of his own bosom, and then took out that one-off meteorite Dan box. After opening the box, the aroma of ammunition immediately filled the room, and then carefully took the Dan from the box, mentioning the mouth of the other can't pinch open the mouth of the other can't stuffed in. Afterwards, he used his hand to keep pressing on the chest of Boo Boo No for a few times. There's no need for this, you've forgotten how you looked when you ate the elixir yourself. This elixir melts in your mouth and will flow down your throat on its own. Looking at Bujang's laborious efforts to press down on Bu Not Able's chest here trying to make Bu Not Able to swallow the elixir, the system didn't have the good sense to remind Bujang of this. Hearing the system say so, Don't Make a Mess hand back to his own hand, awkwardly scratched his head a little. Indeed, in front of him to take the elixir is basically in the mouth is melted. Before he had time to react, has been their own down the throat to flow down. Retracted the hand after Don't Make a Fuss, pulled a stool, sat beside Don't Can't, quietly looked at the hospital bed lying, Don't Can't, face slowly from pale into red, then the finger also unconsciously moved a little. Brother, are you awake? Don't Make a Fuss after seeing Don't Can't move his hand a little bit. A hand grabbed Don't Can't's arm. To the hospital bed Don't Can't excitedly shouted twice. But just now that maybe Don't Make a Fuss touched Don't Can't arm also maybe Don't Can't. After taking the elixir the body is getting better. Suddenly moved a little. Don't Make a Fuss called out to Don't Can't and didn't wake up. See Don't Not Wake Up. Don't Make a Mess of sitting down disappointed body. But immediately stood up. Finally take not far away from the table on the water basin and towel. Ready to go out to play some water over for Don't Not wipe his face. Lu Baofu, you can't do this. Digging up people's graves. This has never been such a thing inside our village. At this time Don't Make a Fuss in the village side of the old village chief with a crowd of villagers stopped in front of Lu Baofu, Wang Erdog and Sun Taiju 3 people. At this time Lu Baofu hand side holding a fan. Non-stop fan himself a very hot look. Wang Erdog and Sun Taiju 2 people. The hand side holding a shovel. Quietly looking at the villagers in front of them. The old thing hurry to roll aside. Do not say I do not give you face again dare to stop me here. I even your family's ancestral graves together are dug up. Do not make a fuss that little brat. Actually dare to beat the old man into this way. I do not play his sister-in-law's grave. How can afford to this kid to send me a big gift? Actually still dare to out to deal with me. Not just played his sister-in-law accidentally hit too hard. To him dead? What kind of person am I Lu Baofu? I'm an immortal cultivator. I can do whatever I want. Seeing the crowd of villagers blocking him, Lu Baofu disdainfully waved his hand threateningly at the old village chief and said so, with a smug look on his face. It's really too much. How could there be such a guy inside our village, actually able to do such things? It's really disgusting. I can't even look at it anymore. It can't be helped. Who let this guy get lucky and save an old fairy? This is an immortal cultivator. We can't deal with him at all. What are you afraid of? A scourge like this stays in the village. One day he will extend his claws to us. The big deal is to fight with him. I don't believe that so many of us still can't fight a Lu Baofu. After Lu Baofu's words were said, it caused the village crowd to resist the epidemic. All the villagers stared at Lu Baofu's side one by one with their own eyes and fierce eyes. Can't wait to give Lu Baofu to the bone. If the eyes can kill people. At this time the villagers' eyes have definitely stabbed Lu Baofu as 1,000 holes. What's wrong? Each one is a face is not convinced look. Is not the old man to give you face for so long still do not know the old man is what temperament? I tell you, I said to do hurry up to roll, and then do not care if you do not blame me mercilessly. Seeing that the old village chief led by a group of villagers did not give way to himself, but instead was there pointing and talking about himself, Lu Baofu's face became a bit ugly. After slamming the fan on the side of his hand together, he said this to them through gritted teeth, looking like he was ready to strike out at this group of people. Lu Baofu, you don't be arrogant. So many of us are not afraid of you. The big deal is that we are all fish dead. I don't believe you dare to kill so many people inside the village. If you dare to kill us all the enforcers of the magic capital will definitely not let you go. Even if you are an immortal cultivator. So what? Are you not even prepared to follow the rules between immortal cultivators and ordinary people? Hearing Lu Baofu say this, a middle-aged man from the village who had read a book came out and pointed at Lu Baofu and said this to Lu Baofu. Enforcing the rules between immortal cultivators and ordinary people? What does that have to do with me? Lu Baofu, what my master taught me is that immortal cultivators should do whatever they want and shouldn't follow the rules. Follow the rules of the immortal cultivator that can still be called immortal cultivator. Cultivate immortality. For what? Cultivate immortality? For the sake of freedom and ease, for the sake of great ease, not after cultivating immortality. You still have to abide by the rules set by you ordinary people. I can do whatever I want. Lousy kill all of you today. At that time directly escape the executor of the silent reading and what can take me? I Lu Baofu just don't follow the rules. My master taught me. If you are not convinced you can find my master. But my master is not in the village these 2 days. Hearing the threatening words that this middle-aged man said to himself, Lu Baofu shook his hand disdainfully, stating that it was impossible for him to abide by these rules, and instead, he repeated the remarks that his master had given out to him to everyone present. Once he heard Lu Baofu say that, the middle-aged man who had just come out to speak took a step backward, his face turning blue. Get out of the way. I'll say it again for the last time. Old thing, I see that you're the village chief inside this village, and I've grown up under your care since I was a child, so I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, and if I don't get out of the way again, I'll be the first to be rude to you first. After seeing this middle-aged man retreated back, Lu Baofu looked towards the old village head with a fierce light in his eyes and said this to the old village head. The old village chief had better get out of the way. This guy, relying on the fact that he is an immortal cultivator, already doesn't care about these things. Chapter 58, Awakening. Lu Baofu's words just now scared these villagers. They are now also worried that Lu Baofu really does not care about the rules between immortal cultivators and ordinary people, and directly take action against this group of people. Lu Baofu has a sentence right. This group of people is not his opponent at all. Although everyone just said those words with all the emotion and anger, want to die with Lu Baofu, but when it comes to the time to fight, no one is willing to go to the death. A middle-aged woman walked up to the old village head, gently tugged on the old village head's clothes with her hand, and persuaded the old village head with this sentence. Lu Baofu, people are doing what the heavens are doing. The heavens are good at reincarnation. Dare to ask who the heavens have spared. Sometimes retribution isn't unrewarded. It's the time that hasn't yet come you're sure to get your comeuppance. After hearing what Lu Baofu said, and the women in the village beside him persuading his words, the old village headman slammed his walking stick in his hand on the ground, and said this to Lu Baofu with an ironclad face, and then gently retreated to the side. Retribution, this thing, how can I not be afraid? I can be afraid of it. Hurry up and let retribution come to take revenge on me. My gosh, I, Lu Baofu, am really too worried about retribution. Otherwise what's the point for me to be this immortal cultivator? I did immortal cultivator originally is to act against the heaven. I'm still afraid of God's retribution on me. Just come on. After hearing these words from the old village chief, Lu Baofu's face showed a horrified expression, but the smile on his face became even bigger, and after saying this to the old village chief, he waved his hand towards Wang Ergu and Sun Taiju. After seeing Lu Baofu's wet hand, the two people took the shovel in their hands and walked directly towards the front of his sister-in-law's grave. Wang Erdog, Sun Taiju, are you two going to follow Lu Baofu and fool around too? He's doing whatever he wants in the village, and the two of you are going to follow along and aid and abet him. Do you know what the two of you are doing? You two are digging people's graves. Aren't you afraid that you two will be exposed to the wilderness when you die? Seeing Wang Ergu and Sun Taiju, two people holding shovels towards the front of the grave of the sister-in-law, the old village chief couldn't help but remind the two people to say so. Wang Erdog and Sun Taiju, two people heard the village chief said so. The figure unconsciously paused for a moment, and then two people looked at each other, and then looked at the back of the Lu Baofu. The two people who said they were not afraid or worried are all lies. Wang Ergu and Sun Taiju are not like Lu Baofu, who is an immortal cultivator. They are just ordinary people. At that time, Lu Baofu proposed to the two of them to dig up the grave of the sister-in-law. The two people are trying to discourage, but there is no effect at all. After Lu Baofu made up his mind, he insisted on doing this thing, and the two of them couldn't resist. They could only listen to Lu Baofu's arrangement. Look at me to do what? Hurry up to do do not be afraid. I am in as the sky collapsed. Also have me in front of the two of you. Do you have nothing to do? Is not just digging a grave? I am not pulling him out to whip his body. I'm just digging her out and putting her at the village entrance. Give that stop. See what happens when you offend me. If you have the ability to let him come back to me for revenge. Seeing the two people's hesitant eyes, Lu Baofu said this to these two people urgently, then narrowed his own eyes. After hearing Lu Baofu say this, the two people, Sun Taiju and Wang Ergu, took shovels and started digging on the top of their don't make trouble sister-in-law's grave. Sins. Looking at this scene in front of him, the old village chief said this to the other villagers beside him while biting his head with a pained face. The other villagers also had a very ugly face when they saw this happening. Only Lu Baofu stood there alone with a smile on his face, admiring all this happening in front of him with a very proud face. Brother, you woke up. Don't make a fuss. Carrying the water basin or go back to the ward. After the scene in front of the eyes, let don't make a fuss almost didn't drop the water basin on the ground, because don't can't, at this time has already sat up from the hospital bed, is surveying the 4 weeks of everything. After hearing Boo Boo's voice, Boo Boo couldn't turn his head to look over at Boo Boo's side. Where am I? At this time, Boo Boo can't, very puzzled, because at that time, the last moment he remembered was in the village he was knocked over by Lu Baofu after he was unconscious, and once again opened his eyes and had appeared in this room. Brother, here is the hospital. You were chanting Lu Baofu, that guy hit the unrecognizable. Come to the hospital after the doctor said you have become a vegetable. It is difficult to win on the good. Or I managed to get a pill to you to serve down after you only wake up. Here don't can't. After so say. Don't make a mess. Forcibly hold back the tears in his eyes. Put the water basin on top of the table. After to don't can't say so sentence. Don't make a fuss. Your sister-in-law. How is your sister-in-law? Where is your sister-in-law? Here don't make trouble. So after don't can't, head inside the memory of a moment came up. Immediately after don't can't, a tug don't make trouble's arm very nervous to don't make trouble. Open mouth asked. Here don't can't say so. Don't make a face for a moment become very ugly. He didn't know how to tell don't can't say this thing. In fact, in the memories of don't can't have already learned that his wife has been Lu Baofu to spoil, and then killed. But don't can't be willing to believe this fact, so will to don't have to be lively. Asked so, brother, sister-in-law, she has been Lu Baofu that guy added. The village has let sister-in-law into the ground. Look at don't can't. Excited expression don't make a fuss took a deep breath, swallowed too. Don't can't say his sister-in-law's things. Lu Baofu, I'm not finished with you, I'm going to fight with you. Hearing don't make a fuss, after saying so, don't can't veins rippled, eyeballs are almost exploded from the eyes. Brother, don't worry, I will take revenge for you. Look at don't can't, excited look don't make a fuss, sat on the edge of its bed, reached out on don't can't's shoulder, gently patted after to don't can't comfort said so sentence. You can't go, don't make a fuss, you can't be impulsive, you're just an ordinary person. Which guy is an immortal cultivator, although he's just a chi practicing stage, but if you go, you're sure to be sent to death. Hearing don't make a scene, so don't can't recover a trace of sanity, directly rejected don't make a scene's proposal. Chapter 59, The Secret of the Three. Okay, you don't need to say more. I know what you want to say is useless. We ordinary people just can't defeat immortal cultivators, but it's not like there isn't a slight chance that an immortal cultivator will be killed by an ordinary person. Go, don't make a fuss, go back to the village. I'm going to fight with that Lu Baofu, even if there's only a slight chance. I'm going to pull on him to die with him. Don't can't say here directly from the bed stood up, to don't make a fuss, said so, then took a week didn't wear the clothes, began to put up on his body. Don't make a fuss, see don't can't, this way quietly stood aside and didn't finish. Don't can't because don't want to matter. The heart side of the anger don't make a fuss, can feel, can also understand, because don't make a fuss, for Lu Baofu heart is also very angry, but don't make a fuss, but don't worry about their own brother. After going back will not be Lu Baofu's opponent, because don't make a fuss, now already is the early stage of foundation cultivator, then Lu Baofu's level is high. Not to mention don't make a fuss also can control than their own cultivation low people joyful emotion, plus don't make a fuss, has cultivated 7 feelings of the mysterious step, plus body refining Dan for the padding cultivation into the adamantine body. Although don't make a fuss now for the adamantine body the first layer of cultivation is still short of a body refining Dan, but don't make a fuss, because this body refining Dan will always appear in their own body, and don't make a fuss, now the physical quality of the body compared to the previous has been improved. Don't know how many body refining Dan's role is constantly improving the body of don't make a fuss, don't can't, because at this time the reason is more excited didn't realize, don't make a mess before the thin arm, now has become a little thick, even vaguely can see the outline of the muscle, and the height of the don't mess around was also a few centimeters taller than before the don't work fainted. Go, let's go back. Don't can't quickly put on his own clothes after directly stood up to the side of the don't make trouble, said so, and then took a step toward the hospital outside ran over. See this situation, don't make trouble, hastily followed, don't can't behind chased out, then 2 people rushed out of the hospital, don't make a fuss for don't can't hit a car, and then directly to the village side rushed over, in the road when don't make a fuss, give Su Yuzhou sent a message, said brother has woke up, now 2 people and rushed back to the village of the road, let Su Yuzhou time to go to the hospital inside the don't can't the discharge formalities to be done. At this time Su Yozhuang is in military training, due to the reason of not being able to use the cell phone. Naturally it is impossible to see such a message. Master, here, money. After the car stopped at the entrance of the village don't make a fuss, paid the cab driver the fare, and then don't fail to directly rush out with a push of the car door, but don't not work in the direction of the village, after running 2 steps, suddenly stopped his own footsteps, looking at the don't make a mess who was following closely behind him. Don't make a fuss, you're right here, you don't want to go this thing has nothing to do with you, even if you go you're only going to die. You go home now I left a big iron box under the window on the side of the house with a lock on it. If I hid it in a small wooden box on the second big post above the beam, there is a secret written there about the 3 of us. After you go and read it, you will understand what kind of responsibility you really have left. You can't die here. Don't can't turn around and hold his hands on Don't's shoulders to Don't, and said this very seriously. Brother, what are you saying? How come I can't understand? The words that Don't can't said directly froze Bujang. It doesn't matter if you can't understand. You'll know after you go back and see it. You can't die here. I'm different. I was originally a rotten life. Apart from you and have a good boy 2 people. I only have your sister-in-law as a spiritual comfort. But now your sister-in-law is also dead. There is no point for me to live. You and Yao-chan are also grown up and don't need my care. I can follow your sister-in-law. To Don't make a fuss, said this sentence after Don't can't, eyes firm, and Don't make a fuss on the shoulder pat 2 times, then turn around toward the village. Don't can't. These words Don't make a mess half a day didn't slow down, but still subconsciously step away. Followed, Don't can't's back. Don't follow over again. If you want to follow over again, I'll run over the edge of the roadside stone right now. Feeling Don't make a mess still quietly follow in their own back, Don't can't directly turn around. Very angry at Don't make a mess, shouted so, here Don't can't so shout Don't make a mess even hastily. Stop their own footsteps. Look at in front of Don't can't. Don't make a fuss. Good boy. Hurry back to listen to my no mistake. After seeing the things can run as far away as possible, don't come back to this village. Go to the school. There are naturally people in the school who can protect you. Take the right turn with you. The 2 of you inside the school. After graduation don't stay in the magic city anymore. Run farther and run away as far as you can. Rush to Don't make a fuss said so after Don't can't. Directly turn a body fast running into the village inside Don't make a fuss. Because Don't can't. Just now so said and didn't rush toward Don't want to leave the place to chase past. On the contrary, waiting for Don't walk. From their own body disappeared after Don't make a fuss before directly open step. Fast to the village inside ran in. At this time Don't make a fuss speed is very fast. Immortal cultivators themselves because of the true chi. The physical quality is better than ordinary people. Don't make a mess is even taking the body refining Dan and vigor pill. Coupled with the cultivation of the 7 love lost step. Don't make a mess of the speed is at least Don't can't be about 10 times. Big brother. Dug out. What to do? Should we directly open the coffin? Wang Ergu and Sun Taiju 2 people spent a lot of effort. Finally will be Don't make trouble sister-in-law's grave to dig open. Looking at the inside quietly parked a black coffin. 2 people to Lu Baofu asked a sentence. Get it out. Hurry up and get it out for me. Don't hesitate to get this thing out. After hearing Wang Erdog's inquiry, Lu Baofu directly pointed at the black coffin in front of the 2 men and urged Sun Taiju and Wang Erdog. Boss, this thing is too heavy. The 2 of us can't get it out. Do you think we can get someone to help us? But after Lu Baofu's words fell, the 2 of them, Sun Taiju and Wang Erdog, didn't move. Instead they passed a look of help to Lu Baofu. Also, the 2 of you are nothing more than ordinary people. Okay, that group of people standing over there, give me a few people to come over and carry that coffin out for me. After Lu Baofu nodded his head, he looked over to the side of the old village chief's group. Chapter 60. Don't make a move. Old man, let a few people come over to me and carry the stuff out. I'll spare you the crime of blocking me today. Otherwise in a while I can randomly pick a few people to come out and get killed. Lu Baofu's overbearing voice directly reaches the ears of everyone inside the village. Lu Baofu, you don't dream here. This thing you did today, we didn't agree with it in the first place. Now you still want to let the village help you to help your sister-in-law's coffin. No way, no one can help you today. I don't agree with it for the first time. After hearing Lu Baofu say this, the old village chief was so angry that he was trembling all over. Slammed his walking stick into the ground fiercely and said this to Lu Baofu. What? This is unwilling, is it? What kind of characters do you think you are? The old man's orders are not listened to now. The old man let you do you have to do. If you do not do it then you are ready to wait for death. The old thing is not willing to do it, is you also not willing to do it? After hearing the old village chief say this, Lu Baofu said this viciously, and then his eyes swept around the faces of the other villagers standing behind the old village chief. After seeing Lu Baofu's gaze, the other villagers lowered their heads, not daring to meet Lu Baofu's eyes. They also knew that Lu Baofu was sure to do what he said, and these people could not resist Lu Baofu at all. No one is willing to move, is it? I count 5 if no one out words, don't blame me. Lu Baofu do not care about the same village love righteousness to you out. Seeing that the others all lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at themselves, Lu Baofu very proudly stretched out his left hand and then began to count up. 1, 2, 3, 4. No one is willing to come out yet, right? Okay, you guys are great. Seeing that no one was willing to come out even after he counted to 4, Lu Baofu narrowed his eyes and nodded viciously before saying this to the crowd, and then took a step and moved towards the front of the crowd. 5. After taking a step, Lu Baofu counted out 5, then lifted his right hand and clenched it into a claw, then directly dodged and was about to rush over in the direction of the old village chief, Lu Baofu. After seeing Lu Baofu rushing over, everyone closed their eyes. Even the old village chief resigned himself to his fate, closed his eyes and raised his neck. But when Lu Baofu's hand was about to pinch the old village chief's neck, suddenly a voice came in, and in Lu Baofu's ears the voice sounded like it was very angry. Lu Baofu's hand was less than 5 centimeters away from the old village chief's neck and stopped, then withdrew his hand and turned his head to look behind him, only to see, "Don't fail to stand there. Don't fail. Aren't you a guy who has become a vegetable? Why would you still appear here?" Seeing the silhouette that appeared behind him, Lu Baofu's face was filled with doubt because the silhouette that appeared at this time was the one that should least appear inside the village. Don't fail. Moreover, both Wang Erdog and Sun Taizhu had already poked around for information. Lu Baofu was not surprised by this news, because at that time when a few people struck out, Lu Baofu also knew what they had beaten Don't Fail into. "Why would I appear here? People are doing, heaven is watching. I came back today is to destroy you, Lu Baofu." After hearing Lu Baofu say this, Don't Fail to show a fierce light in his eyes and directly coldly said this to Lu Baofu. "Ha ha ha. Don't can't. Are you a vegetable? Cured your brain and what problems have appeared? You want to clean me up? You don't can't be a what? Do you think you can deal with me? I am an immortal cultivator. You are just an ordinary person. Today I am going to be cleaned up by you. I will write the word Lu backwards today." After Lu Baofu laughed a few times to the sky, he pointed to his head and said this to Bu Bu, then withdrew his hand. His eyes coldly looked to Bu Bu's side. On the other hand, after seeing the movement on this side, Wang Ergu and Sun Taizhu stood beside Lu Baofu with shovels in their hands. "You, even if you are an immortal cultivator, so what? The gap between the two of us is not as big as you think. Even if I am not an immortal cultivator, but I will, you Lu Baofu will not be able to things. Don't can't." After hearing Lu Baofu say so, directly said so to Lu Baofu in a cold voice, then took a step and rushed towards Lu Baofu's body, an ant trying to shake a big tree, ridiculously unself-conscious. At this time, Don't Fail, just like what this saying said, directly punched his fist in front of Lu Baofu's body. "You two step aside. I'll do it myself." Lu Baofu raised his hand to stop Wang Ergu and Sun Taizhu from doing so. Instead he confidently met Don't Fail to rush over. Seeing Don't Fail to attack over the fist, Lu Baofu smiled very contemptuously, and then lifted his fist and smiled at Don't Fail's abdomen. However, Lu Baofu suddenly froze, because when his fist was about to touch Bi Nu's body, Bi Nu actually twisted his body in the air with a weird movement, dodging his fist. Then a fist smashed in Lu Baofu's face. Although Lu Baofu was rich in true chi protection, but this fist still smashed Lu Baofu's face as painful. Then Don't directly lift up the knee, around to the back of Lu Baofu, directly to the back of Lu Baofu's head hit the past. Lu Baofu just danced in the face, felt the back of his head a collision. The impact of Lu Baofu moved forward half a step, and then turned his head to look at the back has not yet landed in the back of the Don't Work, and once again raised his foot to Don't Work in front of him kicked the past. But Don't Fail again like just now. Don't know how he tripped and twisted his body in the air, dodging Lu Baofu's kick not to mention stepping on his leg. Then a foot stepped on the top of Lu Baofu's head and landed in a position 2 meters in front of Lu Baofu. "I'm going to kill you." After patting the dirt on the top of his head, Lu Baofu shouted with his eyes wide open at Bu Bu, and directly rushed over to Bu Bu. After seeing Lu Baofu rushing over, Don't Fail took a deep breath, raised his fists, and stood in wait. "Do you think you can defeat me with this look? In the face of absolute power, any flowery maneuvers are futile." After shouting at the Don't Work, Lu Baofu applied a fierce acceleration, instantly appeared in front of the Don't Work, and then a fist directly toward the Don't Work's stomach. Don't want to see this circle after wanting to just like the same as just now to avoid it. Chapter 61, Crushed Hand. But Lu Baofu this punch drew enough strength, and the speed is very fast. Don't can't barely dodge after, or by Lu Baofu this punch in the body rubbed a little. Don't can only feel a hot pain in his abdomen, not waiting for him to think about Lu Baofu's other arm, lifted into the elbow look, once again towards his face smashed over. After seeing this move, Don't can't hastily low want to dodge, but didn't expect Lu Baofu this move is just a false move. The foot hidden behind is the real move. A foot directly kicked in Don't can't chest. Instantly Don't can't be kicked out. See Don't not work, just one when the village inside people are a burst of excitement. But immediately after Lu Baofu Jiang Don't not work handsome out, the villagers one by one for Don't not pinch a sweat. However, the villagers' eyes and then Don't fly out not yet landed on the ground when, suddenly appeared a change. Even can't themselves appeared surprised expression, because at this time Don't can't, behind the back suddenly appeared a hand while Don't can't steadily to receive down. "Brother, I have told you, we come together to deal with this guy, you have to come alone." Just when Don't can't turned back Don't make a mess to Don't can't, smiled a little and said so. "Don't be ridiculous, didn't I tell you to go home? Who asked you to follow over here? It's too dangerous here, hurry up and leave, you're no match for this guy." After seeing clearly Don't make a fuss Don't can't, directly the face becomes very ugly. To Don't make a fuss, said this sentence, stood steadily, is ready to push others from here to leave. "Want to go? Door or not?" Just this time all of you all together actually dare to beat the old man inside the hospital. Lying so long don't make trouble. You think the old man is really good bully. At that time the old man was not prepared to be your kid got the hand. This time you see how the old man to clean up. The old man want to knock down the bones of your body one by one. After seeing the don't can't, behind the don't make a fuss, Lu Bafu widened his eyes directly and Situa leap landed on the don't can't and don't make a fuss to escape the road to the side of the road, and then said to the two people so sentence, to absorb the anger from Lu Bafu, it's over, now I can't leave, don't make a fuss. What are you following me here for? You this let me do? How do you let me stand up to? Don't can't. This sentence said half and swallowed back. You don't know, don't can't in the end want to say what, but don't make a mess also didn't care about this sentence. At this time all the attention is focused on Lu Bafu's body. Don't make a fuss just now has advanced to here, but because don't explain things don't make a fuss and didn't leak the voice, but instead is in the surroundings to observe a circle. When he saw clearly his sister-in-law's grave side of the mound has been dug open, the face of the face will be very difficult to see. Don't mess around hate to jump out directly to the Lu Bafu in front of him, but don't mess around hard to hold back. Don't fail to eat a loss before jumping out. What's the point of staring at old me like this? What's wrong? Is not very angry, don't be too angry. In a moment, you two brothers also sent down. Accompany that little wave hoof over there. Don't can't. Other than that, your wife this taste is still good, just not very powerful. The old man just pinched him twice and pinched her to death. Seeing Bujio staring at himself with fierce eyes, Lu Bafu very proudly said this to Bujio and Bu can't, to absorb the malice from Lu Bafu. Brother, you just stand here. Leave this guy to me to clean up. Hearing Lu Bafu so provocative words after don't make a fuss clenched his fists to don't can't. After saying this sentence, directly toward Lu Bafu body in front of the past. Don't make a fuss. What are you doing? Hurry back. You are not his opponent. See, don't make a mess toward Lu Bafu body in front of the past. Don't can't. First a stunned immediately after back to God after hastily to don't make a mess. Shouted so a sentence. Believe me, I can definitely deal with this Lu Bafu. To the back of the don't can't. Said this sentence after don't make a mess. Turned to look at Lu Bafu's side. What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and take action to solve it. Don't not work. After I solved the don't make a fuss. Throw these two brothers together and bury them inside the earth pit. Glancing in the direction of Sun Taiju and Wang Ergu, Lu Bafu pointed at Bu Bu and said this to the two men. After hearing Lu Bafu say this, Sun Taiju and Wang Erdog looked at each other, held the shovels in their hands, and walked towards the front of Bu Bu, to absorb the fear from Sun Taiju and Wang Erdog. At this moment, the two people, Sun Taiju and Wang Ergu, were afraid in their hearts, because the two of them had seen it when Bu Bu's hands resolved Lu Bafu that day. If Bujio really defeated Lu Bafu in a while, then the two of them would definitely suffer. So the two of them originally wanted to take advantage of Lu Bafu and Bujio fighting to watch the fire from the other side of the river. If the situation was not right, they were ready to sneak away. But it did not occur to me that Lu Bafu did not forget. The two of them instead let the two of them against don't not work out. The two people, although reluctant, but still have to listen to Lu Bafu's arrangements. Because the two of them also know that right now if the two of them don't take a shot at the don't fail, Lu Bafu will probably throw down the don't make a fuss and come over to clean up the two of them first. Don't make a fuss. Don't look around there. Come and let Lousy fight you first. See, don't make a fuss and still look over in the direction of Sun Taiju and Wang Erdog. Lu Bafu directly punched toward don't make a fuss. Face smashed over also to don't make a fuss. Said this sentence. After feeling the movement of the side, don't make fun of the head did not come back. Just gently raised his hand to block Lu Bafu's punch. And then the angry don't make fun of. Violently a force directly Lu Bafu's hand pinched off. Ah! Lu Bafu's scream directly cut through everyone's eardrums. After hearing this scream, everyone looked towards the front of Farewell and Lu Bafu. Even Sun Taiju and Wang Ergu were no exception. At this time, Lu Bafu covered his hand and took 2 steps backward, bowing his waist there. His face was very painful. After Wang Erdog and Sun Taiju saw such a situation, their footsteps immediately stopped. Neither of them approached in front of don't know again. My hand. Stop it. You TMD actually dared to pinch my hand off. I'm not done with you. After feeling the sharp pain in his hand, Lu Bafu had already been overwhelmed by anger at this time, and directly cursed loudly at Farewell. Chapter 68, Evil Cultivator. To absorb the malice and anger from Lu Bafu. After Lu Bafu finished the sentence, don't head resounded a beep, but don't make a fuss. Face did flash a cold smile. The days of coyness, he has already had enough. And in front of this Lu Bafu but want to make his family broken. Don't make a fuss. If at this time can still bear to go on words, that will not apply to a normal person. The dog is anxious to jump over the wall. The rabbit is anxious to bite. Not to mention don't make a fuss as a living person. Get me killed. If you have this ability, you just come over. Today either you die or I die. After calmly saying this to Lu Bafu, Ferris Bueller directly rushed over to Lu Baofu. After seeing Farewell rush over, Lu Baofu froze for a moment, then his face turned grim, then his mouth shouted, "Storming blood!" Along with Lu Baofu's loud shout, an unhealthy flush suddenly appeared on Lu Baofu's face, then Lu Baofu's entire figure suddenly grew by a circle, and the hand that had just been pinched and broken by Bujinkan seemed to have suddenly been repaired as well. After Lu Baofu clenched his own fist, he directly rushed towards Bujinkan's body. Evil cultivator? Seeing Lu Baofu like this, the others didn't have any abnormalities, but Boo Boo Boo, who was standing in the distance, exclaimed out of the side of his mouth, actually recognized the old man is an evil cultivator. Rest assured, when the old man solved the don't make trouble certainly won't leave you behind. This kind of secret was even learned by you. The old man must let you die. After hearing don't can't the voice from the side of the mouth, Lu Baofu shouted at don't can't, and then his eyes stared dead at the don't mess in front of him. After hearing the voice from the mouth of Boo Boo no, Boo Boo also froze for a moment. Because the evil cultivator is a very evil immortal cultivator. They are through sucking something from others to improve their cultivation. And look at this appearance in front of him. Lu Baofu should have used some kind of secret method of the evil cultivator to enhance his strength. Host, don't worry. This guy in front of you is only at the peak of refining chi right now, and by the looks of it, apart from this one evil cultivator's means, he's not practicing any other evil means. This guy isn't even a one-trick pony for you. Just rest assured to fight over. Host, you at least is also taken a vigorous pill and body refining Dan man he did not you powerful. Seeing that Farewell seemed to hesitate for a moment, the 7 emotions system said this to Farewell as a reminder. After hearing the system say so, don't make a fuss, firm up his confidence, directly lifting his fist and Lu Baofu against a punch. Lu Baofu's hand had been broken by Farewell just now, but for some reason it was repaired. But after this punch Lu Baofu's entire arm completely drooped. Farewell. This punch used all the strength of his body plus the true essence. The true chi flowed through his body, and Farewell even operated the Vajra unbreakable body for a little while, so this punch was the highest attack power that Farewell could send out. Being a fist broke the arm of Lu Baofu has not yet had time to exclaim. Out of the sound of the second fist of Farewell smashed in his abdomen. Lu Baofu abdomen 8 pain waist just a Baideen Island's knee crashed in his face. Then Alibi a foot stepped on his knee position. The upper side of Lu Baofu directly on the ground. But despite this Alibi, or did not close his hand, a fist of crazy smashed in the face of Lu Baofu. Beat my brother, kill my sister-in-law, I want your life. At this time the don't make a mess has some crazy. Looking at the Lu Baofu hand in front of him under the hand also don't know to close his hands one fist directly to Lu Baofu's body smashed over. Don't make trouble. Stop. See don't make a fuss this way stand behind the don't can't hastily to this side ran over. Because the matter of don't make a fuss and don't know his eyes blood red, and the body inside the true chi also agitated up. Vaguely there is a kind of fire into the devil's tendency. Other people don't know what kind of state B1 is in, but B can't be clear, and hurriedly ran over to stop B1. After hearing the shouts of the other can't, don't make a fuss, instantly recovered in the eyes of the clear, and then looked toward the direction of the other can't see the other can't. A face of anxiety ran over. Looking at the ground Lu Baofu, see don't can't eyes after don't make trouble. Also to Lu Baofu looked at. At this time Lu Baofu by don't make trouble fist, smashed has not human appearance. Even the mouth side of the teeth have all fallen on the ground. Squinting their eyes, head drooped there inside the mouth is still flowing with blood. Don't make a mess. Can't be like this. I know you're very angry now, but you'll go off the rails if you go on like this. Stabilize your mind. Now sit down cross-legged to calm down your true chi. Don't can't stand beside don't make a fuss about don't make a fuss. Said so here don't can't. So say after all though don't know don't can't. So an ordinary person why still understand cultivation thing. But don't make a fuss to know don't can't certainly won't harm their own hastily sat down cross-legged. Began to calm down their own true chi. To absorb the love from Boo Boo no. To absorb the grief from Lu Baofu. To absorb the fear from Sun Taiju. To absorb the fear from Wang Ergu. To absorb the joy from the old village chief. To absorb the joy from the villagers. The very moment Farewell sat down cross-legged, a series of beeps began to ring inside someone's head. Congratulations to the host for lighting up the second level 7-star 4th star rewarding the host with a body refining elixir. The host has successfully practiced the first layer of Vajra Unbreakable, accompanied by a series of beeps after that. Don't make a fuss. Only felt that something suddenly appeared in the side of his mouth. Immediately after that, it turned into a liquid and flowed into his throat. Then his body was warmed up for a while, and suddenly his skin seemed to have become taut and his body's strength seemed to have been boosted for a while. Not only that, Don't Make a Mess also felt as if his head also gained a corresponding boost. But Don't Make a Fuss now can't have time to think about these. He must first will his true chi to calm down. Otherwise really like don't can't say that way. He has to go into the devil. Saw Don't Make a Fuss. Sit down after don't can't. Look at the body in front of this unmanlike Lu Baofu. Face flashed a trace of anger, and then from the ground picked up a piece of brick, directly a moment in Lu Baofu's head on the side of the slap. At this time, Lu Baofu was beaten by Boo Boo has no true chi protection, plus the evil magic he just used his overdrawn true chi and body to use out. At this time the body has returned to the level of ordinary people, so don't can't a brick down Lu Baofu forehead flowed blood. However, Boo Boo did not have news, but directly yanked on Lu Baofu's hair and pushed him down to the ground. Chapter 63, beat Lu Baofu to death. Lu Baofu was not able to be pushed down to the ground when, has two eyes keep rolling upward, eyes on the knot. Despite this knot, hand inside the brick or one by one shot in the Lu Baofu's head. The villagers in the village side of the villagers see don't make a fuss, easily will Lu Baofu to clean up. One by one are happy not. Lu Baofu in the village side of the authority is not a day or 2 days. Oppression of the villagers have been complaining. And just now Lu Baofu's behavior is more so other people cannot wait to directly will Lu Baofu to strangle to death. Brother, well, don't fight. That guy seems to have run out of gas. Don't make a fuss after calming down the true chi in his body. Stood up on the shoulder of don't can't, gently patted twice. Only after hearing the voice of don't make a fuss did he stop. The brick in his hand had been dyed red with blood, and don't make a fuss's face and body had been splattered with red. Don't make a fuss. You just now this hand. Is it that you have already stepped into the ranks of immortal cultivators? After hearing Bu Wan say so, don't can't nodded at Bu Wan, and then asked this to Bu Wan. Brother, this is not the place to talk. What's the matter? Let's go back and talk about it. Don't you still have secrets that you haven't told me too? Such as the big iron box under the bed and the key on the beam. Here don't can't. So after don't make trouble, gently shook his head, and then to the surrounding villagers looked up to they, don't can't ask so a sentence. Okay, we go back to say but you will cultivate this thing must let everyone give you secret. I go in the old village chief they say a few words. Don't can't, heard don't make trouble, so said after to don't make trouble, gently nodded, patted don't make trouble's shoulder after, toward the old village chief and his entourage of people ran over. At this time in front of the pile of people, Sun Taiju and Wang Erdog two people saw, don't not work to this side of the walk, come over after don't make a fuss also took a step. The two people leg is soft directly paralyzed on the ground. Lu Baofu has been don't have to be lively beaten unmanned. Don't can't, just a few hits of Lu Baofu, only out of the gas not into the gas look on the knot. At this time paralyzed in their motionless, as if even breathing has stopped. These two people instantly panicked, because the two of them to help Lu Baofu in the village side of the authority, did a lot of bad things, and now if you count up to the words, the two of them cannot run, and don't make a fuss just now, they both saw, with their two means there maybe don't make a fuss of the opponent, now they both worry don't make a fuss and don't can't, the two have been solved. Lu Baofu in order to worry about walking the wind will be the two of them also to eliminate. However, what made the two people surprised was that Don't Walk arrived beside the two of them and didn't even look at the two of them for more than a glance, and then walked straight towards the old village chief. Old village chief, everyone, Don't No Can't is here to beg you all for one thing. After walking in front of the crowd, Don't Can't's face was very serious as he looked at the crowd of villagers standing in front of him and said this aloud to them. No, there is something you directly say on the line. Today I sit here for everyone to promise. See Don't Walk, come over after the villagers' face are showing a happy and sympathetic expression. Especially here Don't Can't. Say these words after the old village chief trembling hand raised up. Then Don't Can't shoulder side heavy pat to Don't Can't say so. Everyone, I don't can't be a straight man. Also won't say those beating around the bush words. Today here I'll say it straight. Just now that scene must be everyone is seeing don't make a fuss. Now and Lu Baofu are the same as the immortal cultivator. But this secret I'm not willing to let farewell expose it now. So I hope everyone can keep it a secret for farewell. After all, Lu Baofu still has that one master. What is the situation of that master of his none of us know right now. Once that master of his pursues the matter, after that farewell will definitely have countless troubles. Now Lu Baofu has been killed by me. So everyone by then really wanna have to say under the pressure of his master. I hope we can tell his master, Lu Baofu is I killed. Don't can't. Now worry is Lu Baofu's master if come back to ask about this matter. Once the villagers did not keep this thing for him to say out words, by then Lu Baofu's master will certainly find. Don't make trouble. So don't not ready to a person will be this thing all to take down. No, these things we know. You don't worry. We these people who will not put today's things to say out. Besides, Lu Baofu this guy these years inside the village to do those things. All of us see in the eyes. Especially this time you out of this thing. Not to mention you is to beat him to death. You is to frustrate him to ashes. The villagers are all 100 happy. There will not be a bit of reluctance. So we will definitely keep it a secret for you. Don't you think so? After hearing Don't Can't say that, the old village chief's trembling hand was braying back and forth on Don't Can't's shoulder, shouting to the crowd behind him. Yes, don't fail. Don't worry. We will all keep your secret. We are all from one village, naturally we will unite. Don't worry, after his master returns we will say we don't know. Whoever dares to tell this matter, I'll be the first to be done with him. Here don't can't. So say after big guys one by one are very excited. To don't can't loudly shouted so some words. Listen to the more let Sun Taiju and Wang Erga two people hard it tight. Don't fail to thank everyone here. Hear everyone say so after don't can't. Eyes can't help but moist up. Then very serious to everyone said so. Alright, can't, don't stay here. You still have something to hurry up with, don't make a fuss to go back. Here things we will help you deal with. Lu Bafu's things we also all will help you keep secret. But what are you going to do with these two guys? Sun Taiju and Wang Ergu? If you don't care, we can help you get rid of the two of them. Seeing Boo Boo, full of excitement, the old village chief pointed at Sun Taiju and Wang Erdog behind Boo 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 after saying soothingly, the two of us don't dare anymore. Old village chief, don't big brother let the two of us go. Chapter 64, 3 Days in the Tomb. After hearing this voice of the old village chief, Wang Ergu hurriedly rushed in the direction of the old village chief and knelt down to say this. The whole person looked very fearful. Old village chief, Dog is right. The two of us won't dare anymore. The two of us can't help it. At that time when Lu Baofu was spoiling Beida's sister-in-law, we were also unwilling to help him. But you all know what kind of person Lu Baofu is. If the two of us didn't listen to him, we probably would have been killed by him long ago. Sun Taiju heard the voice of Wang Ergo begging for forgiveness. He also hurriedly fell to the ground and kept kowtowing and apologizing to Boo Boo and the villagers. And Wang Ergu, who saw Sun Taiju starting to kowtow, also hurriedly started to kowtow. Don't do, saw the two people kowtowing here. Face indifferent, did not say a word. As for the old village chief and his entourage, their eyes all stayed on the face of the two people who kept kowtowing, and their foreheads had been hit with blood, and the blood flowed down the two people's faces until it reached the ground. The location where the two people's foreheads were in contact with the ground had already appeared a crimson red at this time. Brother, are we going to settle these two guys? You only have to say settle these two guys. I'll take their lives right now. The distant don't make a fuss has also come over, hearing the voice of the two people begging for mercy, and glancing at the villagers standing next to them and Don't Can't's cold eyes against each other. Don't Can't's asked the sentence. Kill the two of them. These two guys are aiding and abetting the enemy. Just now I also advised them. The two of them just don't listen. What do you want these two guys for? What Lu Baofu bullied them and forced them to do it. If the two of them are not willing, even if Lu Baofu kills the two of them can't do so many bad things. These two guys are Lu Baofu's lapdogs. Once Lu Baofu's master comes back, he will surely betray the don't mess around. Take the lives of these two guys. This way the secret can be kept. Although the old village chief did not speak, but the villagers saw at this time. Don't make trouble over after one can't help it. Directly pointing to the ground kneeling two people to don't make trouble shouted loudly. After hearing the villagers' shouts, Farewell's eyes also went cold, and then lifted his arm and walked over behind the two people. Don't make a fuss. Alright, let the two of them go. As long as the two of them don't do any more mischief in the future, there's no need to drive them to extinction. Mastermind, Lu Baofu has already been killed by the two of us. Let's not kill others indiscriminately. Anyway, these two guys can't have a good ending. After seeing the appearance of Don't Make a Fuss Don't Can't, suddenly opened his mouth and begged for mercy for the two people. But brother, Don't Can't so say don't make a mess and not immediately stop. But staring at their eyes to Don't Can't shout a word. The words have not finished will be Don't Can't, raised his hand to stop down. I know what you want to say. Okay, this thing is so forget. A moment to let them two will your sister-in-law's grave to fill up again. And then let them guard the grave here for 3 days. This thing I also do not care. Don't Can't stop the Don't Make a Fuss. After speaking glanced at the ground kneeling two people to the Don't Make a Fuss, said this sentence. Don't big brother really thank you too much. The two of us to guard the tomb. The two of us here to guard for 3 days. Every day to sister-in-law kowtow and apologize. Don't big brother let us go. With the two of us a dog life. Here Don't Can't. After so say two people one person one sentence. Start to give Don't Can't apologize. You two had better move faster. I now and Don't Make a Fuss back. In the afternoon I will take time to come back here to take a look at. You two how to dig open how to fill me back? Don't Can't. Hear me. After the two spoke patted Farewell's back and said so to the two of them, then took farewell and left from here. Vomit. Don't make a mess and Don't Can't. Two people from the villagers walked a distance after Don't Make a Mess. Suddenly turn around directly began to vomit up. See don't make such a reaction Don't Can't. Gently shook his head. Also didn't say anything more, but stood aside quietly waiting for Don't Make vomit. Brother why? Why is it so disgusting? When I think of Lu Baofu being beaten bloody that way, I'm straight guilty of nausea. What in the world is this situation? Is there something wrong with my body somewhere? Don't Make a Fuss and vomit. After a while turned his head to the next Don't Can't, forced himself to endure the nausea in his own heart, asked so, I know you will certainly appear this situation, You this child although usually look quite active look, but afraid is supposed to. And then again the first time hands to kill such a reaction is very normal. I've seen more than you worse. Anyway, I was also like this. After hearing farewell say that, don't not work smile that don't make a mess and said so. So it's like this, brother, then I know. Okay, let's hurry back. Go back I also want to hear you tell me the secret of that big iron box under your bed. Don't make a fuss. After hearing don't can't say that and then dry heaving a few times, this time patted his chest and said this to don't can't. Take advantage of the time to walk back you give young good to make a phone call to call right back together. Today's this thing I must tell to both of you at the same time. Both of you have the right to know this thing, and both of you should also know this thing. See don't make a fuss. After recovering normal don't can't to don't make a fuss, said this sentence, brother, do you mean to say that this secret still has something to do with young boy? Then I'll send a message to young boy right now, so that young boy can come back right now. Hearing don't can't, after saying so don't make a fuss, first said doubtfully, but under his hand he still cast out his own cell phone, edited the message and sent it to Su Yo Jiao. Sent yet? See don't make a mess. Pulled out the cell phone they're drumming also can't. To don't make a mess. Asked a sentence. Sent brother. After hearing don't can't's inquiry, don't be, was very well behaved and turned to don't can't, nodding his head. Alright then, let's go back now. After nodding to don't make a fuss, don't can't, put his hands behind his back, and then walked in the direction of home. The midday sun is still a little hot. Don't can't put his hands behind his back. The whole person seems to have suddenly aged a few years. See the back of this don't make fun of the fists tightly clenched together. This kind of thing don't make fun of. Absolutely will not allow to happen again for the second time. Chapter 65, pulling out the big metal box. At this time as in the classroom side of the class Su Yuzhou saw the cell phone. After ringing a sound, pull out the cell phone to read a don't make a mess sent over the text message. After hearing the text message, Su Yozhuang directly stood up, and then to the teacher in the classroom to ask for a leave of absence and then go to the military training instructor to ask for a leave of absence, and then hit the car directly to the direction of the home to rush over. Girls naturally have the advantage of girls. Girls are good at talking. This is a commonplace thing. Su Yozhuang in the process of leave even did not meet what block then don't make a fuss about the leave of absence to ask for more smooth. When Su Yojiao returned to the side of the home, don't make a fuss and don't not work. The two have sat on the bedside, as if talking about something. See the two this kind of appearance. Su Yojiao frowned, but still pulled a chair and sat in front of the two people. Brother are you done? How come you're not in the hospital? When did you run back? Seeing that Boo Boo can't, talking and laughing here, Su Yu Xiaozi hurriedly asked this to Boo Boo Boo. I came back naturally have something to say to you too, and I'm already all better. This thing thanks to don't make trouble, don't mess around also don't know what did to me. I was fainting at that time only felt that there was an extra person beside me, and then there was an extra thing in the side of my mouth. It was very warm. It slid down my esophagus and into the inside of my stomach, and then immediately broke down to my entire body, repairing all the injuries I had suffered. After hearing Su Yozhuang's inquiry, don't fail to tell Su Yozhuang what happened to him in the hospital at that time. Don't make a fuss. I was about to ask you, what exactly did you do at that time? After hearing Su Yaxiao's inquiry, don't can't to Su Yuxiao recounted what happened, and then turned his head to look, to the sitting aside don't make a fuss to don't make a fuss, asked out his heart's doubt. I am also lucky, stumbled upon someone else gave me, said to be able to cure all diseases of the pill. I took it to the brother you try. Here don't can't so ask after don't make a fuss froze for a moment, because he just gave don't can't already said. Don't tell the matter that he already can cultivate to Su Yuxiao. However, when don't do asked don't do, he didn't know how to explain this matter to don't do, so he casually told a lie and said this. Don't make a fuss, then what are you doing? Other people casually give something you dare to give brother to take. In case that thing if the cure is not good but poison how to do? Hearing Bu Wan say that, Su Yuxiao was very angry as she turned to Bu Wan and said something like this. I didn't mean to do it. I'm not anxious to see my brother lying in bed all the time. As soon as I got this thing even hurriedly rushed to the hospital inside, just to give brother help down. Besides now brother is not already healed. Sitting here? Young good you don't say me. After Su Yuxiao opened her mouth, she immediately lowered her head and said in a mosquito-like voice to Su Yuxiao, see don't make a fuss. This look Su Young good heart side of the fire instantly was doused. Don't make a fuss this a lowbrow look. False blame is also not good. In front of don't not work continue to scold him. Okay, the two of you don't quarrel. Young good I call you and don't make a mess all back, because I have a very important thing to say to the two of you. After hearing the two people talking here, don't can't also waved his hand, stopping the two people from continuing to talk about this topic, but to Su Young Turtle and don't make a mess, the two people said this sentence. After hearing that, he immediately raised his spirit, because he knew that what he had told him and Su Yuxiao was a very important secret. Otherwise don't can't will not in their own death only when to don't make. Said this thing, and also didn't say in detail. Still let don't make their own come back to check under the bed of the big iron box. This time Luck and the villagers together to pack up Lu Baofu avenge the great revenge. I have figured out this thing I cannot have been hidden from the two of you. The two of you are not small. This thing to the time is the time to tell you two people. You two people help me pull out this big iron box under the bed. Don't can't. After a glance at the face of the don't make a fuss said it was the matter of Lu Baofu, but don't can't still to Su Yozhuang keep a secret. Well don't make a fuss will cultivate the thing to hide down. Said it is his own and the villagers together to clean up the matter of Lu Baofu. Brother what did you say? You and the villagers together cleaned up that guy Lu Baofu. When was this? As soon as he heard that he had cleaned up Lu Baofu, Su Yozhuang's face quickly showed a very surprised expression. Su Yozhuang had also been remembering this matter about Lu Baofu. However, he is just a woman of the generation. And then again, to money no money to what nothing. Want to clean up Lu Baofu to him and don't make a fuss about the two people is simply a nightmare. Originally Su Yuxiao has already suppressed this matter. Ready to have their own one day really have the ability to come back to find Lu Baofu revenge. But did not expect. Don't not work as soon as he woke up directly to Lu Baofu to clean up. Just happened just now. I united the villagers together to deal with Lu Baofu. Lu Baofu two-fisted hard to beat. For hands ultimately lost in our hands. Brother personally killed Lu Baofu. For your sister-in-law avenged. Said killed Lu Baofu thing. Don't can't mouth side of the tone of voice have become vicious up. And just killed Lu Baofu. Don't can't is not very relieved gas. He is now even a little regret directly killed Lu Baofu. Lu Baofu should be left behind. Slowly tortured to death before he can eliminate the hatred of his heart. Brother you are also too impulsive. Gentleman revenge 10 years is not too late. How do you impulsively went to find Lu Baofu? If you did not deal with him then how to do the last thing and don't make a fuss. Two people are worried to death. You come again so out. Don't be so impulsive in the future. Fortunately this Lu Baofu to clean up. Here don't can't. So say after Su Yuxiao is also walked to don't can't body a hug. Don't can't to don't can't choking said so some words. At this time, the other side of the don't make trouble. Already from under the bed. Don't can't. Said in the mouth of that big iron box to pull out. This is a rotten life. Live or not live has nothing to do. Chapter 66, The Dusty Past. See don't make a fuss to pull out the big iron box. Don't can't. Eyes bleak said so after. Raised his head to look at. The beam on the then from the bedside picked up a long bamboo pole and the beam hit. Finally the key will fall down. Just fall in don't can't in the middle of the palm of the hand. The key was inserted into the keyhole of the big iron box. Next to the two people who were staring at the big iron box. Wanting to see what kind of secrets were inside the iron box. Accompanied by the key in the lock hole inside the gentle rotation. The lock should sound from the iron box fell. Then don't can't. With the hand gently pushed open the big iron box. The iron box on the dust in an instant everywhere choking Su Yuzhou and don't make a fuss. The two in the nose in front of the fan 2 times. Don't can't. Just as if completely did not feel the same fingers even some slight shivering. Eyes also become a little red. Will hand into the box inside casually took out a sword. Don't not. After picking up the sword with his hand on the hilt. But he didn't pull the sword out. But in the scabbard on the side of the mother-in-law. As if it is and his long-time goodbye friend there to communicate like, brother, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a mid-grade magic weapon. After don't can't take out this sword. Don't make a fuss. The eyes are a little straight. This sword Su Yuxiao may not be able to see. But don't make a fuss but can see. He can clearly see this side of the sword on the side of the hidden spiritual chi running. And according to don't make fun of the knowledge, the upper side of the number of spiritual chi running almost have reached the degree of the middle grade magic weapon. So don't make fun of the don't work seriously asked a sentence. You're right. This is a middle grade magic weapon. And it's still the weapon I once held in my hands. Don't can't. With dark eyes, nodded and said such a sentence that surprised don't make a mess and Su Yuxiao. Brother, could it be that you are also an immortal cultivator? Don't can't's words immediately caused Su Yozhuang's reaction. Su Yozhuang excitedly asked it don't can't. Because it was only this way that boy no can't. Solving Lu Baofu would be more reasonable. That's right. I am indeed an immortal cultivator. But that's all in the past. I am now nothing more than an invalid who has broken his foundation and has no way to continue cultivating. I'm not even as good as an ordinary person. Su Yaxiao's these words don't not work. Immediately gave Su Yuxiao a response. Then, don't can't. After finishing these words, Su Yuxiao still want to ask something to don't can't. But was don't make a mess tugged the corner of the coat, gave Su Yuxiao made a wink. Because at this time don't can't. The color is really looks a little shriveled up. The next thing I am going to tell you guys. You must not talk about it to outsiders. And this secret can only be known to each other by the two of you besides me. Even if it's the closest person beside you in the future. You also can't tell. Because once this secret leaks out, speak to you two to incur the trouble of killing. Even this China will not have a foothold for you too. After touching his sword, he put it back into the box, then raised his head and looked at Bu Wan and Su Yuxiao very seriously. After the two people heard Bu Bu said so, they were also sitting upright and staring at Bu Bu with their eyes fixed on each other. In fact, I am not the two of you, brother. Even I claim to be your brother. Are taking advantage of the two of you. I should call Bu Wan as the young master and young good as miss. Don't fail to see the serious look of the two people smiled at the two people and said this. Brother, what are you talking about? You are our two's own brother. How can you call us two this way? We two are just ordinary peasant children. Hearing don't can't say so don't make a fuss. Hastily turned to don't can't, shook his head, very seriously said so. I so say to you naturally have so say to you the reason. You two do not rush to listen. I give you two slowly speak. You two will know. Here don't make a mess so say after. Don't can't gently give don't make a mess shook his head and said so sentence. See don't can't like this don't make trouble. Can only to don't can't, gently nodded. Then Suyu Zhozhou to don't make trouble. Face after a glance also didn't say anything more, but will turn the head to don't can't this side of the child. And then the two people continue to listen to don't can't tell. Don't make a fuss. In fact, your real last name is not Bu Bu, but last name is Yun. Young sweetie, you likewise don't have the surname Su. You should have the surname Shi. In the past, I lied to the two of you, saying that our parents died early and tragically, which is half true and half false. But what I told the two of you, that one of you takes your father's surname and one of you takes your mother's surname. This sentence was indeed a lie to the two of you, and the two of you had your surnames changed by me for the two of you. Don't can't. Every sentence is said in. Don't make trouble in Su Yuzhou two people's unexpected, especially two people's surname. You two don't be in a hurry. Things, I will tell you little by little. You don't interrupt me, because after saying these words, I hope that you two don't come back after you can leave from the village without coming back. Seeing that both of them had the intention to ask questions, Don't Know directly raised his hand to stop the two from asking questions to himself and instead said this, and as expected both of them also all retracted their forward-leaning bodies after Don't Know had finished saying these words, and then gently nodded at Don't Know. Things have to start from 18 years ago. At that time, Don't Make a Fuss was only just 3 years old, and you, young boy, were not even 3 years old yet. Seeing the two people all began to listen carefully to their own words. After that also Kant raised his head into the middle of contemplation. The side of the mouth slowly opened his mouth to say this sentence. 18 years ago there were a total of 8 major cultivation families in the capital, and the capital side deservedly ranked first is the cultivation family Yin family, and ranked second is the cultivation family Shi family. These two families beyond every other of the 8 families. The strength of the two families is very close. Of course it's still the Yin family's strength that's superior, because the Yin family's old family head is a master of the transition stage, and the only expert in the whole of China who has reached the legendary transition stage. The old master of the Shi family, on the other hand, is a cultivator at the peak of the Mahayana, and will break through to the transitional apparition stage at any time. Those hidden old men in the other families, one by one, their strength is at most just reaching the Mahayana. Chapter 67, The Yin family and the Shi family falls. At that time, the two families were instantly popular in the capital, leading the 6 great families underneath. And I don't know how much contribution they have made for our China, but the sky has unpredictable storm clouds. People have every day, perennial subservience to the people underneath, will naturally cause the heart of the people who have the heart of the people who are not willing, and these 6 great cultivation families are naturally such a character. Speaking of these 6 great families, Don't Fail gritted his teeth as if he had brought up something very hateful, despite the fact that Don't Fail's tone became like this. The two of them, Don't Make a Fuss and Su Yuxiao, still didn't open their mouths to disturb Don't Fail according to what Don't Fail had just said. 18 years ago, on the 3rd day of the 1st month of the Yuan dynasty, a day that I remember simply more clearly than ever, the 6 major cultivation clans joined together with a group of mysterious black-clothed men and attacked the Yin family and the Shi family together. After suffering the attack, the two families that were not far apart from each other instantly united together, and on that day, the Shi family's family head just happened to bring his own young daughter and the Yin family's family head to meet by the Yin family's side to make merry over a glass of wine. Originally, according to the strength of the Yin family and the Shi family, they shouldn't have been defeated at all by the hands of the 6 great families, but it was this group of black-clothed men that disrupted the battle. Instead, this group of people in black, Can't, face obviously showed a trace of panic expression. Looks like this group of people in black to Can't left a very deep trauma. Can't, trembling, raised his hand, wiped a bit on his eyes, glanced at the side of Don't Make a Fuss and Su Yuxiao, and then opened his mouth and said, This group of black-robed people has a total of 12 people. The leader of one is an expert of the transition stage. The rest are all of the Mahayana stage. There is such a group of experts suddenly joined into the fray. The Yun family and the Shi family's alliance instantly collapsed, and then the one-sided slaughter began. The 8 major cultivation families in the capital became 6 after that night, and it has continued until today. The Yin family and the Shi family became the families that still had historical records in people's mouths from that day onwards, no longer living up to the glory of those days. After saying this sentence after don't not line long breath of relief, so many years of secrets held in his heart, now suddenly set out. And around these two people all can listen to the secret people, which let don't can't, the heart of the big stone completely loosened down. Afterwards, don't can't lifted up his own finger toward the don't make a mess, and you don't make a fuss. You are the eldest son of the Yun family head. You should be called Yun Ruwashi. After saying farewell, don't can't then pointed his finger towards Su Yozhuang and said to Su Yozhuang, and you are the youngest daughter of the Shi family. Shi Yozhuang. After saying Su Yu Shao, don't can't pointed to his chest. I was Boo Boo's personal guard, and after the situation became out of hand, I was ordered to bring the two of you to escape from the capital. I was originally a Jindan stage immortal cultivator, and it was in the middle of this battle that I was traumatized quite a bit. Plus when I was escorting the two of you to escape, I was being chased by the hands of the 6 major cultivation families, which led to my injuries getting worse and worse. In the end, the foundation was broken, and I was completely unable to cultivate, and even my basic cultivation was difficult to maintain, landing me in this kind of field today. Don't not work. After glancing at the sword in the box, as if remembering his past years of scenery, there is a kind of indescribable rhyme in it. Brother. After hearing don't can't say here, both of them looked at each other with a somewhat guilty look. Don't can't turned to don't can't and softly opened his mouth to call out, from today onwards don't call me brother. Both of you are my young masters. If you call me brother again, I can't afford it somewhat. After hearing the two people call their voices, don't can't gently shook his head and said this to the two people. No way, brother, for 18 years you have always been our brother, and we have already treated you as if you were our own brother. Now you are saying that you are not prepared to recognize the two of us. If you are not prepared to recognize the two of us can't be saved. Here don't can't. After so say, Su Yushao directly from their own sitting position on the side stood up, to don't can't, shook his head in the eyes with tears, very serious said so sentence, and the side of don't make a fuss. See don't can't, this appearance is also gently shook his head, didn't say words. You two really, alas, forget it, things have come to this point today there is nothing to say. Anyway, I have also been treating you two as a pro-brother pro-sister you two want to call it so. Seeing the serious look on the two people's faces, don't can't gently nodded and agreed. Subsequently don't can't take out one thing after another from inside the box, finally found 4 books from the bottom, put 2 of them in the hands of don't make a fuss, handed the other 2 of them over to Su Yozhao's hands. These 4 books, 2 of them are the Yun family's family heirloom techniques, and the other 2 are the Shi family's family heirloom techniques. Originally, these 4 books in this big iron box all existed in my storage bag, but as I was about to lose my cultivation in the back, I used my last ounce of true chi to take all these things out and stuff them under the bed, never daring to open them again. Today it's time to hand these things over to the 2 of you. After handing over the 2 books to the 2 people, don't fail to take out a very delicately crafted black bag from under the bed and put it in front of the 2 people. I have not dared to teach the 2 of you cultivation techniques, is afraid that once the 2 of you go out, in case you expose their own will cultivate things, at that time to act the capital city's 6 major cultivation family over to chase you. These 6 major cultivation families have long been wolves, and back then, when they didn't decimate the Yun and Shi families, they themselves were scared to death. So once the 2 of you leak a little bit of wind to meet the 2 of you, is the endless pursuit, and on the 3 of us now this way on this 6 big cultivation family is still far from it. Looking at the 2 people are flipping through the book in their hands. Don't not work, said so to the 2 people, tone and expression are very serious. The 2 books in our hands, one is the family's cultivation technique, and the other is the family's cultivation weapon. With the power exerted by the technique you are cultivating is very powerful, and I have already read it for the 2 of you. Both of your cultivation talents are definitely not low. Chapter 68, Similar Feats. So the grudge of your 2 great clans falls on the 2 of you. As for whether or not you can take revenge later on, it depends on how far the 2 of you can go in the end. But there is one thing I must tell the 2 of you. If the 2 of you don't cultivate to the great achievement stage, don't ever provoke the 6 great clans. The 6 great clans aren't something the 2 of you can mess with. Don't can't. A hand grabbed the arm of Don't Make a Fuss and Su Yusha to the 2 people. Very hard and very seriously said such a sentence, until after the 2 people gently nodded. Don't can't let go of the 2 people's arm. My storage bag will give you 2 people. As for who take you 2 people to distribute, in addition to these things on the top are all my own before some things. For you 2 people now can play some role. You 2 people also share it. will hand side of the black exquisite workmanship of the storage bag, handed to the two people in front of the hand pointed out just took out the pile of broken things. Don't can't to the two people said so. Young good, storage bag to you, I do not need this thing. After hearing Don't can't say so, Don't make a mess from Don't can't's hand side took the storage bag and handed it to Su Yuzhuang's front, because Don't make a mess have storage ring, and it is better than this storage bag, so the storage bag for Don't make a mess for a chicken ribs thing. This thing you'd better keep for yourself. This thing is still more useful. After hearing Buzhang say so, Su Yuxiao gently shook her head, allowing Buzhang to leave the storage bag behind. Here, I don't need it. Don't make a fuss. Saw Su Yuxiao refused himself. Directly a handful of storage bag stuffed into Su Yuxiao's arm side. Righteous words said so. Afterwards, Don't can't will be put on the ground, things divided into two piles of swords handed over to Don't make a fuss, and will be their own body armor to Su related to all kinds of pills also to two people divided into two. Let two people all bring in their own body. After doing all this, don't fail to open the second layer of the box. This second layer of the chest contained a very small short sword and a very small shield. These two are the family heirlooms of the Yun family and the Shi family, the Yunyan flying sword and the immovable mountain shield. However, since the appearance of these two treasures, no one has been able to use them. Now I'm returning these two treasures into the hands of the two of you. As to whether the two of you can use them or not, it depends on the two of you. If the two of you can't use it, remember to pass the treasures on to your descendants in future generations. After placing the small pocket-sized sword in his hand and Farewell's hand, and placing the small shield in Su Yuxiao's hand, Farewell couldn't speak to the two of them about the origins of these two treasures. Alright, the account I have accounted for almost. There is one last thing. Is the relationship between the two of you Don't make a fuss? You and Young Good is the Cloud family and the Shi family finger for the marriage of a pair of children. By rights, Young Good should be your fiancé. Speaking of this last thing, Don't can't look at Don't make a fuss, pointing to Su Yuxiao standing beside him very seriously to Don't make a fuss, said this sentence, this how is it possible? The Young Good is my sister. Here Don't can't, after so say Don't make a face surprised, hastily shook his head, backward a step, but Su Yuxiao face really not a bit of accidental color, because this thing Su Yuzhuang in a very small time has already known. That time Don't make a mess is not in the side of the family. At that time Don't can't and his own wife said this thing when, was Su Yuzhuang unintentionally heard. Brother, it is impossible for me to be with Farewell. The two of us are brother and sister. The relationship between the two of us should not be like this. Su Yuxiao heard. Don't can't, after saying these words is also faintly open-mouthed to. Don't can't say this sentence. This matter I just give the two of you to say a word. The two of you are my own brother and sister. This matter I also do not force the two of you. The two of you can be to what extent. Now that I've told you two everything, you two shouldn't be idle. Hurry up and start cultivating your family heirloom techniques. These two cultivation techniques of the Yun family and the Shi family were definitely the top cultivation techniques in China. And all of these two techniques were all untold secrets. All of them would only be passed on to the next head of the family and the family to cultivate things. After saying these words, Don't can't point to the books in the hands of the two people, said to the two people, here Don't can't. After so say Don't make trouble and Su Yuxiao all subconsciously turn over the books. Read up. Su Yuxiao how Don't make trouble and don't know. But Don't make trouble. Look at the hand side of the gongfa is more and more alarmed. Brother, our Cloud family's gong method cultivation and ordinary gong method is not the same. This is how the body inside the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in tandem with the cultivation of a gong method. The reason why don't be alarmed is because don't not work. In the mouth this Yun family's family heirloom gong method, surprisingly in his own from the 7 feelings system obtained from the side of the 7 feelings cultivation law decision is exactly the same. And the 7 feelings cultivation law decision is a little more complete and more perfect than the hand side of this gong method. The reason why the Yun family has become the top of the 8 great families is also because of this gongfu, which when practiced will make the cultivator's true qi more solid and of a higher quality than the other cultivator's true qi. Coupled with this gong method, although it is slow to cultivate at the very beginning when one gets started, once one cultivates to the Jindan stage, the speed becomes faster and faster. However, this gong method likewise has a bottleneck, and that is that it is simply too difficult to enter the transition stage. If it wasn't for this limitation, as far as the Yun family's strength is concerned, the other 7 great clans simply don't cooperate with the Yun family and call it a cultivation family, and even the Shi family is the same. Hearing Don't mess, after saying so Don't can't, to Don't mess, very proudly said so. Even these guards of our Yun family back then, cultivate a simplified version of this gong method, even though it's the simplified version that is also a lot stronger than the ordinary gong method. I heard that this gong method was created by an ancestor of the Yun family a long time ago, and after this ancestor practiced this gong method, he could even control other people's emotions, and was the strongest person in the cultivation world at that time. But this ancestor later did not know what happened. It is not known whether he ascended or made a transformation, and finally disappeared from this world. Can't. These words said don't make a mess is even more thrilling. Chapter 69, Recognizing the Master by Dripping Blood. Because the situation of this gong method cultivated by the Yun family's forefathers that came out from the mouth of Can't, and his current situation were practically identical to each other. If this gong method of his could be cultivated to the exact same situation as this so-called ancestor who founded this gong method in the past, then at that time, wherever there was a lower rank than him, he would be able to manipulate all 7 of these people's emotions. However, Don't Make a Mess decided to not tell this thing to anyone. After all, this thing of the system is still a bit of a surprise, and Don't Make a Mess just now also looked through another book, found that another book above the records of those martial arts skills is also in his own from the 7 emotions system side to obtain that card. The records of the side is almost the same. Don't Make a Fuss looked at the ground to distribute to himself a pile of things one by one picked up, after reading once, backhanded into his storage ring. Don't Make a Fuss. The reason why he did this in front of Don't Not Work and Su Yuxiao was because he wanted to share the secret with the two of them. Don't be ridiculous, what did you just do? Seeing Farewell, a halo of light flowed in his hand, and all the things on the ground that had been distributed to Farewell had disappeared into thin air. Su Yuxiao curiously turned to Farewell, and asked a question. At the time Su Yue asked this question, Boo Boo also turned his face to Boo Boo. This side Boo 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 could see that Boo Boo, and Su Yue had the same question. Did you say how I did it just now? I just used a storage ring to put it away. Don't Make a Fuss raised his hand, and displayed that one black storage ring of his in front of Don't Can't and Su Yuxiao. Where did you get this thing? After seeing this ring, Don't Can't tugged on Don't Make a Mess's arm and asked Don't Make a Mess. This thing is when I went to look for you guys in the hospital. A man dropped it from his body. When I wanted to return it to him, he had already disappeared. And this ring is a ring that has not recognized its owner. Just now after I took a look at the gong method, I found that I seemed to be able to run in normal circumference after some real chi appeared in my body. This ring seemed to be able to use it all of a sudden, so I used it, and found that it was really usable. Don't Make a Fuss. Now in order to round their own originally will not be true chi. This words immediately looked again, next to Su Yuxiao to Don't Can't. Blinking eyes explained so a sentence. You said you read once can run true chi. Don't Make a Fuss. Didn't think you actually still a cultivation aspect of the genius. Hearing Don't Make a Fuss, after saying so Don't Can't, immediately understood what Don't Make a Fuss meant, then responded to Don't Make a Fuss. To Don't Make a Fuss, said this sentence, here Dante, after reading once can cultivate out, true chi. Su Yuxiao's face darkened for a moment, then didn't pay attention to the duo again. Instead, seriously began to flip through the hand side of that one recorded cultivation books. Okay, both of you don't stand on the ground. Sit on the bed and go to the chi guarding the dantian. Feel it well. Today is the first step for you to step into the immortal cultivation world. But the words I told you in front of you must remember. Never expose the identity of the two of you. The two of you now first began to rest for a while. If there is where do not know ask me on the line. Don't Can't pat the bed behind you. After saying this to the two people, then one person walked towards the direction of the kitchen, ready to get a little bit of food for the two people. See Don't Can't leave after Su Yuxiao faintly looked at Don't Make a Fuss a glance, then walked to the bedside, took off the shoes, sat up cross-legged sit down, began to seriously while studying in the hand side of the Shi family gongfa, while the child silently run up, and Don't Make a Fuss, see this way in order not to reveal, also is pretending to take their hands inside the book, and then sit down cross-legged, began to run up the 7 feelings of true chi cultivation techniques, in Don't Make a Fuss just began to turn, 7 feelings of true chi, cultivation excavation time Don't Make a Fuss, suddenly feel their pockets have a thing jumped a bit, don't be ridiculous originally thought it was his own illusion, then continue to start, silently over and over again, in the body inside the operation of their own true chi, but the pocket side of that jumping feeling is also more and more obvious. Don't Make a Fuss stopped running his true chi, and then put his hand inside his pocket. Don't Make a Fuss, after touching it, realized that what he had put in his pocket was actually the Yun family's family heirloom, the Yunin flying sword, which he had just handed over to himself. Don't Make a Fuss when take out this disease small treasure sword. The small treasure sword also stopped their own beating. See the small treasure sword and no movement. Don't Make a Fuss. Continue to start, inside the body silently running their own true chi, and then put the small treasure sword in the palm of their hands, and then choreographers will find, when their own true chi running time, this small treasure sword will be in their own palm of the hand began to jump up. Seeing the scene of Don't Make Fun of the Heart, inside, although very puzzled, but still continue to run their own true chi, every accompanied by Don't Make Fun of the true chi to run a circle, the frequency of the sword's beating will become a little faster. Host, I don't even know what to say about you. The treasure is right in front of your eyes. How much more do you want him to hint to you before you will take him in? Seeing that Farewell had been running around here earning money, looking at the sword inside his hand jumping, the 7 emotion system, couldn't help but turn to Farewell, prompting a sentence. What are you talking about? What do you mean by hinting at me? This contraption is constantly pulsating here. I don't know what's going on with him. Besides, even if I take it, I don't know how I should take it. After hearing the system speak to himself, don't make a fuss, and curiously asked at him, like this kind of innate spirit of the treasure, once sensed that they are suitable for their own masters will send out some strange movement over to prompt him. As for how to treasure recognize this thing still need me to teach you? The blood drop recognizes the master. See, don't make a mess. As if don't know anything like, 7 love system is almost helpless to die. Can't help but to don't make a mess, said this sentence. Hearing the 7 feelings system so said after don't make a fuss, this only suddenly realized, this kind of treasure must be their own to drop blood to recognize the owner, and then don't make a fuss. Immediately with the hand pinched the hand side of the small sword, looked at sitting across from the closed eyes or silently running. Feel the true chi suyu boy don't make a fuss. From the bed jumped down, toward the backyard of the home direction went over. Don't make a fuss that blood drops recognize this thing must be carried out quietly. If so openly sitting in front of the eyes of don't can't and suyu shall will be this sword will recognize the words. Don't make a fuss always feel still some improper. Chapter 70, Murder. Don't make a fuss. After taking the sword and running to the backyard, he used this small sword to scratch the top of his index finger. Then a drop of blood dripped out as don't make a fuss and pressed it on his finger, and landed on the sword. After the blood slid along the sword for a little distance, it was as if it was sucked in by this little sword. After sucking in this drop of blood, the small sword seemed to have suddenly come to life, glowing with a light blue light, and directly attached itself to the wound opened by the finger of Buwan, as if it were a small child greedily sucking in the blood on the finger of Buwan. After less than 10 seconds of time, the sword from the finger will leave and don't make a fuss. Accidentally found his finger just cut out that small wound, but also disappeared. Immediately after the sword suddenly in the air constantly larger, into the length of the epidemic normal healthcare, and then around the don't make a fuss, began to turn up the circle. After circling around a few times, the sword suddenly flew to a high place, and then flew straight towards the front of Farewell, with no intention of stopping at all. Saw the sword as if to impale themselves. Don't panic began to flee in the backyard, but the sword did not let go of don't mean. Straight to, don't chase behind over, and the speed then don't have to be faster than don't have to be on a lot. Murder, murder. See while escaping, while the mouth side shouting then don't make a fuss. Saw the position of the room door is ready to the room side rushed in, but haven't waited for him to run to the door of the room. The sword stabbed him in the back at once. Finally, the entire sword had penetrated into the body, but when he lowered his head to look at it, the sword had not pierced through him as he had imagined, but instead, the entire sword had disappeared inside his body. Farewell. What's wrong? After hearing the ringing outside, don't can't walk out from the kitchen, pushed open the door of the backyard, looked at the back, a face of surprise don't make a mess, to don't make a mess of anxious asked a sentence. Nothing, just now practicing actually don't know how to be unconscious, also don't know what to shout. Now it's fine. This gong method is really too powerful. Here don't can't inquire after. Don't make a mess of the side of the mouth too. Don't can't explain 2 sentences. It's alright. Didn't I let you cultivate inside the room? Who let you run to the backyard to the side? Hurry back to the room inside to rest a while on the ready to eat. Here don't make a mess. After so say also can't. In other people's body more look 2 eyes at don't make a mess. Said so sentence. Then will return to the room side of the child. Don't make a fuss is also followed by don't can't footsteps back to the room. Looking at sitting on the bed is still honest in their cultivator Suyu Yusha don't make a fuss. Took off his shoes and sat back. Sit down cross-legged. System, what is the situation of that precious sword? How come he doesn't know where to go? Don't make a fuss after sitting down didn't even run the real chi. Instead, he panicked and asked the system about the whereabouts of the sword. This sword stabbed into the inside of don't make a fuss and disappeared. Anyone who has such a thing suddenly inside their body will also be a bit panicked. You've successfully dropped blood to recognize the master, but you haven't utilized his ability yet. He's hiding inside your body right now. You can sink your own chi into your dantian and take a look through the method of internal vision. The precious sword should be warming up right above the location of your dantian. Here don't make a mess. So ask after the system patiently give don't make a mess. Explain the sword's whereabouts. Hear the system so say after don't make a panic start to run up their own true chi. Then, really in their own dantian a small who of the upper side found a sky blue sword. And this sword is constantly sucking. Don't make a fuss in the side of the dantian of the true chi. Look at this situation don't make some worry about their own true chi. If by this sword to suck away, then the level will not fall. However, After carefully observing for a while, he realized that his true chi, after entering the sword through the hilt, actually came out again through the tip of the sword. Although the number of reduced, but the color of the true chi somehow from the original milky white but turned in the sword the same sky blue, and then slowly flow into their own true chi lake again. Don't know exactly what the situation is, but don't make a fuss. Also didn't pay attention to these things. As long as their own true chi, the number didn't decrease, there is no effect on the choreographer. Anyway, now it is already their own thing. It won't harm themselves. After recovering his mind, don't make a fuss and began to cultivate up. In Don't Make a Fuss, when cultivating, found himself in the acquisition of this sword. Absorb the speed of heaven and earth spiritual chi, actually than usual, will be faster on some. And Don't Make a Fuss, feel in their own Operation 7 feelings true chi cultivation method. Their own surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi absorption speed seems to be faster than ordinary people. Although Don't Make a Fuss, don't know what the ordinary people's cultivation speed is, but Don't Make a Fuss is such an illusion. Don't be alarmed to know that his own cultivation speed will certainly be faster than ordinary people, not to mention, because he also has the 7 feelings system, will provide himself with the corresponding amount of true chi. Don't Make a Fuss cannot cultivate themselves, waiting for the 7 emotions system absorbed enough emotions directly to himself into real chi. Don't be ridiculous. The current cultivation is not all through the 7 emotion system to absorb the emotions transformed. However, Don't Make a Fuss know that his idea is certainly not. Originally he is to protect his brother and sister, to cultivate hard. Now in addition to these two people, Don't Make a Fuss to realize that he is actually also carrying a blood sea deep hatred. And this blood feud is too far away from themselves. They want to take revenge, then must work hard to cultivate. And this hard to cultivate must be Don't Make a Fuss. Pay more effort than others, or else he and others exist in the grade gap, want to chase, or are difficult to overcome the chasm. What's more, if he doesn't work hard, the matter of revenge in this life has nothing to do with him. Don't Make a Fuss. Thinking about it, he immersed himself in cultivation. At this time, in a mountain range less than 1,000 kilometers away from the magic capital, a hawk-nosed old man suddenly narrowed his eyes. That cheap disciple of mine actually died. Who was so bold? The hawk-hook-nosed old man reached out and loosened the neck of a wolf he was carrying in his hand, muttering such a sentence inside his mouth. After glancing in the direction of the village, the old man continued to turn around and walked in towards the mountain range. Chapter 71 Critical Fluctuations. If someone were to follow the old man at this moment, they would realize that from the place where the old man came in, all the way to where the old man was now, there were animal and magical beast carcasses left everywhere along the way. And every body was very tragic. All of them died because they were drained of blood. This old man is Lu Baofu's master, and he and Lu Baofu is the same as an evil cultivator cultivation method. Need to extract blood to assist, and the mountain range hidden in the side of those beasts. The body contains the blood with spiritual chi is precisely their blood. Rely on the rest of the evil cultivator of the great complementary material. You two can stop now. The matter of eating and cultivating also requires a combination of labor and rest. Don't Make a Fuss and Su Yuxiao, two people all immersed in the cultivation in the middle of the time. Don't can't carry the meal, walked to the side of the two people, said so to the two people. After hearing Boo Boo, after speaking, Boo Boo and Su Yuxiaozi opened their eyes at the same time, and at this time, there were already several fragrant dishes on the dining table. My stomach has been hungry. Eat, eat, eat. After seeing the food, Su Yozhuang rubbed her stomach, then jumped down from the bed and happily walked towards the side of the dining table. Don't be ridiculous. After seeing Su Yozhuang get out of bed, she also hurriedly put on her shoes and followed. The only remaining family of 3 then sat down at the dining table and ate a meal in a happy manner. You two go back to school. If nothing else, try not to come back inside the village. If there is anything, I will give you two a call. After finishing the meal, Don't can't put away the chopsticks and said this to the two of you. Don't Make a Fuss and Su Yuxiao. Brother, you don't want to stay in the village either. You all know that Lu Baofu's that master will come back at any time. You staying in the village will definitely be in some kind of danger. You'd better come with us. You stay in Mordor. Mordor has those enforcers. Even if it's Master Lu Baofu, he wouldn't dare to just make a move in the motorcycle. How about we rent a house in Mordor? Here, Don't can't. So say after Su Yuxiao lifted up his head to look at Don't can't, eyes to Don't can't, earnestly uttered such a proposal. Yes, brother, you stay in the village alone is too dangerous. That Lu Baofu's master must be the same as Lu Baofu is an evil cultivator. If you stay here, the two of us do not feel at ease. After hearing Su Yuxiao say this, Don't Make a Fuss hurriedly followed to Don't Not Work added this sentence. I will not go. You two do not need to persuade me. Persuade me is also useless. If I leave, the villagers how to do? Lu Baofu's master will definitely deal with these villagers when he comes back. If the villagers can't tell our whereabouts by then, in case Lu Baofu's master goes on a killing spree here, that would be bad. And you don't forget that his master is an evil cultivator evil. repairing the situation. Never talk about what rules, not to mention that they will not be bound by those rules between mortals and immortal cultivators. After hearing the two people say so, don't not work shook his head, rejected the two people's proposal, said so to the two people. But, brother, one look at don't can't, not willing to leave from here. Su Yuxiao opened her mouth and again prepared to speak to Don't Can, but was stopped by Don't Can with the palm of his hand. You don't need to say, my mind is made up, and the magic capital kind of place if I throw my head out. It's also very easy to be discovered by the 6 major cultivation clans, so you two just go and study at ease. Don't worry about me. I'm already an invalid. Even if Lu Baofu's master comes back to take revenge, just let him come at me. In your sister-in-law no more when I am not prepared to continue in the world, so you two do not have to care about me. Hurry up and go. Don't fail to say this to the two people seriously, and then took the dishes and returned to the kitchen. After seeing Don't Can't, this way the two people looked at each other. They both saw it in each other's eyes. Helplessly then the two people set off from the side of the house and rushed together in the direction of the school. Young sweetie, you actually knew a long time ago that the two of us have a marriage contract, right? Don't make a fuss on the bus to the school. Coldly asked this to Su Yozhuan who was beside her. Yes, I did know that a long time ago. After hearing Boo Boo's inquiry, Su Yuxiaozi expressionlessly turned to Boo Boo and said this. I don't have any other meaning in asking this. I just saw that just now when brother was saying this matter. You didn't have the slightest intention of being surprised. So I guess that you knew about it a long time ago. It's fine. Things like marriage contracts that are used to deceive people. Besides, the two of us are biological siblings. This kind of thing naturally doesn't count. Seeing Su Yozhuan's expressionless face, Don't make a fuss hurriedly explained to Su Yozhuan, fearing that Su Yozhuan would misunderstand herself. You heart clear on good. Line this thing on don't say, pay attention to hide themselves. Don't feel that they have become a cultivator. There is some arrogance. Remember don't expose their identity on the line. Here don't make a fuss, so say after. Su Yuxiao light to the side of don't make a fuss whispered this sentence, then will close their eyes. Seeing Su Yuxiao this way don't make fun of closed his mouth, and then look at the car window outside the scenery. Soon the two people will arrive at the school entrance. After coming down from the car, Su Yuxiao directly and don't make trouble to go to the bar to sing, and don't make trouble, is hesitant for a moment after walking into the school. Alert alert, the critical realm again occurred abnormal fluctuation. The magic capital may open many critical realm entrance, and the location is uncertain. Now immediately notify the news to the public. Let everyone pay attention to the connecting entrance. Never be caught in the critical realm. Just at the moment when don't make a fuss and walk back to school, suddenly inside a high building in Magic City, an alert machine suddenly kept on flooding with red light, and also rang out a voice. After everyone heard this voice, they immediately started to panic. Then one of the leader-like men notified this to all of them. Don't make a fuss. After returning to the dormitory side found no one in the dormitory and the look are out. Helpless, don't make a fuss sitting cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate up their own true chi, but at this time don't make a fuss, and didn't pay attention to the side of his body. Suddenly appeared a naked I can't see clearly the ripples. The ripples appeared out of thin air, but it looked like a drop of water on the air. Splashing ripples. Chapter 72, The Heavenly Group. At this time, don't make a fuss, was in the middle of serious cultivation, and didn't care about this back. Suddenly a cyclone appeared in the middle of the ripples, and then the rotation of the air became faster and faster. Host, an abnormal situation has occurred. A strange gravitational cyclone has appeared on your left side. Think quickly. Immersed in the cultivation of the side of the ear, suddenly appeared a prompt sound. Heard the prompt sound of the side of his own left hand to look over. At this time appeared in the cyclone has appeared in the middle of a bull-sized black cave. In such a situation, don't be a bit confused. However, subconsciously, Ferris was ready to dodge, but suddenly the suction force of the hole instantly became bigger, directly absorbing Ferris on the hole, sucked into the mouth of the hole. Don't make a fuss, but realized that he can't escape the suction, and then along with the hole expanding, don't make a fuss instantly was sucked in. Someone has been sucked in. At this time in the Magic City's organization that monitored critical abnormal fluctuations there was a person who stood up from his seat and said this to everyone next to him. Now forget about the person who got sucked in. Pay attention to the range of the critical fluctuation and the situation it covers, and whether all the immortal cultivators have been notified to stop the immortal cultivation thing. After the head of the monitoring center heard the situation reported by the people underneath, he directly chose to ignore this matter and instead do more important things. The first time the mitigating fluctuations appeared, all of the immortal cultivators had all been notified and had stopped cultivating immortality in accordance with that which the notification had said, so no one had been absorbed in by the criticality. However, the person who was just absorbed by the critical realm should be someone who was not on our heavenly group's immortal cultivator list, so he was absorbed by the critical realm for his unauthorized immortal cultivation. After hearing the person in charge speak, the staff member who first reported to the person in charge just now that someone had been sucked in stood up and said this to the person in charge. Alright then, let's see how long it will probably take for the critical realm to get through in one piece this time with its abnormal fluctuations. After the person in charge nodded gently, he gently tapped his finger on the table. The time for criticality to pass through. There was still 1 minute left. After 1 minute all the abnormal fluctuations would return to normal. Immediately after the person in charge's words fell, one of the other working personnel stood up to the person in charge and answered this question that the person in charge had just raised. 1 minute's time to pay attention to all abnormal conditions, and report immediately if any abnormal conditions occur. The person in charge lowered his head and glanced at his watch before saying this to all the staff over the radio. This 1 minute quickly passed smoothly under everyone's high level of concentration. Report, all the abnormal fluctuations of the critical realm have all disappeared. After the critical abnormal fluctuations had completely ended, a staff member stood up and said this to the person in charge of the report. Now make every effort to find out what exactly is the situation of that person who was sucked into the critical realm. Notify the people inside the critical realm to investigate for me. What exactly is the latest person to enter the critical realm? And by the time he comes out, be sure to give me a good investigation of him to see if he has brought out any other people or things from inside the critical realm. After the abnormal fluctuations of the critical realm had completely ended, the person in charge sent out such an order to the people underneath. Received. After hearing the person in charge's order, the people underneath his hands immediately began to investigate. The one that had just sucked the "don't make a fuss" in was the entrance to the critical realm, and every time the critical realm fluctuations were on their way, the critical realm fluctuations, the monitoring organization would send a message to all the immortal cultivators to stop their cultivation, because the abnormal fluctuation of the critical boundary will be sensed with the true chi in the cultivator's body. All those who are in the process of cultivation or in the process of fighting, as long as they are running the true chi, there is a possibility of being absorbed by the critical boundary into it, especially the cultivation and the true chi. The longer the time of running it will be absorbed into it, the greater the possibility. These are the common sense of some immortal cultivators. And don't not work, forget to inform this common sense to Don't Make a Fuss. Don't Make a Fuss himself, because he didn't understand this matter, and didn't become a recorded immortal cultivator, and even more didn't join the Dao Yuan class to learn, so he is completely ignorant of these things. This also led to the fact that Bujinkan, because of true chi cultivation, was dragged into the midst of the critical realm. The critical realm was a very complicated world. It was not too much to say that the critical realm was another world. The critical realm was due to the revival of true chi, and some parallel worlds suddenly appeared. Those parallel worlds were worlds that also possessed the same aura of life. There were ancient ones and modern ones. However, the critical world is different from the ordinary world is that each parallel world of the critical world will have a capital and the critical world will have a positive eye. The positive eye will exist in the capital of this world. If a person can have the eye of the critical world, then he can travel freely in the critical world. No longer will they be limited by parallel worlds, nor will they be able to enter the critical realm through the fluctuations that occur when the critical realm fluctuates. In short, it means that a person with a critical formation can enter the critical realm anytime, anywhere, both to avoid enemies and to obtain the corresponding treasures back from the critical realm many times, equivalent to having a world similar to the space ring, but this world is another world, not under their control. All the things in the critical realm are real. There are a lot of immortal cultivators have entered the critical realm, and there are a lot of people are not willing to return to the real world from the critical realm. Immersed in the world of the critical realm, cannot be extricated. Similarly, all the people and things inside the critical realm can be brought back to the real world, and there are immortal cultivators who have become emotionally entangled with the people inside the critical realm and the spirit world, and then bring the people inside the critical realm back to the real world. However, the people who were brought out would basically choose to hide, because there was an organization that specialized in checking these people from the critical realm who were put into the real world, and the name of this organization was called the Heavenly Group. All the people who came out from the realm, once discovered by the Heavenly Group, they would be sent for a physical examination. If they were detected to be ordinary people, they could continue to live freely. If they were cultivators, they would be controlled. At this time, the Bu Wan is into such a world. Bu Wan was sucked in, just after a short period of weightlessness, suddenly appeared in mid-air. After feeling his body and the ground come into close contact with each other, he opened his eyes. Chapter 72, Entering the Critical Mass. In front of him was a desolate Gobi beach. A silhouette was not there while Don't Make a Fuss stood up from the ground. After his body patted the soil on himself, his expression was very puzzled. System, do you know where I am now? Suddenly appeared in such an unfamiliar place. Don't Make a Fuss, there is no one who can rely on. Don't Make a Fuss now can believe that can talk only the 7 feelings system inside his head. Host, You are now not in the original world. Seems to be into a brand new world. As for this brand new world is specifically what is the situation? I am also not very clear host. I think this world in your original world should have some records. After hearing Farewell's inquiry, the 7 emotions system turned to Farewell and replied with this. A new world. Can't it be that I was swept up into the critical realm? Hearing this sentence after don't make a fuss, frowned, although for some of the rules of the critical realm, the other is not very understand, but the existence of the critical realm, this is the thing that every person on the blue planet knows. Don't make a fuss although know the existence of the critical boundary, but he does not know how to go back from the critical boundary. Don't make a fuss to know that he is in the critical boundary immediately after the steps, toward the edge of this desolate Gobi beach walked over. Don't make a fuss all the time walk all the time walk almost a day and a night time, dry mouth. Don't make a fuss, feel themselves or some can't hold on. Finally the front appeared a little bright light. Through the bright light don't make a fuss that here should be someone living. Then the pace of the feet can't help but speed up. To the bright light of the neighborhood leaned over. When don't make trouble close to the bright light, found the bright light is really a family. But the architectural style of the house is a little strange. Looks like some of the ancient buildings. However, don't make a fuss. After walking to the door or drum up the courage to gently knock on the door, because at this time don't make a fuss, is really hungry and thirsty. If then don't eat and drink water. Don't old feel that his body can't stand some. Who is it? After hearing Farewell's knock, a thick male voice came from inside. I'm someone who got lost here and would like to beg for a sip of water and a bite to eat. After hearing the person inside ask, don't make a fuss, and said his identity to the person inside. Here don't make trouble. After so say inside quickly fell into a piece of silence, and half a day did not react again. Some doubt don't make trouble. He listened to the door on the inside was found to be a little bit of movement. Finally don't make trouble ready to leave from here just don't make trouble turn around when the back of the door was suddenly opened. Hey, young man, come in. A voice came in from behind Farewell. After hearing the voice Farewell turned his head, only to see a middle-aged man around 40 or 50 years old, with a long beard and braid, wearing ancient clothes rushing at Farewell, sneakily hooking his hand. After hearing the man's voice, don't make a fuss with a puzzled finger on his face. Then the man then nodded to confirm that he was calling himself after don't make a fuss turned around and walked towards the man's body. Hurry up and come in. Don't make a fuss. When he walked to the door, the man dragged don't make a fuss inside the room, then quickly closed the door of the room. Looking at the man's sneaky appearance, don't make a fuss, but didn't say anything. After surveying the room, he found that the bright light in the room was emitted by an oil lamp, and in the room, in addition to the man himself, there was also a woman who wasn't the same age as don't make a fuss. After seeing the woman, she sat in the corner with a wary face, and didn't want to lean over to the side of the room. Young man, where are you from? Where did you come from? Why would you suddenly appear in our place? Just now didn't let you come in directly, because there is some situation outside, so this recent period of time is a little unsafe. We also do not dare to rashly let strangers in. Just now or my daughter persuaded me that is may be in need of help, so I just let you in. Seeing Farewell standing here, looking around inside his room, the middle-aged man walked over to Farewell, patted Farewell's shoulder to Farewell, and said this, Uncle, I am from a young age with the master in the mountainside of the cultivation, and the master walked to this neighborhood when the accident separated. Until now have not found my master. Food and water are all on him. This is my first time to come to the outside world. I don't know anything. I don't know where I came from. I haven't eaten anything for a day and a night. I'm really thirsty and hungry. That's why I came to knock on your door. I'm so sorry. Don't make a fuss. Knew that if he rashly said that he was from another world, it was really a bit unimaginable. And these people in front of him obviously didn't have the knowledge to that level. So don't make a fuss and pulled a lie on him. Here Dante after saying so the middle-aged man only nodded reassuringly at Dante's strange clothing not for the fact that his body was dirty by the dust expectedly had already aroused this man's suspicion. Little brother, you are free to cultivate in the mountains. Could it be that you are one of those old gods who can call the wind and rain? Little brother, how old are you this year? Is there 100 years old? After the middle-aged man gave Farewell a long bench, he himself sat next to the table and asked Farewell with a curious face. I'm not 100 years old. I'm just 20 years old this year. After hearing the middle-aged man's inquiry, Don't Be a Mess hurriedly shook his own head and spoke to the middle-aged man, out his own age. The original is not an old fairy is a young fairy that call the wind and rain those skills. You have no airborne flying skills, do you have? Here don't make a fuss. So after the man also some regret, but hastily again to don't make a fuss, asked so a sentence. These skills I don't have. I learn a long time with the master, but my talent is stupid. These skills have not learned. I accept every day to cut wood and pick water. Other skills have not learned. After hearing the middle-aged man say so, Don't make a mess of it awkwardly in the back of his head above the take two. To the middle-aged man explained so a sentence. So it's like this, that's fine. That's fine. This village of ours has a strange phenomenon these 2 days. Every day to the night as long as still outside did not go back to the people on the second day will be inexplicably killed. Also do not know what happened. They all say that there is a demon monster. Chapter 74 Li Haugen and Li Lianer. Our village has always wanted to find an immortal to come over and help us to subdue the demons and get rid of the devils. But our village is penniless, not to mention that the transportation is not convenient either. So trying to find an immortal is really not easy. Besides, like this kind of fairy is that we can find it also can't afford to give money to others. Little brother, I thought that you are also a powerful fairy character. And also said to see if you can help our village. The reason why the middle-aged man regretted. It turned out to be because of such a reason. But don't make a mess is really no ability to call the wind and rain. Don't make a mess also don't want to deceive this middle-aged man in front of you. After hearing the middle-aged man so say, don't make fun of comfort like to the middle-aged man said so. In fact, don't make fun of. Now in the heart side suspect that this in the village side non-stop killing is not a magical beast is the evil cultivator. But don't want to be nosy, because he is now the most important thing is to find a way to return to reality. The world can't stay in this critical. If he stays in the critical words, his disappearance will inevitably cause some trouble things. And what kind of situation is the person inside this world? Don't make a fuss. Don't know. In case the other party's cultivation is much higher than his, when he ran out is not to send death to others. Little brother, you sit here for a while. My daughter has already gone to prepare food for you. After she comes back from getting it in a while, you hurry to eat a little bit and rest. But you may have to be aggravated. Our home place is rather small. There are only 2 rooms. My daughter lives in one. You can only squeeze a bed with me. After hearing don't make a mess so say, the middle-aged man faces also showed a trace of smile, reached out and pointed to the table in front of himself, glanced at the door of the room, outside the child to don't make a mess said so. It's fine, as long as there is a mouth to eat and a mouth to drink. I cannot stay here at night. I want to continue to catch up, see if I can find my master. After hearing the middle-aged man say so, don't make a fuss shook his head gently at the middle-aged man. No, little brother, must not. You must not go. The night outside is really too scary. You want to go, then you also wait for dawn to go again. Dawn will be alright. In case you have a long and short first, not to mention, this meal for nothing in vain to put their own lives into it is also not cost effective. Here don't make a fuss. Eat a meal to go look. The middle-aged man quickly stood up to walk to don't make a fuss beside. Tug don't make a fuss by the arm. We'll bring him to the table beside press down to the don't make a fuss after. Very seriously said so. Here the middle-aged man said so don't be a little surprised. He didn't think of this middle-aged man in front of him as actually very sentimental and righteous. Look at this one looks slightly broken tiled room. Don't make fun of heart. Inside is some warm. But don't make fun of did not say anything more. But also just gently to the middle-aged man nodded after. We'll be in the table beside the quiet sit down. After a while, the middle-aged man's daughter with a dish of small dishes and a few black flour steamed bread left, came back and placed in front of the body of the don't make a fuss, and then gave don't make a fuss with a bowl of water. There's nothing too good to eat inside the house, so you'll just have to make do with what you've got. After seeing the meal being brought up, the middle-aged man smiled and pushed the plate in front of Bujang, and said this to Bujang. What do you mean by rough tea? This is already very good. I haven't eaten anything this whole day. It's already very good to have a mouthful of food. After hearing the man in front of him say so, don't make a fuss hurriedly said this to the man in front of him. Little brother, you have come in for so long. I still don't know what your name is, little brother. You also don't uncle long uncle short. My name is Li Haugen. You can call me Root Brother Can. Seeing Bujio picked up the steamed buns and chopsticks, and already started to wolf down the food, the middle-aged man sat next to Bujio, asked for a name and then made a self-introduction. Uncle Li, you are so much older than me. Your daughter looks at the age also with my defense. How can I also have to call you an uncle? Called Root Brother. Some impolite. Uncle Li, my name is Yunshi. Don't make a fuss and didn't say his real name to the man in front of him. After all, this is in another world. His own surname has no in this world is still a thing that makes people doubt. Plus don't make a fuss. In this Lin boundary since he had come a trip. If use his real name by then go back more easily be found out his identity of cultivator. So fake name can better cover up this fact that he had once come to the Lin boundary. Yunshi, very nice name. I guess little brother your family used to be cultured when they took their names. After hearing Farewell's name, Li Haugen silently recited it twice inside his mouth before saying this to Farewell approvingly. This name of mine was not given to me by my parents. I myself have never met my parents. This name of mine was given to me by my master. After hearing Li Haugen's praise, don't make a fuss, gently shook his head, and ejaculated the origin of his name to Li Haugen. Then your master must be an old god. otherwise he wouldn't have been able to come up with such a level-headed name. After hearing Farewell's explanation, the middle-aged man again took on the Farewell in front of him and complimented Farewell's master. After hearing the middle-aged man's compliments after don't make a mess, gently nodded his head, quickly will plate of small dishes and 2 steamed buns eliminated into the stomach inside, and then picked up a bowl of water on the table directly a drink. Eat well, don't make a fuss who finished the water, gently placed the chopsticks on the table, then rubbed his stomach and said happily to Li Haogan who was beside him, Lianer, come here, put away the dishes. Seeing the don't make a fuss, after putting down the chopsticks Li Haogan beckoned to his daughter behind him. Brother Yun hasn't introduced you yet, this is my daughter Li Lianer. After waving at his daughter, later he'll turn to Farewell and introduced his daughter. Lianer, this is Yun Ruwashi, call Brother Yun. After introducing his daughter, Li Haogan introduced Farewell to his daughter again. Hello big brother Yun. Li Lianer slightly curtsied to Farewell and said hello. Chapter 75 Removal. Hello. Don't make a fuss about where he had received this kind of treatment, and after hearing Li Lianer greet him, he hurriedly stood up in a bit of a panic and turned to Li Lianer, bowing 2 times in a row. Brother Yun, what are you doing? Seeing Bujang this way, Li Haogan hurriedly stood up to help Bujang up, while Li Lianer covered her own mouth and laughed softly after seeing this scene. I'm really sorry, I haven't met this kind of situation. I don't know how I should greet, did I just do it wrong? After hearing Li Haogan say so, at this time, the blushing face of the don't make a fuss, a little flustered, asked Li Haogan, Yun brother, this person is also too polite, but you have been cultivating inside the deep mountain, also do not know the things outside, women's status and position all inferior to men. He greeted you, you just need to sit there and quietly accept it, do not need to be so polite. Men who are polite to women have no talent, here don't make trouble. So after Li Haogan sat up straight very seriously to the don't make trouble, said some words. Uncle Li, this I think with no interest has nothing to do with it. And then again we are ordinary people. There is no status high and low noble points. And then again how others greet me I should greet others how this is my master taught me the truth. My master told me that people are born equal. There is nothing different. After hearing Li Haogan say this don't make a fuss and said this to Li Haogan. My master can be really a worldly master. Did not think of the thought of the addition of time has been transcendent. We ordinary people do not know how many times, but this kind of words cloud brother you must not say outside, otherwise it is easy to provoke public anger. The same this is also the official regulations, so once you talk nonsense, then the officials come to arrest you then, it will not be good. Li Haogan nodded approvingly after hearing Farewell say this, and then seriously spoke to Farewell, about this matter. There is actually this kind of situation, this is too unfair. One should suggest to this official government that men and women are equal. As soon as he heard Li Haogan say this, Farewell frowned and muttered out of the side of his mouth, Brother Yun, trouble comes out of the mouth, trouble comes out of the mouth, don't ever say it, don't ever dare to say it again. Hearing Li Haogan say this, Li Haogan seemed to be very agitated, and pounced over, covering the mouth of Farewell, and said this to Farewell in an admonishing manner. After hearing Li Haogan say so, was covered by the mouth of the other side of the nodded to Li Haogan. Saw the other side of the nod. Li Haogan only then removed his hand from the mouth of the other side of the other side. Little brother, you are just coming out from the mountainside, and do not realize that we live in an environment where there are many things to pay attention to, and there are also many words to pay attention to that should not be said. Although your master may be very powerful, but if you really want to compare it to our sire, then it may have to be quite a bit worse. There is only one person in this world who has supreme power, and that is our Lord Majesty. And those rules set by His Majesty are all golden rules that no one can break. When Li Haogan said this His Majesty in his mouth, his eyes unconsciously showed admiration, respect and awe, and then he held his hands up to the sky and performed a kneeling salute, as if he should kneel down when he said this vocabulary. Saw Li Haogan this way don't make trouble. For a moment don't know how to persuade Li Haogan. He thought he had something to say to Li Haogan. The Yellow Springs will one day be abolished, and people's peaceful coexistence. Everyone is equal is the ultimate goal words. Don't make a mess. Think Li Haogan will think he is a crazy person and drive himself out from here. After all, this theory in this era now is really some mind-boggling. Your Majesty is so powerful. Then where is your Majesty? I want to go and see this legendary most powerful sire and see if his cultivation can be much higher than mine. After hearing Li Haogan say that don't make a fuss, he suddenly asked this to Li Haogan. Little brother, His Majesty doesn't have any cultivation, but the reason why His Majesty is powerful is because he enjoys supreme power. And those experts surrounding His Majesty, they are all gods of the highest heavens. After hearing Farewell say that, Li Haogan smiled at Farewell and explained, Uncle Li, then I wonder where His Majesty is? After hearing Li Haogan say this, Li Haogan asked this question to Li Haogan, because at this time, don't make a fuss, think of the place where there is His Majesty, there is bound to be a palace, and the place where there is a palace is bound to be the center of this world. In such a prosperous place, don't make a fuss. Feel that he can't help but meet another pair of immortal cultivators, or one of them, then he and this immortal cultivator unite to see if they can return to their own world. And in the right center of this world, there are bound to be people who enter into the critical world from other places, even if there is no one who can help himself to return to the real world at that time. Don't make a fuss thinking that he can inquire here how to go back to the real world inside. Little brother, it seems like you really don't know anything. Do you even know where His Majesty is? His Majesty that is naturally inside the national capital, naturally in the capital, naturally in the very center of this world. His Majesty lives in the palace in the national capital. No one can see him. After hearing Farewell say that, Li Haogan gently shook his head, turned to Farewell, and said this, Uncle Li, I know that His Majesty he lives in the palace. I would like to ask how to go to the capital. I would like to go there to have a look. Maybe I can find my master there. After all, it should be more prosperous there, and there are more people, and the news is also more informed. After hearing Li Haogan in front of him say this, don't make a fuss and hurriedly ask Li Haogan about the location of the capital. When it comes to this, you're asking the right person. I used to be a footman in the village, but I've been to the capital before. After hearing don't make a fuss and asking this, Li Haogan's face revealed a smug look, as if having once been to the capital was a very proud thing for him. Lianer, bring me my map. After saying this, Li Haogan waved at his daughter to bring out a map of some sort. After hearing Li Haogan's voice, Li Lianer hurriedly walked over in one direction of the room. Chapter 76, Dead and Dead Again. The direction that Li Lianer walked was a position in the corner of the wall, and there was a large stone placed in the corner of the wall. After Li Lianer moved the stone away with a lot of effort, there was a wooden box placed behind the stone. After Li Lianer opened the box, she pulled out a rolled-up piece of paper from inside, and then walked back towards the side of Farewell and Li Haogan. Father, your map. Li Lianer placed the map beside Li Haogan with both hands and said this to Li Haogan. Ba ba ba. After seeing the map brought over, Li Haogan very excitedly spat 2 mouthfuls of saliva into his hands and rubbed his hands before gently unfolding the map. Little brother Yun, this map was drawn down by me back then. This map is very detailed and can successfully send you to the capital. After unfolding the map, Li Haogan looked at the things drawn on it and said so proudly to Bu Jiu. Here Li Haogan so say after don't make trouble also want to think of Li Haogan life of this map direction wrong past. When he saw the map above painted things it, don't make trouble, only feel his head above the 2 groups of black line in there coiled. Li Haogan seems to be unable to write, so the map he drew is really a pure picture of the crooked things drawn on the top. Don't make a fuss, and even can't recognize what those are. Little brother, you see here is our village in front of a mountain. After crossing this mountain will also appear a forest. Through the forest and then go forward will meet a city. After crossing this city, you can walk forward for about 500 miles to reach the capital. After seeing Bu Wan come over, Li Haogan pressed his finger on the map he drew, and then explained to Bu Wan, Uncle Li, I would like to ask, the front you are talking about is not comfortable going over in the direction of east. Later with the direction of the finger coupled with the judgment of Farewell. Farewell, guess that the front that Li Haogan said in his mouth should be the east. Right. I just didn't react up for a moment how this should be said. That's why I told you. The front side of the little brother you said is very right. The capital is in the direction of due east. You keep walking you can find it. After hearing Farewell's spot-on remark, Li Haogan hurriedly turned to Farewell and nodded his head. After hearing Li Haogan say this, Bujang also nodded to Li Haogan. The map that Li Haogan just drew Bujang, although he couldn't understand it at first, but after Li Haogan's translation, Bujang also knew how the map should go. Okay little brother, it's not early, we should rest. Lianer is still standing here for what? Go back to your room and sleep. Seeing the don't make a fuss as if he had memorized the map, Li Haogan waved his hand impatiently at Li Lianer after placing the roll of paper he was holding back inside the cabinet. Father, big brother Yun, then I will go and rest first. You 2 masters rest as soon as possible. After hearing Li Haogan say that, Li Lianer again bowed slightly very politely and said to the male lord and Li Haogan, don't then retreated from the room. Alright Uncle Li, then let's go rest as well. After seeing Li Lianer retreating out don't make a fuss, said this to Li Haogan. Subsequently, because of Li Haogan's request, don't make a fuss, finally lay down on the bed. Originally don't make a fuss, planning, if Li Haogan really can't take the place, the bench he can also sleep. In the 2 people together clothes and sleep. After a short time don't make a fuss, heard the door outside the room came a burst of broken footsteps, and this footstep sound as if it is the same as his immortal practitioners to send out the footsteps, because only immortal cultivators walk with light footsteps due to the reason of cultivating true chi for many years, and each foot seems not to step on the solid ground, but it really lends out the force from the land. After hearing this footsteps, Farewell's eyebrows gently frowned, glanced at his next Li Haogan already sleep snoring. Farewell did not get up, but he suspected that this footsteps should be the Li Haugen said in the mouth of the thing that often will harm people, but don't make a fuss about it. Anyway, as long as this thing doesn't hurt himself, doesn't hurt Li Haugen's family, don't make a fuss about it. Footsteps just after a flash. The rear never appeared. Here's such a situation, don't make fun of this, only closed his eyes. Fragrant sleep. Dead people. Dead again. Mr. Wang died outside. Everyone quickly come to people on the second day early in the morning, don't make a fuss. Have not yet woken up. Suddenly heard a burst of noisy sound from outside the door. And at this time Li Haugen, which is quietly lying in the doorway, secretly looking at what is happening outside. Uncle Li, is something important happening? I heard that it seems to be very chaotic outside. Don't make a fuss. After getting down from the bed, while leaning over in the direction of the doorway, he inquired to Li Haugen. Little brother, you don't know, last night that evil creature came out to make trouble again. I didn't think that this time the one who messed up his poisonous hand would actually be Mr. Wang. After hearing Farewell's inquiry, Li Haugen's face was a bit ugly, and turned to Farewell, explaining what was in his mouth. There is actually this kind of thing. It looks as if it is a bit scary. Uncle Li, then can I go out now? Now that it's broad daylight, I think if I want to go somewhere then you shouldn't continue to block me, right? After hearing Li Haugen say what happened outside, don't make a fuss, a panicked expression appeared on his face. But don't make a fuss quickly put away the panicked expression on his face, and then asked Li Haugen next to him this sentence. Little brother, you have your own things to be busy. You directly busy, just go on the line. Do not need to greet me. After hearing Ferris Bueller's Day Off, Li Haugen turned around and walked back to Ferris Bueller's body and said this to Ferris Bueller's explanation. That's fine. Uncle Li, I'll leave first. We'll see you again sometime. After seeing that Li Haugen didn't have any opinions, Farewell left from the room and went out to embark on the road to prepare for the capital. However, after taking a look at the noisy silhouettes in the distance, Farewell finally felt that it would be better to do more than less, and prepared to gently go around the outside of Li Haugen's village. But don't make so think. Others don't think so. In don't make. From Li Haugen's room side came out after plus don't make yesterday already will own clothes to organize. Now stand in front of the crowd in front of the not far away. Appear very sudden. Chapter 77, The Old Man in the Carriage. You guys see if this guy looks like that perverted murderer that came out in the past 2 days. Don't make a fuss. Just as soon as he came out someone noticed on don't make a fuss, then opened his mouth to the crowd beside him and asked this. I think this guy is a bit strange. Look at his dress and attire as if he came from some mysterious place. And after the kind of thing that just happened last night, today this guy is ready to leave from the village. Who else could it be if not him? I think Xiao Chuier has a point. It's very likely that things are like this. Stop that guy. We can't let him go. I suspect that he is the murderer of Officer Wang. The villagers on the side of the road after seeing Farewell one by one pointed at Farewell and uttered such words. Stop that kid. Don't let him go. Call him over. I have something to ask him. At this moment, a vicissitude voice came from the top of a carriage not far away, and commanded to the people around the carriage. Okay, master. After hearing the command from the person on top of the carriage, the 7 or 8 guard-like men surrounding the carriage surrounded in front of Farewell. Kid, come with us. Our master wants to see you. After the guards were surrounded in front of Buwan, the leader of the guards touched his hat on top of his head and said this to Buwan in a very arrogant manner. Inside the room, Li Haugen saw that Farewell immediately caused misunderstanding among the others, and hurriedly ran out from inside the room, stood in front of Farewell, and then opened his mouth and shouted, everyone, don't misunderstand. This little brother is not the murderer of Wang Yuanwei. This little brother lived with me last night. The two of us slept in the same bed. This little brother is with his master from the mountainside, has been practicing. The first time out passing through here and master separated, so only in my home to borrow a night on. This little brother is definitely not a murderer. Otherwise you look at me. I have nothing at all. I'm still alive and kicking. Li Haugen seems to be afraid of don't play suffer like, hastily to so many people in front of him. Well, don't play's life to explain once again, and then also patted his own arms and legs. After hearing Li Haugen say so, the other people look at the eyes of the phase of Feng Wang has not been as hostile as the beginning, but these several unknown characters of the guards did not go away. Li Haugen, know you what thing, hurry to get out of the way. Our family master, but let this guy over to be questioned. Our family master is now in a bad mood. After all, just died his own son, so you still less here to block. Right and wrong justice. Wait for our family master asked after naturally clear. After hearing Li Haugen say this, the guard walked to Li Haugen, tugged Li Haugen in front of him, pulled Li Haugen away from the body of the don't mess around, and said this to Li Haugen. Don't. After hearing these guards say this, Li Haugen came back and was ready to open his mouth to say something, but he was stopped by Ferris Bueller's hand. Uncle Li is fine. Let me see what they want to say to me. We justice is in the hearts of the people. Anyway, it is not me who did it. It is hard to believe that he will still be able to put this hat on my head? After hearing the conversation between Li Haogan and the guards, Don't Make a Fuss shook his head gently at Li Haogan, and after saying that, he walked to the side of the guards. Let's go. Doesn't your master want to see me? After saying to the guard to stop making a fuss, he instead crossed over the guard and walked straight towards the direction of the carriage. At this moment, this carriage was a symbol of money and power in Li Haogan's village. Just now, that Mr. Wang was the son of the old man on the carriage, and this time Mr. Wang's sudden and violent death had shocked the old man out of his home. He only had one son, and his son suddenly died violently outside. The old man's heart wanted to die. After walking back to the carriage surrounded by a group of guards, the leader of the guards came to the carriage window, and then opened his mouth and said, "Master, people have been brought here." After saying these words, the guard's ear gently floated on the window of the carriage, waiting for the response from the people on the carriage. However, the guard waited for half a day, but the people inside the carriage did not respond. Just when the guard was about to open his mouth again, a withered hand rested on the edge of the carriage, and then an old man with white hair walked out from the carriage. After seeing the old man walk out from the carriage, the guards hurriedly placed the padding in front of the old man's feet. The old man then walked underneath the carriage and stood in front of Farewell. "Young man, did you just arrive in this village last night?" Although the old man looked a bit old, but his vitality looked quite good. His gaze was very sharp. After seeing Farewell, he directly forced his eyes towards Farewell and asked this. "Yes, I just arrived in this village last night." After hearing the old man's inquiry, Bujang replied frankly to the old man. "Very well, then I ask you again. When did you arrive in the village and what hour did you enter Li Haogan's house? And what hour did you sleep at the end?" Hearing Bujio, after saying so, the old man again turned to Bujio and asked a series of questions. "I entered the village on the first night shift, and Uncle Li and his family slept on the second night shift." After hearing the old man's question, Don't Make a Fuss raised his head and thought for a moment, then switched the time, using the words of the ancient times, answered to the old man in front of him. Hearing Don't Make a Mess, after saying so the old man gently nodded, then opened his mouth to Don't Make a Mess again and asked, "You said that you came out from the mountain with your master. Then I would like to ask you and your master to cultivate together what mountain is called Mountain and where is it?" The old man asked such a question again at Bujinkan, wanting to find out the root of Bujinkan. "We that mountain in what place I am not to understand. I only know that the mountain is very big. Our mountain name I often listen to. Senior brothers say." Senior brothers said we that mountain name is called Linging Mountain. After hearing the old man ask this Don't Make a Fuss, began to give the old man a who pinch. "I'm asking you one last question. My son's death has nothing to do with you?" Hearing Farewell, after saying so the old man finally nodded his head and then turned to the Farewell in front of him and asked one last question. "Old sir, your son's death has nothing to do with me. I just borrowed a night yesterday. Even the door did not go out. Today I was ready to set off to the capital, which just came out to be stopped by you guys." Hearing the old man so asked after Don't Make a Fuss, hastily shook his head, said so to the old man. Chapter 78, The Immortals. The reason why the old man asked so many questions to Ferris Bueller was to test the authenticity of Ferris Bueller's answers. After hearing this answer from Farewell, the old man didn't have a little bit of confidence in his heart. In the end, this matter was not done by Farewell, but the old man still waved his hand at the guards he brought over. "Arrest him for me." After saying these words, the old man walked towards the upper side of the carriage again, to absorb the malice from the old man surnamed Wang. The moment the old man finished speaking, a prompt from the system sounded inside Farewell's head. "The old man clearly didn't do it to me. What's the point of arresting me?" Looking at the old man's group of guards, who surrounded towards his front, Farewell shouted at the old man, "This is how I do things. I would rather kill by mistake than let go." After saying this sentence, the old man turned around and drilled into the carriage, without saying any more words, while the old man's guards, one by one, all leaned over towards the front of Farewell. Kid obediently tied his hands. "We can still let go. If you want to resist, your end is definitely not good." Several guards even said a threatening sentence to Bujang as they leaned over towards Bujang's body, to absorb the malice from a few guards. So powerful. Flat out saying arrest someone. "You guys can come over and try to see if you can catch me. Don't make a fuss. Know that this is in the proximity of the border. Anyway, there is no one in the interior to recognize him." Connecting the interior of the specific situation, Don't Make a Fuss, don't know, but don't make a fuss or to leave from here. Even if in here to cause any trouble, don't make a fuss, don't be afraid. So said this sentence to them. System, are these people cultivators? Out of insurance, don't make a fuss. To the Seven Love system in his head also asked a sentence. All of these people are ordinary people. After Don't Make a Fuss with the inquiry, the Seven Emotions system checked the group of guards in front of them, and turned to Don't Make a Fuss, and responded, "That's good. Then I'll be rude to them." After hearing the Seven Emotions system say that Don't Make a Mess, nodded in satisfaction. Then instead of retreating, he took the lead and rushed towards one of the guards in front of him, actually dared to resist. Seeing "Don't make a fuss," as if still want to resist, the guard said in a cold voice, directly took the stick in his hand and smashed it towards "Don't make a fuss's head." But "Don't make a fuss" looked at the stick toward his body smashed over, as if did not see. Straight swing fist toward the guard's chest out of a punch. The stick smashed into the head of Farewell. Farewell's fist smashed into the guard's chest. The stick broke with a sound, and the guard flew out directly from the spot. 7 Emotions misty steps, accompanied by a faint voice from the side of Farewell's mouth, only to see Farewell leave a residual shadow in place, and then appeared in front of a few other guards, and then punched one by one. All of these guards were cleaned up. A group of guards by Bujang hit, after flying out on the ground after struggling hard, want to get up, but the body of the severe pain but stopped them at this time. The guards, one by one, all to Bujang, and scared and afraid, to absorb the grief and fear from the guards. After collecting these guards, "Don't make a fuss," gently clapped his hands and turned a body toward Li Haogan in front of the past. What kind of situation is this old man sitting on Uncle Li's carriage? Why is it so overbearing? Will me hitting these people affect you in any way? Don't make a fuss. The worry now is that this old man sitting on the carriage, will he have any power? And after he beats up his guards, will it have any effect on Li Haogan? This is our village's big squire, is our village's famous rich man, but their family name is overbearing and accustomed to it. But this thing has nothing to do with me again. And Yun brother, you, this body hand is powerful. I think they are afraid that they would not dare to mention any conflict with you. Brother, you honestly tell me, you are not also a little bit of those immortal people will be immortal arts. Just now saw "Don't make a fuss." After leaving a residual shadow in place, Li Haogan suspected "Don't make a fuss," although told him as with the master for so many years did not learn any means. But Li Haogan is not stupid, often accompanied by the immortal side. How can it be a little something will not be it? Especially "Don't make a fuss." Just now out of the hand easily cleaned up these people, to be able to do this level, in Li Haogan's impression, except for those high and mighty immortal cultivators, others were not this powerful. Uncle Li, since you have asked to this extent, then I can only tell you plainly, indeed I will be on some means, but these means are just learned, not how powerful. I just mastered some basic law decision just to enter the room only. After hearing Li Haogan ask this "Don't make a fuss," hesitated for a moment or still admitted to Li Haogan and said this, "Brother Yun, I didn't expect that you really are those characters who are just like immortals." As soon as he heard "Don't make a fuss," after saying so, the bottom heel took a step backward, widened his eyes, and then made a gesture to pay homage to "Don't make a fuss." "Uncle Li, what are you doing?" Seeing Li Haogan worshipping towards himself, Farewell directly held Li Haogan and said this to him, "Please, Brother Yun, no. Immortal Yun, save the people in our village. That unknown evil creature has caused too much harm to the village. You know that I only have my daughter left now. In case if my daughter also falls into the hands of this monster, what can we do?" Li Haogan had a very anxious expression on his face, and said this to Farewell, "Uncle Li, let's not call it like that. I'm not an immortal. I'm just an ordinary person who has some other skills. Uncle Li, you've always been reluctant to address me as a junior, even if you now call it like that can really be a disgrace to me." As soon as he heard Li Haogan's name for himself, actually turned into an immortal "Don't make a fuss" in a hurry, said this to Li Haogan, "That's fine. Then I'll address you as Brother Yun. Brother Yun, then can you help save the people inside our village?" Li Haogan, who was being held up by Farewell, after hearing Farewell say so rushed at Farewell, nodded his head, and then asked Farewell this with a hopeful face. Li Haogan's action on this side also attracted the attention of the onlookers in the village, especially when he saw that Li Haogan actually called Ferris Bueller an immortal. Coupled with Ferris Bueller's thunderous tactics just now, other people also hurriedly thought of Ferris Bueller, and this side surrounded over. Chapter 79, Late Foundation Stage. "Brother Li Haogan, who is this little brother in front of you? What are you doing here?" An old man in the village who was past his prime asked Li Haogan. "As you all saw just now, this little brother I took in yesterday also knows a little bit of immortal magic. I am now here to plead that this little brother can save our village." After hearing this old man's inquiry, Li Haogan responded to the old man. However, right after Li Haogan finished the sentence, it suddenly caused a chemical reaction from these people in the village, and all of these people in the village knelt on the ground in an instant, and then rushed at the "Don't make a fuss," and this side opened their mouths and shouted, "Immortal, save our village. Our village has died a lot of people. Save us. My wife died at the hands of that evil one. Oh my bitter son." Just when he was able to share some things for his family, he was killed by that evil thing. For a moment these villagers in the village were all screaming in agony, where they kept praying for a stop, to absorb the grief from the villagers. The host illuminates the 5th star of the 2nd level of the 7 emotions system, the 6th star, rewarding the host with a great restoration dan and a mid-grade defense magic treasure, accompanied by the villagers' tremendous grievances. After being perceived by Farewell's 7 emotion system, in an instant, elevated by 2 stars, and immediately afterward an elixir appeared in the inside of Farewell's mouth. After the system's words, accompanied by the elixir into the mouth of Bu Jiuji only felt the true chi in his body. An instant seems to boil up, followed by Bu Jiuji, felt the true chi in his body, some surging. System, what happened? What level am I at now? After feeling the changes in his body, Farewell asked the system in a hurry. Host, you have now entered the late stage of foundation establishment, but you have just entered the late stage of foundation establishment, and your specific cultivation has yet to be stabilized. After hearing Farewell's inquiry, the 7 emotions system turned to Farewell and explained. And what is the Great Returning Dan? And what is an intermediate level defense magic treasure? After hearing the system say that, Bujangles inquired about the Great Returning Dan and the ultimate defense magic treasure, and what these two things were for. The Great Returning Dan is a. How to explain it? The Great Return Dan is an elixir that can help the host. You enter the Gene Dan stage after you enhance the Gene Dan character. Every time you take a Gene Dan, the character of the Gene Dan will be upgraded once. I'd better come down and give you more science on this matter. Host, you don't have the time to learn about this matter right now. As for the medium grade defense magic treasure, it's warming up inside your body right now. Host, you only need to feel it to be able to learn. As for this medium grade defense magic treasure, because it is produced by the system, so it is also only available to you. Host, and the close relationship between you and this magic treasure is comparable to the blood drop to recognize the owner. You can call on it at will. Only need your thoughts to reach the inside of the magic treasure. The magic treasure will be able to feel it. After saying these words, the 7 love system disappeared from the side of Farewell's head, and the father of that Wang Wenwei sitting inside the carriage had been waiting for things to end outside the carriage, but when he heard just a few lines of dialogue coming from outside, there was no movement. This was followed by a burst of villagers' prayers. The old man pushed open the curtain of the carriage to take a look, and found that all these villagers were actually kneeling there to make peace, and were calling out one immortal after another. Although it is not clear what just happened, but the old man still want to come out from the carriage. Plus a few of their family also returned to the carriage next to the carriage. Want to ask him next will be a member of the king's lost hand is ready to deal with how to deal with. Moreover, these several people of Wang Clerk's family likewise heard the conversation between the villagers and the Bujang just now. Especially Wang Clerk's father also let the people under his hand heap Bujang's hand out. These several people of Wang Clerk's family's hearts are beginning to have a trace of panic. Outside the child just happened. What happened? After seeing a few people leaned over, the old man opened his mouth to a woman in the lead and asked. This woman was Elder Wang's wife. Father, just now when you asked the guards of the family to deal with that ancestor standing over there, the ancestor just for a short moment, as it were, took care of all of the guards of the family, and then without paying any attention to you, he went straight towards Li Haogan. I don't know what was said to Li Haogan. Anyway, after the villagers were informed of this immortal's ability, all of them went over to pray for this immortal to be able to take care of that unknown monster for the side of our village. After hearing the old man's inquiry, the woman was very flustered and explained to the old man what had just happened. Immortal? Taking out all of our guards in an instant? How is this possible? How could an immortal appear in our village? After hearing his daughter-in-law say this, the old man's hands unconsciously began to shake. Although their family was rich, they also knew that they were just a rich person in the village. If they were compared to the immortals, he was no better than a stronger, richer ant, and the thought that he might have offended the immortals made the old man very panicked. After glancing at the direction of the Bujio, hastily to the side of a few people waved, and then led a few people to support him, but also to the front of the Bujio leaned over. At this moment, Farewell, his hands were busy trying to float all those people on the ground, because Farewell always felt very uncomfortable with his high and mighty appearance, and felt that it was not appropriate for him to do so. He was not an immortal at all, and he could not cheat these people. Brother Yun, please, save our village. Just help save our village. As long as you save our village, what requirements do you have? You just say it. Our village people to you as a cow as a horse are no problem. You have what requirements you just say. Our village as long as is able to meet you. Absolutely all meet you. Don't make a fuss to assist half a day a person did not help up. And later with is followed by the body of don't make a fuss. Has been begging don't make a fuss? At the time when Ferris Bueller was at a loss for words, the village's famous old man surnamed Wan was also met by Ferris Bueller's side. Immortal above receive a bow from Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang has no eyes and has offended Immortal. Please don't apologize. After the old man knelt down in front of everyone, the large group of people added by the old man also all knelt down, then looked at the Bujang in front of them with a pious face. Chapter 80, Li Lianer's anger. Immortal, as long as you can avenge my son's death, Immortal, what request you have just mentioned it. Our family's treasures, our family's money. Immortal, what you want we give. The old man pressed his head tightly against the ground, then very respectfully turned to farewell and said this, to absorb the grief from the old man surnamed Wang. To absorb the grief from the family of the old man surnamed Wang. After the old man surnamed Wang on the ground kneeled down, the 7 emotion system of farewell automatically absorbed the emotions brought by the old man surnamed Wang and his family. Old gentleman, you don't beg me. You are the character who wants to kill 3,000 rather than letting go of one by mistake. Directly arrange those guards inside your house to deal with that evil thing on the line. Looking for me to do something I don't have the ability to protect your family. Don't make a fuss, although the heart is very kind. But don't make a fuss is not a bad person. This old man just as let don't make a fuss, very dissatisfied, especially in his mouth rather wrongly kill 3,000. Also never let go of a speech don't make a fuss feel very disgusted. As soon as he listened to the other side of the so-called, the old man surnamed Wang body trembled. For a moment do not know what to say. He can feel from the other side of the tone of voice and the other side of the tone of voice contained in the indifference and anger. To absorb the fear from the old man surnamed Wang. To absorb the fear from the old man surnamed Wang's family. Everyone, you don't need to continue kneeling here anymore. I myself am very clear about how capable I am. It's not that I'm not willing to help you. I'm just an ordinary person. Maybe my master is an immortal. I learned a little bit of skin from him, but I'm not my master after all, and I'm not the ancestor you all talk about. I just want to meet with my master, and go back inside the mountain I used to cultivate in again. I don't have anything to hold on to about this outside world, and that's all I'm capable of. Only enough to protect myself. I can't protect anyone else. So I'm going to set off now to the inside of the capital. So it's better for everyone not to count on me. Don't make a fuss. After glancing at the villagers kneeling in front of him, he faintly said to the group of villagers, and then prepared to leave from the village. Please immortal, please. After hearing farewell, say so. The pleading voice behind him still rang in farewell's ears. However, farewell did not think of coming out to act as a hero by himself, because what exactly is that evil thing at night farewell? Now is really do not know. And what exactly is the cultivation of this evil thing farewell is also not clear, although he just elevated to the late stage of foundation building, but also more than one mysterious magic treasure. But don't make a fuss. No one this prowl inside certainly also have cultivation is not bad cultivator. In case this evil cultivator level is very high, he is not in vain to send to death, to absorb the grief from the villagers, to absorb the grief and fear from the old man surnamed Wang, to absorb the grief from Li Haogan, to absorb the anger from Li Lianer. Just after farewell turned around and walked a few steps, the system's beeps once again came up in farewell's head. Originally thought they were all the same beeps, but didn't think that the last beep was actually anger. The puzzled Ferris Bueller turned around and looked behind him and found Li Haogan's daughter, walking straight towards herself. Cloud, big brother, I did not think that you are actually such a person. My father kindly took you in. You said you need to eat and need to drink. My father can ever say half a word no directly to help you. I say this sentence does not mean that I am in the evil grace in order to repay want to let you repay my father, but in with you to say a very simple truth. People live in the world nature should be good a person, have much ability should do much responsibility. After seeing farewell, standing straight, Li Lianer who was wearing rough clothes stood in front of farewell, and then puffed out her cheeks and pouted her mouth to farewell, and said this sentence. After saying this sentence, Li Lianer turned around, reached out and pointed at the villagers kneeling on the ground behind her, and then turned to Bu Jiao, and continued to speak. So many villagers in the village also really have no way out. That's why they are here begging Big Brother Yin you. I know that Big Brother Yin is that high up immortal, and these ordinary people like us are not the same. But Big Brother Yin you also said just now that you also come from an ordinary person. You are also an ordinary person who learns up from there step by step. You also have your own responsibility. After meeting this matter today, I am not as capable as you are Big Brother Yun. Otherwise the people in our village would not be begging for you Big Brother Yun. Every word of Li Lianer was like a muffled thunder that echoed in the heart of farewell. Enough, Lianer, come back, stop saying that. Seeing his daughter talking in front of farewell with such an attitude, Li Haogan hurriedly walked over, tugged on Li Lianer's arm, and said to Li Lianer, even if you're not a match for that evil thing, at the very least you've seen enough to see what that evil thing really is, and you can get your master to help us. You can also ask your senior brothers and sisters to come over and help us. But Brother Yin, if you just leave us behind and never come back, Brother Yuan, then my father and I are really looking at the wrong person. Li Lianer was tugged by her own father's arm, and while pulling towards the direction of her home, she shouted such a sentence to Bu Lao. At this time, don't be old by Li Lianer, this call said as if waking up from a dream. Don't make a fuss. In fact, is not unwilling to help these people. Don't make a fuss is just a timid bone. But Li Lianer just words really woke up. Don't make a fuss. People have much ability to take up much responsibility. At this time he is in this group of villagers is indeed the most powerful one, and as the most powerful one he naturally has the obligation to solve these troubles for the villagers. When he knocked on the door at that time, Li Haogan knew clearly that there were evil things outside, but still did not hesitate to open the door of the room, let him in, and entertained him with food. This makes don't make a mess some regret. He just said that don't make a mess. After biting his teeth turned around to go back to the villagers before. Everyone get up. Tonight I will come to meet this evil thing for a while. I do not dare to guarantee that I can deal with this evil thing, but I will definitely do my own best to help everyone. Really sorry for the words that I said to everyone in front of that ruthless words. After Farewell said these words, he very respectfully bowed to the villagers who were kneeling on the ground. After hearing these words from Farewell, Li Haogan and Li Lianer froze, and the villagers kneeling on the ground also froze. Chapter 81, Smiley Shield. Please don't. Brother Yun. This can't be allowed. You are willing to help our village as our village people's biggest blessing. How can you still bow to us? After seeing that, Li Hohei hurriedly walked to the side of Bujang to help Bujang upright, and then said this to Bujang. Everyone hurry up. Don't kneel on the ground. I'm willing to help everyone fight. If you trust me, just call me Yunshi. That's my name. Don't call one immortal after another. I'm not an immortal. I can solve it. If I really can't solve it, if I get hurt and run away. I also hope that everyone won't blame me in the future. After being helped up by Li Haogan, don't make a fuss. Looking at the villagers who are still kneeling in front of him, he hurriedly said this to the villagers. After hearing Farewell say this, the villagers also stood up from the ground one by one. Immortal Cloud, thank you so much. Thank you for being willing to save our village. Thank you Immortal Cloud for helping us. Immortal Cloud, it's already great that you can help us. As for whether it's a success or not, we're all grateful to Immortal Cloud as well. Immortal Cloud, let's go to our house for dinner today. I'll slaughter that old hen in our house to entertain Immortal Cloud today. After the villagers stood up, one by one, they thanked Farewell, and there were even some who invited Farewell to their home for dinner, to absorb the joy from the villagers. Just as the villagers opened their mouths to speak one after another, the system also prompted at Farewell. Cloud Immortal? Host, this title sounds like it's very powerful, and the villagers here are simply good people who provide emotions. The emotions they provide are all very sincere and the amount is also very considerable. If you, host, can stay here for a few more days, I feel that the secondary 7 stars will soon be filled up. Not waiting for Bu Jiu to speak when the 7 emotions system, on the contrary, snickering in the head of Bu Jiu said a sentence. These villagers are also now all terrified by that unknown evil creature, so seeing a little hope, how could they not be happy? This look of yours belongs to gloating. Hurry up and put away this idea of yours. Let's go to the villagers first and let them all go back individually first. After hearing the system say so, don't make a fuss, frowned and said so to the system, then took a step and walked back to the villagers. I will continue to stay at the side of Uncle Lee's house. As for the other things, you don't need to care about. All you need to do now is to protect yourself well. Try to go out as little as possible at night, will be able to, and then I will first explore for everyone tonight. After saying this to the villagers, don't make a fuss as his gaze swept around the villagers. Everyone go back first. Brother Yun has already said that he will stay to help everyone today, because Brother Yun definitely won't talk out of turn. There's no use for everyone to stay here. Let Brother Yun himself prepare himself properly again, and nourish his spirit, so that he'll be a bit more prepared at night. Hearing the don't make a fuss, after saying so, Li Haogan also hurriedly said so to the villagers present. After hearing Li Haogan say so, the villagers thought to stop messing around and arched their hands before they left from where they were. Mr. Yun, as long as you can solve that evil cultivator tonight, our Wang family will have our own heavy thanks. After the other villagers left, the last remaining old man with the surname Wan walked up to Farewell and bowed to Farewell, and after paying his respects, he very sincerely said this to Farewell, and only then did he follow the others to leave from here. After seeing the other people leave, don't make a fuss, turned his head to look at Li Haogan's side. Uncle Li, let's go back first. I need to stay alone quietly for a while, to prepare and get ready, to raise enough spirit, so that I can properly explore for everyone at night. Don't make a fuss, glanced at the direction of Li Haogan's house, and said this to Li Haogan. Okay, no problem. Brother Yun, you go to my place. I'm in the village in the middle of the day for a while. When you're ready, you tell me. Hearing the side of the so-called, Li Haogan hastily nodded to the side of the so-called, and then brought the side of the return to their own home side to the side of the beds and other things are all packed up after this with their own daughters from the side of the house came out. Don't make a fuss. The reason why he said so to Li Haogan was entirely because he had just now entered the late stage of foundation establishment and wanted to see if he could cultivate any new techniques. Also, what was the situation with the mid-grade defense magic treasure he had just obtained? Don't make a fuss also wanted to find out. After all, if you have this defense magic treasure, you can also have an extra safety at night. After seeing both Li Haogan and Li Lianer all go out, Don't Make a Fuss and sit cross-legged on the bed and started to work on his true chi, and at the same time, he also contacted the 7 emotions system inside his head. System, now quickly tell me what exactly was the situation with that mid-grade defense magic treasure just now, and also the things you didn't tell me just now. Explain all of them to me. Don't Make a Fuss and asked this to the 7 emotions system very anxiously. Host, tell me about the defense magic treasure you just obtained. The name is called the Smiling Shield. Why is it called that? I can only blame the person who named the one who created the tailor-made cultivation magic treasure for the 7 emotion system in the first place for being really lazy with names. But this Smiley Shield has his own special place. First of all, the Smiley Shield can block the full force of a strike from the peak of the foundation establishment without the host's true chi being added. And under the host's true chi being added, it can block the attacks of anyone at the foundation establishment stage under normal circumstances. Secondly, this Smiley Shield also has a special attack skill. The name is called Whisper Attack. Is considered a kind of sound wave type of attack, where the sound wave of the Smiley Lionton after the attack will tickle the opponent in the body of the joy of the emotions from the spiritual level to interfere with each other. See, don't make a mess of remembering the appearance. 7 feeling system to don't make a mess of. Introduced don't make a mess of heart. Get defense props as a kind of situation. After hearing the system say so, don't make a fuss. Feel the position of his dantian. Sure enough, in the dantian of that mysterious small sword next to a shield that looks like a smiley face, quietly floating there. However, the shield, as if somewhat afraid of the small sword, is not dare to approach the location of the center of the dantian, only dared to absorb spiritual chi in the vicinity, to warm themselves. System-produced magic treasures and ordinary magic treasures are not the same. System-produced magic treasures are basically invincible among the same level. Chapter 82, The Grade of the Jindan. Hearing Don't Make a Fuss. Observing that Smiley Shield here, the system said so to Don't Make a Fuss prompted. After hearing the system say so Don't Make a Fuss, nodded seriously, then opened his mouth again and asked to the system. System, then what about the great restorative pill that I just took? Didn't you say to come down and talk to me? After I took the great returning Dan, I realized that my body didn't have any changes. After hearing the system say that, Don't Make a Fuss and asked the system about the great returning Dan again. Host, for you to be able to ask this, I know that there is a piece of knowledge that you definitely don't know as well. So before I talk about the great returning Dan, I have to give you a piece of knowledge. The 7 emotion system was still a bit dissatisfied in the beginning because of the alibi, who basically didn't know anything, but now she had already seen it. The alibi really didn't know much about cultivation basically, so the 7 emotion system was also very patiently ready to explain it to the alibi. Here the 7 feelings system to give their own explanation. Don't Make a Fuss called ants made a serious expression. Don't Make a Fuss sex, although cowardly, but in this aspect of learning, but there is a serious energy in the inside. Every time the 7 feelings system in explaining something to others Don't Make a Fuss, always very quickly will be able to completely absorb this knowledge. After the foundation establishment stage is the Jindan stage. The Jindan stage is a special grade. The Jindan stage will delineate the grade of the cultivator's true cultivation talent. Before Jindan, all cultivators may be said to have high or low talent because of the speed of their cultivation, but this is not the absolute proof of high or low talent. The true proof of the heavenly mansion heights is at the time of the Jindan. The foundation establishment stage needs to condense one's true chi into a Jindan when one reaches the Jindan stage. But did you know, host, that it's very difficult for a Jindan stage to appear in all 10 foundation establishment stages, which is why people usually make the Jindan stage a huge watershed for cultivators? Cultivators in the condensation of Jindan after the use of out of the attack spells, as well as can play out the magic treasure, the power will be greatly increased. Precisely because in the Jindan condensation after the modification of the true chi, the quality will be upgraded by a very large cut, and the Jindan stage is the condensation of the Jindan after the more can master the ability to fly in the air. At the time when Bujang was ready, the 7 love system began to give Bujang the knowledge that he couldn't afford to carve out, began to tell Bujang some things about the Jindan stage. After hearing the 7 emotions system say that, Bujang silently nodded his head, looking at farewell, here seriously listening to himself to say 7 love system. In turn, is somewhat satisfied. She now feels farewell, as if it is one of his disciples. She is teaching his disciple about cultivation knowledge. The 7 love system then began to continue speaking again slowly. The reason why the Jindan stage is so beneficial is because when a cultivator condenses the Jindan, he will encounter a special situation, the name of which is called the Jindan Thunder Tribulation. There are many foundation establishment stage cultivators who don't even dare to try to break through to the Jindan stage because of the fear of the Jindan Thunder Tribulation. Because once the Jindan Thunder Tribulation is not passed, it's the death of the body and the demise of the Tao. When the system was describing this Jindan robbery, its tone was obviously a bit more grave. Hearing this Jindan robbery Don't Make a Fuss, he suddenly remembered the three great divine bodies that the system had given himself to popularize in the previous child. I remembered. At that time, among the three great divine bodies, the ascension body, because of the reason that the speed is too fast, every promotion of the great realm need to pass through a heavenly tribulation. Is not this Jindan robbery is like the flying body to pass through that heavenly tribulation? Don't make a fuss. After his eyes lit up, he asked such a question to the seven emotion system. It's kind of similar, but the heavenly tribulation of the ascending body is different from the heavenly tribulation that arises when the Jindan is condensed. The ascending body is the heavenly tribulation attracted by its own body, while the Jindan is the heavenly tribulation that draws down on its own when it is condensed. The ascending body is going to encounter a double lightning tribulation when it reaches the Jindan stage. Hearing that the ascended body actually has to suffer a double apocalypse at the Jindan stage. Don't make a fuss, the body unconsciously trembled a bit. Fortunately, he is not an ascended body. Alright, the heavenly tribulation, this thing you are definitely going to meet later. But I'm now giving you the knowledge of the science again. That is, there is something about the heavenly tribulation and Jindan. The foundation establishment stage will meet the thunder tribulation when it condenses Jindan. The thunder Jia that descends at that time will descend the corresponding thunder tribulation according to the cultivator's true talent. If you have average talent, there may only be one thunder tribulation, and you will easily get through it. If you have a higher talent, there will be 3-5 thunder tribulations descending like that kind of cultivator with extremely high talent. Then it will be 6-7 or even 8 thunder tribulations descending. And the most powerful characters in the cultivation world once encountered the 9 thunder tribulation. That is, the legendary 9-9 heavenly tribulation. After passing through this tribulation, after condensing out of the Jindan, then ordinary people's Jindan to be stronger than more than 10 times. And after each to the thunderbolt through, Jindan on the side will be more a purple golden lines. That is, you will naturally often heard of after a few lines of Jindan. One stripe of Jindan is the most garbage. Jindan is also counted as the introduction of Jindan stage. Any cultivation to a stripe of Jindan after the cultivation speed will become very slow after reaching the Jindan stage. And after condensing a Jindan, the degree of condensation and quality improvement of true Qi compared to the foundation establishment stage is only 3 or 5 times. As for the 2-stripe ones, the difference between them and the 3-stripe ones is actually not too much. The difference between the Jindan condensed from the 3-stripe Jindan onwards and the Jindan in front of it is a bit bigger. The 4 and 5-stripe Jindan and the 6-stripe Jindan can be 10, 15 and 20 times higher than the foundation establishment stage respectively. What I've told you is a rough figure. The specific situation will still fluctuate up and down a bit depending on the different physical qualities of each of the practitioners themselves. As for the Jindan of 6 lines upwards, that's a chasm. A Jindan of 7 lines can be twice as strong as a Jindan of 6 lines, while a Jindan of 8 lines is twice as strong as a Jindan of 7 lines. The Golden Dan of the 9 paths will no longer be called a Golden Dan by then. People will call it the Purple Golden Dan, because after passing through the 9 heavenly tribulations, the entire Golden Dan will turn purple gold. And the power of the Purple Golden Dan has only been heard of in legends. I've only heard about it from hearsay. Anyway, it's probably that it will be 10 times stronger than the Golden Dan with 8 lines. When the system was introducing this Purple Golden Dan, it was like the tone was filled with yearning and admiration. Doesn't that mean that to condense out the Purple Gold Dan would be more than 1,000 times higher than the quality of true Qi at the foundation establishment stage? Chapter 83, Phagocytosis. After hearing the system's explanation, don't make a fuss, move their fingers to calculate. Finally experienced 9 heavenly tribulation Purple Gold Dan. Surprisingly than the foundation stage when the quality of the real Qi to enhance more than 1,000 times. Don't make a fuss, all dare not imagine, if have such a Golden Dan, by then use out of the excavation and play the power of magic treasure. Enhance how much? Theoretically it's like this, but I reckon it'll be even more when the time comes. So once it's condensed into a Purple Gold Dan, casually you can claim to be invincible at the same level, and challenging across the levels that's not even a problem. But the over-level challenge that I'm talking about is within the Jindan stage. The Yuaning stage is also an insurmountable chasm, but I'm not going to talk to you about the Yuaning stage right now. I'll explain it to you after you've reached the Jindan stage. And having the Purple Gold Dan cultivation speed will also quickly step into the Yuaning stage. That's all ironclad. Having gained the Purple Gold Dan in front of you, when it comes time to ascend to the Yuaning stage, the quality of the Yuaning will be correspondingly higher than the ordinary Yuaning stage. Speaking here, 7 Love System gave the matter of the Golden Dan level to Don't Make a Fuss, and was considered to be completely finished. System, since there are all 9 heavenly tribulation Jindans, what do you think would happen if there would be 10 heavenly tribulations? Don't make a fuss. After hearing the system say so, coldly asked such a question to the system. Host, you are really dare to think long to the heavenly tribulation of Purple Gold Dan or 1,000 years or even 10,000 years can only be encountered by the genius, but to the heavenly tribulation is heard, unheard of, never appeared. If you can hook to 10 heavenly tribulation, then you are the first genius of the ancient times. Hearing Bujang, after saying so, the 7 emotion system couldn't help but say this to Bujang. I just ask, like this 10 thunderbolts I can't be sure to survive, not to mention 10, I'll have 3 or 5 thunderbolts then. After hearing the system say so don't make a fuss, said so helplessly to the system, you this host is simply a little dream, a little pursuit are not, I do not want to say anything more with you, line, you want to ask things have been asked, hurry to work hard to cultivate it. After hearing these unambitious words from Bujang, the 7 emotion system helplessly turned to Bujang and said this, alright then, after hearing the 7 emotion system say this, don't be ridiculous, helplessly nodded his head, then took out that one golden card, then poured his consciousness and true chi together into that one golden card. Sure enough, after Bu Jiu was elevated to the late stage of foundation establishment, there were 3 more means that could be learned in the 7 emotions true chi cultivation technique. After seeing these 3 techniques, a hint of a smile appeared on Bu Jiu's face, and then he hurriedly began to check out these 3 techniques. The name of the first technique was called Violet Gold Pupil. Violet Gold Pupil could launch a spiritual attack through Violet Gold Copper after learning it, and would likewise enhance the spiritual power of the practitioner. The Purple Gold Pupil belonged to the unranked Dharma. The higher the cultivation level of the practitioner, the more powerful the Forbidden City would be. Looking at such a string of introductions, Farewell nodded with satisfaction. This Dharma is much better than that pitiful 7-injury fist that appeared at the very beginning. Afterwards, don't make a fuss, and began to look up the second magic door. The name of the second technique was called Tong Tian Hands. Tong Tian Hands also belonged to the unranked Dharma doors, which could also be called Shintong. After practicing Tong Tian Hands, the host could condense a huge palm print through his own true chi and slap down the person he wanted to attack. After practicing Tong Tian Hands to a high level, the host is equal to a huge palm out of thin air, and can manipulate this huge palm by himself through the spirit. After seeing this, Don't Make a Fuss was also very satisfied, and then hurriedly began to look up the third means, devour. Don't make a fuss. After seeing the text of the third means, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation in his head, as if something was going to be attracted out from the inside of his body. Sensing such a situation, Don't Make a Fuss and hastily withdrew his mind, then sat down cross-legged and stabilized his true chi for a while, before re-injecting his true chi and spiritual power into the golden card. All cultivators of the 7 emotions true chi, if they see this divine power, they must be cautious in practicing it. They must make sure that they have a pure and straight heart, without any distractions, not to mention greed, and they will not turn into an evil cultivator. This tactic is also both good and evil, so they must be very cautious when using it. Caution. This is called devouring means of attack. The opening actually has such a very serious words, which makes Don't Make a Fuss, played up the spirit of 12 points, and then continued to read on. Devouring can absorb other people's body inside the true chi into their own use, and after devouring the true chi, and will not be like the evil cultivator like means in the body to leave after effects, but after practicing devouring, the host must not wantonly devour other people's cultivation, because this kind of behavior in the cultivation world is a big taboo. Once the use of such means was seen by other people, will be besieged. As for the reasoning behind this, the host only needs to comprehend on his own to understand why he will be besieged. If the host is really ready, then the next step is to learn everything about devouring. Don't make a fuss. After seeing here the heart side of a secret surprise this paragraph, he certainly also understand. There is such a magical means, can suck other people's true chi, undoubtedly in the plunder of other people's cultivation to grow their own cultivation. Such a means originally according to the reasoning should be the means of the evil cultivator. However, this means is really like the text just said also positive and evil. Should look at what fell in the hands of the side. Fell in the hands of good people. This means is to help good people to increase their cultivation. If it falls into the hands of those evil practitioners, it is a disaster for the righteous path, and everyone is greedy. Not to say that the cultivators of the right way must be good people cultivators of the right way. There is no lack of those who are vicious and mean means of people. Only they do not follow the evil cultivator kind of rest method to grow their own cultivation, but step-by-step growth of their own cultivation only. There are even some righteous cultivators who have gone even further than the evil cultivators in certain aspects. So don't make a fuss. Once if you expose out will be such a special means, by then there will certainly be very many people come to besiege Don't Make a Fuss, and they will surely then under the banner of removing the evil demon to seize. Don't make such a means. Such a thing don't make. Only need to turn a little bit. Brain think can figure it out. So don't make fun of the excitement of seeing this spell just now has vanished. Chapter 84 Waiting for the Evil Thing. However, Farewell was still prepared to continue learning this legendary Dharma, because this legendary Dharma was just too tempting. Any cultivator would not refuse this Dharma, plus Farewell was burdened with a blood feud With this devouring, Farewell's cultivation speed could definitely be rapidly increased. So don't make a fuss about devouring this Dharma door and continue to read on. The devouring method is not the 7 feelings of true Qi cultivation door comes with the door, but the 7 feelings of true Qi cultivation door founder and a companion inadvertently created by the door. The 7 feelings of true Qi cultivation door founder companion is an evil cultivator, but because of the mistake of practicing evil cultivation of the door, but can't be converted back to the right path. However, this cultivator has never done anything harmful to heaven and reason, so he has made good friends with the founder of the 7 emotions true Qi cultivation method. The two of them improved the evil cultivation method of absorbing power into the current method of devouring. The method of devouring to take away the true Qi of others, the sea of their own Qi, the sea of hundreds of rivers. There is tolerance, up from the yin and yang down, from all things, there are gas can be swallowed. Get the creation, take the cause and effect, add their own body, to get a great success. Looking at the simple introduction at the top and the domineering cultivation mnemonic at the bottom, don't make a fuss and immediately immersed in it. This devouring method is different from other methods. Other methods may have 4 realms after learning, but the devouring method is different. Devouring method. There is no corresponding realm after learning. Once learning will start running in the body itself, sucking the surrounding heaven and earth aura, transformed into their own true Qi, equal to the learning of the devouring method, the learner all the time in the operation of the true Qi. Once the immortal cultivator who has learned the devouring Dharma door begins to operate his own true Qi Dharma, the devouring Dharma door will assist from the side to accelerate the cultivator's cultivation speed. Don't make a fuss. After learning the devouring magic door, the heart side secretly made up his mind. From today onwards, this devouring magic door is a passive skill, can only be used to assist him to cultivate, absolutely will not be able to suck other people's true Qi to people. After making up his mind, don't make a fuss, opened his eyes on the bed, looked at the outside has become a little gray sky, quickly jumped down from the bed, because Li Haogan and Li Lianer 2 people are still outside the house. The sky will soon be dark. Don't make a fuss also have to start to act. Don't make a fuss. Always feel that only a little time has passed, but did not think that he was here for a short period of time to cultivate a little. He used up most of the day. After opening the door of the room, Li Haogan and Li Lianer 2 people hurriedly looked over this way. Don't make a fuss. Can be clearly seen from the 2 people's faces. The 2 people's hearts are now already in some urgency, but there is no one to open their mouths to interrupt. Don't make a fuss cultivation. Uncle Li, Li Lianer, you 2 hurry to come in. Don't stand outside. The sky will soon be dark. You 2 first return to the house. I'm ready to pack up, squatting a little bit. See if you can see the so-called evil cultivator tonight. After saying this to Li Haogan and Li Lianer outside the door, don't make a fuss and get out of the way. Then the 2 of them hurriedly entered the room. Yun brother, you must also pay attention to safety. Really can't deal with it, then you retreat. We also do not have to must let you take life to fight, Yun brother, we just see the hope, not willing to let go. After entering the house, Li Haogan glanced at Farewell, then took a deep breath, very seriously to Farewell, said so. After this day together, Li Haogan could also see that Farewell did not have any bad intentions. Today all the villagers were there begging Farewell, undoubtedly putting pressure on Farewell. Today in the door has been standing outside. Li Haogan also figured out, there is no need to let Bujang have to take his own life to try, so he gave Bujang admonished said so. Don't worry, Uncle Li, things are clear to me as well. If once I see a bad opportunity, I will definitely escape. After nodding to Li Haogan, Farewell said this to Li Haogan, stay safe and be sure to come back, big brother Yun. Just as Bujang turned around and walked towards the house, Li Lianer, who had closed the door, with tears in her eyes, shouted this to Bujang, don't worry, for sure, don't make a fuss, made an okay gesture to Li Lianer, then said this sentence, turned around and walked in towards the village. After seeing Farewell's gesture, Li Lianer was a bit puzzled, and bent her own index finger, topped it on her thumb, and held it up, the last 3 fingers walking in front of Li Haogan. Father, just now, big brother Yun gave me such a gesture at the end. What does this gesture mean? Li Lianer looked at her hand curiously and asked Li Haogan in front of her, this I don't know. It's possible that your big brother Yun said that he will do it at the 3rd watch tonight. After seeing this gesture, Li Haogan was also a bit puzzled and helplessly said this to Li Lianer. Alright. After hearing Li Haogan say so, Li Lianer nodded to Li Haogan and then sat down in the middle of the room, holding her hand somewhat nervously, looking at the sky outside the window as it slowly darkened. Big brother Yun, you must be safe. Li Lianer now some regret themselves. Today stimulate don't make a fuss. Didn't think of his words. After saying don't make a fuss, actually really turn around and go back to the village, determined to help the villagers if don't make a fuss if there is a long and short. Li Lianer feel that he is the murderer who killed don't make a fuss. Don't make a fuss. From Li Haogan's house out, in the village around the look around for a while, and finally chose a higher tile house, and then jumped up, quietly lying on the top of the tile house. Control their own breathing, staring at every move in the village. Don't make a mess. This time lying down here is very patient, because there is the devouring method door. Don't make a mess all the time to cultivate their true chi. Don't make a mess, lying here for several hours at a time. This evening's village seemed extraordinarily peaceful, and the stars and the moon in the sky are also covered by dark clouds. The whole village is pitch black. Don't make a mess lying here feel their arms are a bit numb, but still just didn't make any other movements, for fear that the unknown evil creature suddenly appeared. His movements disturbed him. System, do you think that person will still come tonight? Don't be ridiculous. Really waited a little bored. To the head of the 7 Love system asked so. I don't know if it will come or not, but you are quite patient. Chapter 85 Evil Cultivator appears. Here don't make a mess, so say after. The system to don't make a mess snicker said so. I'm abiding by the promise that I should abide by. Should personnel small mistakes? Personnel big, since I have promised others. This thing I must be for the villagers to solve. Really cannot deal with, I have no way. But I have to do my best. Don't make a face after hearing the system say so. Seriously said so to the system. I did not expect that this host is actually very sense of justice. Good. Now I am also somewhat fortunate that the host is you. If one of the kind of evil generation, I still have to support him, then it will be difficult at that time. Here don't make a mess, so after the system relieved to don't make a mess, said so. Host, something is approaching. At the time when Farewell was about to speak to the system's tone instantly became vigilant, rising up and saying this to Farewell. Someone is coming? Upon hearing this, don't make a fuss, instantly raised his spirit, then gently moved his body, looked around, and saw nothing. Host, this person is now about less than 1 kilometer northwest of you, and according to its moving speed, I think the two of you will soon bump into each other. After hearing Bujinkan say that, the system turned to Bujinkan and stated the direction and location of the thing that was approaching. Can you tell what kind of cultivation he is? After hearing the system say this, don't make a fuss, asked this to the system. The host now has no way to see out. After this thing is close, I can check his cultivation. You first lie down here, do not move. Here don't make a fuss. After saying so, the system to don't make a fuss said this sentence. Don't make a fuss. After hearing the system said so, moved backward his body to hide himself in the back of the tiled room. The whole person instantly in the darkness of the night into one. Also lowered his breathing, slowed down the frequency of breathing. But don't make a fuss. Waited for a long time, didn't wait for that in the village inside for wrongdoing. The evil thing to come to their own body. What's going on? How come this thing hasn't come over yet? The mood is a little apprehensive. Don't make a fuss. To the system asked so. At this time, don't make a fuss in the heart side of the nervous. Don't make a fuss. Although it seems to be willing to take the lead for the villagers, but inside that part of the cowardice and timidity, not eliminated at all. Now from the host, you less than 500 meters, but this guy seems to be in a private house outside the observation of what? Specifically what the situation I do not know. Host, you still wait a little. Hearing don't make a fuss. After asking this question, the system turned to don't make a fuss and replied. Don't make a mess, gently nodded. With his left hand gently pinched his somewhat numb right hand. Host, that thing has moved and is leaning towards you. Just as Bujang was about to adjust his figure, the system suddenly turned to Bujang and prompted such a sentence. Farewell immediately raised his spirit, and then his consciousness stayed on that smiley ton of his, ready to summon the smiley shield out at any time. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Host, there it is. This guy's cultivation is a mid-foundation establishment. Just as the distance became less than 100 meters, the system directly turned to Farewell and prompted this. Host, quickly dodge. This guy directly lunged over to your side. After the tip did not wait for don't make a mess to the system response. The system rushed to don't make a mess, prompted such a sentence, heard the sound of don't make a mess as a flash in a hurry, followed by a ball of black flames, directly fell in don't make a mess just lying on the place. Then don't make a mess, stood up the body to the opposite side of the roof to see the past. Jia. I didn't expect to catch another prey tonight. Yesterday that guy was too old and tasted bad. Today this looks good. At this moment, directly opposite the roof where Farewell was standing, an unknown thing that was wrapped in black clothes and could not be seen. An eerie laughter came out from the side of its mouth, and then said this to Farewell in a hoarse voice. System, are you sure he's a mid-foundation establishment? If this guy is a middle-stage foundation establishment, I'm not going to be polite. Farewell ignored what this evil cultivator said and instead asked the system inside his head. I am very sure that this guy is the middle stage of foundation building, but the host, you cannot be too careless. Generally this kind of evil cultivator means are more special. Like you just into the middle stage of foundation building and have no experience against the enemy may not be really not his opponent, but also very likely to be planted in his hands. Here don't make a fuss. So after the system quickly to don't make a fuss prompted to say so, kid how not to speak? Is not afraid to say nothing? I didn't expect that you little guy is quite bold. Actually dared to lie on the roof and peep at me. But I smelled the special scent of human flesh on your body when I was several hundred meters away. Tonight you are my dinner. Don't resist. Obediently contribute you to me. Seeing Farewell froze there, evil cultivator thought that he had scared Farewell, sneering coldly at Farewell. After saying this, he transformed into a ball of black shadows and rushed directly towards Farewell's body. Smiley shield. After seeing the black shadow rushing over, the panicked Boo One directly called out the smiling shield inside his body. The evil cultivator originally had a very casual look, but just as his withered and pale hand was about to reach in front of Bujang, a smiling face suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing this smiling face, this evil cultivator also froze for a moment, but his hand still slapped on the smiling face. But after a ripple appeared on the smiling face, it directly bounced the evil cultivator back. Immortal cultivator? The evil cultivator who took a few steps backward had his eyes exposed, and flickering among his pupils was a special green color. Then his hoarse voice said this in a wary voice. Smiley shield around. Don't make a fuss in front of the body began to turn up. Then don't make a fuss eyes. Calmly look at the evil cultivator in front of him. You are the first opponent I met. I will respect you very much. Then use my full strength. Looking at the evil cultivator in front of him, don't make a fuss. Actually very polite to the evil cultivator in front of him, after saying so also bowed to him, followed by pulling away. Where come the brats? Milky and not yet dry actually dare to learn those self-proclaimed righteous people out to eliminate the devil flavor. Just so happens that this guy is an immortal cultivator. Today sucked your kid's essence blood. My cultivation will certainly be able to rise greatly. I have not even sucked the blood of the immortal cultivator for a long time. Chapter 86, The First Encounter. Here don't make a fuss. So after this evil repair without the slightest fear, but is very proud of to don't make a fuss, said so, although at this time the sky color is very dim. Plus this evil repair will hide in the black robe. But don't make a fuss or no, at this time the evil repair face must be a very pleased smile. Don't make a mess of deep. After inhaling a breath, his eyes nailed on the emerging body. Then his mouth, the side of the loud drink. 7 emotions misty steps. Accompanying this voice of Farewell, Farewell left a phantom in place, and had already appeared in front of this evil cultivator when he appeared. Afterwards, Farewell directly punched towards the upper side of the evil cultivator's stomach. Evil cultivator just now also looked at Don't Mess. In the original place cared to appear Don't Mess, actually already appeared in front of his body, and hastily used his hand to support Don't Mess's arm, and then a cross in the air appeared in the back of Don't Mess. Kid speed quite fast. Fortunately I react fast, or really be your kid sneak attack success. Evil then dodged. After Farewell's attack, both hands directly stabbed towards Farewell's back. This evil cultivator's hands were very pale, and it was like an eagle's claw. The skin on the upper side had wrinkles one after another, but the nails on both hands were very long. If one was stabbed by this, it was very likely that one would be disemboweled by this evil cultivator. After the evil cultivator watched his hand disappear into the body of Don't Make a Fuss, a very smug expression appeared on his face, but when he violently exerted force on his hand, he realized that he seemed to have stabbed into the air. The phantom in front of his eyes also dissipated, and immediately after when Xiexio violently turned around, a fist directly smashed into the face of this evil cultivator. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, evil cultivator was directly smashed down from the roof and landed on the inside of this family's room. Don't make a fuss. This punch is a full 12 points of force. This punch don't make a fuss with their own adamant invulnerable body plus true chi, plus the front to take all kinds of pills to increase the power, all gathered together, condensed into this attack. After seeing the evil cultivator fall down, Don't Mess Around also directly from the roof followed by the broken hole just now fell to the ground. Good boy. The strength is really big. When Farewell fell down, this evil cultivator also used his hands to support the ground to climb up from the ground, then reached out and wiped the corner of his own mouth, turned to Farewell, and said, then lowered his head to look at it. Blood. You actually made me bleed. Do you know how much human blood I would need to suck to make up for such a small amount of blood? Looking at the splash of crimson on his pale hand, evil cultivator widened his own eyes at Farewell and shouted this. But Don't Make a Fuss and didn't respond to the evil cultivator looked at Don't Make a Fuss. This picture of not speaking right up my face sneer a bit, then opened his mouth to Don't Make a Fuss and said, but today I just clean up you. By the time I absolutely gain more than this point of blood. And this guy's true chi is very pure, smells very fragrant. Evil cultivator's gaze towards Bujang instantly became greedy, got up and turned towards Bujang, and after saying so directly rushed towards Bujang. At this time this room inside a couple sitting on the bed looking at the sudden fall in their room inside. Fight up, don't make a fuss. And the man in black, two people shrink in the corner of the side of the shivering. and even the sound do not dare to come out. The man's hand tightly covered in his wife's mouth. Don't make a fuss in this evil cultivator. You a fist I kick each other attack each other. And each other dodge and then each other's attack. A moment into a stalemate. Kid body hand is not bad, but you these magic cultivation is too poor. Eat me a move of the bloodbath poem. Seeing his own reaction and speed slowly some can't keep up. The evil cultivator shouted after seeing the palm print in his hand instantly become pitch black incomparably. What to think about don't make a fuss in front of the body to hit the past. However, Farewell was always on guard against this evil cultivator attacking himself with a spell. So just as the evil cultivator's palm was about to hit Farewell's body, a smiling face once again appeared blocking the middle of the evil cultivator and Farewell. I thought how powerful it was. It's nothing more than that. I have a magic treasure, do you have one? After blocking the evil cultivator's attack after don't make a mess, after these several exchanges, finally regained self-confidence, while attacking towards the evil cultivator, while smugly said so to the evil cultivator. Kid, is you looking for death? I originally did not want to take out my magic treasure. You have to see. Then I have nothing to refuse. Here, don't make a mess after so say. The evil cultivator face showed a trace of cold light. Then reach out a move also with the walking stick appeared in the evil cultivator's hand. This with the walking stick body is also pale color. Looks like some kind of creature's bone-like. After getting the walking stick after don't make trouble. Body green light atmosphere. Immediately after the evil cultivator hand side of the walking stick, toward don't make trouble in front of the body stabbed over. After the evil cultivator got the cane in his hand, the hand seems to have improved a lot. Don't make a fuss to avoid. But the evil cultivator simply did not give don't make this opportunity. A stick knocked in don't make the waist. Immediately after don't make, the whole person suffered a huge force. Directly from the room side smashed through the wall of the door fell out. Evil cultivator's attack came very suddenly. If not have a smiley shield appeared in the back of don't make a fuss to protect don't make a fuss. This blow is absolutely enough don't make a fuss to drink on a pot. Dusty face, don't make a fuss. From the ground stand up to look at. From the house of the broken hole step by step out of the evil cultivator. Reach out in his face wiped a hand. Wiped away just face sticking to the dust. In the heart there is no any frustration but lit up the fighting spirit. Host, I just told you. The evil cultivator's tactics are many. Let you be careful. Look at me, this just give you a reminder after you got caught up in the road. The 7 emotions system looked at the appearance of the dusty face that Bujang now made to Bujang and said this. Careless. I didn't expect him to have his own magic treasure, but I suddenly realized that I don't seem to have a magic treasure that I used to attack. After hearing the system say so, Bujang said this to the system. However, in this gap between Bujio and the system's conversation, Slanting Hue, holding the walking stick in his hand, once again rushed towards Bu to front of him. With defense, Bujang quickly set up a smiley shield to block the evil attack, and then swung his fist again, smashing it towards the evil cultivator. But at this time both of them were wary of each other with the evil cultivator's crutch, not causing an effective attack, and Bujang's fist likewise did not hit the evil cultivator. The two people just like this you and I fought into a ball again. It looks like you kids should be a late-stage foundation establishment, but there's not much experience. These 3 or 2 strikes won't be able to solve you. Chapter 87, Psychic Attacks. Two people in the exchange of a moment after each other cannot help. The other side of the evil cultivator backward a step. The side of the mouth said this sentence. But don't make a fuss. After hearing the evil cultivator speak did not respond to the evil cultivator, but the side of his hand held the smiley shield, faintly looked at the slanting shy in front of him. Kid, if you weren't an immortal cultivator today, I definitely wouldn't have used such a tactic, but when I think of your delicious flesh and blood, and the true chi in your body, I can't help but be a little excited. Seeing that Farewell didn't say anything, this evil cultivator instead said this again to Farewell. What means do you have to use is it? Today I have to clean up. You actually dared to do wrong in the village massacring the villagers. This kind of thing since I saw it, I will definitely not condone it. After hearing evil cultivation say this, don't make a fuss, coldly said this to evil cultivation. Then his eyes stared at evil cultivation. Kid, you're the one who seeks death. Don't blame me for being heavy-handed in a while. After evil cultivator said these words, a red light began to glow inside his body, and his hunched body actually straightened up strangely under the gaze of Farewell. System, what's wrong with him? What happened? Feeling the aura of Fetch Shio in front of him getting stronger bit by bit, Farewell couldn't help but ask the 7 emotions system inside his head. Host, this guy should have used some kind of secret method or evil means of evil cultivators, overdrawing his own meridian blood or lifespan, a means used to enhance his strength. He has now become a foundation establishment just like you. You still need to be careful at the later speed. Hearing Bujang, after asking so the 7 emotion system very heavily to Bujang, said the situation of the evil cultivator in front of him. At the time of the conversation with the system, the evil cultivator's body changes are finally completed. straighten up the body of the evil cultivator's body of red light, re-suffered cool back, and then the evil cultivator actually very casually tore off his body of black robes, revealing its original face. The face of this evil cultivator in front of him was covered with wrinkles, and there was a very long scar that continued from the corner of the right eye to the corner of the left side of the mouth, and the whole person looked very horrible. Immortal cultivator, people like you don't deserve to live in the world, they should be sucked by me. Your essence blood isn't a little surprised that my looks aren't seeing this scar on my face. Let me tell you, I was originally an ordinary person. I never thought that I could become a high and mighty immortal cultivator one day. But there were immortal cultivators who came to oppress the villagers and capture the slaves. Just because I resisted a bit, I was stabbed in the face with a sword with such a wound, and I was also thrown from the top of the cliff. But the sky is the limit. I didn't die. I not only didn't die, I also got a book of spells that can turn me into an immortal cultivator. After seeing Farewell looking towards his face, the evil cultivator in front of him seemed to have recalled things from the past. His face became very grim, reaching out and touching the scars on his face before turning to the Farewell in front of him. He said something like this: immortal cultivators are not necessarily all bad. There are good people and bad people among the immortal cultivators. You can't generalize. After a little harm to yourself, you will in turn harm the lives of others. Then what is the difference between you and that immortal cultivator in front of you? Hear the evil cultivator. So after Don't Make a Fuss also know this evil cultivator body in the end what happened. Must be because of that encounter led to his temperament changed greatly. So only embarked on the road of evil cultivator. Fart. There isn't a single good thing in an immortal cultivator. Although I don't know why you are willing to come out on behalf of this group of stupid villagers to deal with me. But if you want to say that you don't have any purpose at all, I can't believe it at all. At the very least you thought that after dealing with me you could enjoy the gazes of admiration that this group of stupid villagers have for you. Aren't you immortal cultivators all like this? On the surface it looks like each and every one of you boasts of being righteous, but in fact what kind of tactics are going on behind your back? Only you know in your own heart. Hearing the Don't Make a Fuss. After saying so the evil cultivator directly waved his big hand at the Don't Make a Fuss, angrily rebuked, and then said this to the Don't Make a Fuss with a cold smile. Don't talk nonsense, now we both have the same cultivation. If I can't solve your words today, I will be due to the loss of essence and chi and lead to the realm of decline. But if I solve your words today, I will certainly officially set foot on the foundation. Late then use my secret method, even if it is the early stage of Jindan came. I am not afraid. Did not wait for Bujio to speak again. The evil cultivator directly gripped the walking stick in his hand, and then to Bujio. After saying this sentence, directly carrying his own walking stick and rushed towards Bujio in front of him. Seeing the evil cultivator to his own hands don't have in the nonsense, directly carrying a shield and rushed up, but in the don't have an evil cultivator conversation this time don't have. Remembered that they do not have a family heirloom cloud hidden flying sword can be used, so don't make a fuss with their own consciousness and this kind of cloud hidden flying sword communication half a day. But the cloud hidden flying sword inside the Dantian did not even pay attention to don't make a fuss. Helpless, can only be hard and evil repair once again did a mess, but this time the strength of the evil repair obvious enhancement, coupled with don't make the foundation, some unstable, no experience in the battle soon fell into the wind, can only be passive with a shield, constantly resisting the evil attack, don't resist, useless blood fury poem, blood fire swallowing sky, seeing Bujang, struggling to support here. The evil cultivator's mouth sighed to Bujang coldly said so after the sentence, continuously to Bujang, sent out several attacks, and Bujang's hand side of the shield vaguely have some support can't go on the appearance. The host escaped. Seeing Bujang this way 7 love system couldn't help but say this to Bujang promptingly. No, I cannot go. If I escape the villagers how to do? And now there is no chance to escape. This guy is not impossible to deal with. After hearing the 7 sentiment system say this, don't be alarmed, directly rejected the words spoken by the 7 sentiments system. See don't make a fuss. So the 7 sentiments system also don't know how to persuade. Don't make a fuss can only lay down. In don't make a fuss in the side of the head, quietly observing the current battle situation. Once again with the shield to resist an attack after don't make a fuss. Suddenly want to remember their shield is not there is an additional means of attack? Subsequently, after urging in his true chi to be transmitted into the shield, he unleashed the shield's mental attack. Ha ha ha. A burst of inexplicable laughter suddenly came out from the shield. Chapter 88, Don't Faint. The evil cultivator who was frantically attacking in front of Don't Make a Difference suddenly had a bizarre smile on his face, and immediately afterward, the entire person froze for a moment. Good chance. Taking advantage of this opportunity Don't Make a Mess, directly smashed a fist on the upper side of the evil cultivator's stomach, followed by a kick to send the evil cultivator flying out. After a punch and a kick to get the hand after Don't Make Trouble, At this time the confidence is greatly increased, because just now that punch and a kick don't make trouble obviously feel. The evil cultivator body inside the bones seem to be broken by themselves. Just after the don't make a fuss, thought he was going to win. The evil cultivator who fell on the ground in the distance, patted the dust on his own body and stood up. And then the body issued a burst of crackling fried beans sound after the body and then took a step, rushed over to the front of the don't make a fuss. What mysterious means? It's indeed very powerful. But even so there's no way to make up for your kid's lack of attacking power. There's no attacking means at all. Relying on the physical qualities of an immortal cultivator alone to beat me to death. That's impossible. With an attack like the one just now you're hitting 10,000 times you won't be able to beat me to death. After charging towards Bian Dao's body once again, Slanted Bear very calmly turned to Farewell, and said this, before starting to attack Farewell again. This time Bujinkan began to use the 7 emotions misty steps to dodge. Fetchy Shio's words were really typical of Bujinkan's own means of attacking at all of which were means of escape and defense. Although there is a devouring, but don't make a fuss and don't dare to use out. In front of this kind of situation if don't make a fuss, use out this evil cultivator to escape. It will devour with this skill. Will certainly be spread out. Don't talk about how is the real world. This critical don't make a fuss. At that time it is estimated to be very difficult to escape out. Don't make a mess now some regret. Didn't learn to give that 7 wounds fist. Although 7 wounds fist will hurt themselves, but at least it is also a means of attack can hurt others don't make a mess. Now if there is a chance to come back don't make a mess. Can't wait for this 7 wounds fist can be beaten half dead. However, now the don't make a fuss. Don't have this opportunity to learn the 7 wounds fist. The same don't make a fuss. Also don't have a piece of treasure that can be attacked. Don't make a fuss. While dodging the attack of the evil cultivator. While searching for the opportunity to strike again. Farewell. Originally thought that the smiling Lian shield spiritual attack could always emanate out. But when Farewell poured his true chi into the shield for the second time, the system's helpless beep sounded from inside Farewell's head. The spirit attack of the smiley shield is not something that can be used continuously all the time. Each of his attacks needs an hour to recover. Obviously you don't have this time. Speed to escape. Hurry to escape. The system knows that this goes on don't make a fuss, will inevitably fall in the hands of this evil cultivator's side, if and when someone else loses a duel in a fair and square manner. At most it will be cleanly and neatly resolved, but fall in the hands of the evil cultivators inside. That is more than death but also more miserable some. Go. After hearing the system say that, the 7 emotions misty steps under his feet worked, and the whole person rolled around and instantly ran out towards the distance. Want to go? Seeing Farewell, turn around and run away. The corner of Assist's mouth hooked up a cold smile, and then the whole person instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist, darting in the direction of Farewell and chased after him. After feeling the evil cultivator behind himself chasing over after Bujinkan, he realized that the distance between the two was constantly shortening, not because Bujinkan's 7 emotions mystical steps were not as fast as the evil cultivator's speed, but rather that Bujinkan had just wasted quite a bit of true chi by unleashing the smiling shield attack, coupled with the fact that this half-day has been constantly injecting true chi into the shield for defense resulting in Farewell. Now the true chi is somewhat depleted. At this time, don't make a fuss. Head side of the fast running. Think of the means to solve this evil cultivator, but want to think. He found himself now can't deal with the means of this evil cultivator and waiting for him only to be evil cultivator to clean up the end of it. Thinking of these don't make a fuss, directly stopped his footsteps, turned around to look at the side of the evil cultivator. It looks like you can only fight for your life. Looking at a cloud of mist flying over behind him. Don't be ridiculous said this to the 7 love system after clenching his fists and the shield in his hand. Ugh, here don't make a mess. After so say, head side of the 7 love system just came such a voice. Also didn't respond to don't make a mess, because 7 love system also don't know now how can help don't make a mess through this difficult time. Hearing that the 7 love system did not speak don't make a fuss, this time specializing in defense as offense, lifting his fist towards the body of the evil cultivator. After seeing don't make a fuss rushing over, the evil cultivator face showed a smug expression. He also knows don't make a fuss. Now is the end of a strong crossbow. Evil cultivator used the walking stick in his hand to fend off Farewell's fists, and then from time to time, he sent out a few attacks towards Farewell's body, although Farewell blocked them all with his shield. But the true chi in his body was also gradually depleted, and finally he was knocked over by the evil cultivator with a palm, and then propped himself up with his hands, looking at the evil cultivator standing in front of him. Farewell. A hint of despair appeared in his eyes. Kid, if I were to be taught some attacks by you properly, I guess I'm not really your opponent today, but it's a pity that you don't have such a chance anymore. Now let me taste the true chi inside your body, just how sweet it is. After saying his words, evil cultivator stretched out a blood-colored vortex coalesced out of his own palm, and directly struck towards Farewell's dantian. At the time this palm touched Bujang's dantian Bujang, the whole person's eyes went black and directly fainted. Early in the morning of the second day, all the villagers came out from their homes early, and then looked at the village. Some messy traces, one by one all gathered together, and Li Haogan also came out early, looked around the outside of the house, didn't find the figure of the alibi, and hurriedly rushed towards the place where the villagers gathered, followed by Li Lianer, who was in a hurry. "How is the big guy doing?" When Li Haogan came to the front of the pile, he hurriedly asked to the villagers. "I don't know what happened. Yesterday that cloudy mortal and a man full of evil aura landed in my home. Later the two of them punched through the wall and ran out again. As for what kind of result, I'm not very clear. I didn't see it either. The man who don't make a fuss and the evil cultivator landed on the side of that family's house last night, stood out and said this to everyone present. How could this be? Brother Yun shouldn't have had any accidents, right? Big guy, quickly look inside the village to see if there are any traces of Brother Yun." Chapter 89, The Miserable End of Evil Cultivators. After hearing this man finish his words, Li Haogan, heart secretly shocked, afraid not to make any accidents, so quickly said to the villagers, "So, yes, hurry to look to see if the immortal is still inside the village. If the immortal is not there, we can really not save. Wake up, the future night can no longer come out. And even if this evil creature launched a vicious rush to the side of other people's homes, I think our village will be finished." After hearing Li Haogan say this, that old man in the village hurriedly shouted this to everyone. Then all the villagers mobilized and started to look for the traces of the farewell. Here, immortal cloud is here. The villagers mobilized and searched for a while. Then suddenly a voice came into the ears of all the villagers at a certain corner of the village. After a villager shouted out, Queen Li and Li Lianer and the other villagers rushed over. "What is this situation? Ah?" The villager who found farewell pointed to the situation in the distance and asked to the other villagers. At this time, don't make a fuss, lying on the ground, and don't make a fuss beside a blue flying sword suspended, and don't make a fuss in midair, as if in the protection. Don't make a fuss like, and don't make a mess of the body next to a dried up corpse body, a miserable, as if all the essence of the body all have been sucked away. The same. I don't know what's going on. Immortal cloud seems to be injured. Let's hurry over and take a look. After hearing the villagers say that, the old man on his crutches said to the others and was ready to lean over, but the blue flying sword did cut out a sword on in front of all the villagers, splitting a gully, as if telling all the villagers not to cross the gully, or else he was going to attack. Seeing such a situation, all the villagers glanced at each other and retreated back. "Father, what's wrong with Big Brother Yun? What are we going to do? What's the situation with his sword?" After seeing such a situation, Li Lianer asked anxiously to Li Haogan next to her. "Your father, I'm just an ordinary farmer. I've never seen this kind of situation before, but the corpse lying next to Brother Yun should be the guy in the village who has been committing crimes recently. We'd better wait a little longer to see what's going on with Brother Yun." After hearing Li Lianer say this, Li Hoi gently shook his head and said this to Li Lianer. Then followed a group of villagers who had been standing here looking at the motionless Bu Jiu lying there. "The villagers have been here to watch. From the morning has been to see the noon. But don't make a fuss or lying there motionless. The surrounding villagers have been dispersed almost. Just some people every now and then over here to see the movement. And Li Haogan and Li Lianer, 2 people have been standing here. Father, Cloud Big Brother will not have a long and short it. Cloud Big Brother, if there is any accident, the 2 of us is the culprit. It is the 2 of us let Cloud Big Brother to stay to deal with this harmful guy. Cloud Big Brother, if there is an accident, the 2 of us also how to face Cloud Big Brother in the 9 springs in the future." Seeing this, don't make a fuss, has been lying here motionless. Li Lianer face are anxious out of tears, to the side of Li Haogan said so. Alas, Li Haogan heard. After Li Lianer said so is also helplessly sighed, reached out and slapped on his face, squatted on the side of a powerless look. Li Haogan likewise knows this kind of truth. Don't make a fuss, host, wake up, and at this time lying on the ground, suddenly heard such a voice, and then don't make a fuss, then found himself in a very dark space. System, can you hear me? Inside the dark space, Farewell shouted loudly at the system, but there was no response. Don't make a fuss, only felt that he now had a splitting headache, and a tearing pain came from his body. The darkness in front of his eyes seemed to be never-ending. Don't make a fuss and closed his eyes. Then after struggling to open it again, a bright light appeared in front of his eyes, followed by don't make a fuss, opened his own eyes, and realized that he was lying on the ground, and then the sky was already bright. Host, you've woken up. Farewell. The moment he opened his eyes, the 7 emotions system, an excited tone came to mind inside Farewell's head. What's wrong with me? Where the hell am I? Am I dead? After hearing the 7 emotions system say so, don't make a fuss and ask this to the 7 emotions system in a hurry. Host, you're not dead, you're alive and well. You're living better than usual right now. Hearing don't make a mess. After saying so, the seven love system turned to Don't Make a Mess and replied, I didn't die. Wasn't I knocked out by that evil cultivator last night? Why am I still unharmed until now? After hearing the system say that, Farewell asked to the system in doubt. Last night that evil cultivator wanted to suck your essence blood in true chi, and reached out and slapped your dantian position, but he didn't think that you had cultivated the ability to devour. Devouring is a sect summarized from all the techniques used by evil cultivators to suck in people's true chi, and there is no after effects of the artifact technique. And this technique of yours is much more advanced than the techniques they use. So when this evil cultivator tried to suck your true chi, devouring worked on its own and directly sucked the true chi from this evil cultivator's body. And not only that, when this evil cultivator wanted to break free, your body completely and utterly absorbed this evil cultivator. And when the evil cultivator wanted to kill you, that family heirloom cloudy hidden flying sword in your dantian suddenly flew out. Directly this evil cultivator was set to kill you on the spot. And then your body sucked up just about all of your true chi. I thought that you would wake up after sucking in the evil cultivator's true chi, but I didn't expect that you, the host, wouldn't wake up until now. After hearing Farewell's inquiry, the system turned to Farewell and answered what happened last night. After hearing the system say so, Don't Make a Fuss, sensed his body, found that he had just entered the late stage of foundation establishment, not only stabilized, and even the true chi also grew a large section, vaguely having the breakthrough of the signs. After sensing this, Bilal sat up from the ground holding his forehead, and then saw a dark blue flying sword floating beside him. After Bilal sat up, the flying sword seemed to have its own spirituality. The tip of the sword turned to Bilal's side, looked at Bilal, and then directly flew into Bilal's dantian. Chapter 90, The Gift of the Old Man with the Surname of Wang. It's really thanks to having you here. If it wasn't for you and devouring, I guess I really would have explained myself here last night. After feeling the flying sword flew back to his dantian, Don't Make a Fuss, reached out and rubbed his stomach, said so with satisfaction. Afterwards, after turning around and looking towards the corpse of the evil cultivator beside him, after seeing the tragic appearance of the evil cultivator's corpse, he shook his head helplessly. However, after squatting down and removing the storage bag from the body of the evil cultivator and putting it into his own spatial ring, he looked at the villagers who were standing around. The reason why the first reaction is the evil cultivator's storage bag to put away, that is because the Don't Make a Fuss, really too poor. He counts on the evil cultivator's storage bag inside can be a little valuable things. This way it in this critical edge at least can mix mouthful of food to eat. Cloud brother, what happened to you just now? The one next to you is not as the village side of a harmful evil thing? Seeing Boo Boo, after waking up, Li Haogan and Li Lian, two people hastily walked toward Boo Boo in front of the body, and then Li Ho healed at Boo 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 asked, I was just a little injured after the battle last night, so I fainted, but what's lying over there is that evil thing you guys are talking about. At the same time he's an evil cultivator. I've already succeeded in getting rid of it, so from today onwards, everyone no longer needs to worry about being victimized when they come out at night. After hearing Li Haogan say this, Don't Make a Fuss, shook his head slightly and said this to Li Haogan. Brother Yun, then how is your physical condition now? Is the injury serious? Go to my house first to rest and relax. As soon as he heard Farewell say that, Li Haogan's face changed and he hurriedly said this to Farewell, saying this, No need, Uncle Li, my body doesn't have much of a problem. After hearing Li Haogan say so, Don't Make a Fuss, gently shook his head. The immortal has woken up. The immortal has woken up. Li Haogan and Farewell's conversation attracted the attention of the surrounding villagers. Don't know who shouted a voice after Farewell's body in front of the soon-to-be surrounded by the villagers, everyone one by one to look at. Farewell this side of the face full of excitement, to absorb the joy from Li Haogan, to absorb the joy from Li Lianer, to absorb the joy from the villagers. Looking at the villagers who were full of excitement and Li Haogan and Li Lianer who had smiles on their faces, a beep sounded directly inside the head of the two alibis. Everyone, don't call me immortal. I've told everyone, I'm also an ordinary person. Even if I'm an immortal cultivator, immortal cultivators are also human beings, and my immortal cultivation level is very low. I simply can't afford to be the word immortal. So everyone still don't call it like that, but it's really a matter of luck to be able to solve this evil cultivator. But everyone from today onwards will no longer have to worry about being threatened by this guy who doesn't dare to come out at night. Hearing each and every one of these villagers still address themselves as immortal, Don't Make a Fuss gently shook his hand at all the villagers present and then said this to the villagers. Long live the immortal! Long live the immortal! Wonderful! Truly wonderful! My son's revenge has finally been avenged. My wife's revenge, my child's revenge has finally been avenged as well. Hearing these words, it instantly caused the villagers to explode. The villagers all had different demeanors. Some covered their faces and cried, while others were excited. Immortal Cloud. At the time of the helplessness, suddenly a voice came into the ears of the Boo Boo Boo. Boo 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 turned his head to look at the side after, found that it was the old man surnamed Wang. At this time, the old man surnamed Wang was full of smiles and had a respectful look, fearing that he had caused Farewell's dissatisfaction. Is there something wrong? After seeing the old man surnamed Wang leaning in front of him, Farewell suspiciously asked if the old man surnamed Wang, Cloud Immortal. At that time, we agreed, if you can help the village to destroy that evil creature, the old man, since there will be a heavy thanks to give to Cloud Immortal. Although the old man descend things, Cloud Immortal you may not see, but it is also regarded as the old man to do a little bit of help, but also hope that Mr. Cloud you smile not to refuse. Here don't make a fuss, so say after. The old man surnamed Wang to their own behind beckoned, followed by a group of family soldiers came over, one hand side holding a tray child carrying a box placed in front of the don't make a fuss. The old gentleman at first we are also a misunderstanding. I also did not have on this matter on the heart, and eliminate this evil thing. Is my promise to everyone's thing? I just will promise everyone things to do it. There is no need for these gifts. The old man, you still will be the gift to take it back. After hearing the old man surnamed Wang say so don't make a fuss, gently waved his hand, signaling the old man surnamed Wang to take all these gifts back. Don't, Immortal Yun, these gifts are some of the old immortal's intentions. Immortal Yun, you mustn't refuse. After hearing don't make a fuss and saying so, Wang Xingliao showed a trace of anxiousness on his face and then waved his hand at the people behind him. The guests behind him one by one uncovered the red cloth covering the top of the tray and the box. Immediately after the box was opened it was filled with gold and silver, and on the tray was a variety of vases and porcelain. But don't make a fuss only froze for a moment when he saw the box of gold and silver. Then don't make a fuss when his eyes were attracted by a rusty iron sword placed on the last side. Old sir, can you show me that iron sword? Don't make a fuss and point at the slightly rusty iron sword standing at the very back and said to the old man surnamed Wang, hurry up and bring it up. What are you waiting for? After hearing Bu Wan, the old man surnamed Wang said this to the family man behind him, and then the family man dragged the tray and brought up the slightly rusty iron sword. This iron sword has no scabbard, and the entire body of the sword is covered with rust, but don't make a fuss. Always feel that this iron sword is a bit extraordinary. Even when the iron sword is close to don't make a fuss to find that the sword in his dantian have some slight shaking. System, do you think this iron sword will be a magic treasure? After holding the iron sword in his hand, don't make a fuss and asked the system in his head. Host don't need to guess. This iron sword is a spiritual weapon, but also a top-grade spiritual weapon. Has given birth to its own spirit further will become immortal weapon. Hearing don't make a fuss. After asking this, the system replied directly to don't make a fuss. After hearing the system say that, don't make a fuss, a happy expression appeared on his face, and hurriedly put this iron sword inside his storage ring. Chapter 91, Receiving the Iron Sword. Old sir, I don't know what purpose this iron sword serves, but I always feel that he has some destiny with me, so I'll take this iron sword, and then that box of gold and silver I'll only take a part of it, because I won't be able to use these things after I return to the mountainside, so it's better for the old gentleman to keep it for himself. Don't make a fuss. When he walked to the box of gold and silver in the life of the box of gold and silver, the whole person very much wanted to put away this box of gold and silver, because don't make a fuss knowing that this box of gold and silver can definitely be exchanged for quite a lot of money if he brought it back by himself. However, the greed of Bujang was overcome by the reasoning of Bujang. After Bujang took almost 1/5 of the gold and silver from the box, he closed the box and said this to the old man, Cloud Immortal, you'd better take all these things. There are some people you are a good person I know. All of these things are a piece of my heart. Immortal Cloud you keep it. After hearing farewell, say so, the old man surnamed Wang instead of just agreeing to farewell instead blocked in front of farewell, begging farewell to accept these gifts. Old gentleman, I now order you to bring these things back in my immortal's identity, or else I will have to go over the old scores between the two of us in front. Hearing the old man surnamed Wang say so after don't make a fuss, realizing that there was no use at all for good words, suddenly put up his own immortal stance, glaring at the old man surnamed Wang, and said so coldly to the old man surnamed Wang, after hearing stop, so to speak, the old man surnamed Wang froze for a moment, then took 2 steps back and gently waved his hand at the people behind him, and these people hurriedly retreated from here with these things. Don't be angry, Mr. Yun, I know that you can't look at these mundane items. Immortal Yun, the old man here, thank you very much for destroying that evil creature and avenging the revenge for the old and young son, and likewise thank you, Immortal Yun, you are a grown-up and have forgiven the old man for his presumptuousness in the beginning. After bowing to farewell, the old man surnamed Wang left from here, then farewell, turned around and looked at the villagers' side. Everyone hurriedly dispersed it. I yesterday suffered some injuries things. I need to return to Uncle Yun's home to heal. Everyone also don't all surrounded here. After everyone should do what to do at night, each busy themselves on the line. seeing that the villagers are still gathered here watching themselves to stop, waved his hand at the villagers, then glanced at Li Haogen next to him. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Yun must have had a hard time defeating this evil creature last night. Everyone has seen Brother Yun today, but he was dizzy here for a whole day today. I will now take Brother Yun back to rest first. Everyone go back to their own business. After Brother Yun's body recovers, we will have a big banquet in the village to celebrate the victory over the evil creature. Hearing farewell, after saying so, Li Haogen also understood that farewell did not want to continue to stay here, so he hurriedly said so to the villagers. After saying the words, farewell, then followed Li Haogen together toward the direction of Li Haogen's home, and the villagers did not hastily follow the footsteps of farewell and Li Haogen. Rather, one by one, standing behind Fenxiang and Li Haogen, looking in the direction of Fenxiang and Li Haogen until Fenxiang and Li Haogen disappeared in the villagers' field of vision. The villagers only one by one dispersed, returned to their own homes. After returning to Li Haogen's house, he told Li Haogen and Li Lianer that he had to rest first, and then sat on the bed with his legs crossed. After sitting on the bed with his legs crossed, he immediately began to realize his true chi. Last night, he suffered some injuries, or else he would not have fainted, and at this time because of the effect of devouring, this evil cultivator's true chi all exhausted too. Don't make a fuss to the body side, don't make a fuss true chi, not only in the late stage of foundation building stabilize down, and even vaguely have signs of breakthrough. But don't make fun of no oneself, now is definitely not the time to break through. Not to mention breakthrough in case cause the attention of the people in the critical world will appear trouble. And don't make fun of. For this Jindan period is also not a little grasp. Now it is imperative to first from this critical world inside out, back to the real world. See, don't make a fuss. Sit down cross-legged. With true chi repair their own bodies. Li Haogen and Li Lianer, two people looked at each other. Also is in a hurry from this room back out. Don't make a fuss. This sitting is the whole night. But don't make a fuss on the second day when he hears the cock crowing and opens his eyes. The body's injuries have been completely recovered. And don't make a fuss. Today is also ready to directly first leave from the side of this village. According to the direction that Li Haogen gave him to go to the capital city. Stand up from the bed. Don't make a fuss. Walked to a corner of a position. And then casually find a sack, a hand, a pile of real gold and silver will fall in the bag. And then tied the bag placed in a conspicuous position. Don't make fun of this, only satisfied nodded. Turned around toward the direction of the door, went over. Don't make fun of the reason why the old man surnamed Winebox sighed to take away nearly 1/5 of the gold and silver. Is ready to leave a portion of the gift to Li Haogen and Li Lianer, this father and daughter, two people. With this money, the lives of the father and daughter would definitely be greatly improved. When Farewell opened the door to the room, Li Lianer and Li Haogen also happened to walk out from the house and happened to see Farewell. Brother Yun, how is your body when you wake up? Is it possible to recover? After seeing Farewell come out, Li Haogen walked towards Farewell while turning to Farewell and asked, Uncle Li, my body has completely recovered. I am now going to go find my master and senior brothers to rejoin, so I can't continue to stay in the village. I am now ready to leave for the capital. After hearing Li Haogen's inquiry, Don't Make a Fuss spoke to Li Haogen about his preparations to depart. Brother Yun is leaving now? The village will be holding a big banquet today and tomorrow to thank you, so Brother Yun can leave after attending. Upon hearing that Farewell was going to leave, Li Haogen's face revealed a regretful look and blocked in front of Farewell, awkwardly turning to Farewell and saying this, No, Uncle Li, I can't delay here any longer. In case my master and elder brother return to the mountainside, then I can't go back anymore. Hearing Li Haogen so say after Don't Make a Fuss in a hurry, said so to Li Haogen, Yun brother, then that you pay attention to the road safety. If there is any difficulty to find the capital, or in the capital did not find your master and senior brother's words, must remember to come back here. Chapter 92 Parting is inevitable. After Li Haogen gave way to his body, he admonishingly turned to Farewell and said this, Don't worry, Uncle Li, I will definitely come back again. In Uncle Li here again to dilly-dally with food and drink. When I come back again next time, I will definitely bring Uncle Li and Lianer some of the unique snacks that the senior brothers on the mountain have made. After hearing Li Haogen say this, Don't Make a Fuss nodded to Li Haogen, turned around and was about to walk towards the outside of the village, but Don't Make a Fuss. Just after taking 2 steps, a woman's voice came from behind. Cloud Big Brother, Cloud Big Brother. After hearing the voice, Don't Make a Fuss turned his head to look toward the direction of your later with the family. First saw Li Haogen there waving his hand at himself. The line of sight moved a little bit in front of himself. Found Li Lianer carrying a blue cloth bag. Ran toward the front of the body of the Don't Make a Fuss. What's wrong, Lianer? What's the matter? After seeing Li Lianer running over as if she was in a hurry, Farewell asked curiously to Lianer, Big Brother Yun, I know that you are expected to have a hard time meeting villages or places that sell food again in the middle of your journey. So Big Brother Yun has some cakes and food here, as well as water clouds. Big Brother will bring these on the road, just in case. After hearing the inquiry of Bujang, Li Lianer directly stuffed the blue cloth bag in her hand into Bujang's arms, and then with a shy look to Bujang, after saying this sentence, she turned around and ran towards Li Haogan's body. Looking at the hand side of the blue cloth bag and looking at Li Lianer reverse back, "Don't make a fuss," gently waved his hand at them, then the figure slowly disappeared in the village side. After seeing "Don't make a fuss," completely disappeared out of sight, Li Lianer's tears slid down from the corner of her eyes. "Lianer, do you like Brother Yun?" Looking at Li Lianer with tears hanging on her face, Li Haogan asked Li Lianer. "Not at all." After hearing Li Haogan say this, Li Lianer wiped a handful of tears and said this to Li Haogan in an aggravated manner. "You're my daughter, how could I not see it? Besides, how could someone as good and kind as Brother Yun not be liked? But Lianer, it's better to put this mind of yours away. We are not in the same world as Brother Yun. Brother Yun is an immortal. An immortal's future is definitely a wide sea for the fishes to jump. The sky is high enough for the birds to fly, and to a person like Brother Yun can definitely be a hit in the future." After seeing such a picture of Li Lianer's expression, Li Haogan sighed helplessly and said this to Li Lianer indifferently. "Father, you don't have to say it. I know it all." After hearing Li Haogan say this, Li Lianer couldn't help but have tears pouring out of her eyes, and after saying this to Li Haogan in a sobbing voice, she directly wiped her tears and turned around, running towards the room. After seeing Li Lianer flee, Li Haogan turned around with his hands behind his back and also returned to his room. However, when Li Haogan returned to his room, he saw a sack that suddenly appeared at the head of his bed, and curiously practiced with his hands, ready to throw it to the corner. But when he lifted it up, the sack came from the inside of a crash, and then when Li Haogan unlocked the sack to check it out, the hand side of the sack fell directly to the ground, making a crash sound. After turning around and looking in the direction of the doorway, Li Haogan also sat quietly on the bed, half a day without moving again. After leaving the village where Li Haogan is located, in accordance with what Li Haogan said that way, has been to Li Haogan's map painted in the direction of the capital went over. On the way to the capital of the road will not be lively. Will Li Haogan and Li Lianer taught him the cake, very cherish, every day only eat half a cake, and then really hungry cannot pick wild fruits. Later on, Diehuang was forced to learn fishing and hunting. Diehuang threw their own hands to catch rabbits and pheasants, and even once eliminated a wild boar. And don't make a mess in the process. The level of barbecue is also more and more skillful. At first don't make a mess caught the rabbit when, well, rabbit plucking cleaned the rabbit out of the barbecue out of the rabbit instead of any flavor, and the surface of the surface are all turned into a charred black. Later, once a barbecue, don't make a mess from the side of the storage bag of the evil cultivator. Actually found his storage bag has salt, cumin and chili pepper, these things. From that day onwards don't make a mess of baking out of the things finally with the flavor. Then later don't make a mess baked out of the roast meat flavor can simply use the aroma to describe. And don't make a mess will also be evil cultivator's storage bag to check again. Found that the evil cultivator's storage bag inside in addition to a large amount of money. Actually there are a lot of pink and white stone. After consulting with the system informed Farewell that the name of these things was called spirit stones, which could accelerate the cultivator's cultivation speed. After getting these spirit stones, Farewell was still somewhat satisfied, but Farewell, there was no dissatisfaction with his current cultivation speed. He was prepared to take these spirit stones back to Su Yushao to use, accompanied by Don't Make a Fuss, all the way trekking. Finally in Don't Make a Fuss to leave Li Haogan village side of the 13th day. Don't make a fuss to see far away from the outline of a huge city. After seeing this city, although not come to this so-called capital, but don't make a fuss in the heart is very sure that this is the border in the capital is the border of the state capital, because this city is exceptionally majestic. From a distance, like a lion perched in the distance, invisible exudes a kind of majesty. After determining the place Don't Make a Fuss, took a step and leaned over in the direction of the city. See that kid? That kid is dressed strangely. Is he also from another world? I heard that those who come from another world are quite rich. As he approached the capital Don't Make a Mess crossing a town, and as he passed through the town, he didn't realize that he had already been targeted by a few people, and this person who spoke was a one-eyed dragon with one eye missing. By the look of him that should be it. After hearing the one-eyed dragon speak, a buck-toothed man beside the one-eyed dragon nodded his head at the one-eyed dragon in a very confirming manner. Look at this kid's young look. I think his cultivation is not very high. You call the brethren up for a while. We'll give this kid a good lesson outside the town, and see if what this kid has in his hand can let the brethren have a nice meal at Drunken Immortal House. Cyclops ordered Bucktooth after he heard him speak and nodded his head in satisfaction. Chapter 93, This Mountain is Mine. Once heard the Drunken Immortal House Buckteeth, face showed a happy expression, and then said to the side of the one-eyed dragon, then ran toward the distance, and Don't Make a Fuss at this time is still for this matter is completely unaware of, a person in the town side to walk around. Look at, here look at there look at. After passing through the town, the capital has been close to the eye. Don't make a fuss after taking a deep breath. Step forward. Toward the distant dying outlines of the capital went over. After walking forward for a certain distance, 5 masked men suddenly appeared in front of him. One of them was a Cyclops, wearing an eye mask on his face, and then blocked in front of Ferris Bueller. After seeing the appearance of these people, don't make a fuss, and finally to the side around a bit, thought he blocked the way of others, ready to give these 5 people to get out of the way. But don't make a fuss to move to the left. They move to the left. Don't make a fuss. Move to the right. They move to the right. Several people. What is the meaning of this? Seeing that a few people kept stopping themselves, Farewell frowned and asked at the few people. This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. To hit this road to pass, leave behind the money to buy the road. After hearing Farewell's inquiry, the 4 people behind the one-eyed dragon one gave Farewell a sentence. Kid, hear that? Our intentions are obvious. Take out the money and let you pass, as well as the magic treasures you have on you. The spirit stones are all handed over. You can leave in peace, otherwise the brothers will have to have a good chat with you. The one-eyed dragon said this to Farewell smugly after the 4 people behind him finished speaking. Robbery? There are still people who do this kind of thing nowadays. Hearing a few people speak, don't make a fuss and frowned, asking this to a few people in confusion. I go. This kid is afraid is not from the countryside down it. Robbing have not seen. 8 into is a bumpkin. Here don't make a fuss. After asking such a sentence, Bucktooth came to the body of the one-eyed dragon, said such a sentence to the one-eyed dragon, whether he is a bumpkin or not, as long as he is an immortal cultivator. I don't believe he doesn't have any money. This kid is 80% unwilling to give money, and with us here pretending to be crazy hands robbed his storage bag. After hearing Bucktooth say this, Cyclops glanced at Don't Make a Fuss and directly said such a command to the 4 people behind him. What is the cultivation level of these 5 people in front of the system? Seeing the 5 people preparing to make a move on themselves, don't make a fuss, he asked to the system. The leading one-eyed dragon was an early-stage foundation establishment, and the remaining few people were all chi refining stage hosts, so don't hesitate to let them feel the pleasure. After hearing Farewell's inquiry, the system very excitedly turned to Farewell and said so, as if it couldn't wait to personally go on the field to clean up these 5 people in front of them. Since that's the case, then I'm not going to be polite. After hearing the system say so, Bujio, a confident smile shook out on his face. After the evil cultivator that he dealt with, Bujio's entire person had become a little different, since he can do something for himself and for others. Farewell, in the critical time, no longer as timid as before, and in the rush to the capital on this road. Farewell, to improve not only the cooking skills, there is also the degree of his mastery of the Dharma. Don't make a fuss on the way to the capital. Will be his through the sky hand and purple gold pupil 2 means, has also been cultivated, can be freely used degree. It just so happened that these 5 people sent to his door, the perfect candidates to let Bujang test his divine abilities. This kid still wants to resist? Bucktooth led the 3 people behind him wanting to make a fuss. This side rushed over when he saw the make a fuss, pulled back as if he wanted to resist, directly frowned and shouted after raising his hand. Big, 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 accompanied by the Bucktooth. After 3 shouts, the Bucktooth's palm instantly became bigger, a dozen times bigger, directly toward the top of Bujangle's head. Comparing the size of hands, I can too. Tong Tian hand, along with don't, haunted a shout, don't haunted a hand, in front of his own body a bank of false. Immediately after carrying the head of the 4 people suddenly appeared a big hand condensed by the true chi. Directly these 4 people all slapped in the ground inside the edge. Seeing this scene, the leading one-eyed dragon frowned for a moment, but the one-eyed dragon saw the don't mess around with this hand of true chi. Although it seemed to be somewhat powerful, but it was only an early stage of foundation building. No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you are an early stage foundation establishment like me, but unfortunately, you still have to hand over your money obediently today, because my early stage foundation establishment is not the same as other early stage foundation establishment, but I have 2 magic treasures, one for offense and one for defense. Then the one-eyed dragon reached out and pulled out a circle and a red rope from his own storage bag. Seeing this pairing, don't make a fuss, his brows frowned a bit. He always felt that this pairing was somewhat familiar. The 4 people on the ground want to struggle to get up, but the palm above their heads will be ruthlessly covered there, so that they cannot resist at all, and the one-eyed dragon is not even pay attention to the ground lying on the ground. The 4 people in the hands of the side of their own rings, directly to the top of the head of the don't make a fuss slapped down. However, when his circle was about to slap the top of Bujinkin's head, a shield directly appeared between Bujinkin and the one-eyed dragon. A magic treasure? I have one too. After saying this with a smile at the one-eyed dragon, farewell. With another strike, the Tongtian hand slapped down towards the top of the one-eyed dragon's head. However, the red rope in the Cyclops hand unexpectedly coiled up on its own, blocking the top of the Cyclops head, and reluctantly blocking this Tongtian hand of Bujio. You even came with this hand just now. Do you think I won't be on guard? After seeing that his red rope had blocked Farewell's Tong Tian hand, the one-eyed dragon squinted his remaining eye at Farewell, and after saying this, he lifted the circle in his hand and shouted, "Split!" Accompanied by the one-eyed dragon's shout, the rings in the one-eyed dragon's hand instantly split into a dozen. Afterwards, the dozen or so rings were all smashed over towards Farewell. Looking at the rings that smashed over in front of him, Farewell hurriedly used his shield to block in front of himself, but these rings completely wrapped Farewell in the center, hitting this side to the front of the mountain in all directions. The sudden appearance of such a situation, in turn, made Bujang a bit overwhelmed. Use the Vajra unbreakable body. Host, seeing Farewell's panicked appearance, the system turned to Farewell without any good reason and prompted. If it wasn't for the system saying this, Farewell would have forgotten that he still had the Vajra unbreakable body. Seeing that the circle was about to hit his body, Farewell directly used his Vajra unbreakable body. Chapter 94 Spiritual Attacks. In the Don't Make a Fuss. Use the moment Don't Make a Fuss of the adamantine indestructible body. Only feel that his body surface skin seems to become very hard. The whole body is like a block of iron. When these rings hit on the body of other people, actually issued the sound of gold-iron interplay. Seeing this scene, the one-eyed dragon froze hard for a moment. Golden rings, collect. After the one-eyed dragon froze for a moment, he issued such a command to his rings again, and the rings, under the shout of the one-eyed dragon, directly put them one by one on the body of the Bujinkan, binding the Bujinkan together. Being bound by this golden ring of mine, wanting to escape again won't be that easy. Kid, you are now a fish on the chopping board. I can bully you as much as I want. See, don't make a fuss. Was his own ring trapped after the one-eyed dragon proudly to don't make a fuss? Said this sentence, seeing the rings on his own body, don't make a fuss, and found that these rings on his own body, along with his more force, these rings tightened more and more. Seeing that Farewell had no way to resist, the one-eyed dragon took one step at a time and thought about walking over in front of Farewell. Kid, I want to see what you're going to do now. After trapping the don't make a mess, one-eyed dragon from the storage bag inside pulled out a big knife. This big knife is not what magic treasure, but an ordinary big knife one-eyed dragon hold in the hand after coldly toward the don't make a mess in front of the body over. Smiley shield mental attack. Purple gold pupil. Seeing the one-eyed dragon to their front approached a lot. After that don't make a fuss, directly bright to the voice shouted out. Immediately after the smiley face shield came out a burst of bizarre laughter. Subsequently don't make a mess of the eyes inside a flash of purple and gold. After turning around, two rays of light directly shot out from inside don't make a mess of the gaze, drilling into the inside of the head of the one-eyed dragon. Under these two attacks, the one-eyed dragon froze in place on the spot, and the rings on Farewell's body also loosened themselves from Farewell's body. After seeing all the rings on the body fell to the ground, don't make a fuss, walked out from among the rings, walked to the front of the one-eyed dragon. Don't make a fuss, after observing a little bit left and right, found that the one-eyed dragon's eyes were lost in thought, stood in the same place, pupils were lax. This guy is not by these two attacks hit stupid, right? Looking at Cyclops this way don't make a fuss and asked a question to the system inside his head. Spiritual attack is to destroy the enemy spirit, but this guy willpower should not be so weak, should only be temporarily hit by the loss of consciousness. It is estimated that a moment will slow down. After hearing Bujinkan asking so, the system turned to Bujinkan and answered a sentence about Cyclops' current condition. That's good. I didn't think that my own level of actual combat now has still improved a lot. After hearing the system say so don't make a fuss nodded with satisfaction. In fact, dealing with these people don't make a fuss could have been easily solved. They because don't make a fuss can control the joyful emotions of people who are lower than their own level. Don't make a fuss just need to the system a command down. This sense will immediately lose combat power, but don't make a fuss didn't do so, is in order to use these people to test how much their ability to improve the actual combat. After the one-eyed dragon, don't make a fuss, walked to the hand that gave him the sky, pressed in front of the four people below. Hand over your storage bags. The four people were pressed down by the Tong Tian hand only exposing a head on the outside. Then don't make a mess, rushed at their heads and stretched out his hand. Dream on, want our storage bag? We will not hand it over to you even if we take it to drunken immortal house for a meal. Bucktooth heard don't make a fuss, after saying so shouted at don't make a fuss, loudly, if you guys don't give it to me won't you take it yourselves? Seeing this unyielding look of Bucktooth, Farewell faintly laughed, then Farewell's hand passed through the Tong Tian hand reached into the several people's waste storage bag. One person at a time will be their waste storage bag all off. Afterwards, don't make a fuss, stood still one-eyed dragon then will one-eyed dragon waste storage bag also took off. Put on the hand weight after don't make a fuss, carrying 5 storage bag, swaggering toward the distant capital went over. Come back, see don't make a mess after turning to leave. The ground was pressed a few people loudly shouted it don't make a mess of the back. but don't make a mess as if not here is far away. Big brother, quickly wake up, our things were taken away. See, don't make a fuss. After walking away on the ground, lying on the ground, a few people shouted loudly to the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon heard the shouting sound of a few people after his eyes regained a trace of clarity, and then hastily turned around and looked at the 4 people lying on the ground. What's going on? What happened? Where is that brat man? The one-eyed dragon looked around and did not find the figure of the alibi, and asked to the 4 people lying on the ground. Big brother, just now that kid didn't know what evil method to use. You were unconscious on the spot and stood there motionless. Then that kid picked a few of our people's storage bags and left. Looking at this should be towards the direction of the capital. Bucktooth lying on the ground after hearing the inquiry of the one-eyed dragon. To the one-eyed dragon said the direction of the don't make trouble. This kid actually dared to rob the old man's money. The old man in this life robbed do not know how many people. This is also the first time to be robbed by other people. Brothers chase up in the capital to say a word to the dragon. I do not believe that the dragon in the capital cannot clean up this kid. After hearing Bucktooth say this, Cyclops coldly said this, and finally glanced in the direction of the capital. Big brother, then you can first put a few of us out. A few of us on the ground has been lying on the ground for a long time. This guy with my aptitude for good sound powerful. The pressure of a few brothers are almost out of breath. After hearing the one-eyed dragon say so, Bucktooth with his eyes glanced at his own body pressed Tong Tianhan said so to the one-eyed dragon. After hearing Bucktooth say so, Cyclops nodded gently and then beckoned his red rope over. After Cyclops beckoned his red rope over, the red rope top Tong Tianhan slapped directly onto the ground. In the end, Cyclops' red rope drilled underneath a few people, and then toppled the stopping Tong Tianhan. And then Bucktooth and a few people crawled out from under Tong Tian's hand with their asses in the air. Immediately afterward, along with the red rope of the one-eyed dragon retreated out. This Tong Tianhan also pressed in place, leaving a palm print. After the 4 Bucktooths stood up, the Bucktooth patted the dirt on himself. Bucktooth then opened his mouth and asked this Cyclops, "But big brother, how do we get over there? How do we get in?" Chapter 95, The Capital Token. Several of us have all of our city entry tokens in our storage bags, and now that that kid has gotten rid of them, we won't even be able to enter the gates of the capital. Bucktooth's face was very ugly as he said this to Cyclops, and then looked at the other 3 people beside him. The other 3 people's expressions also became not so good after hearing Bucktooth say this. The capital city was not a place where anyone could enter if they wanted to. The capital city would issue a token to everyone who could enter the capital city. Basically, every immortal cultivator would have a token. The token is the passport to enter the capital. All those who do not have a token once entered the capital within the scope of the capital will be actively attacked by the capital's spell formation, and even P-City ashes to ashes. That's why the gates of the capital will be guarded by people who will let everyone who comes and goes to the capital provide out their own tokens, and at the same time will also give everyone who wants to blend into the capital a reminder of the power of the capital's phalanx. However, Farewell didn't. Farewell came from the real world. It is impossible to have a token to enter the capital, while these 5 people all have a token. The current Farewell similarly possessed the collar token, and of course after Farewell had traveled for yet another day, he finally arrived at the capital's entrance. The curfew was about to begin. All those who had not entered the city gate seized the time. After a quarter of an hour the long gate was about to close. Just when the side road was close to the city gates, the guards at the city gates suddenly shouted so loudly, hearing the sound of the "Don't make a fuss," hastily walked over in the direction of the city gates. "Stop, where's your token? Don't make a fuss." Walked to the city gate when the guard directly stretched out his hand to "Don't make a fuss," said this sentence. After hearing the guard say this, "Don't make a mess" instantly froze, because the other faction, this thing he hadn't even heard of. He didn't know that to enter the capital also needed a token. This big brother is really sorry. My token on the walk lost, you see, cannot be accommodated. First let me in. Although don't make a fuss without a token, but it doesn't mean don't make a fuss. Don't want to enter into the capital. Don't let even hastily to the hands of a lie. Said so. Ha ha ha. Here, don't make a mess. After saying so, several guards standing in front of him suddenly all threw back their heads and laughed. What are the several big brothers laughing at? What happened? Seeing a few people start to laugh, Don't Be Ridiculous curiously opened his mouth to a few people and asked, "Kid, you afraid is the first time to come to the capital side wanna mix in before with me, so say it. Do you know without a token into the capital side is what happens? The spell formation of the capital will automatically attack every person without a token. Once he walks into the capital without a token, he will be split by the spell formation to ashes. You can be in the capital without a token, but when you go over to the entrance of the city, as long as you don't have a token, the phalanx will regard you as an enemy and attack you. Do you know what level of attack this phalanx has? The attack of this spell formation is that of the god transformation stage. All of them will be cleaved to ashes in an instant. Do you think that just your kid can carry it? The guards were full of smiles as they turned to Farewell and said this. Then a few guards quietly lay in front of Farewell's body. Then a few guards, big brother, where can I get this token from? Don't make a fuss. After hearing the guards say so, doubtfully asked a question to the guards. After hearing don't make a mess, a few guards looked at each other, then frowned at don't make a mess, and opened their mouths to ask, where are you from, kid? You actually don't even know where the token was obtained from. While saying these words, several of the guards' gazes became very serious, as if Farewell was someone from another country who had come over to engage in a sneak attack as a spy. As soon as he heard a few guards' voices turn cold, and their gazes became serious, Farewell hurriedly, realizing that the words he said were somewhat inappropriate, and then hurriedly informed the guards with the same words that he had said to Li Haogan in the beginning. A few guards, big brother, I since childhood with my master in the mountains to learn the art. This time with my master from the mountains down when met a force of outlaws. My master and I unfortunately scattered me into the capital cities in order to spy on the news of my master. Don't make a fuss. After finishing these words blinked his own eyes looking at the guard in front of him. Where were you and your master scattered? Tell me instead. Hearing Farewell, after saying that the guard turned to Farewell and asked, I and my master is in the big stone village about 20 miles ahead of a desert scattered. I am in the desert very difficult to come out. And not the big stone village villagers took me to give me water to drink. I am now estimated to be the desert side of the yellow sand. After hearing the guards ask so don't make a fuss, thought for a moment the empress and their village name, then thought about the desert where he fell down to a few guards said, you are actually from the death desert out of the side. Your master is also the art of high courage. Actually dare to take you so a young man do not know anything to go to the side of the death desert. But boy token this thing. A few of us also don't have the right to issue you a token. This thing has to be handled at the regional enforcers of your domicile, so if you want to get inside this city, you have to come with a token. Token, understand? They'll give you something like this when you go to process it. After hearing others say so, a few guards are also believed. Don't make a fuss talking, then they from their own bosom side pulled out a token to participate in the road. Don't make a fuss in front of give don't make a fuss, show a bit. This big brother, then I do not have the actual identity. How should I handle Hearing the guards say so after don't make a fuss. A thought that he is a black household. This if go to the neighborhood executor to handle. Will not be the executor directly take down. Little brother, since you have a master, then I think you must be an immortal cultivator. Immortal cultivators will issue a token unconditionally. You only need to show them your identity as an immortal cultivator. At that time they will give you a token on their own. You can say that you lost your token or you can say that you want to get a token. Whatever you want to say. No one will interrogate you about your identity. Hearing don't make a fuss. After saying so the guards turned to don't make a fuss, and explained the matter of the token. Big brother guard, then isn't it true that every immortal cultivator will have a token? After hearing the guard say that, when he thought of the several roadblockers he met today, and the evil cultivators he had cleaned up, he thought that they might all have a token, so he asked the guard again. Chapter 96 Don't be ridiculous, little tycoon. Yes, you're right, every immortal cultivator has a token. As long as it's a cultivator's identity, they'll give you the token if you apply. Hurry up, the city gates are closing. We're going back. Big brother, wait a minute, I have a token. After hearing the guard say so don't make a fuss, immediately in the one-eyed dragon's storage bag side check some, and then from the inside to find out just now and the guard hand holding the exact same token. In front of the guard shook, said so, didn't you kids say you don't have a token? And where did this token come from? After hearing Bu Wan say this, and glancing at the token in Bu Wan's hand, and after checking its authenticity, the guard asked Bu Wan this. This as I walked today on the road encountered a few roadblock robbers. Was I cleaned up after the non give their storage bag to me? So I took their storage bag came back. Just now big brother is a word to wake up the dreamer let me react up. Their storage bag inside should have a relative corresponding fixed plate. So I looked for a bit, and sure enough in this storage bag there is a token. After hearing the guard ask this don't make a fuss, awkwardly scratching at his head. You're afraid that you're talking about the one-eyed dragon gang that often loots outside of the city, aren't you? The leading guards heard don't make a mess. After saying so to don't make a mess, asked this sentence. Big brother guard, how do you know it's him? Didn't expect the guards to guess out at once. Who was the robber they packed up? Farewell, surprised, opened his mouth to the guard in front of him and asked, can be outside often do this kind of thing? There are only a few of them, usually old dealings only. I didn't expect you kid to still have the ability to clean up after them, but I can remind you that these few people are not any good. They have backers in the capital. You still need to be careful. After hearing Bu Jio's inquiry, the guards smiled at Bu Jio, and said this sentence to give Bu Jio a wake-up call. Okay, don't talk here. The city gate is about to close. Hurry up and go in. The guards looked at the direction of the city gate to don't make a fuss, said so after, A group of people also toward the city side of the child went in. Don't make a fuss. See, this situation even hurriedly followed in the back of the guards into the capital city side of the child. After bidding farewell to the capital's guards, don't make a fuss, circled around, found an inn, and then walked in. Howdy guest, stopping by, or staying at the inn? Don't make a fuss. After walking into this inn, the small two sitting behind the front desk of the inn, saw someone come over, rubbed his eyes, full of smiles to don't make a fuss, asked a sentence, staying at the inn. After hearing Xiao Er's inquiry, Bujio faintly said this to Xiao Er, guest, we here have inferior room, medium room and superior room. Inferior room half 2 a night, medium room 1 2.5 a night, superior room 3 2 a night. I do not know which kind of guest needs. After hearing Bujio choose to stay in the store, Xiao Er turned to Bujio again and spoke out the 3 kinds of houses they had inside the inn. A medium room will do. After hearing the second man say that, he took out 3 silver ingots from his storage bag and placed them on the table. Don't make a fuss, for the gold and silver they use here don't have a clear price view. In Don't Make a Fuss seems this ingot of silver is what the second said one tael. After slapping the 2 ingots of silver on the table, Farewell looked over to Xiao Er's side. Objective. You, this is how long you this is going to stay off? After seeing the 2 ingots of silver put down in the hands of the other side, Xiao Er was very surprised and asked this to the other side of the other side. Hearing the little two say so after Don't Make a Mess is also full of doubt. How long can I stay with this money? However, Don't Make a Fuss, but still asked to the small second. Objective. You, this certain silver 50 taels, 2 ingots of silver 100 taels to live a night 1.5 2 days 3 taels. You, this at least can live 2 months. After hearing the problem, the second in command hurriedly explained to the other. Explaining it, Xiao Er's these words let Don't Make a Mess to freeze. Didn't think that the old man surnamed Wang actually gave him the last gold and silver so valuable. Don't Make a Mess to this also don't have any value. Also thought that they only have a little money on the body. Now this looks like Farewell is still considered a little big money. And the body of the evil cultivator also has a lot of experience. This looks like Farewell in the capital inside the food and drink should not be a problem. I first put an ingot of silver here on the medium room. These 2 days of food and drink don't give me too bad. Don't want the best. Want the medium can. When the money deducted when you come back to find me to ask. After collecting the ingot of silver, Don't Make a Fuss and said this to the little second. Okay, this customer. This way please, I will take you up to rest. After hearing Bu Wan say this, the waiter showed a very happy expression on his face, and then made a pleased gesture to Bu Wan. Subsequently, Farewell went up to the upper floor with this store assistant. Brother Long, you must do right by us. We were actually robbed outside the city. Even the token was snatched away, and this is still the token we went to reclaim today. We almost can't even see you anymore. Brother Long. Early in the morning of the next day, in the drunken immortal building in the capital city, beside the one-eyed dragon and his party sat a man who looked big and thick and faced fierceness, while the one-eyed dragon touched his own one eye to the man in front of him, who continuously cried out, "What are you 5 people doing for food? I can't believe you were robbed by someone else. Don't you guys often go and rob others?" After hearing Cyclops say this man called Brother Long directly reached out and slapped his hand on the table, saying this to them. Big brother, we didn't think of it either. This time we found a guy who looks young and doesn't have much money. Thinking of detailing a wave. Who knows that this guy one dealt with all 5 of us and got the upper hand. And this guy seems to also special means of attack. Don't know what he did. I don't know anything. When I come back to my senses again, this guy has already taken my storage bag and left. When he thought of the Don't Make a Fuss, the means that made him faint at that time, the one-eyed dragon still had palpitations in his heart until now, because this means was really too terrifying, and invisibly made him faint. So this guy should be able to spiritual attack type of means. Like this kind of means usually only have that kind of big family's children. I didn't expect that this kid actually also have. Maybe he is that big family sneaked out. Did this, enough for a few of us to enjoy a period of time. Chapter 97, The One-Eyed Dragon's Bully Meal. As soon as Brother Long heard Cyclops describe it like that, he immediately understood that the attack tactics used by Farewell were similar to mental attack type tactics. So he said this to Cyclops and the others. Yeah, big brother, this kid definitely has money. Big brother, we must clean up this kid. After hearing Brother Long say this, several people from One-Eyed Dragon hastily agreed and nodded their heads to this Brother Long. But these 2 days I still have a big thing to do here. Set outside the city alone there is a peasant family. This family has a family heirloom treasure I have desired for a long time. These 2 days I'm going to go up to this farmer's home to turn on a turn. But this family's that man dead duck mouth hard. Hid the things refused to hand over. Today simply give him a 1 not to do 2 not to do. This Brother Long made a ferocious expression at the several people beside him, then raised his hand and wiped it on the side of his neck and said this. Brother Long, do you still need you to do this kind of thing? Leave it to a few of our brothers. A few of our brothers will definitely help you make this matter secure. After hearing these words from this brother Long, the two of them, Cyclops and Bucktooth, looked at each other. And then there was Cyclops who said this to this brother Long. Then I'll leave it to you two to do it. I'll first have someone ask around today to find out where the person who robbed a few of your tokens is, and then take some time for us to go and clean him up. Long nodded with satisfaction before handing over a diagram inside his hand to a few of them. I want this thing inside the diagram. Remember, this thing is a family heirloom of their family. Although I don't know what it's for, you guys have to bring this thing back to me no matter what. After saying these words, Long stood up and directly walked out from inside the restaurant. After glancing at the diagram in his hand, the several people of One-Eyed Dragon nodded to each other, then stood up and prepared to leave from inside the restaurant as well. But they were stopped by the store assistant. Several guests, you haven't paid yet. The store assistant looked at the several people getting up to leave, and said this to the several people. Did our big brother not pay for this meal just now? After hearing the store assistant say this, the One-Eyed Dragon asked at the store assistant with great surprise. You mean the gentleman who left just now? That gentleman didn't pay anything, so please also pay for the meal before you leave. Customer. After hearing the One-Eyed Dragon's inquiry, the store assistant reached out and pointed at the back of the soon-to-be disappearing Long and said this to the One-Eyed Dragon. A few of us were robbed of our money bags. We don't have any money at all. See if you can owe it first. We'll come back to pay in a couple days. After hearing the shopkeeper say so, the One-Eyed Dragon was a little embarrassed, and said this sentence to the shopkeeper. A few of them dared to act recklessly outside, and dared to fight and rob houses outside. But in this capital city, every store can only open up, behind more or less some relations, a few of them cannot afford to mess with, so a few people are difficult to look at the shopkeeper. Want to eat a king's dinner? You guys are really bold, daring to come to Drunken Immortal House to eat a king's dinner. There are a few of you. After hearing the One-Eyed Dragon say this, the junior said this with a glare in his eyes, and then took 2 steps backward. Boss, someone is having a king's dinner. After Xiaoer shouted to the shopkeeper behind the counter, he took the account book in his hand and pushed it next to the counter to coldly look up at a few people. The shopkeeper's misunderstanding. Really a misunderstanding. Just now and a friend came together. A few of us were robbed of the money bag, so there is no money on us. I thought that my friend would pay, but my friend seems to have forgotten to leave first. Cyclops at this time full of smiles to the shopkeeper in front of him to explain said so. Isn't that still no money? That friend of yours probably won't be coming back. It's fine. I'll ask if the customers have eaten enough. After hearing the One-Eyed Dragon say so, the shopkeeper also suddenly had a trace of smile on his face, and asked very politely to the several people in front of him, Boss, I'm full. After hearing the shopkeeper say this, the One-Eyed Dragon and the several people nodded at the shopkeeper and rubbed their stomachs as they replied, Eat up, spit it out for me. After hearing Cyclops say this, the shopkeeper nodded his head while clapping his hands, and finally his eyes glared and said this to Cyclops in a cold voice. And then indirectly from the Drunken Immortal building ran in a group of strong men, and then dragged Cyclops a few people to the street after a beating. A few of the people who beat up Cyclops were immortal cultivators, so Cyclops didn't dare to resist at all. In the future, if you dare to come to Drunken Immortal House to eat overbearing food, prepare your own urn. Today these few people are a lesson. First you will be beaten half to death. Next time if you dare to come again, you will be directly chopped up and wrapped in buns. One-Eyed Dragon a few people were beaten nose and face swollen mouth spitting blood. Drunk, immortal building of the shopkeeper stood in front of a few people, after a few people coldly said so, and then turned around and walked back to their own Drunken Immortal building inside the child. Big brother, you are alright. Bucktooth saw Cyclops lying on the ground has been coughing up blood, crawled to the side of Cyclops, patted the back of Cyclops to Cyclops asked, I'm fine. First go and finish the things that Brother Long explained. This Drunken Immortal House we can't afford to mess with right now. Don't think that the old man has flown the coop. If the old man has the money to mess with you anymore, the old man will pull you outside and beat you to death. After the One-Eyed Dragon stiffly stood up from the ground, he pulled all the others up, then looked back while walking towards the direction of the Drunken Immortal building. Several people, because they are all immortal cultivators, so the injuries are quite serious, but under the nourishment of the true chi, the injuries are soon also well as 7 or 8. The last several people. One person took out a black silk scarf wrapped in his mouth. The upper side of the thought of the direction of the city went over. Don't make a fuss. The second day immediately after getting up early in the morning first went to the clothing store to buy a suit. Then they began to turn around inside the capital. Because don't make a fuss. I believe that inside the capital there are definitely other people who entered the border of the prosperity. Because there are still a lot of people who are not willing to go out to stay inside the critical world. This thing has long been spread in China. This is why the critical world let a lot of people are daunted by the reason. They are also afraid to enter the critical world. After sinking in the critical world, not willing to go out. Don't make a fuss. All he has to do now is to see if he can bump into a few people from the real world in a blind cat, so that they can inform him how to return to the real world. Chapter 98, Cross-Examination. But don't make a fuss. In the capital inside a circle. Found that every person looks like crossing over every person and look like the critical local people. Don't make a fuss. Also don't dare to go directly up to ask. After all, once asked out and was found by the immortal practitioners here. Don't make a mess of estimating their own. Alone this identity will be arrested and questioned properly. The real world immortal cultivators, every time to enter into the critical world need to disguise their identity. This is every immortal cultivator should master the knowledge. And don't make a mess. Also happen to have seen such knowledge on the phone. At the time when Farewell was at a loss, Farewell's side suddenly walked past. A man lowered his head to play with something in his hand. Seeing this, Farewell's eyes went wide. Cell phone. Don't make a fuss. Seeing the man walking past him, although he was wearing ancient clothes, but the thing he was holding in his hand was indeed a cell phone. Don't make a fuss as he rushed over to the man, and then tugged on the man. Hello, hello, hello. Seeing that the man looked at himself suspiciously, don't make a fuss and hurriedly folded his hands and asked the man in front of him, hello, and you are? After seeing Farewell, the man frowned and darkened his cell phone screen before looking over at Farewell. Hello sir, is that thing you were holding in your hand a cell phone? After hearing the man's inquiry, don't make a splash excitedly asked this to the man. What's wrong with a cell phone? The man, after hearing don't make a mess, said so. After even more puzzled, took out his cell phone, looked at don't make a mess. May I ask where did you get this cell phone from? Seeing the man's expression of indifference, don't make a fuss, he felt that he was a bit unlike people in the real world, so he pointed to the cell phone in the man's hand, and opened his mouth to the man and asked, of course is to buy a cell phone store inside the buy, is not you have not used the phone, you have not seen the phone? Here don't make trouble. So after the man in front of the eyes as if looking at a fool, looking at the body in front of the don't make trouble. I said big brother that cell phone store in what place? I also want to buy me a. After hearing the man in front of him say this, the helpless don't make a fuss asked this to the man in front of him. Cell phone stores are of course bought in the real world. Are you stupid? Where does a cell phone come to be sold in this world? Looking at Farewell, actually asking this kind of question to himself, the man in front of him looked at Farewell with the eyes of a fool, and then turned a body to go. Don't go, don't go. The man's words just now instantly made Farewell understand that the man in front of him was a person from the real world, because in this country, something like a cell phone was categorically impossible, and this man in front of him also knows the cell phone store, also said the real world, that means he is also from the real world. Don't make a mess at this time as if he saw the savior, dead tug on the man's arm. This brother in the end you want to do things? You directly say can. You drag me what ah? If I didn't see you as a modern man, I would have kicked you out. Seeing the don't make a fuss dead tugging his sleeve, the man holding the cell phone, helplessly asked a question to the don't make a fuss. How should I go back? I want to go back. I was unintentionally swept here by a wormhole. I don't want to stay on this planet anymore. I want to go back to the real world. You tell me which flight I can take to go back to the inside of the real world, or what contraption I'm looking for that I can sit back in the real world inside. After hearing the man with the cell phone say this, he became very excited and said this to the man in front of him. I say brother, are you kidding me? Flight what kind of car? Do you think this world has one? Could it be that you were really sucked in? Because everyone who arrives inside the critical realm from inside the real world needs to report back to inside the real world, and the real world will always send you the teleportation once you want to come back. At that time all you need to do is suck into yourself, your entire being will be transferred inside the real world. After hearing don't make a fuss like this man playing the cell phone in front of him only then determined don't make a fuss, really is unintentionally being linked also find to get tough, rather than he intentionally chose to come inside the critical world, and before the eyes of this man playing the cell phone, to the Don T, finished this sentence after, turn a body to leave, that big brother I fell in by myself, how should I go back? I can't contact other people. Seeing the man to leave don't make a fuss blocked on the man, to the man again asked such a question, this I can't do, I'm no longer ready to go back, so I threw away all the tools I had to contact the family, I really can't find them, then you can only wait for luck now, wait until when there is a newcomer to come here again, then you can let him help you go out, or else there is no hope in this life for you to go out again. After hearing Farewell ask that, the man helplessly turned to Farewell, his bouncing hand dragging his chin, and gave Farewell an idea. Then he disappeared from Farewell's eyes. After seeing the man today, don't make fun of the heart side of some despair, but don't make fun of, on second thought, the capital can meet the first, naturally can meet the second by the time you meet the second. Maybe there are tokens can be it to pick up back to make up. Notice don't make fun of. Back to the room side of the plate sitting on the bed, ready to start resting. Old man hurry to hand over the things, otherwise I killed your wife and your son. At this time in the outside of the capital, the one-eyed dragon and his party are in a farmhouse to commit murder, are in the eyes of the knife on the neck of a small child, to the front of a strong middle-aged man, said so, the thing I cannot give you, the thing is not in my hands, the thing is hidden by me, you want to kill, you kill my whole family, you kill my wife and child, I will kill myself, this thing in this life don't want to be seen by others again. After hearing the one-eyed dragon's threatening voice, the Hanyu is also a real Hanyu, directly said this to the one-eyed dragon, then tilted his neck to look at the one-eyed dragon. Okay, you have the ability, you are good. You think this way I can't do anything about you? After hearing the Hanyu say that, the main actor had an evil smile appeared on his face, and then waved to a few other people beside him. A few of you go and pull his wife outside and try to see if she's tough. After saying this, Cyclops even took the knife inside his hand and slapped the Hanyu's son's face twice. Chapter 99, The Whereabouts of the Treasure. Livestock. Shameless, if you guys dare to touch my wife, I'll fight you. I'll get you killed. The man who was controlled by the one-eyed dragon shouted this at the one-eyed dragon ferociously after hearing the one-eyed dragon say this. It's you who didn't say anything. It's you who thinks that your family's heirloom treasure is more important than the lives of your wife and children. I can't help it. I'll come over to savor your wife today first, and then come over to take a look at these children of yours tomorrow. After hearing the voice of the man speaking and seeing the man trying to resist, the one-eyed dragon had an evil smile on his face. Then he put the knife on top of the man's neck and said this to the man. It is true that it is not here with me. It is not that I am not willing to give it to you guys, but I really don't have any family heirloom treasures that you guys are talking about. I haven't even heard of them. I don't even know that our family has family heirloom treasures. After the man heard the one-eyed dragon say so, his face was difficult as he said so to the one-eyed dragon, then looked at the one-eyed dragon waiting for the one-eyed dragon's response. You're still a stiff upper lip even now, aren't you? Fine, pull his wife down. After hearing the man's defense, Cyclops directly instructed Bucktooth and his men. Then Bucktooth and his men dragged the man's wife towards the outside of the house and walked out. Let go of me, you bunch of animals. Beasts, let go of me. The woman struggled desperately inside their hands as she was yanked by several men and dragged out towards the outside. Pa, stinking less pushy here. If you dare to shout again, I'll get you dead now. Bucktooth a slap directly threw on the woman's face. To the woman viciously said so. You guys let go of my mom. Let go of my mom. Just as several people were dragging the woman, a little boy ran over from a distance and directly hugged Bucktooth's arm with a bite. Little thing actually dares to bite old me. I'll get you killed. After feeling a stinging pain on his wrist, Bucktooth directly pinched the little boy's neck and lifted the boy up from the ground. Then with cold eyes, he turned to the little boy and said this. Let go of my son. Don't move my son. You guys let go of my son and my wife. I'll give you the stuff and I'll tell you where it is. After seeing that his son was also choked and pinched by storm teeth, the man hurriedly shouted this to Cyclops. Wouldn't it be fine to do it earlier? You have to let your wife and child suffer so much. You say you are also really. Bucktooth let go of the man. After hearing the man speak, Cyclops nodded in satisfaction and then said this to Bucktooth. Where is the stuff? After speaking, the one-eyed dragon turned his head to the middle-aged man in front of him and asked. The stuff? The stuff isn't on me. The stuff is on the outskirts of the capital, a cave 30 miles to the west, in the back of the chamber. After hearing the one-eyed dragon's inquiry, the middle-aged man very seriously said this to the one-eyed dragon. Old man, are you playing with me? Is it something you hid so far away? Or did you just pinpoint a location in faith? After hearing the middle-aged man speak, the one-eyed dragon directly ferociously asked such a sentence to the middle-aged man. The thing is in this place. I said if you don't believe me there is nothing I can do. I can take you guys over to see it, but you have to let go of my wife and child. After the middle-aged man heard the one-eyed dragon say this, his gaze was calm as he said this to the one-eyed dragon. Alright, no problem, there's no time to lose, let's set off now. After hearing the middle-aged man say that, Cyclops didn't have the slightest hesitation and directly said this to the middle-aged man, then turned around and glanced at Bucktooth's several people standing at the back. Bucktooth, my brothers and I will take this guy over to take a look first. You stay here and keep an eye on his wife and child for me. Don't let his wife and child run away. After the slanted light in the only remaining eye of the one-eyed dragon twisted a few times, he vaguely made a neck-wiping gesture at Bucktooth and said this. Don't worry big brother, leave this place to me. I'll definitely keep a good eye on these two guys for you. If that old guy dares to cheat you, remember to come back and let me chop him up. After Bucktooth heard Cyclops talking like this, he said this to Cyclops in a very smug manner. Alright, let's go. I'd like to go and see if there really is something in this place or not. After the one-eyed dragon got the response from the Bucktooth, he nodded to the Bucktooth, then pushed the middle-aged man and said this to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man then took the 4 people of Cyclops from here, and rushed towards the place he said, leaving Bucktooth alone to watch over the middle-aged man's wife and child. Bucktooth saw Cyclops and his party disappearing into the night. He weighed the knife in his hand, turned his head and revealed a lewd smile on his face. Looking at the middle-aged man's wife and child. What do you want? You don't move my child. My man but gave you guys said, if my son and I have a long or short, you guys don't want anything. Seeing the Bucktooth looking towards her side, the middle-aged man's wife held her child in her arms before saying this to the Bucktooth. Are we the kind of people who accept threats? Your man went today, absolutely impossible to come back alive. And you also have no use. Come over and let the old man be comfortable. The old man give you a pain. Otherwise don't blame the old man for being more ruthless to you mother and son. After hearing the middle-aged man's wife speak, the Bucktooth face showed a cheap swishing expression, rubbed his hand toward the middle-aged man's wife body. Dream on. I'm just going to die. I won't cheapen you brutes. Don't come over, you come over again. If you come over again I will die for you. The middle-aged man's wife also didn't know where to feel out. After a pair of scissors was placed on top of her neck, she said this to Bucktooth threateningly. Dead or not you casual Anyway, your son is still here. After you die you see how I clean up your son. The little guy just dared to bite me. I want to his mouth side of the teeth one by one to pull it out. After hearing the middle-aged man's wife say this, Stormy Tooth indifferently said this to the middle-aged man's wife, and then looked at the middle-aged man's son with a fierce light in his eyes. You are not human. You actually want to strike at such a small child. Chapter 102 in a row. After hearing the words coming out of the Bucktooth's mouth, the wife of the man in the center directly cursed at the Bucktooth in a broken voice. Of course we're not human. We're immortal cultivators. We're immortals. We're inherently nobler than you guys. You're inherently inferior to us. How dare you disobey us? How dare you resist? How dare you tease us? How many times has my big brother been here? How many times have you guys been here? Just for one of your broken heirlooms. What's wrong with that? Afraid we won't pay? Until now do not hand over. Early hand over, and today this kind of thing today fall into this situation is you deserve. Is you simply cannot recognize their own position is what it is like. Hearing the middle-aged man's wife scolded himself not a person. Bucktooth actually frankly admitted that he is not a person. But the next Bucktooth said words, but let the middle-aged man's wife felt a burst of despair. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Bucktooth's eyes suddenly changed, and an unknown object in his hand was thrown out, hitting the top of the middle-aged man's wife's wrist, followed by the scissors inside his hand falling to the ground in response. Afterwards, Bucktooth rushed over, gently raised his hand and knocked the middle-aged man's son unconscious, and then pinched the middle-aged man's wife's neck, and walked towards the side of the bed. TMD to have not arrived have gone for so long. The middle-aged man led the one-eyed dragon and his party to walk for a long time. The one-eyed dragon finally couldn't help but ask the middle-aged man this sentence. Here it is, just ahead. After hearing Cyclops say this, the middleman reached out and pointed to a cave not far in front of him and said this. After hearing the middle-aged man say so, the one-eyed dragon nodded his head in satisfaction, and then walked over in the direction of the cave, which was pitch black after several people entered it. However, under the middle-aged man's lead, several people quickly walked to the end of the cave, and indeed, just as the middle-aged man said that a stone door appeared. After seeing the stone door, the middle-aged man in the side of the stone under the edge of the child took out a key, inserted into the lock hole, accompanied by the middle-aged man's gently turn. The stone door slowly lifted up. After seeing the stone door open, the middleman retreated to the side, then spoke to the one-eyed dragon in front of him. This is the place you want. The thing is inside this, but I have never been inside. Our family's mission is not to possess this thing, but to keep this thing a secret. After saying this, the middle-aged man looked into the face of the one-eyed dragon. Very good, very good. We need to go in first now to check and inspect the thing. No more inside. If you take the thing away to cheat us, we'll not let you escape for nothing. Brothers, go. We go in to take a look. Cyclops waved his hand at the people behind him before walking to the middle-aged man's side, pinching the middle-aged man's neck to follow a few people. After the stone door was opened, there was a passageway paved with green bricks. After a few people walked into the passageway, nothing happened. However, the one-eyed dragon always felt that there was some danger, and had been leading the middle-aged man to shrink up to the end of the crowd. Whoosh! In a few people right forward less than 20 meters after the distance, suddenly a broken wind sound came walking in the forefront of the man, directly by an arrow shot. Originally this one cannot be his life, but the next countless broken sound came, walking in the forefront of the one-eyed dragon's a junior instantly was shot into a hornet's nest. Big brother, seeing such a situation, one-eyed dragon's other two minions hastily took a step backward, looking at one-eyed dragon's side with a panicked face. TMD, there is actually a trap. Old thing, why didn't you tell us just now? My brother is now killed by you. Old thing, hurry up and go ahead to lead the way to go. Seeing that the brother in front of him was shot into a hornet's nest and had completely lost his breath, Cyclops directly tugged on the middle-aged man's collar and angrily rebuked at him. I've told you all. I haven't come in this place myself, our family is just keeping it a secret, not owning it. After hearing the one-eyed dragon say this, the middle-aged man helplessly said this to the one-eyed dragon. Go ahead and lead the way. I don't believe that you will know nothing about this place for so many years. Won't you come in and take a look? You go ahead and we will follow at the back. If you die then this matter will be settled. If you don't die then, you see how old man will clean you up. After hearing the middle-aged man say this, the one-eyed dragon directly pushed the middle-aged man to the front of the three people. Then the middle-aged man took a step and walked towards the front. When the middle-aged man walked to the front of the three people walkway position, there is no imagined sound of broken air and no arrows fly over. After seeing the middle-aged man walking towards the front peacefully, Du Yalon's three people were also very puzzled and followed the middle-aged man's back. However, just after the three of them had just walked forward for some distance, a sharp knife suddenly stabbed out from the ground, instantly piercing through one of the one-eyed dragon's two little brothers. Before this junior brother could endure the pain and pull himself out from the top of the knife, suddenly countless more sharp knives appeared on the top and on the ground, directly fixing this junior brother of Cyclops in place. Why? It's fine when you leave. Why is it that when we leave, something happens? What exactly do you still have left to do? After seeing such a situation, the one-eyed dragon instantly opened his mouth to the middle-aged man in some panic and asked, I'm just walking normally here. After hearing the one-eyed dragon's inquiry, the middle-aged man very innocently said this to the one-eyed dragon. Don't say it, right? Okay, Lao Zi here today. Lao Zi is missing. You give Lao Zi over. When tomorrow Lao Zi bring my big brother after coming together. My big brother, but there are means of defense. I see when you still how to pit us a few people. See, the middle-aged man is not willing to tell him the specific situation. The one-eyed dragon also gave up to continue to explore down. May this short a little while on the death of two brothers. One-eyed dragon does not want to be the hiccups of the third, so directly will be the middle-aged man called back and then control the middle-aged man toward the middle-aged man's home side of the past again. When the three people returned to the middle-aged man's home, only to find Bucktooth in the pool next to wash their own blood-stained hands. Big brother, you guys are back. Did this old thing lead you to the place? Chapter 101, I'll fight you. Bucktooth saw a few people come back and then hurriedly greeted towards Cyclops' side and asked to Cyclops, that place has a lot of organs. The other two brothers have been located there. I do not have a cold. And then continue to explore down. Tomorrow after the dragon brother to come over to bring the dragon brother together to go over it. I heard that the dragon brother has a 360-degree defense magic treasure. After hearing the Bucktooth's inquiry, the one-eyed dragon gritted his teeth and glanced in the direction of the middle-aged man, and opened his mouth to the Bucktooth in front of him. Then, big brother, this old thing shouldn't be of any use anymore. Let me get my hands on it and give it a hard time and finish him off. After hearing Cyclops say this, Bucktooth carried the knife in his own hand and said this to Cyclops. Don't be in a hurry first. This old thing must still know something that we don't know. We have to keep it first. How many organs there are there I'm not very clear. Tomorrow let this old thing lead the way. After Cyclops heard Bucktooth say this, he gently waved his hand to stop Bucktooth's impulsive demeanor, then said this to Bucktooth. This old thing, if it wasn't for the fact that this old thing is still a little useful, I really want to stab this old thing to death. After hearing Cyclops say this, Bucktooth carried the knife in his hand and waved it at the middle-aged man as if to intimidate him. However, after the middle-aged man saw the blood standing on Bucktooth's knife, he frowned gently and then opened his mouth to shout at Cyclops. Where is my wife and child? Where did my wife and child go? The middle-aged man already had a bad premonition in his heart when he asked these words. Your wife and child. Your wife and child are afraid that you won't be able to see them. Your wife and child have gone up to the sky in advance to wait for you guys. Originally I didn't expect you to come back, and struck out a little early. After hearing the voice of the middle-aged man shouting, the Bucktooth very proudly pointed at the middle-aged man to the inside of the house and said this. What the did you do to my wife and child? After hearing the Bucktooth say this, the middle-aged man did not know where to bring the strength to suddenly break free from the one-eyed dragon's little brother behind him, pressed on his shoulder above the palm of his hand, and directly rushed in toward the inside of the house. When the middle-aged man rushed to the side of the house, the scene in front of him directly let the middle-aged man's legs are still kneeling on the ground. At this time, the middle-aged man's wife lying on the side of the bed, not a single piece of clothing on the body, and covered with blood. The middle-aged man's son was head, placed next to the middle-aged man's wife. After seeing this scene, the middle-aged man sat on the ground, wanting to cry but realizing he couldn't. Then the middle-aged man rushed to the kitchen, drew up an axe, then glanced outside and rushed out directly. Son of a, killed my wife and son. I'll fight you. The middle-aged man held the axe in his hand and rushed directly in front of the Bucktooth, shouted at the Bucktooth, and the axe chopped down on his head. Mantis blocking. Looking at the middle-aged man's axe, Bucktooth just coldly said this sentence, and then the knife in his hand swung, only to see the axe in the middle-aged man's hand. instantly by the bucktooth's hand side of the knife to the bullet flew out. "I'll choke you to death." After seeing the axe in his hand being sent flying, the middle-aged man's hands grew and choked towards the neck of the bucktooth. Noisy, listening to the middle-aged man beside him constantly talking. Bucktooth directly to the middle-aged man after an angry rebuke. A hand knife chopped in the middle-aged man's shoulder, followed by the middle-aged man double-eyed directly fainted. The second day early in the morning or in the drunken immortal building, the man called Dragon waiting for the one-eyed dragon and his party. But he waited for a long time, did not wait for the one-eyed dragon and his party. When he put his head out of the window, but found the one-eyed dragon and his party are waiting for their own under the building. After Long saw such a scene, he walked down from the upper floor with some suspicion and looked at the one-eyed dragon and his group standing at the doorway and opened his mouth to them. "A few of you standing here for what to go upstairs to say how? Drunken immortal restaurant's food is not to your liking now?" Brother Long directly waved his hand to Cyclops. The three people said this. "Brother Long, we won't go up. Yesterday we didn't have the money to pay for the meal. We have already been treated by drunken immortal house as if we were eating a king's dinner, and severely beaten up. If we go in again today, I'm afraid that other people will directly kick us out." After hearing Brother Long say so, Cyclops very awkwardly said this to Brother Long in front of him. "There's still such a thing. Then why didn't you guys tell me? I thought you guys had money on you guys." After hearing Cyclops say this, Brother Long had a very surprised expression on his face, as if the things that Cyclops said out of his mouth had truly surprised Brother Long to the core. "Have you forgotten, Brother Long? Didn't a few of us just tell you yesterday when we came over? Our storage bags were all snatched away by others. Where can we still have money? And Brother Long, you left in a hurry yesterday. We called you and you didn't hear us." Pointing to the bruises on his face that hadn't dissipated yet, the one-eyed dragon awkwardly said this to Brother Long. "Brothers are really sorry. Really sorry. Today this meal I treated all as an apology to the brothers. First go upstairs." "We sit upstairs," slowly say. After hearing Cyclops say this, Long's face showed a very embarrassed expression, pointed to the drunken immortal building behind himself, and said this to Cyclops several people. But Cyclops several people's reaction was very neat, shook their heads in unison to indicate that they would not go in. "Alas, brother is really sorry. Are when the brother's fault, that line we find in No One's Place. You will last night's things with me." Seeing the one-eyed dragon this way, Long shook his head helplessly, and then pointed to the side of the road not far away from a hutong, and then took the lead to open the step and went in, followed by the one-eyed dragon. Three people, one in front of the other, and also followed into it. "Big brother, last night we found the place where that old thing hid the family heirloom you mentioned, but that place is covered with lasers. We couldn't get in even if we wanted to, and I already have two brothers folded there, and that old guy doesn't tell us what the secret of this organ is. He steps on it and it's fine, while we step on it and the organ appears." The one-eyed dragon informed this Brother Long in front of him about what happened last night one by one. Chapter 102 Listserv. "Humph, that old thing is bound to know something and not tell us. Did you leave that old thing alive?" After hearing One-Eyed Dragon's report, Long coldly snorted and asked at One-Eyed Dragon. "Of course, the old thing is alive now, being locked up by us at the side of their house, but his wife and child didn't stay alive last night, and was taken care of by this kid, Bucktooth." After hearing Long's inquiry, Cyclops hurriedly reported the current situation of the crook to Long. "Okay, I know the current situation, but if according to you, the inside is full of organs, I also have other ways. I don't dare to guarantee that I can definitely smooth things out inside, but I think we can find someone who is an immortal cultivator like us to go in and explore the situation for us." Dragging his own chin, Brother Long said this faintly to the few people beside him. "Brother Long, what do you mean by that?" Brother Long's sentence caused the curiosity of Cyclops and a few of his juniors, and people hurriedly asked curiously to Brother Long. "I said this naturally. I was preparing to find another person to come over. Still remember you told me there was a person who told several of you to rob all of them? Just in time. I was going to teach him a lesson personally. This is cheap, so he can die in that place with the mechanism." Brother Long raised his head to look at the sky above his head, then in a slightly regretful tone, he said this to the several people in front of him. "Cyclops, Brother Long, what you mean is that we lure this kid to that place and then let him go in first, right?" After hearing Brother Long say this, Cyclops also flashed his one eye, then asked Brother Long with an excited face. "That's right, that's what I had in mind." Long nodded gently. "Your mission today is to find that guy out inside the capital. If we find that guy out, we'll tell that call to lead to that place outside the city. Anyway, this matter must be done today. You guys move faster today." Brother Long added to a few people. After saying so, turned around and left from in front of a few people. Brother Lung is Brother Lung. There is absolutely nothing wrong with Brother Lung's proposal. "Alright brothers, then get ready. Let's now mobilize our respective friends, as well as the people inside the capital, and find that guy out." After Long left, the one-eyed dragon looked at Long's direction and grew to say this sentence before turning to the others beside him and speaking. That's fine. Big brother, it's not too late. A few of us will hurry up and set off now. That kid pressed me to the ground for so long that day. This is something I won't be done with him. The most excited is still Bucktooth. Bucktooth heard Cyclops said so after. Can't wait to open his legs a little, said so to Cyclops. Alright, split up. After saying this, Cyclops chose a direction by himself and walked over, while Bucktooth and the one remaining person also looked at each other and each walked over in two directions, just after a few people had just been assigned. Don't Make a Fuss also walked out from inside the inn, and then looked at the flow of people in front of him, and the shoulder-to-shoulder capital city could also satisfactorily walk up the street, and then prepared to start his own modern man-searching journey today. Don't Make a Fuss carefully observed every person who passed by his side, measured their demeanor with his eyes, and even Don't Make a Fuss can't wait to all drill into the inside of their head to see if they are modern people. This one isn't. Neither is this one. Hey, have you heard? The capital's Pepsi. It seems like there's very explosive news again today. What explosive news are you talking about? The news from Pepsi. It's just not something that the likes of us can afford to buy. I heard that someone bought the news today and released it. Don't you go over and take a look. Don't Make a Fuss. After walking a distance, suddenly beside the extreme exchange of sound attracted Don't Make a Fuss of attention to Don't Make a Fuss. After turning his head only to see three people, seems to be very excited toward a direction of the capital. Pepsi? After seeing such a situation, Don't Make a Fuss frowned, then also chased after the three people in the direction they left. By the time Don't Make a Fuss, as the three people continued to move forward, they realized that the surrounding crowd suddenly moved forward in the same direction as Don't Make a Fuss. The three of them slowly became the same, as if there were a lot of people thinking about the direction of this so-called Pepsodent converged in the past. Along with a few minutes after the journey, Don't Make a Fuss saw, they in the capital side so far to see the biggest building, written on the upper side of the four big words Pepsodent will. Big brother, what does this Pepsi Club do? I haven't seen such a grand house for a long time since I first came to the capital. It's quite a bit bigger than even our village chief's house. Don't Make a Fuss, although the heart is very curious, but because Don't Make a Fuss has a very excellent spirit, that is, if you don't understand, ask Don't Make a Fuss. Looking at a middle-aged man beside him is silently nodding his head, looking at the Pepsi Club in front of him, then opened his mouth and asked a question to the middle-aged man beside him. After hearing Farewell's inquiry, the middle-aged man obviously froze for a moment, and then rushed to Farewell to look up and down for a while before slowly opening his mouth to say, "Your village chief? What does your village head's family compare to the Pepsi Club? Do you know what this place is? This is the Pepsi Club, but the place that collects all the news in the whole world, no matter what news you want to know. As long as you have money, in this Pepsi Club you can get a response, and not only is the news, there are all kinds of treasures. As long as you know the name out of money Pepsi will only have a way to give you will get them. Here Don't Make a Fuss." So say after the middle-aged man with a face of envy looked at the body in front of the Pepsi, will mouth side praise to the Don't Make a Fuss said so sentence. Hearing this sentence of Don't Make a Mess instantly seems to see the hope like, in front of the eyes of this Pepsi will undoubtedly be a very powerful place, and Don't Make a Mess. Or some can't help but want to let them to poke around to find out the news. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Just as everyone was mingling and gathering around the entrance of the Pepsi Club, suddenly the sound of three gongs sounded into everyone's ears. Everyone who heard these three sounds all looked over in the direction where the sounds came from, only to see a servant-like man at the entrance of the Pepsi Club, holding up the gong, looking at the crowd in front of him with great complacency. Chapter 103, 10,000 Years Old. Today, our Mr. Yang has bought the 100 things and will very importantly take out a message to share with everyone. I'm sure all of you have also all received the news before gathering here. Then let me announce to everyone next. What exactly is this explosive news today? The servant-like man, holding up the gong in his hand, very proudly said this to the crowd below the stage. Isn't Mr. Yang that young master of the Yang family, one of the four great families of the capital? After hearing the subordinate say this, someone beside him immediately began to inquire. Mr. Yang, you don't even know? How do you have the nerve to stay inside the capital? Mr. Yang is the second young master of the four great young men of the capital, and also the second most handsome of the four great handsome men of the capital. The Yang family just happens to be the second most powerful in the capital. If you dare to underestimate the Yang family and underestimate Mr. Yang, you're doing yourself a disservice. After one man inquired, another man immediately began to explain to this man what kind of status the Yang family really had. Isn't this just a 10,000-year-old? After hearing this man's explanation, Farewell couldn't help but secretly slander a sentence in his heart. However, Farewell didn't open his mouth to say such words, because he didn't have any backbone to be able to look down on someone else right now, Who was ranked second? The news that our Ouyang Gongzi will be announcing to everyone here today is that Ouyang Gongzi has successfully taken the second place in this year's Imperial Examination competition, and is happy to mention that he is the scout. So let's all applaud and encourage him. After saying these words, the subordinate on the stage raised the gong inside his hand and very excitedly started to strike it, applauding as he did so, while the crowd below the stage were all stunned after hearing this news. They originally thought that Mr. Ouyang was going to share some explosive news with them, but they didn't think that they would share the news that they had won the second place. But despite this, the people under the stage didn't dare to refute Mr. Ouyang's face, and could only helplessly raise their hands and start clapping. Not far away from the top of a restaurant, a man dressed in white, full of rich and noble air, looking at this side of everything that happened, satisfied nodded, and then thought of the back of a group of greetings to their own companions walked over, waiting for a group of people or dispersed after. Don't make a fuss looked at. In front of this is called the Pepsi Club place. Step forward, toward this side is ready to walk into. However, in this large group of people, there are two acquaintances of Farewell, Bucktooth and One-Eyed Dragon. Two people are also attracted by this side of the news over. Want to take a chance here to see whether they will meet Farewell. They searched the crowd for a long time without seeing Farewell, but when the crowd dispersed and was ready to leave, they suddenly realized that someone had actually walked towards the entrance of the Pepsi Club. With an unintentional glance, the two people discovered Farewell at the same time, and in the end, the two people were ready to walk over in the other direction, but the two people had just taken 2 steps, and Farewell had discovered each other. Big brother, Bucktooth. The two people called each other at the same time, and after a bang they walked together very excitedly. That kid is up there, let's go over and stop him now. After the two men, Cyclops and Bucktooth, met, Cyclops looked in the direction of the alibi and said this to Bucktooth. Big brother, don't be in a hurry first. This kid to Pepsi to come back naturally, there should be something he wants to know. We just go to that kid now. That kid has something to do, not go out of the city with us. What we do is useless, since he has news he wants to know. Why don't we use that tune to lure him in and inform him that the news he wants is in there? After hearing Cyclops say this, Bucktooth's eyes dribbled, and in his heart, he directly brewed up such a bad idea and said this to Cyclops. Bucktooth, there is your kid. It is you. Kid, bad idea, more no problem. We two quietly follow up to see this kid to find what news. Just my Pepsi will be the first floor. Butlers still have some interactions. This butler is a friend of Brother Lung. In a while we borrow Brother Lung's reputation to greet the big butler of this first floor, and see if he can divulge to us the question that the kid is asking. After Cyclops nodded lightly, he then took a step and followed Bucktooth inside towards the Pepsi Club. This, sir, may I ask what you need to purchase? Do you choose to purchase news or treasures? Our Pepsi Club's news pass will be on this side. Treasures are placed on the other side. Don't make a fuss. Just after walking into the door of the Pepsodent Club, immediately someone greeted up to Don't Make a Fuss. Very attentive smile and open mouth to ask such a sentence. I want to buy news. After hearing this, Little Two said so. Don't make a mess to the Little Two said so faintly. Good luck, customer. You this side please. 100 things will be news will be inside the child where someone special reception you. Here, don't make a fuss. After so say, Small Two lead Don't Make a Fuss. Toward the news will side walked in. The so-called news conference in the 100 Paths Club is a separate house on the first floor, and this house looks very large, with one reception after another sitting inside. Seems to be specially mentioned to ask the news of the people, to answer questions and solve the same. In Don't Make Trouble to walk in. After Don't Make Trouble the position is No. 2 window. Looking at the scene in front of Don't Make Trouble. Some surprise, because here a set of processes and Don't Make Trouble in the real world side to see the bank is somewhat similar, but Don't Make a Fuss or according to the guidelines walked to the front of the No. 2 window, end of the stool, sat down, and finally inside the child of a female reception, smiled at this Don't Make a Fuss, opened his mouth and asked, this gentleman, what news you need to buy, please inform me first. We will estimate the value based on the news, and then answer your question. The female receptionist revealed a trace of smile on the side, very politely to the Don't Make a Mess, said this sentence. After hearing the female receptionist say this, Don't Make a Mess was still a bit embarrassed, because he didn't know how to tell the female reporter in front of him the news he wanted to know, because if he directly asked the female receptionist how to go back to his real world from this world, it was obviously a bit unimaginable. Don't make a fuss. After thinking about it for a while, he was still prepared to save the country by asking a few more questions to see the price. I would like to ask the capital city. Sometimes there will be some strange people since arriving in the capital city, especially the clothes they are wearing are very special, similar to these worn in this dress of mine. Chapter 104, Butler Lou. Don't make a fuss. Stood up from the seat, after pulling his jacket open a bit, pointed to the fake Nike clothes he was wearing, to the side of the female receptionist, asked a sentence. Here, don't make trouble. So ask. After female reception gently nodded, and then began in front of their own a booklet above flipped up. Finally this female reception eyes bright reach out and the head of a rope on the side pulled a little. Then, under the gaze of Bujio's eyes, a booklet fell down from the top of this female receptionist's head, and then after the female receptionist looked at the booklet for a while, she smiled and looked at Bujio's side. This sir, the news you want to purchase. This news is worth 10 taels of silver. I don't know if you need it now sir or come back later. The female receptionist took the pamphlet in her hand, shook it twice in front of others. To this don't make a fuss, asked So, hearing the female receptionist say so don't make a fuss, nodded to the female receptionist, then put his hand into his chest, seemingly touching something, in fact, from the storage ring about to take out a 50 taels of silver on the table after, pushed to the front of the female receptionist. Here is 50 taels, don't be in a hurry, I have other questions to ask me, take a look at this first. After saying these words, don't make a fuss, and took the booklet handed over by the female receptionist from the female receptionist's side of the hand. In the last 100 years, inside the capital city there are often more people with strange clothes. These people after arriving in the capital city, at first will be very uncomfortable, but after getting used to it for a bit, these people will appear some very strange behavior, and will quickly rise to the top plus absolutely sick former Bidar kingdom to make a very big contribution. Of course there is also a part of the people in the capital stayed for a period of time after they disappeared in thin air, do not know where to go, looked at the booklet above this message, don't make a fuss frowned, just like this 2 words, worth 10 taels of silver helpless don't make a fuss, closed the booklet in the hand after, handed back to the female reception. This gentleman still have what news need to buy. After receiving the pamphlet handed over by don't make a fuss, the female receptionist smiled at the others and asked this sentence. I would also like to ask from where did all these people disappear in the end? How did they disappear? Don't be ridiculous. After hearing the receptionist say that, he said his second question to the receptionist. Yes sir, please wait a little while, I'll go check the price for you. After hearing that, the lady receptionist began to check the booklet on her hand again. After a while, the lady receptionist pulled a rope above her head again, and then a booklet fell down from the sky, and landed steadily in the lady receptionist's hand. At this time, Cyclops and Bucktooth 2 people also saw the inside of the Pepsi Club, and then the 2 people followed the front desk of the second. Do not know what to say, the second will take the 2 people walked to a slightly fat man's room inside the child. Butler Lou, good day. After seeing the chubby man, the one-eyed dragon grinned and said this to this Butler Lou in front of him. After seeing the one-eyed dragon, Butler Lou obviously froze for a moment, and after reacting for a while, he remembered what the one-eyed dragon was, so he stood up and smiled as he greeted the one-eyed dragon. This brother you are Brother Dragon's friend right? Butler Lou pointed at Cyclops and asked this to Cyclops. That's right, Butler Lou, I'm Brother Long's younger brother. After hearing this Butler Lou's inquiry, Cyclops nodded at Butler Lou. Then I wonder if there's anything you came to the Pepsi Club to find me today, brother, that you need my help with? After hearing One-Eyed Dragon say that, a player nodded, then opened the door and asked such a question to One-Eyed Dragon. Generally like these people came to the Pepsi Club, basically seeking his help. Butler Lou, the situation is like this. At this time in the Pepsi Club there is a guy that has a grudge against Brother Dragon. Brother Dragon sent us out to check on this guy. He is now in the Pepsi Club. They're asking questions. So you see if you can do us a favor and see what questions he asked. Then we need to lure him to a place. I just don't know if Butler Lou can do us a favor and deliver this message to him. After hearing Butler Lou open his mouth to speak, the 2 men directly informed Butler Lou of the little plan they had in mind. I can inform you of the news that this person has been prying into, but wanting me to pass on false news, that is impossible. The Pepsi Council clearly prohibits such things from occurring, and once I pass on false news, in case if I were to be exposed, at that time, what I will lose is not the Pepsi, will be a layer of stewardship of this position. What I may lose is my life. So this matter I can't possibly help you guys. You guys wait here for a while, I'll ask you over the news. He poked around. After hearing the One-Eyed Dragon say that, Butler Lou's expression became a bit serious, directly rejecting the second offer that the One-Eyed Dragon brought up, and then walked straight towards the outside. Then, I'll trouble Butler Lou. Watching Butler Lou walk straight outside, Cyclops stood back and said very politely to Butler Lou. Then he and Bucktooth sat down in this house of Butler Lou's, surveying everything here. This place is really grand. To be able to be a butler here, this life is basically considered to be free of food and clothing. When will we also be able to get a butler in this Pepsi Club for a while? After taking a look at the decorations inside Butler Lou's room, Bucktooth said this to Cyclops next to him with an envious face. Don't worry, we'll have a chance later, as long as we follow Brother Long. After Brother Long gets the treasures he wants this time, we'll definitely have a chance to soar later. After hearing Bucktooth say this, Cyclops said this to Bucktooth with a hopeful face. On the other hand, The female receptionist in front of Bujang just informed Bujang of the price needed this time, but suddenly as if she heard something, she opened her mouth to Bujang and said, "This gentleman, please wait a moment. I have some things to deal with. I will be back soon." After finishing this sentence, the female receptionist directly ran in a direction, leaving behind a puzzled farewell to sit in place, considering how to ask the question in a few moments. This question asked by Bujang just now is worth 30 silver taels. Bujang is considering whether or not he can get the answer he wants with this question. Chapter 105. Butler Lu. What are your orders? The female receptionist who was in front of the choreographer just now walked up to Butler Lu and asked this to Butler Lu in a very respectful manner. After hearing the female receptionist's inquiry, Butler Lu nodded lightly at the female receptionist, then hooked his finger at the female receptionist, then brought his mouth to the female receptionist's ear and opened his mouth at the female receptionist and asked, "What questions did that gentleman over there ask you?" After saying these words, Butler Lu gave the female receptionist a long and deep look. Hearing Lu Butler say so, after seeing Lu Butler's eyes, you then immediately understand what Lu Butler wants to do things, and then rush to Lu Butler will just don't make trouble to ask the two questions informed to Lu Butler. "Okay, I know. You busy yourself, things go." After hearing the female receptionist finish speaking, Butler Lu nodded and waved his hand at the female receptionist before walking out from here, heading back towards the room where the two people, Cyclops and Bucktooth, were. Butler Lu was back. After seeing Butler Lu walk back, Cyclops and Bucktooth hurriedly stood up from their seats and greeted Butler Lu. However, after seeing the two people stand up, Butler Lu pressed his palm at the two people to indicate that the two people did not need to come to him, then spoke to the two people. "I've already asked for the two of you about the news just now." This person asked two questions after he came to the Pepsi Club. The first question was whether there were any people dressed as strangely as him, and the second question was where did all these people end up disappearing. After saying this, Butler Lu faintly made his way back to his idea, up then did not look over to the two people's side again. After hearing Butler Lu say this, the two people frowned, completely not understanding what kind of news Butler Lu had just inquired about. And don't make a fuss, what kind of things were these asked for? But despite this, the two people were already satisfied, because this look was enough for the two of them to make up a thing that could attract farewell to that too. Then the two of them said goodbye to Butler Lu before walking out from the inside of Butler Lu's room. Then the two of them stood guard at the entrance of the Pepsi Club, waiting to take farewell out. "Sir, I'm really sorry. I'm back." "Sir, you need 30 taels for this second answer. Are you checking it now or in a while?" The female receptionist, after returning to the front of Bujang, smiled at Bujang and asked this. "Yes sir, the payment of 30 taels has been successful. This is what you want." After hearing Bujio said so, the female receptionist smiled and handed the booklet in her hand to the front of Bujiobu. After picking up the booklet began to flip through it, but this 30 taels Bujiobu instantly felt that he spent some losses. Because of this a booklet above the record of some disappearance method, are some unimaginable what a sudden sunrise to the sky, was a saucer-like things to pick up, there is suddenly out of a hole in the sky. The man drilled into the hole inside the side of the gone, and drilled into the tomb inside, never came out of thin air disappeared. Seeing these, don't make a fuss understand that these people should be witched back, the so-called family pick-up people. After helplessly closing the booklet, don't get ready to continue to ask. Will hand inside the 52 silver pushed to the front of the female reception. After to the female reception said, "I'm done asking, this is 50 taels of silver." After saying these words, don't make a fuss, waiting for the female reception to find money for themselves. The female reception will not make a fuss of the silver to take over from the cabinet in front of the inside of the rummage. Find up a few pieces of silver in front of don't make a fuss of the silver. After collecting the silver don't make a fuss, directly toward the outside gone. Remove until don't make a fuss just out of the Pepsi Club's door after. A small voice will be sent into don't make a fuss in the ear. I heard that recently outside the city there is an ancient tomb open just from here out to the west dozens of miles of a place. As if that tomb before what people in the inside disappeared. I heard that there are still some relatively strange people. Follow the direction of the sound don't make a fuss. Looked in the direction of the sound, only to see two ordinary people in the Pepsi Club entrance not far away from the place, quietly whispering, "How do you know this news? Where did you get this news from?" After the other person heard this person say this, he asked very seriously at this person, "Keep your voice down, don't let anyone else hear it. This is the news that I just spent 500 taels of silver to ask from the Pepsi Club, saying that there might still be treasures left behind in there from when that person left before. Anyway, I'm going to go and take a look later. If you follow then we'll go together. If you don't go then you can do whatever you want. I have to go and take a look anyway. I have to spend 500 taels of silver to make it worthwhile." After hearing another person's inquiry, the one who spoke at the very beginning frowned and said this to his other companion, "Don't make a fuss, Now it's an immortal cultivator. These voices fell inside Don't Make a Fuss's ears very clearly. After hearing such a piece of news, Don't Make a Fuss also stopped and listened carefully to the two people talking. I didn't say I won't go. You wait. I'll go with you later. This is not the place to talk. There are people around. Look at that kid over there just sneaking around looking at us. The second person said this to the man who spoke at the very beginning after glancing at Farewell. The last two people glanced towards Farewell to this side, and after looking up and down, they hurriedly left from here. I didn't realize that there are still things left behind by those people from the real world in the past in the vicinity of the capital. I have to go and take a look in case there's an opportunity for me to go back. After hearing the conversation between the two, coupled with the news that he had just inquired about from inside the Pepsi Club, don't let him know that the ancient tombs were also where people had once disappeared. So Don't Make a Fuss and secretly said so, preparing to head to the ancient tombs outside of the capital. Host, I think this place is also quite suitable for you. You can hide in this place to cultivate first. When you cultivate in this place almost you then go back. And this place no one will care about your original birth. And no one will find out your original birth. Because you don't belong to this world. At that time you go back again. You're those blood revenge or something is still not easy to report. Only need you level over them. How do you want to revenge on how to revenge? Hearing that Farewell was preparing to leave from here, the 7 emotions system inside his head turned to Farewell and said this. Chapter 106, The Fish Takes the Hook. Here again good, what is the use? Here is the most suitable is cultivation. I also have to go back. I also have my brother in Suyujo. Everyone is waiting for me. Besides I still have to go to class. Look at me. I have only been in a few classes up to now and skipped another one. I guess I'm afraid I'll be expelled when I go back. The system simply does not understand. Don't make fun of all how urgent want to go back. So after hearing the system's statement, don't make fun of directly to the system said so. At the thought of his own this time is again skipping classes for many days. Don't have some headache. Hastily, to the system said so. Host, since you look like that I also have nothing to say. I think they just said that place should be more reliable, and then should also have some treasures. After saying this sentence to Farewell, the 7 emotion system stopped talking from inside Farewell's head and disappeared. After seeing the 7 sentiments system disappear, Farewell didn't even go back to the inn, but directly rushed over to the direction that the two had just spoken of. And after seeing Farewell leave from the entrance of the Pepsi Club there were 2 more people who walked back to this place. It was the Cyclops and Bucktooth who had just come out early. The fish has taken the bait. Let's get ready to go as well. After Cyclops said so proudly, he took Bucktooth and the 2 of them together and rushed over towards Brother Long's place. Well, did you 2 that guy go yet? After seeing the 2 return, Brother Long asked curiously to the 2. Brother Long, do you still need to worry about the 2 brothers' work? The 2 of us have already tricked that guy into rushing towards that place. This guy has already set off now. Brother Long, let's hurry up and set off as well. Bring that old guy with us to see what this kid is capable of. After hearing Brother Long's inquiry, Cyclops patted his chest and said this to Brother Long in a very proud manner. Alright then, it's not too late. Let's hurry up and set off as well. After hearing Cyclops say so, Brother Long nodded his head with satisfaction. Then with a wave of his hand, Brother Long and his group also rushed in the direction of the ancient tomb. And after bringing the crooks along by the side of the crook's house, several people directly rushed to the entrance of the ancient tomb. And at this time, Don't Make a Fuss is standing in that passageway, looking at the 2 corpses left behind in front. Don't Make a Fuss's eyebrows gently frowned. There is a mechanism inside this passage, and someone has come, obviously did not go over. Altercation, after observing for a moment immediately reacted. Host, you have a Vajra unbreakable body plus a smiling shield. This attack shouldn't be much of a problem for you. Host, you can take 2 steps forward to try it out first. After seeing Farewell stop, the 7 emotion system checked the injuries sustained by the 2 corpses in front of them and said this to Farewell. I think there shouldn't be any problems. These 2 people in front of us obviously just have very low defenses. There's no difference between them and an ordinary person's body. After hearing the system say this, Don't be alarmed, gently nodded. Then the Vajra unbreakable body was running on its own inside Don't Be Alarmed's body. Then Don't Be Alarmed also summoned the smiling shield, and then took a step and thought about walking forward. With the foot just stepping into the part of the pass that would launch an attack, a burst of arrows broke through the air sound. Then from the ears of Bu Wan rang, and the smiley face shield saw this situation to operate by itself, blocking all the arrows. After blocking these attacks, the Don't Make a Fuss about his demeanor and took a step, and kept walking forward. Suddenly, the intuition of his own height seems to grow a lot. The whole person left the ground, and then looked down. The surface of the ground emerged sharp knife fixed on the feet of the Bu Wan, issued a sound of iron and gold, directly to the top of the Bu Wan into the mid-air. Due to the reason that Ferris Bueller has the Vajra unbreakable body, these knives can't even pierce Ferris Bueller's skin. Ferris Bueller gently jumped down from the top and then shook his head helplessly and continued to walk towards the inside. Soon Farewell walked to the end of the passage, and what met his eyes was a stone door. Farewell, after glancing at the stone door, walked around it for 2 steps and discovered a button next to it. This should be the organ to enter the next place. After muttering a sentence, "Don't make a mess," he reached out and pressed on this button. Immediately after, the passageway shuttered. The stone door of the division that was strong and "Don't make a mess" slowly rose up. Afterwards, the body will disappear in the stone door. And feel the tomb outside of the dragon. Brother Cyclops Bucktooth and his party suddenly felt the ground came a slight vibration. Then 4 people looked at each other after a glance, directly and quickly rushed into the passageway, only to see that the stone door inside the passageway has been slowly opened. Seeing this scene, Long's face became a little ugly. "Old man, hurry up and take us there. If you dare to play any tricks again, I will get you killed now." Seeing this scene, Brother Long obviously also knew that "Don't make a mess" had already passed through here, while the 4 of them plus the 5 of the crop dusters now still had to walk through from inside this passageway. And according to the news that the 2 of them, Cyclops and Stormy Tooth, had come back to report, this passageway had a mechanism. "I also don't know how to pass forward is all. Also, don't threaten me with my life. Do you think I'm afraid of dying now?" After Zhuang heard Long speak, he very disdainfully said this to Long. Now that his wife and child have all perished in the hands of Bucktooth, Zhuang has long since lost the thought of living. "You don't fear death, but I have many ways to make your life worse than death. Hurry up and honestly lead the way." After Long heard Zhuang Jiahan say this, he glared at himself and said this to Zhuang Jiahan with a grimace on his face. After hearing Long say that, a trace of disdainful smile appeared on the expert's face, and after faintly shaking his head he took a step and took the lead towards the edge of the passage ground. After seeing the crop duster walk in, Cyclops and Bucktooth were about to follow him, but were stopped by Long's hands. "Look carefully at what his feet stepped on every step. This old guy said he just walked through. If there is no mechanism, it is simply impossible. Look at our 2 brothers' corpses are still placed there." Long compared to Cyclops and Tyrannosaurus, the 2 for IQ is definitely online. After Long saw Zhuang Jiahan took a step, Long noticed that every single one of the places that Zhuang Jiahan stepped on definitely have his secrets. After watching Zhuang Jiahan take a dozen or so steps, Long waved his hand and prepared to follow him. Chapter 107, Don't Make a Fuss vs. Lung. Then Cyclops Bucktooth and what was left of Cyclops's last little brother also followed behind the crop duster, step by step stepping on the place where the crop duster had stepped on, and walked towards the end of the passage. "Old thing, there really is a secret. You actually kept it from us in the front, causing us to die 2 brothers for nothing. Old thing, what will you take for it?" Soon a group of people under the leadership of Zhuang Jiahan stood at the door of that stone door. Then after the one-eyed dragon walked over, a hand tugged Zhuang Jiahan's collar and questioned at him. "Alright, don't delay here. Just now that kid has already walked in. Let's also hurry to follow over." Seeing that one-eyed dragon was here ready to talk to Zhuang Jiahan about all this nonsense, Long directly said this indifferently, and then crossed the stone door and walked in. When several of them just crossed the stone door, they discovered a figure standing right in front of them, sitting cross-legged on the ground looking at a drawbridge in front of them, hesitating to set off. This figure was naturally Farewell. After hearing the commotion coming from the back, the eyes opened to the back to look over. "Don't make a fuss. The reason why didn't set off, because in front of this drawbridge don't make a fuss. After trying a few times found that there is not what organs, but don't make a fuss, because just now the reason of the channel is more prudent, so also hasn't been set off. And just don't make a fuss." Waited for a while when the 7 love system prompted. "Don't make a fuss outside, there are other people came in. So don't make a fuss is ready to wait here for a while, to see what in the end these people are. I thought, who is it? It turned out to be the last time to send me storage belt of those good people. What happened? Today also bring one more is not ready to give your out of cloth bag to me again? Don't make a fuss." After standing up to the one-eyed dragon provocatively asked, "So, big brother, that's him? He's the one who robbed the brothers' storage bags." After seeing Farewell, the one-eyed dragon directly came to Brother Long's body pointing at Farewell and crying to Brother Long, said this sentence, "Good boy, my Brother Long's people you dare to move. You also do not in the capital city to inquire about my Brother Long is what kind of status? Heaven has a road you do not go. Hell has no door you barge in. Okay, kid. Originally wanted you to explore the road in the front. Since you kid now insist on sending death words, then don't blame my old brother, I have no mercy." After hearing the one-eyed dragon speak, Brother Long looked at Farewell with a grimace on his face, then gritted his teeth and said this to Farewell. "System, what is the cultivation level of this Brother Long in front of me?" After hearing Brother Long say this, Farewell inquired to the system host, "This Brother Long in front of me is at the late stage of foundation establishment, just like you." The 7 emotions system checked Brother Long's cultivation level, after which it turned to Farewell and reported. "Then, What is the cultivation level of that extra new face over there? The one who looks a bit older? After hearing the system say so, Don't Make a Fuss and then turned his head in the direction of Zhuang Jiahan, looking at this unfamiliar face that suddenly came out to the 7 clear system and inquired. Host, this person does not have obvious true chi fluctuations, should be an ordinary person, but do not rule out is the kind of hidden big brother, but after the system's analysis, found that the chances of this is simply too small. Hearing Don't Make a Fuss, after saying so the system turned to Don't Make a Fuss, and said the cultivation of the crook, as well as the results of the system's analysis, brought an ordinary person here. Okay, let's spar with them first. After hearing the system say that, Don't Make a Fuss nodded, then clenched his own fist and looked towards Long and his group in the distance, then provocatively hooked his finger at Long. If you want to make a move, hurry up and come. If you don't make a move, get out from here. I have other things to be busy with. After Don't Riot said this at Brother Long, he turned around and glanced at the drawbridge behind him. Really don't know how to die. Seeing that Farewell actually dared to provoke himself, Brother Long's face darkened, and after saying this at the very end, he flipped his hand over and found a 9-ringed greatsword from somewhere. After touching the top of his own greatsword, Brother Long directly rushed over towards Farewell's body. Big brother, let's go up and help too. Bucktooth took a look at Brother Long charging up and said this to Cyclops next to him. It's alright, Brother Long can fight 1 against 2. What's the point of using our brothers to fight when Brother Long is here? It's fine to see Brother Long make a big splash here. After hearing Bucktooth say this, Cyclops gently shook his head, stating that it was enough for Brother Long to fight alone, without the 2 of them having to fight. Hearing Cyclops say that, Bucktooth didn't have any opinions either, and after gently nodding his head, he looked in the direction of Long and Farewell. After seeing Long attacking in front of him, he immediately sacrificed his smiling shield, and then also tried to contact the cloud-hidden flying sword in his dantian. Obviously the cloud-hidden flying sword, just like last time, simply didn't bother to pay attention to Don't Make a Fuss. So Don't Make a Fuss could only helplessly retract his mind, and then looked at this Brother Long in front of him. Kid, take life. After Long yelled, he directly jumped up and raised the 9-ringed sword in his hand, and slashed at the top of Bujo's head. Seeing the big knife that chopped down, Farewell immediately instilled true chi into the smiley shield, and then the smiley shield blocked in front of Farewell's body. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, the greatsword and the smiling shield collided together. The place where the greatsword and the shield collided splashed. A rising wave. Good boy. The defense is quite good. After seeing Don't Make a Mess of the smiley face shield, Geta faintly said so, but he suddenly realized that there was no one behind the shield. When he turned his head only to see Don't Make a Mess of the opinion, whirled up his fists and smashed them towards Long's face. You think you're the only one with a defense spell? After seeing Farewell's fist, Brother Long faintly said this, concisely with a shield also blocked in front of Farewell's fist. Don't be ridiculous. At this time has already run up the Vajra, not fast stop. This fist plus the true chi addition. The power is definitely not smaller than the power of the sword just now of Brother Long, but this shield in front of the eyes and the floating, easily blocked the Don't Be Ridiculous attack. Tong Tian hand. After seeing his attack being blocked down, Farewell directly performed his divine ability. After Tong Tian hand shouted out, a palm print directly fell down from the sky. After hearing Farewell's shout, Brother Long raised his head and glanced towards the sky, and the one-eyed dragon. Several people naturally reported Farewell their means to Brother Long. Therefore, Brother Long just faintly smiled, and then the shield met Farewell's Tong Tian hand and blocked it. Chapter 108, The Magical Plat Room. I've already learned about your moves in advance. Isn't there a spirit attack as well? Come over here and let me see how strong your spiritual attack is. After blocking Farewell's Tong Tian hand, Brother Long proudly turned to Farewell and shouted, seeing that this Brother Long's methods were a bit more powerful than his own. After Don't Make a Fuss, he looked at Brother Long's body and saw that there were still a few people standing beside Cyclops who knew that his own lack of combat experience was coupled with the fact that this Brother Long should have become a late stage of foundation establishment for quite a short period of time, accumulated treasures than their own more, so really fight up their own will be at a disadvantage. Don't Make a Fuss, ready to use the purple gold pupil on this dragon brother. Then accompanied by Don't Make a Fuss pupil in the middle of the suddenly more than a touch of gold, the eyes in the middle of the 2 rays of light suddenly flew towards the front of the dragon brother. Smiley shield, on the other hand, was next to Brother Long and also began to suddenly launch a special laugh. The 2 spiritual attacks flew together towards the front of Lung's body. Knowing that you've got this, how can I not be on guard against you? Try the treasure I just borrowed. Golden Bell, accompanied by Brother Long's shout. After that, Brother Long's surroundings suddenly flooded with golden light, and then a big golden bell protected Brother Long in the center. Brother Long raised a small golden bell in his hand and rushed towards Farewell, shaking it, and after Farewell's 2 attacks hit the top of this golden bell, they only splashed up layers of ripples, and did not have any effect at all. Seeing such a situation, Don't Make a Mess quickly withdrew his smiley shield, and then lunged in the direction of the drawbridge behind him. Don't let this kid run away. Seeing Farewell turn around and try to run, Long directly turned to the Cyclops Titan behind him and shouted before retrieving his golden bell and chasing after him in the direction of the drawbridge. When Don't go to the tower on the suspension bridge, while running towards the back of the dragon, surprisingly looked over, but others confined themselves did not step on a board of the suspension bridge. The suspension bridge will then collapse. That is to say, don't make a fuss. There is no way back. And Long several people rushed to the bridge after the mouth, found the drawbridge has begun to collapse, did not go up to the drawbridge on the side. Up Long hard with their hands inside the big knife and the ground chopped a little. And Don't Make a Fuss after running to the other side of the bridge, deeply inhaled 2 breaths, looked at the back of the dragon. A few people patted his chest. Don't get to the present in addition to go forward. There is no chance. Find a way to go over. Looking at the bottom of the drawbridge underneath the deep gap, Long said this to the several people beside him, while the crop farmer was at the side with a cold smile on his face, watching the several people at Long's defeat. Old thing, what are you laughing at? You think you'll be able to get by just fine, don't you? I won't let you be comfortable even if I can't get through today. Seeing Zhuang Zhuanghan sneering there, Brother Long directly kicked Zhuang Zhuanghan in the chest, kicking Zhuang Zhuanghan out from his original position, then cursed at him, then looked at the opposite bank and narrowed his own eyes. Brother Long, I have an idea. I have an idea. Just as several people were looking at the opposite bank at a loss, Bucktooth suddenly ran over and shouted at Brother Long, if you have a way, just hurry up and say it. At this time, Brother Long was furious, and after hearing Bucktooth say this, he directly said impatiently to Bucktooth, Brother Long, doesn't my big brother have a precious red diamond? That treasure can be extended infinitely. Let's directly let the red rhombus tie that big rock on the opposite bank, then climb over the red rhombus. Won't we all be able to pass? After hearing Long say that, Bucktooth quickly nodded his head, then pointed at Cyclops and said this to Long. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Bucktooth, your kid's brain is still very bright. After hearing Bucktooth say this, Cyclops hammered on his hand, then hurriedly said this, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Don't let that kid run far away. In case this kid gets the treasure and sneaks away, it will be bad. After urging at the one-eyed dragon, Brother Long narrowed his eyes and looked at the hole on the opposite bank. After hearing Long shout, the one-eyed dragon didn't hesitate, and after pulling out his red spirit, he directly sent it out and flew to the boulder on the opposite bank. After winding a knot, the other end of the red silk flew back to Cyclops' hand, and after looking around for a while, Cyclops finally tied his red silk to the top of the suspension bridge's pillar, and then patted it, and pulled his own hand on it twice. There you go, Brother Dragon. After doing so, Cyclops was satisfied and said this to Long, bring me that old thing. After this, one-eyed dragon ordered. Brother Long directly jumped onto the red aya. Then one-eyed dragon brought the crook over, while Brother Long directly reached out and kicked on the crook's collar. Then step on the red damask. Directly want to think of the other side of the river ran over, behind the one-eyed dragon. The 3 people saw the dragon brother to do so, also hastily stepped on the red rhombus. After a group of people to the other side of the river, the one-eyed dragon retrieved his red damask, and then under the leadership of the dragon brother, continued to the depths of the chase in. At this time, but Don't Make a Mess, but ran into a very wide room inside. The floor of the room painted with lines interlaced out of the squares. Child, don't make a mess. Looking at the bottom of the feet of the squares, always feel a little familiar. After a few steps towards the center, a white light suddenly appeared underneath his feet. Look at the white light underfoot. Don't make a fuss to avoid. But when he stepped on the next grid on the edge, the grid suddenly gently shaking a bit. Feel the soles of the feet came from the different. Don't make a fuss, and hastily to the side again to avoid. This time don't make a fuss when avoiding. The bottom of the foot is again a white light, and don't make a fuss. Just stepped on that trembling lattice. Suddenly gave birth to a black wearing armor soldier. Toward don't make a fuss this side stabbed a knife. Don't make a fuss and dodge after stepping on another grid. The grid is another burst of shaking. Another soldier wearing black armor, stabbed in front of don't make a fuss, and don't make a fuss. Again dodge when again is a white light. This time Farewell stood on top of the white light and didn't hide, and the 2 black soldiers didn't move, just stood in place and looked at Farewell. This side when Farewell tentatively leaned towards the 2 soldiers in front of him. Immediately there were 2 attacks, stabbing towards Farewell's body in front of him once again. Will not move? After seeing these 2 soldiers will not move after don't make a fuss, gently nodded, and then stepped on the next grid. The upper grid is a burst of shaking. Just like this don't make a fuss in this side of the circle, and here the black soldiers have stood in a large area. Don't make a fuss of dodging space is getting less and less. In the end, how should I pass? Chapter 109, Backgammon. Looking at the white light at the bottom of the foot, Don't make a fuss knowing that there will definitely be some kind of special organs to pass through. Don't make a fuss seeing the outline of a division door in the distance, but there is not even a little bit of the organs around to open the door. Don't be ridiculous, just now has gone over to try to explore. This stone door does not open, and there is also no open door mechanism. Host, this place seems to be a chessboard. The ones you stepped on under your feet are white pieces, and those black soldiers are black pieces. Just as Farewell was thinking, the 7 emotions system prompted inside Farewell's head. White pieces? Black pieces? Can it be that it's Go? I don't know much about the game of Go, I only know that I have to surround the other pieces. After hearing the 7 emotions system's prompt, Farewell glanced towards the soles of his feet and awkwardly scratched his head. Where did Farewell have the opportunity to come into contact with such high-end stuff as Go when he was a child? However, don't make a fuss. After looking around, realized that he also has the chess pieces to enclose these black soldiers, but these black soldiers did not disappear. Don't make a fuss after thinking carefully for a while, with black pieces and white pieces together to play the game. In addition to the game of Go, what else? After a careful observation of Bujinkan hammered his right fist on his left palm, and then a happy expression appeared on his face. It turns out that the person who came here wouldn't play Go either. He would play backgammon. Don't be ridiculous. After taking a look around, he realized that all the white pieces where he had walked were missing, and the ones that were connected to 5 were blocked with black gas. Don't make a fuss. For 5 pieces of chess this thing is very proficient. As a child, don't make a fuss. After learning a few times, teach to don't make a fuss to play 5 pieces of chess can't have been don't make a fuss of the underlings. This game even Suyujo and choreographers cut a few times after. Have no choice but to give up. After determining the way to move on the chessboard, don't make a fuss. Immediately began to jump up and down in the chessboard. Finally, when there were only 3 positions left, Don't Make a Mess glanced at the black soldiers beside him and surrounded himself with contemptuous smiles, and then gently jumped and landed on a square of the board, and then accompanied by a white light. In an instant, in the other 4 places diagonally across from Don't Make a Mess of it, a white light was also lit up. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't know just now, just you guys still want to surround me. You guys are not very good at this 5 pieces chess. As the white light rose, these black soldiers slowly fell down, and the stone door behind Farewell had opened. After Farewell very casually walked up to the top of the platform, he turned his head to look at the chessboard, and shook his head gently, then walked inside the stone door. That kid went inside. When several people from Long rushed in, all the black soldiers had already fallen down, and they also saw the back of Farewell walking into the inside of the stone door. After Farewell walked into the inside of the stone door directly heaved down once again, separating a group of people from Long. Hurry up and chase. Seeing that Farewell was right in front of him, Brother Long let out a shout, and the group of people directly chased after the direction that Farewell had left. Just when they were only on top, the soles of their feet began to be flooded with the white light and slight shaking that Farewell had stepped on earlier, and after a few people dodged out of the way, the black soldiers immediately rose up from the ground. In the face of the sudden white light and black soldiers, Long's hand inside the big knife did not hesitate to chop on the body of these black soldiers, but his big knife chopped on the body of these black soldiers, as if chopping into the iron plate. The attack could only leave a faint white mark on the armor of these black soldiers, not having any effect at all. Old man, what's going on here? Hurry up and say. Seeing such a situation, Long didn't even need to think about it to know that this was bound to be another mechanism left behind by the owner of this tomb, and the Zhuangjiahan beside him definitely knew what was going on, and said this to Zhuangjiahan urgently, but Zhuangjiahan stood aside, just gently shook his head and did not say a word, just like this quietly stood on the bottom of his feet on the white light. Seeing Zhuangjiahan this way, Long knew that Zhuangjiahan couldn't be relied on, and then led the 3 people of Cyclops to rampage through the place. What should we do, Brother Long? These black soldiers won't move, but there are more and more of them. There's not much room left for the few of us. After being surrounded by the black soldiers in a corner, Cyclops was very nervous and shouted this to Brother Long. What's the point of panicking? There must be a way out. Don't be in a hurry, look at what's going on here. Seeing such a situation, Long directly called off Cyclops, then looked at the crop dusters standing in the distance. Separated by the heavy black soldiers stood there all the time without even moving, and the black soldiers around them did not attack the crop duster standing inside the white grids. Long now understood that these grids with white light on the soles of their feet should be the important thing to walk out from here. Look at your feet. As long as they are in the white light, these black soldiers won't attack, and these white lights are bound to be by some kind of mechanism here. After confirming this information, Long directly informed the situation to the One-Eyed Dragon 3 people. The One-Eyed Dragon 3 people heard Long said so after a one is also jumped the sword's bubbling white light in the lattice, and then looked at the surrounding black soldiers full of vigilance. And don't make a fuss. From this chessboard big room out of the side will find the road in front of the narrower and narrower. From the beginning can let several people side by side through the wide aisle. Into can only accommodate a person walk through the passage. The last don't make a fuss, and even have to be sideways in order to walk through from here. Just as don't be ridiculous to walk to the narrowest place. Suddenly both sides of the stone wall began to shake up. Immediately after will stand in the center of don't be ridiculous to squeeze into a meat cake. I'll go. So many mechanisms. Feeling the wall to their own body on both sides of the squeeze over after don't make a fuss. Very big head said so, and then quickly in the wall began to observe up. In the don't make a fuss. Feel their fast breathless time. Suddenly discovered. In their eyes directly in front of the wall. Actually also has a mechanism. And also is a combination lock-like mechanism. This combination lock on the upper side of the wheel can be toggled numbers. And don't make a fuss at this time in front of this combination lock actually gave back the tip. In front of the wheel number written a long string of numbers. 1415? Looking at this number, don't make a fuss, have to admire. Build, this tomb of people at that time the size of the brain hole. Chapter 110, 4 treasures left behind. But don't make a fuss. Now also don't have time to think about these. If you don't hurry to move a little faster, don't make a fuss will become these 2 walls in the meat cake. Quickly in the wheel on the side of the dial out a number 6. The 2 sides of the wall only stopped to continue to shrink back. See the 2 sides of the wall stopped after don't make a fuss raised his hand in his chest pat 2. Then from the wall inside out. But also don't forget to reach out to disrupt the wall above the number. From the wall to pull out the body don't make a fuss. Walked forward a few steps after another division door appeared in front of others. But when don't make a fuss, walked to the door of the stone door. This stone door inside is very empty. Only the center placed a wooden table. After seeing this wooden table, don't make a fuss toward the front of the wooden table walked over. Look at this. Don't know how long put the wooden table is still new. Don't make a fuss reach out on the top of the wooden table. Suddenly the table flickered a bit after. In midair appeared a silhouette. Hello, let me see who is so lucky to have come to this place I have built. After the silhouette appeared, it glanced towards Bujinkan, and then very happily greeted Bujinkan. Seeing this silhouette farewell, was very sure that this person must be someone who came from the real world. Hello little one, I'm honored that you could come here, but what I said just now was all a lie, and I couldn't see who came here. But since you've already come here, that proves that you've passed my previous test, though 2 of the tests I put out earlier were for people in the real world. But I'm not sure if the one standing inside this room at this moment is someone inside this connection or someone inside the real world. But as long as you can get here, you can receive the treasure I left behind. The silhouette suddenly opened his mouth to speak so that don't make a fuss is still a little surprised. Don't make a fuss to look up and down this silhouette. Suddenly appeared this silhouette wearing a white leisure suit. Looks like the whole person is very handsome. There is a kind of indescribable and unknown feeling. Now press your hand on the position right in the center of this table. Then the treasure I left for you will appear. The silhouette also to the alibi. Prompted a treasure hidden in what place? After hearing the silhouette said so. Alibi according to the silhouette said that way to put his hand on the upper side of the table. Then this table seems to feel the same as what? Began to slowly decline. The silhouette was originally standing on top of the table, but along with the table's descent, a groove about the same size as the table appeared on the ground, and after the table filled in the groove, the silhouette appeared to be standing in front of Ferris Bueller's. The table suddenly began to fall to the ground, and the silhouette began to fall to the ground. The table then suddenly started to rotate on the ground, and after a full circle, when the person should be back in front of farewell again, the ceiling above the silhouette's head suddenly opened up, and then a large box directly fell down from the air. Good guy. This appearance is also impressive enough. Seeing the appearance of this large box, the corners of Don't Make a Fuss couldn't help but twitch a bit. This chest contains some treasures that I obtained from the critical realm. These treasures, at that time, because of the special reason, I had to leave from here before I even had a chance to check them out. And I couldn't take the things here out at that time because of special circumstances, so I left it to the person who has the right destiny. And there is a small square box among them, and this box contains the most special thing, and I vaguely feel that there is something extraordinary about him. As for how powerful it is, I haven't researched it yet, so you must make good use of these treasures to try your best to survive inside this connection. And wait until the next time I return to this progenitor. We'll see each other again when we're destined to. The silhouette moved to the side, as if it could see the box and reach out to touch it as if it were to farewell. Saying such words, then suddenly disappeared from the spot. Watching the silhouette disappear, Don't Make a Fuss froze for a moment, but still opened the big iron box in front of him. Inside the large iron box is neatly arranged 4 things. The first piece of the iron box placed a necklace, don't know what it is, so casually pulled out and put on the neck. The second piece is a pocket version of the lance. Looking at this lance, Don't Make a Fuss, after a moment of doubt, will be this pocket version of the lance out? And then bit through their fingers and the lance above a drop of blood, and then the finger above the remaining blood to their necks with the necklace on the side of the wipe a bit. Farewell. After doing this action, the lance inside his hand instantly enlarged, directly exceeding Farewell's height, and immediately afterward, inside Farewell's head, out of nowhere, the name of this lance appeared, Snow Eagle. Looking at this hand side of this body, Snow White Lance, don't make a fuss, very satisfied, and also feel that this name up especially good. Backhand will receive the long gun in the body after don't make a fuss. Look at the box side of the third thing. The third thing is a ring. Don't make a fuss frowned. He thought this is a storage ring. Then the ring will take it out. Then a drop of fresh blood squeezed in the ring on the side. However, what made Farewell somewhat surprised was that this ring was actually not a storage ring, but a defense prop. Through this ring can hold up a laser shield like things. Don't make fun of the hand forward, only to see the ring above a burst of red light. Then a red-colored laser shield appeared in front of Don't Make Fun of the body. After seeing the shield, Don't Make a Fuss, he nodded with satisfaction and took back the shield, and then looked at the fourth item, which was an antique-looking wooden box, and after opening the wooden box, there was a book at the top of the wooden box. Don't make a fuss and pick up the book, and then saw the name written on the book, God's Mighty Flame Gun. After flipping through it, he realized that it was a gun technique. After putting the book into the storage ring, Don't Make a Fuss found the book underneath. There is a similar thing like a token, Don't Make a Fuss. After picking up this token, looked around, didn't see what material this token is made of, what is the role of the token, but don't make a fuss, no matter what, is a drop of blood to the top, and then this will be the finger stuffed into the inside of his mouth. Justin don't make a fuss of the blood drops on the top of this token. Don't make a fuss suddenly feel that the world around them become as if some different. He seemed to have an extra layer of connection with this critical world, and at this time, Farewell could clearly see the four people standing at the organ of the wall.